Wen Nuannuan, while indulging in a novel, unexpectedly meets her demise and finds herself within its pages, transformed into the pitiful yet authentic heiress who shields the female lead from all adversities. Upon opening her eyes, she is thrust forward by her parents and younger sister to confront the relentless foes. Gazing upon the villainous elder brother, strikingly handsome as a sculpted figure, Wen Nuannuan internally screams, "Villainous brother, cease your charming antics. If we do not flee, we shall be reduced to ashes." The narrowly escaped villainous elder brother declares, "I shall take her home." To her astonishment, this family is rather kind, lavishing her with clothing, jewelry, and even shares in the company. Wen Nuannuan muses within her heart, "Oh, villainous mother, you are both beautiful and benevolent, yet deceived by friends, leading to your ruin. Villainous father, the wealthiest of the wealthy, yet usurped of his company and poisoned to death. Oh, villainous second brother, a doctor of great compassion, yet betrayed by the third uncle's family, succumbing to AIDS. Villainous third brother, a top-tier movie star, yet disfigured and disabled by malevolent forces, ultimately taking his own life. Villainous fourth brother, a righteous and incorruptible police officer, yet ensnared by treachery, dying a tragic death." Chapter 1. Sold to Enemies by Treacherous Parents. Wen Nuannuan has transmigrated into a novel, assuming the role of a tragic female supporting character. As a seasoned corporate worker, she rarely indulges in leisure reading. However, captivated by the tale, she devotes an entire night to its completion, only to suffer a sudden death and awaken as the namesake of the tragic supporting character. This version of Wen Nuannuan, despite her warm name, faces a dismal fate. The story begins with a master predicting her fate, declaring that she can ward off calamities for the true daughter of the Lin family, Lin Nuannuan, thus being fortuitously adopted by them. For the past 20 years, Wen Nuannuan has endured hunger and cold, frequently taking the blame for Lin Nuannuan's shortcomings, punished for her poor exam performance, reprimanded for cheating, and disciplined for Lin Nuannuan's bullying of classmates. Wen Nuannuan, with a heavy heart, laments, "Let it all be destroyed. Annihilate everything. I am already dead. Another death holds no fear for me, let it unfold as it may." Ding. Current progress 50, current progress 80, current progress 100. Congratulations, host, successful binding. Hello, esteemed host. I am System 009, here to accompany you as we stride towards a splendid future. Wen Nuannuan blinks in disbelief, pinching herself. Truly, fate does not abandon those in despair, and with this golden finger, she can effortlessly transform the tragic supporting character into a powerful heroine who exacts revenge. Wen Nuannuan rubs her hands together, ingratiatingly inquires, "System, do we have some sort of golden finger, or rather a mission?" Host, you are undoubtedly the most ambitious individual I have encountered, truly a product of overwork. Just tell me the mission. The host may earn points by completing gossip tasks, which can be exchanged for desired items in the marketplace. Wen Nuannuan, is this all? Wen Nuannuan, how could you commit such misdeeds? She turns to the source of the sharp voice. A middle-aged woman, adorned with jewels and exuding fury, storms in, regarding her as if she were a criminal deserving of punishment. "Our Lin family has provided for your every need, even granting you the title of company legal representative. Meanwhile, our biological daughter toils tirelessly. You, ungrateful wretch, dare to provoke the powerful Wen family of the capital. How can we continue to raise such a heartless individual?" The rotund and balding Lin father feigns empathy, patting Lin mother's shoulder, his voice dripping with ire. "We entrusted you with such a significant project, and this is how you repay us." Wen Nuannuan raises an eyebrow, glancing at the nearby mop and the foul-smelling trash can. Were it not for Lin mother declaring her as the company's legal representative, she might suspect that Wen Nuannuan was merely the janitor of the entire establishment. "Are you implying that I am responsible for cleaning the entire building? I am afraid such a task exceeds my capabilities. Perhaps you should hire someone else." Wen Nuannuan, you have utterly disappointed me. Lin father seizes the mop, intending to strike her, only to be halted by a pair of delicate hands. "Sister, our parents are only looking out for your best interests. Such words will wound their hearts. Quickly, apologize." The speaker is Lin Nuannuan, the true heiress of the Lin family and the genuine power behind the Hung Chuan company. Wen Nuannuan coldly observes the familial scene unfold. A few months ago, Lin Nuannuan casually expressed her desire to start a business, and thus Lin's father established this company for her. Lin's mother, remembering the master's counsel, casually appointed Wen Nuannuan as the legal representative to shield her daughter from calamity. Host. Lin Nuannuan is competing for a project against the opponent and, having failed to secure it, resorted to using drugs against them. However, they discovered her actions, and they have just learned that it was Wen Nuannuan from the prestigious Wen family in Kyoto who was the one drugging them. Wen Nuannuan was astonished. The female protagonist truly lived up to her title, administering a drug to the male lead's primary antagonist right from the start. It is no wonder how the female lead ended up with the male lead. Dear host, while the Wen family of Kyoto is indeed a top-tier aristocracy, they have always been bitter rivals with the Gu family of the Hai clan. Previously, the Lin family had covertly betrayed the Wen family by leaking their cooperative information to the Gu family in order to climb the social ladder. This time, Wen Nuannuan deliberately concealed his identity to serve as a warning to others. It turns out that the Lin family had long coveted the Gu family, laying the groundwork for Lin Ruannuan in advance. TSK. The Lin family was already marked by the Wen family. With Lin Ruannuan administering drugs, she has undoubtedly made her way onto the enemies list, ranking at least among the top 3. Oh, so Wen Nuannuan intends to eliminate the Lin family as a deterrent to other companies. Wait, suddenly the Lin family of 3 is coming to seek retribution, as they are in a hurry to find her as a scapegoat. Host, Wen Nuannuan is already at the door.
What?
She is truly risking her life to witness this drama. If only she had been informed sooner, she could have fled earlier. President Lin, you don't intend to use a cleaning lady to brush me off, do you? The newcomer exuded an air of a successful elite. His impeccably tailored suit accentuated his tall frame, radiating an aura of sophistication, while his appearance bore a striking resemblance to hers. Wen Nuannuan's eyes narrowed dangerously, his jaw tightening slowly, and his gaze emanated a sharp intensity that concealed an impending storm. His voice remained calm, yet it could not mask the overwhelming aura of tension. Oh my, this charming antagonist is indeed quite astute. No wonder he is the first heir of the Shengshi group. The sudden voice startled Wen Nuannuan, causing him to glance around, noticing that others seemed oblivious to it. Lin's father extended his pudgy hand, pointing at Wen Nuannuan, and with a shameless grin, explained, President Wen Nuannuan is the legal representative of the company, as clearly stated in black and white on this document. I never anticipated that the Lin family would take in a traitor, who would engage in such despicable acts behind our backs and even attempt to flee. Yes. Lin's mother nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. We truly had no idea she would be so audacious as to frame you. Lin Ruannuan cast a condescending glance at Wen Nuannuan, feeling justified for the years they had supported her without recompense. Lin Ruannuan discreetly tugged at her father's sleeve. President Wen, today you shall bear witness. Our Lin family hereby severs all ties with this wretch, and you may deal with Wen Nuannuan as you see fit. Host, you are about to become the scapegoat. Wen Nuannuan looked hopefully at Wen Nuannuan. Big brother, you won't fall for this, will you? President Wen, please allow me to explain. Upon hearing the voice, Wen Nuannuan recognized it as Wen Nuannuan's inner thoughts and raised an eyebrow, though his face betrayed no additional emotion. His expression was shrouded in coldness, and an overwhelming aura of authority enveloped the room. This demonstrates President Lin's sincerity. Lin's father wiped the cold sweat from his brow. All shares of the company and the recently established project with the Gu family shall be transferred to you, and Wen Nuannuan will also be at your disposal. Good. Wen Nuannuan? This is all it takes. Host, you have been sold. I know, but big brother, you're the primary antagonist. You accepted this paltry sum. Host, to be precise, you are the one being given away. Wen Nuannuan, flustered, stammered, President Wen, we actually have many larger projects in our company. Wen Nuannuan shot her a glance, then subtly gestured to his assistant. 3 or 5 bodyguards clad in black suits promptly escorted Wen Nuannuan out. No, President Wen, please listen to me. Lin Ruannuan chuckled, glancing disdainfully at the departing Wen Nuannuan, then letting out a soft huff of amusement that was part self-deprecation and part mockery. A mere imposter truly believes herself to be a phoenix. Chapter 2. A narrow escape. Host, trouble has arisen. Wen Nuannuan's driver has been bribed. There is a bomb in the car. Wen Nuannuan's 2 little legs came to an abrupt halt. Truly, misfortune had knocked at her door, and it had arrived in full force. Host, the bomb is about to activate. Please protect yourself. Such a statement made Wen Nuannuan want to curse. She would indeed like to protect herself. But both her arms were restrained by towering men, and she was no match for them. We can't proceed any further. There's a bomb in the car. Hearing the voice, Wen Nuannuan unconsciously slowed his steps. What can I say to make the villain believe that the driver has planted a bomb in the car? The villain? What a peculiar title. Oh, dear. You are truly professional. You've swapped out the real driver for a fake one. No wonder the bomb is so well concealed and secure. Today's driver was indeed a last-minute replacement, coinciding perfectly with the unfolding events. It seemed this unexpected driver was dubious. Wen Nuannuan halted his pace and quietly instructed his assistant beside him, "Have everyone exit the vehicle and discreetly investigate today's driver." As soon as her feet touched the ground, Wen Nuannuan let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Wen Nuannuan had paused. She gazed at the villain, whose strikingly handsome features resembled a statue. "Villain, stop striking poses. If we don't leave soon, we'll be reduced to ashes." In a moment of desperation, Wen Nuannuan's quick thinking revealed that her television watching had not been in vain. Mr. Wen, my stomach is hurting a bit. May I step away to deal with it?" "Run quickly. There's only 1 minute left before it explodes." A slight raise of his brow indicated Wen Nuannuan's skepticism. Though the notion of hearing one's thoughts was utterly unbelievable, with lives at stake, he chose to trust her this once. Wen Nuannuan nodded in agreement. "Phew. We are saved." This building was familiar to Wen Nuannuan. After all, she cleaned it daily. Even if she couldn't recall, her body instinctively knew where it was safe. She turned and dashed in the opposite direction, gradually picking up speed to run. Just as she paused to catch her breath, she noticed Wen Nuannuan and the others calmly appearing behind her. "You all." Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash of fire. "Mr. Wen, our car has exploded." Wen Nuannuan's gaze fell upon Wen Nuannuan, assessing her from head to toe. "First, let us ensure our people are unharmed, and then we'll conduct a thorough investigation." "No way. Why is the villain looking at me? Does he suspect me?" System. Host. This bomb was planted by Lin Ruxiue, who hired someone to do it. Is the female lead so formidable, coming straight in to eliminate the villain? System. Lin Ruxiue aims to eliminate Wen Nuannuan for Gu Macheng, her betrothed, who is Wen Nuannuan's rival in business. By eliminating Wen Nuannuan, Lin Ruxiue can smoothly marry Gu Macheng and become the matriarch of the Gu family. The villain is truly unfortunate. He sacrifices his life to uphold the romance of the male and female leads. Wen Nuannuan felt exceedingly unwell, akin to consuming porridge only to discover a mouse dropping within. What male and female leads? Why must he sacrifice his life for them? "Mr. Wen, our personnel are unharmed, but we have apprehended the fleeing driver." Wen Nuannuan furrowed his brows, his deep-set eyes narrowing dangerously, his voice calm. "Treat him well." "Yes." Assistant Lu nodded respectfully. Catching a glimpse of Wen Nuannuan out of the corner of his eye, he realized that had they not followed Wen Nuannuan, they might not have escaped unscathed. So he cautiously inquired, "Mr. Wen, this miss Wen led us to a very advantageous position. How should we proceed?" Wen Nuannuan's gaze slowly shifted to Wen Nuannuan. He still did not know who the female lead was. "Take her home." Wen Nuannuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he suggesting what she thought? "No, Mr. Wen. Meeting for the first time and heading home with you, what would that do to your reputation?" Wen Nuannuan darkened his expression and strode away. Watching the bodyguards move forward, Wen Nuannuan quickly changed her tune. "Bodyguard, I can walk on my own." All the while, Wen Nuannuan felt a knot of anxiety, judging by the villain's demeanor. He likely suspected her, given how coincidentally she had run and hidden. It seemed too perfectly orchestrated. Through the rear-view mirror, Wen Nuannuan noticed the villain's increasingly dark expression. She hoped she wouldn't end up sharing a room with the driver. This was the modern world. Host, this is a world from a book. The villain can imprison you and subject you to severe interrogation. Thank you so very much. System. Don't I have points? Can I redeem something for protection? Host, you currently have 8 points, 888, which is quite auspicious. Wen Nuannuan, you. Forget it. Let us hope I don't encounter you again. Oh, dear. What a delightful fragrance. Only then did Wen Nuannuan realize the picturesque scenery lining the road, the signature magnolia trees of the affluent East City exuding a delightful aroma. Is this the Xiangzhang Manor? The Xiangzhang Manor is a prime piece of real estate in Kyoto, worth a staggering 1 billion for just one house. Truly, the Wen family ranks among the top 10 wealthiest families in the world. To perish in such opulence, she found herself somewhat consoled. But it hurt. Villain. I'm speaking the truth. You must believe me. After being pestered throughout the journey, Wen Nuannuan rubbed his temples, utterly perplexed by what filled her mind to even consider severe interrogation. The young master has returned. The butler politely bowed in greeting but was taken aback to see a girl following the young master. Well, first arrange a room for her. What does this mean? Are you planning to confine me and subject me to interrogation? The butler incredulously confirmed, "Young master, are we arranging a room for this young lady?" Wen Nuannuan, somewhat impatient, disliked having to repeat himself.
Yes.
The young master unexpectedly brought a girl home. He must ensure she is well taken care of and then share this delightful news with his wife.
Certainly, yes.
The butler was positively elated, quickly leading Wen Nuannuan to the master bedroom on the second floor. Upon entering, Wen Nuannuan beheld the exquisitely decorated, lavish room. Is this how luxurious prisons have become? Or is the villain so wealthy that he has transformed a prison into something extravagant? You must be Enting's friend. At the sound of the voice, Wen Nuannuan turned around. The stunning lady who had suddenly appeared wore simple yet elegant attire, and her face bore no trace of age. This beautiful fairy sister is so lovely. Is she the villain's sister? I don't recall hearing that Wen Nuannuan has a sister. Lu Yuhua gazed around in disbelief. The room contained only her and this girl, so it was clear the voice had come from her. The butler had mentioned that Nuannuan brought a girl home, which she found hard to believe, prompting her to come and see for herself. The young girl was truly radiant, reminiscent of Lu Yuhua in her youth, even down to the shy demeanor. "Don't be afraid, little girl. I am Nuannuan's mother. You can call me Auntie."
What?
Wen Nuannuan's mother? So young. How can I possibly call her Auntie? This girl is remarkably honest. She is a good child.
Just call me Auntie.
Chapter 3. The villain's mother is truly magnanimous. Auntie, hello. Good. Lu Yuhua joyfully stepped forward, grasping Wen Nuannuan's hand. What is your name?
How old are you?
What do your parents do? Are you from Kyoto? Lu Yuhua was overly excited to meet her workaholic eldest son bringing a girl home for the first time. Especially such an appealing one, until she heard Wen Nuannuan's thoughts. Is the interrogation starting already? Does that mean the villain is about to come and torture me for questioning? Only then did Lu Yuhua realize her behavior was inappropriate. After all, it was her eldest son's first time bringing a girl home, and it was essential to leave a good impression. Auntie, I'm just casually asking. Please don't take it to heart. We haven't had a girl living at home, so I don't know what you might be lacking. Wen Nuannuan maintained a stiff smile. Not lacking at all. Everything is wonderful. How could I possibly say otherwise? If the villainous brother allows me to leave the manor alive, I will be eternally grateful. Lu Yuhua felt her eldest son was being utterly unreasonable. On his first outing with a girl, he lacked both grace and consideration, which left the poor girl quite startled. Had it not been for her lost daughter stumbling upon such a man, Lu Yuhua would have been heartbroken. Thinking of her biological daughter, who was now of similar age, tears streamed down Lu Yuhua's face. When Nuannuan was taken aback, she hadn't said anything to provoke tears. Why was the villain's mother crying? Would the villainous brother not take offense at seeing her like this? Hastily, Wen Nuannuan approached Lu Yuhua, urging her to sit down. As she surveyed the opulent surroundings, she noted the absence of even a single tissue. She promptly rolled up her sleeve and gently wiped Lu Yuhua's tears. Auntie, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Yuhua took a moment to calm herself, her expression softening. Good child, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Could it be low blood sugar? Should we call a doctor? There must be a family doctor in such a grand manor, right? What if the villainous brother misinterprets this as me trying to escape? Never mind. The well-being of the beautiful sister is paramount. Hearing Wen Nuannuan's thoughts warmed Lu Yuhua's heart. She patted Wen Nuannuan's hand reassuringly. Good child, I truly am fine. It's just that I've gotten your clothes all dirty. Noticing Lu Yuhua's radiant complexion, Wen Nuannuan reassured her. It's all right. These clothes can be washed. Lu Yuhua glanced at Wen Nuannuan's attire, reminiscent of a cleaner's uniform, and her expression turned cold. That one do. What style do you like? I can have something sent over. Do you fancy the latest Chanel from Xianling? Wen Nuannuan smiled and shook her head.
No.
What I'm wearing is quite comfortable. I truly don't need anything, as long as the villainous brother allows me to live peacefully. Lu Yuhua felt a headache coming on. She knew her eldest son lacked emotional intelligence, but she hadn't anticipated it to this extent. Such a wonderful child, and since arriving at the manor, she could only think of survival. It was up to her to intervene. Lu Yuhua gazed at Wen Nuannuan with tender affection, her voice soft as honey. You and I are alike. I also dislike clothes given by others. They lack the essence of life. Is this the ostentation of the wealthy? I wish to experience this lack of life essence myself. Lu Yuhua's lips curled into a smile, and she continued, I am quite bored alone in the manor. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Wen Nuannuan wholeheartedly agreed, not expecting to escape so soon. Of course, I wouldn't feel at ease if you went out alone. The driver promptly took them to the most prestigious luxury mall in Kyoto, and upon stepping out of the car, Wen Nuannuan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Heavens! Is this mall made of gold? How can a single spicy strip cost 100 yuan? Lu Yuhua's heart ached even more. This child must have lived in dire straits before. The more she looked at Wen Nuannuan's clothes, the more displeased she became. And she directly pulled Wen Nuannuan towards the most expensive luxury clothing store. The sharp-eyed sales staff, noticing Lu Yuhua's opulent appearance, hurried over with beaming smiles. Welcome. These are our latest seasonal styles. Please have a seat. I'll fetch some for you to see. Another staff member added, we have fresh fruit and tea. If you have a preference, we can change it immediately. No one paid any attention to Wen Nuannuan, who was dressed like a cleaning lady. Lu Yuhua, observing the seasonal new arrivals, was unsure of Wen Nuannuan's taste, and thus inquired, Good child, which one do you fancy? At this moment, the staff finally noticed Wen Nuannuan's presence. Their eyes involuntarily revealed disdain upon seeing her dirty appearance, as they failed to associate the shabby-dressed Wen Nuannuan with the elegant Lu Yuhua. To secure Lu Yuhua as a major client, an overly clever staff member stepped forward to shoo Wen Nuannuan away. Cleaning lady, please don't disrupt our work. Leave at once. Or, I will have the manager fire you. Wen Nuannuan pointed at herself, bewildered. Was she really that old? But it suited her just fine. She wouldn't need to concoct an excuse to slip away. Wen Nuannuan nodded. I'll see who dares to make her leave. Lu Yuhua's expression turned icy, exuding a palpable pressure that enveloped the surrounding people. No wonder she is the villain's mother. Her commanding presence is formidable. Lu Yuhua's face remained unchanged, but internally, she felt elated. The child had complimented her. Their bond had deepened. The manager, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, shooting a fierce glare at the staff member, and quickly apologized. I sincerely apologize, Mrs. Wen. Our staff failed to recognize your stature. Today, we will offer you a 20% discount on all items you purchase. Lu Yuhua turned to Wen Nuannuan, asking, Good child, please don't feel you need to compromise. There are countless clothing stores. If you don't find anything you like here, I will have a designer create something custom for you. Upon hearing this, the manager began to sweat profusely, growing increasingly frustrated with the staff. Wen Nuannuan gazed up at Lu Yuhua with stars in her eyes, admiring her. I never expected the villain's mother to be both beautiful and kind-hearted. I think this outfit looks nice. Let us take a look. The manager and staff let out a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding losing their jobs. Great. Please see if there's a style you like. Manager, bring out next season's haute couture as well. The manager nodded rapidly, yes, yes. As Wen Nuannuan browsed the store, her attention was captured by a pale lotus-colored satin dress. Just as she reached for it, a pair of familiar delicate hands snatched it away first. Looking up, she was met with the familiar face of Lin Rushua. Sister? Oh no. The Lin family has severed ties with you. It should be Wen Nuannuan now. Do you really think you have the right to touch these clothes, given your status? The staff following closely behind trembled in fear, never expecting to encounter a second person as foolish as themselves. Chapter 4. The White Lotus's pretentiousness gets slapped in the face. Lu Yuhua's eyes widened. This child was indeed Lin family's Wen Nuannuan. The very same Wen Nuannuan with a name identical to her daughter S. How had the Lin family treated her so poorly that such a large family allowed her to wear cleaning clothes? The manager noticed Lu Yuhua's growing displeasure and hurriedly approached. Miss Lin, we have many other styles. You might want to look at the latest seasonal pieces first. Lin Rushua cast a disdainful glance at the manager, clearly unimpressed. I only like this one. Sister. Oh no, Wen Nuannuan, this dress is unsuitable for you. You lack the grace to wear it. Right now. The most important thing is to be able to eat, so don't be so materialistic. The manager looked awkwardly at the two, realizing her day had not gone as planned. What a chaotic situation. Wen Nuannuan regarded Lin Rushua as if she were a simpleton. You like it? Then buy it. Lin Rushua's face twisted with rage, her hand instinctively tightening around the dress. Wen Nuannuan was intentionally mocking her, as if to say that the Lin family's compensation to the Wen family had left them penniless. The manager noticed the creases forming on the dress and gently cautioned. Miss Lin, this is a high-end custom piece that hasn't even been showcased yet. It starts at 6 figures. Perhaps you should consider other styles. Lin Rugshua's face shifted from red to white. Did this mean even a mere junior manager dared to look down on her? Rest assured, I can afford it. Where's the fitting room? The shop assistant hurriedly led the way, cautious in her demeanor. If you can't afford it, just say so. Don't feign a fall later to accuse me of soiling the garment. I must keep my distance from her. Lin Rushua emerged from the fitting room, meticulously examining herself in the mirror, her gaze frequently darting towards Wen Nuannuan's position. She feigned nonchalance as she approached. Sister, your taste is impeccable. This dress truly complements my complexion. The shop assistant, beaming with approval, nodded enthusiastically. Miss Lin, your fair skin makes this dress appear even more exquisite against your alabaster complexion. It's indeed my sister's discerning eye, but unfortunately, she lacks the means to purchase it. Sister, please don't emulate those girls who possess a princess's aspirations without the means to support them. It would only bring you sorrow. Lu Yuhua had exhausted her patience. Had she not been concerned about frightening Wen Nuannuan, she would have already lost her temper. This young lady's skin is truly tender and smooth. Lin Rushua turned to see a wealthy woman praising her, and her heart swelled with pride. She cast a haughty glance at Wen Nuannuan, her eyes brimming with disdain and deep-seated loathing. Lu Yuhua continued gently. It's like a white radish dressed up. What a shame for this dress. The vivid imagery elicited laughter from those around them. The manager and the shop assistants had to lower their heads, their bodies trembling in suppressed mirth, especially as they recalled the absurdity of the situation. Passers-by candidly remarked, still a poorly developed white radish, little girl. You should eat more. Being too thin is unattractive. Lin Ruxia's face turned ashen, her body trembling with rage. The dress that Wen Nuannuan had taken a liking to was indeed very figure-revealing. Ironically, Lin Rushua's slender frame and demure beauty completely failed to support the grandeur of the dress, rendering it akin to cheap market merchandise. Her contempt for Wen Nuannuan intensified. Taking a deep breath, she thought, this is all your fault, Wen Nuannuan. Let us see if you can still laugh in a moment. Suddenly, Lin Rushua turned and stumbled towards the fitting room, collapsing right as she passed Wen Nuannuan. The incident transpired so swiftly that by the time the manager looked up, Lin Rushua was already on the ground, the expensive dress marred by a large stain. The manager's and shop assistant's expressions shifted from red to black, then to a sickly pallor. Miss Lin, are you all right? The manager gritted through clenched teeth, trembling as he and the assistant helped Lin Rushua to her feet. Whoa, why did you push me? Lin Rushua accused, her eyes fixated on Wen Nuannuan despite her words. The crowd turned their gazes toward Wen Nuannuan, their expressions laden with clear reproach. The manager, his face somber, addressed Wen Nuannuan. We are dealing with high-end bespoke clothing. Any damage necessitates your purchase. Host. Lin Rushua is deliberately framing you while everyone else is distracted. This is outrageous. Lin Rushua's eyes glistened with tears as she choked out. Sister, you wouldn't push me, would you? Lu Yuhua interjected calmly. Of course not. Manager, you may check the surveillance footage. We must have reasonable grounds and clear evidence. The villainous mother is truly both beautiful and astute. Lu Yuhua's spirits lifted further upon receiving Wen Nuannuan's compliment. The manager skeptically turned to Wen Nuannuan and promptly accessed the surveillance footage. The crowd gathered around to watch as Lin Rushua, when passing by Wen Nuannuan, unexpectedly lurched forward. At the moment Lin Rushua was merely 10 centimeters away from Wen Nuannuan, she swiftly leapt aside, as if dodging a plague, her haste revealing a history of being wronged. The crowd regarded Lin Rushua with disdain. The manager, his expression icy, reiterated, Miss Lin, this garment is a bespoke piece, and your actions have caused damage. You are required to purchase it. Lin Rushua's complexion flickered between shades of red and white, her nails digging into her palms. Abandoning her facade of fragility, she stood defiantly and declared, What is your attitude? I can afford this dress, I want it. The manager immediately donned a smile, leading Lin Rushua to the fitting room to change. Lu Yuhua smiled softly, beckoning to Wen Nuannuan. Nuannuan, these mass-produced clothes simply do not suit you. We will have them custom-made shortly. First, let us buy some jewelry to avoid future encounters with clueless white radishes attempting to exploit you. Wen Nuannuan gleefully wrapped her arms around Lu Yuhua. All right. Meanwhile, Lin Rushua, changing clothes, heard the term white radish and stumbled in fury. Wen Nuannuan must be a kept woman. She looks like she's a surrogate for a wealthy man. Humph. Just wait until she gives birth and gets cast aside. Then she'll have something to cry about. Upon exiting, Lu Yuhua took Wen Nuannuan straight to the jewelry store, not bothering to inquire about her preferences, and extravagantly purchased everything in sight. Before Wen Nuannuan could close her mouth in astonishment, Lu Yuhua swept up bags and shoes as well. When Lu Yuhua considered acquiring more items for Wen Nuannuan, she noticed her weary expression and, somewhat begrudgingly, led her home. At Xiangzhong Manor, Lu Yuhua cheerfully wrapped her arm around Wen Nuannuan as they entered. Nuannuan, let us eat first. Once you've rested, we can go shopping together. Shopping can wait. Just being close to my fairy sister makes me so happy. Nuannuan was indeed thoughtful. The Lin family must have been blind to mistreat her so. Mom, why are you standing so close to the cleaning lady? Wen Moyu's loud voice drew the attention of the entire Wen family to Lu Yuhua and Wen Nuannuan. Chapter 5. Surrounded by the villains. Wen Nuannuan blinked, gazing at a group of tall, distinguished men.
Wow.
They're incredibly handsome, but why do their eyes seem as though they want to kill her? Aside from the familiar Wen Ting and Lu Yuhua, everyone else looked incredulously around. Where did that voice come from? Just as they pondered, the voice echoed again. Is the villainous older brother here too? Is she about to face severe interrogation? Only then did they scrutinize the cleaning lady standing beside Lu Yuhua. Truly villainous. Each one looks ferocious. Was that voice the cleaning lady's? Was that her inner monologue? As the head of the family, Wen Jinyang glanced at his beloved wife and, seeing her reassuring gaze, looked at his sons, confirming they could all hear. Lu Yuhua, sensing the tension, quickly reassured. Nuannuan, don't be afraid. These are my husband and sons. Lu Yuhua guided Wen Nuannuan to the sofa, gently introducing. This is my husband. You can call him Uncle Wen. Hello, Uncle Wen. This is the villainous older brother as father, the wealthiest man in Kyoto, Wen Jinyang. Handsome and devoted to his wife, a paragon of a good man. Hearing the praise, Wen Jinyang stood up a little straighter. This girl is truly an honest and good child. Lu Yuhua playfully chided Wen Jinyang before gently introducing. You know my eldest son. This charming rogue is my second son. Wen Mingxi, a doctor who will examine you thoroughly in a moment. The two mentioned exchanged knowing glances, both agreeing that Wen Nuannuan was a fraud. This familiar face is my third son, Wen Wuling. You might have seen him on television. I don't watch TV. My fairy sister is so kind. I should just nod. The crowd erupted in laughter, astonished that someone did not know the illustrious film star. Wen Wuling shot a frosty glare at Wen Moyu, who immediately fell silent and sat up straight. This is my fourth son, Wen Moyu, a police officer. If you need anything, just reach out to him.
Mom, who is she?
Wen Moyu bluntly voiced what everyone was thinking. Lu Yuhua turned to Wen Ting. Unfazed. Wen Ting replied, the Lin family sold the Heng Chuan company and its legal entity, Wen Nuannuan, to the Wen family to protect the Lin group. Upon hearing the Lin family's name, the expressions of all present turned icy. In truth, the Lin family employs rather underhanded tactics in the business realm, primarily exemplified by their betrayal of the Wen family's commercial intelligence to the Gu family, which led to Zhuosher Enterprises being severely pressured by the Gu clan. Wen Moyu, taken aback, rose to his feet and pointed an accusatory finger at Wen Nuannuan, exclaiming, You are the daughter the Lin family adopted to irritate us. And you even had the audacity to be named Wen Nuannuan. Do you believe you are worthy of such a name? Lu Yuhua chastised with emphasis, Wen Moyu. Have I taught you to speak to young ladies in such a manner? Truly, the fairy sister is both intelligent and clever. The Lin family wouldn't spare a single cent on her, let alone give thought to naming her. I have been called Wen Nuannuan since my time in the orphanage. My name has never changed. No change of name? The Wen family exchanged glances, realizing that their prior investigations contained inaccuracies. As a police officer, Wen Moyu was particularly skeptical of coincidences, and given the Lin family's dubious reputation, the sudden emergence of someone with the same name as his sister could not bode well. Mother, have you forgotten? It was because the Lin family deliberately named her Wen Nuannuan that you fell gravely ill. This person is undoubtedly sent by the Lin family, and we have yet to discern their next move. How could such a brilliant and beautiful fairy sister give birth to a son who is merely handsome, but devoid of intellect? Hearing this, Wen Moyu glared at Wen Nuannuan. What are your intentions with such flattery towards my mother? All I desire is to live. What else could I possibly want? Lu Yuhua, genuinely enraged, expressed her discontent after spending a day with Nuannuan, particularly after witnessing how Lin Rushua treated her. Fully aware of the hardships Nuannuan endured in the Lin household. Wen Moyu, is this how you conduct yourself as a police officer? Without evidence. You indiscriminately insult a pitiable girl. Dear, please calm down. It is all the fault of the fourth son. Fourth son, speak kindly. Do not interrogate her as if she were a criminal. Nuannuan is a guest in our home. Wen Jinyang tenderly patted Lu Yuhua's back. Despite his doubts, he was struck by how closely Nuannuan resembled his wife. Many claimed their eldest son took after her, yet this child bore at least an 8-point resemblance to his beloved. Wen Nuannuan remained stern, yet his tone softened considerably. Miss Wen, you came with my elder brother, so you must be aware of our family's capabilities. As a police officer, I hope you will refrain from undertaking any actions detrimental to my family, especially towards my mother.
Oh, dear.
This villainous fourth brother has truly mistaken his target.
Oh.
Villainous mother, you are beautiful and kind-hearted, yet deceived by a friend. A single signature on a guarantee could lead to your family's ruin. The crowd was taken aback, listening intently. Oh, villainous mother. Your friend's husband has long since gone bankrupt. All talk of investment is a ruse. Merely an attempt to siphon money from the Wen family. Oh, villainous mother, please do not sign that guarantee.
What?
Lu Yuhua felt dizzy, nearly unable to remain seated. After decades of friendship with Wang Meiyu, she could not fathom that for money, her friend would seek to harm her and her family. How could she have placed such trust in her? Wen Jinyang quickly supported his wife, gently patting Lu Yuhua. The expressions of the Wen brothers turned as cold as ice. Wang Meiyu, while we are present, do not even think about laying a finger on my mother or wife. How can I possibly remind the villainous mother? These villainous brothers are all suspecting me. What if my efforts backfire and harm the villainous mother instead? With her emotions settling considerably, Lu Yuhua grasped Wen Nuannuan's hand. Good child, let us eat first. The meal was filled with warmth as Wen Nuannuan and Lu Yuhua shared a tender moment together. The Wen father and sons could only stare at the heartwarming scene of mother and daughter. After dining, Lu Yuhua eagerly took Wen Nuannuan to admire the princess room she had decorated. Wen Nuannuan, tossing his chopsticks aside, exclaimed, Elder brother, what are you bringing Wen Nuannuan home for? You know very well how many have impersonated my sister over the years to claim kinship. Every time they were exposed, mother would fall gravely ill. Observing silently, Wen Mingxi adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. We have conducted our own investigation into this, Wen Nuannuan. Her birthday does not align with my sister at all. Allowing her to continue residing in our home is, in my opinion, an unwise choice. When Antiang leisurely set down his chopsticks, regarding his dissatisfied brothers. Today, I visited the Lin Company and heard Wen Nuannuan's heartfelt sentiments, which enabled us to avoid the explosion. The Wen family was taken aback, quickly turning their attention to Wen Antiang. Antiang, are you injured? Second brother, arrange a full examination for your brother immediately. Father, there is no need for concern. Today, thanks to Wen Nuannuan guiding us, we avoided the explosion entirely, with no casualties. Only then did everyone exhale in relief. Their perceptions of Wen Nuannuan had shifted slightly. Chapter 6. The Villainous Mother Recognizes Reality. Within Xiangzhang Manor, Lu Yuhua stared at the pages filled with black ink on white paper, her hands trembling with fury. Henley Company was far from a financial institution. It had been involved in fraudulent activities all these years. The projects Wang Meiyu had informed her about were entirely fictitious. They were blatantly treating her as a cash cow. Wen Jinyang, filled with concern, embraced his wife, softly reassuring her, I am here. I am here. This Wang Meiyu has gone too far. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Lu Yuhua, regaining her composure, replied with calm determination, Dear, I wish to handle this myself. What matters most is that I want to confront Wang Meiyu directly. Very well. Wife, pursue your resolution boldly. I will be your unwavering support behind you. Lu Yuhua nodded gently, her eyes glistening with moisture. A polite knock echoed at the door as the butler announced, Sir, Madam, your friend Wang Meiyu has arrived. Wen Jinyang and Lu Yuhua exchanged glances, incredulous that their words had summoned her. All right, I will head down now. In the opulently decorated living room, Wang Meiyu scrutinized Wen Nuannuan with disdain, her smile laced with mockery, her gaze sharp as knives, her tone unyieldingly hostile. Did you think you could simply leave? I only discovered yesterday while playing mahjong with Madame Lin that her adopted daughter had become a surrogate. Based on how she described your appearance, you bear an uncanny resemblance to my foolish friend Lu Yuhua. Initially, I was skeptical, so I made a special trip to see for myself.
Ha!
This is the love Wen Jinyang has for Lu Yuhua. Finally, Lu Yuhua experiences the pain of betrayal from her beloved. No, Lu Yuhua would have to swallow her bitterness. Humph. She usually feigned gentleness and kindness, yet now, with her husband as infidelity, she turned to torment the mistress. When the child is born, Lu Yuhua will still proclaim to the world that she gave birth. The thought filled Wang Meiyu with a sense of vindictive glee. Wen Nuannuan, puzzled, merely sought to contribute by offering a cup of tea. This green-eyed aunt had regarded her with malice since her arrival. Host, she is envious of you. Jealous of me serving tea. System. Wang Meiyu has harbored a crush on Wen Jingyang since childhood, having written a drawer full of love letters that she never delivered before he confessed to Liu Yuhua. What? Does the villainous mother know about Wang Meiyu's infatuation with the villainous father? System. No. Thus Wang Meiyu's jealousy towards Liu Yuhua intensifies. Especially seeing how well Liu Yuhua has fared, she deliberately abandoned her daughter and later feigned her disappearance, hoping to drive Liu Yuhua to her demise and ascend as Wen Jinyang's wife. So malicious. The villainous mother's daughter was intentionally discarded by Wang Meiyu. She even aims to marry the villainous father. Wang Meiyu discarded Nuannuan. Liu Yuhua glared at Wang Meiyu, having always considered her the best of friends, only to discover her treachery. Cheating her out of money was one thing, harboring a crush on her husband was bearable, but her daughter was an unforgivable line crossed. She would never let go of those who harmed her daughter. What? Wang Meiyu, upon hearing Lin Rushua's slander, mistakenly believes I am acting as a surrogate for the villainous father, which is why she rushed over early in the morning to witness the misfortune of the villain's mother. Humph. This wicked woman wishes to witness the villain's mother's humiliation. I shall turn her into the joke instead. Wen Nuannuan politely inquired with a smile. Would you like some water? Wang Meiyu leisurely examined her freshly done nails, responding with a disdainful hum. As Wen Nuannuan poured the tea, her hand trembled, spilling the hot water all over Wang Meiyu's attire. Startled and scalded, Wang Meiyu let out a shriek and stood up. You little wretch, what are you doing? Do you have any idea how expensive this dress is? Of course, I know. I also know that you specifically chose this yellow dress to meet the villainous father. I will ensure you do not get what you desire. I have a penchant for cleanliness and cannot abide dirt. Wang Meiyu's expression darkened as she reached out with her crimson nails, intending to slap Wen Nuannuan. Meiyu, why are you standing? Liu Yuhua, who had been a witness to the entire scene, interjected just in time. Wang Meiyu had no choice but to point at Wen Nuannuan, her tone filled with feigned grievance. Yuhua, I was sitting quietly, and your maid just poured hot tea all over me. At her age, still pretending to be a young girl playing the green tea act, it's unbearable. She feels like she might throw up. Liu Yuhua nearly burst into laughter but cleared her throat and said, Nuannuan is considerate. Knowing I cannot tolerate dirt, she was merely helping you clean up. You should express your gratitude. Liu Yuhua calmly sat down, regarding Wang Meiyu with an expression that conveyed her disapproval of Wang Meiyu's lack of gratitude. Wang Meiyu clenched her fists tightly, her red nails digging into her palm, and only the sting of pain held her back from exploding. She feigned composure and said, My husband mentioned that the project has been approved. All that remains is your signature. As Wang Meiyu bent down to retrieve the contract, she inadvertently cast a glance at Liu Yuhua, her eyes filled with deep loathing. Once I secure the funds, Wen Jinyang will be begging to marry me. Then let us see how arrogant you remain. All of this was witnessed by Wen Nuannuan. You have quite the imagination, thinking the villain's father would marry you? Humph. As long as I am here, you shall not swindle a single penny from the villain's mother. Wang Meiyu threw the documents onto the table. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Nuannuan jostled the table, spilling the remainder of the tea over the contract paper without a drop wasted. Wang Meiyu, with an air of authority, commanded, You little wretch, clean this up immediately. Liu Yuhua's expression turned icy. Wang Meiyu, have you forgotten the etiquette you learned? Wang Meiyu was momentarily daunted by Liu Yuhua's gaze, rendering her speechless. Wen Nuannuan took advantage of the moment to pour the remaining hot tea onto the paper, even giving it a vigorous massage. By the time Wang Meiyu regained her senses, the contract was utterly ruined, rendering the text completely illegible. Her face flushed crimson as she glared at Liu Yuhua and questioned, Liu Yuhua, is this how you treat your guests? I have worked hard to secure this project for you, and you allow your maid to humiliate me like this? Liu Yuhua stared directly at Wang Meiyu, causing her to feel guilty. Nuannuan is my daughter, eagerly pouring you tea, yet you refer to her as a little wretch. Have you come to my home as a guest, or are you here to provoke and witness my misfortune? The final statement exposed Wang Meiyu's true intentions. Though she felt defeated, she suppressed her frustration for the sake of her goals and feigned innocence, explaining, Yuhua, what are you saying? After all these years of friendship, how could I possibly find amusement in your misfortunes? I genuinely did not realize when Lin's adopted daughter became your daughter. Now you know, Liu Yuhua replied. You have been at home for so long, rarely participating in our social gatherings. There are some things you might not be aware of. I was merely concerned for you, which is why I reacted so strongly. Wang Meiyu looked at Liu Yuhua, her expression one of feigned misunderstanding. Chapter 7. The villainous mother's retribution against the disloyal friend. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuhua's expression softened somewhat. Meiyu, you need not concern yourself so much with this small contract worth several billion. Several billion. Wang Meiyu rolled her eyes, thinking it was easy to speak when one was not financially burdened. Lu Yuhua pretended not to notice Wang Meiyu's reaction and continued. My husband has a project worth several trillion that has yet to find a suitable candidate. Given our long-standing friendship, I recommended your husband. What? ISNT that practically handing over the family fortune to these fraudulent couple? Villainous mother, have you lost your senses? As Wen Nuannuan opened her mouth to protest, she caught Lu Yuhua winking at her. Is there a new development? Wang Meiyu, however, was oblivious, as Lu Yuhua was foolishly generous and readily compliant to her whims. Instantly, her expression shifted from anger to a smile. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I misjudged the situation, and didn't he even prepare a red envelope for the child? Wang Meiyu looked at Wen Nuannuan, who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yuhua. Unable to hide her disdain, yet she forced a smile and said, I was in a hurry and forgot the red envelope. This bracelet was a gift from Yuhua when she was younger. Please accept it, do not refuse it. Wen Nuannuan happily accepted it. Wang Meiyu truly lacks appreciation. She has worn this bracelet for years without realizing it hasn't broken. She had always assumed the villainous mother intended to insult her by giving her an unwanted bracelet. Lu Yuhua gazed at the jade bracelet set in gold thread and couldn't help but recall how Wang Meiyu had been undervalued by the Wang family due to their preference for males, never able to present a decent piece of jewelry at events. In order to alleviate Wang Meiyu's burden, Lu Yuhua had falsely claimed the exquisite jade bracelet was damaged and thus adorned with gold threads. In retrospect, it was truly laughable. Yuhua, such a significant project must surely attract numerous competitors. We should finalize the contract quickly to secure our position, not even pretending to conceal it. Upon hearing Wen Nuannuan's critique, Lu Yuhua patted her hand, smiling as she replied, Of course, but given the magnitude of this several trillion project, the collaborating companies will certainly require thorough vetting. Wang Meiyu's body stiffened. Her husband's company was a fraud. If they conducted a background check, it would be disastrous. However, given their long-standing friendship, she thought it would suffice to have her husband merely go through the motions. The moment she heard Wen Jinyang would visit the company, Wang Meiyu's eyes lit up. Lu Yuhua noticed the affection in Wang Meiyu's gaze, feeling utterly unblind. But you know that Zhuosher Group is a publicly listed company. Your documents must be in order so that outsiders have no leverage against us, enabling a smooth collaboration. Alright, I'll call old Zhao to get everything ready. Let us act swiftly and finalize it. Wang Meiyu exclaimed, her joy genuine. This was far better than merely deceiving Lu Yuhua for a guarantee. As long as the collaboration was secured, the funds would be in her hands, and she need not fear Wen Jinyang disregarding her. The more Wen Nuannuan listened, the more perplexed she became. While she had limited exposure to large projects, none operated in such a manner. Suddenly, she exchanged knowing glances with Lu Yuhua. Lu Yuhua patted her hand. The child truly shared a deep understanding with her. They both watched as Wang Meiyu, undeterred, made a phone call. Once the exact time was confirmed, Wang Meiyu hurriedly departed. For Wang Meiyu, the most pressing matter was to swiftly organize the company documents so that she could soon become Mrs. Wen. Out they came. Wen Nuannuan curiously glanced around, only to see the villainous father emerging humbly, followed by Wen Anting, Wen Mingxi, Wen Wuling, and Wen Moyu. They could no longer remain seated upon hearing Wang Meiyu's secret affection for the villainous father, especially after they heard their father mention that their mother would handle Wang Meiyu herself, growing increasingly worried about her well-being. Wen Wuling shamelessly pushed Wen Moyu, who was caught completely off guard, and stumbled to the front. He could only chuckle nervously and say, Would you like some fruit? Zhang Ma mentioned that the melons bought today are particularly fresh. Would you care to try? Lu Yuhua gazed tenderly at Wen Nuannuan and inquired, Nuannuan, would you like to taste some? Nuannuan nodded in agreement. Eating more fruit is beneficial for health. It would be just the remedy to help the villainous mother detoxify. Upon hearing this, Wen Jinyang quickly seized the opportunity and personally brought the fruit over. Dear, you must try this. The melon is exceptionally sweet. Lu Yuhua shot him a sidelong glance, silently vowing to settle the score with him later. You all should have some too. The Wen brothers quietly sat at the side, indulging in the fruit. Now that you are all present, I expect you to clear your schedules for this weekend. None of you are permitted to miss Nuannuan's recognition banquet. The Wen brothers, along with Wen Nuannuan, were taken aback and raised their heads in astonishment. Is the villainous mother experiencing a mental breakdown due to stress? Why is the villainous fourth brother looking at me? I haven't uttered a word. Lu Yuhua shot a glare at Wen Nuannuan before turning her gaze back to Wen Nuannuan with a gentle expression. Nuannuan, you are such a good child. Our Wen family cannot let you suffer unjustly because of the rumors of surrogacy. Auntie wishes to acknowledge you as my daughter, and we shall hold a recognition banquet, so that no one dares to speak ill. Wen Nuannuan, unable to contain himself any longer, protested. Mom, she hails from the Lin family. Who knows what the Lin family has instructed her to do? Fourth brother, as a police officer. Do you really think the Lin family would dare to publicly tarnish her reputation if they were truly manipulating her? Mom, that's not how things are. When Mingxi intervened, while you are not wrong, we must also respect Miss Wen's wishes. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. This habitual gesture appeared to Wen Nuannuan as a threatening maneuver. The villainous second brother is quite intimidating. Is this an overt threat? How should she respond? Can she consult Baidu first? Lu Yuhua shot a glance at Wen Mingxi. Ha ha ha, Wen Wuling couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing the laughter, Wen Nuannuan joined in, recalling how the first and second brothers together were like the dual forces of black and white, instilling fear in everyone. As children, their sister often cried in fright at their antics. Contemplating this, Wen Wuling cast a complex gaze towards Wen Nuannuan, though his expression soon returned to normal. A chilling aura enveloped Wen Mingxi as he glared sternly at the two. They exchanged knowing glances and cleared their throats, maintaining their silence. When Jinyang broke the tense atmosphere, declaring, "All right, I will take charge today. The decision to adopt Nuannuan as our daughter is finalized. From now on, Nuannuan will be your sister. And you must treat her well, especially you, fourth brother." Wen Nuannuan, being singled out, huffed in defiance. "I agree." For the first time, the usually silent eldest brother, Wen Nuannuan, spoke up. Casting a glance at his brothers, he continued nonchalantly, "However, Nuannuan appears frail and unwell. It would be prudent to have her thoroughly examined before we hold the recognition banquet." Chapter 8. The Fake Medical Disturbance and the Slap in the Face. Upon hearing Wen Anting's words, Lu Yuhua unconsciously nodded in agreement. With Nuannuan looking pale and weak, even a gust of wind could topple her. Restoring her health is of utmost importance. The eldest is right, Lu Yuhua affirmed, gripping Wen Nuannuan's hand. "Nuannuan, let's ensure a comprehensive examination first. Once we confirm your health, we can proceed with the recognition banquet, all right?" "Absolutely." Wen Nuannuan eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. 100% in agreement. Just as Wen Mingxi was about to push his glasses up, he recalled Wen Nuannuan's earlier remarks and stifled the action. The sooner the examination, the better. "Shall we schedule it for tomorrow?" Wen Mingxi surveyed the room, noting no objections, even from Wen Nuannuan, before addressing Lu Yuhua. "I will arrange for the most experienced specialists to conduct the examination." With Lu Yuhua's worries slightly alleviated, she spoke softly to Wen Nuannuan. "Nuannuan, yesterday was rather rushed, and you had to stay in a modest guest room." As she spoke, she took Wen Nuannuan's hand and stood up. "The princess room I prepared for you is all set. Let us go take a look and see if anything is missing." Was 100 square meters considered modest? How extravagant will the princess room be? It wouldn't be all pink, would it? Lu Yuhua's eyes sparkled with joy, narrowing into a thin line as she exclaimed, "It's all pink. I was worried you might not like it, but it seems we share the same taste."
Ha ha ha.
When Nuannuan offered an awkward smile, the 5 Wen men watched the receding figures, lost in contemplation. When Moyu's expression darkened, the all-pink princess room belonged to his sister. How could this unclear woman claim his sister's room? If his sister returned to find her room occupied by an impostor, how heartbroken would she be? Wen Wuling's expression turned grim in agreement. Wen Jinyang had also considered this, although his daughter's image lingered as a soft, little pink bundle. The thought of her suffering filled him with a burning pain. "Third and fourth brothers, I understand your feelings," Wen Jinyang said, observing the long-lost smile on his wife's face. "You have always remembered your sister, and that brings me solace. But look, ever since your sister went missing, Yuhua has never been this happy." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. When Mingxi broke the quiet first, "If Nuannuan can bring joy to Mom, then having another sister is acceptable. However, just to be safe, I will also conduct a DNA test during the examination." Wen Jinyang nodded slightly in agreement. The other Wen brothers exchanged knowing glances, silently approving Wen Mingxi's suggestion. The following morning, Lu Yuhua reluctantly bid farewell to Wen Nuannuan. Initially, she intended to accompany her to the hospital, But when Mingxi's remark about the crowded hospital being prone to gossip and scandal forced her to relent, repeatedly reminding Wen Nuannuan to report her safety 3 times a day. Until finally, she was held back by Wen Jinyang. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Mingxi barely managed to get into the car, setting off for the hospital. The sleek black Maybach came to a gentle halt in front of the hospital entrance.
Host.
Wake up quickly. It's time to eat some melon. Due to the early hour, a groggy Wen Nuannuan struggled to open her eyes. A striking crimson banner abruptly obstructed the hospital entrance. Several individuals clad in white mourning attire sat on the ground, weeping profusely. The loudest cries came from a man holding a black and white photograph. Isn't this hospital supposed to be the best in Kyoto? Did they mismanage to the point of causing death? Wen Mingxi, already irritable, felt a pounding in his temples. Listening to the incessant beeping from his phone, he was about to exit the vehicle when he heard Wen Nuannuan's sarcastic remark. Oh, I see. That man wailing so loudly is clearly hired to mourn. Is hiring mourners really that expensive now? 100,000 per person? They must be desperate for money. Even using their own grandfather's photo, he must be furious watching them from above. Wen Mingxi's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at Wen Nuannuan. Hadn't his third uncle said that the old man had already passed upon arrival at the hospital, and that the family was causing a scene daily for compensation? Wen Mingxi retracted his hand from the car door. No way. Are these people hired by my third uncle? What could he possibly gain from this? Being the deputy director of the hospital? Wen Mingxi's expression shifted dramatically. So, it was indeed his uncle who had hired them. They are likely upset that Wen Mingxi, so young, ascended to the position of director, while he himself toiled for years only to remain a deputy. Uncle Wen is exceedingly clever, employing the cousin of his sister-in-law's nephew to handle this matter. Who could possibly suspect him? Wen Mingxi's expression suddenly turned icy, realizing that Uncle Wen was well prepared and had orchestrated everything meticulously. Heavens! Could it be true? Wen Mingxi, you might as well finish your thought in one breath. It turns out that this cousin of my sister-in-law's nephew is having an affair with Uncle Wen's wife, which is why she entrusted her brother with this task. Isn't that leaving evidence against her own husband? This cousin is rather perverse, enjoying recording their illicit encounters. Let me see, yuck. Wen Mingxi disdainfully shifted away from the car window. She must take her for an eye examination right away to cleanse her vision. At that moment, a group of agitated individuals spotted Wen Mingxi's vehicle. The leader signaled to the others and they rushed over, surrounding Wen Mingxi's car while hurling insults. You heartless dog, Dean. You've caused my father's death, and now you hide in your car like a coward. Oh, my poor father. How you suffered in your final moments.
Dean.
Return my father's life. The bystanders angrily reproached. What kind of Dean are you, hiding away after causing someone's father's demise?
Indeed.
A young Dean must have powerful connections behind him. Alas, what a tragic plight for this father and son. Just then, the black car door swung open. When Mingxi stepped out, standing tall amidst the crowd, phone in hand, her expression serene, the tailored suit accentuated her stature. Old man, is this your son? The man who had just been wailing in despair abruptly looked up, astonished, at the person on the other end of the phone. Trembling in fear, he dropped the photo he had been holding, stammering, Dad? How come? When Mingxi thoughtfully activated the speakerphone, and a resounding voice erupted from the device. You little brat, wishing for my death, are you? Just wait there while I come over and beat you to a pulp. The onlookers realized they had been deceived and began furiously rebuking the group. The tardy security swiftly dispersed the crowd, and ultimately, the individuals left in disgrace, escorted away by the police. Chapter 9. A hospital full of scandals. After the crowd dispersed, Wen Nuannuan followed Wen Mingxi into the hospital. Host. So many scandals. Which one should we tackle first? Wen Nuannuan ambled slowly, fearful of missing any juicy gossip. Although Wen Mingxi was not fond of such trivial matters, the enormity of the medical disputes and the lack of response from the hospital administration suggested significant issues at play, coupled with the unresolved matters concerning his uncle. Thus, Wen Mingxi deliberately slowed his pace, hoping to glean valuable information.
Wow.
Let us eavesdrop on what the nurses are gossiping about.
What?
This man has impeccable time management. He brought one girl for a prenatal checkup in the morning, and another for an abortion in the afternoon. At 70, he still behaves inappropriately with the nurses. And his wife even accuses them of seducing him. Truly, some people need to look in the mirror to recognize their own shortcomings. Oh my, no way. This beautiful nurse is moonlighting as a hostess and even offering companionship? Is the competition in this hospital that fierce? This doctor, who appears so refined, is leading the mockery of his colleagues while tampering with an asthmatic patient's life-saving medication. Oh dear. No wonder they act so brazenly. It turns out Uncle Wen is their benefactor. When Mingxi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. The head of the finance department is actually Uncle Wen's first love. What? And she bore him a son. No wonder they have been secretly siphoning funds from the hospital. Uncle Wen must be envious of the antagonist's family, which is filled with sons, while he only has a daughter. Now that he finally has a son, he is determined to pave the way for him. Wait, seriously? Their minds are so wicked. The antagonist's second brother, a benevolent doctor, was framed by Uncle Wen's family and died from AIDS. Wen Nuannuan cast a sympathetic glance at the tall, strikingly handsome second brother of the antagonist. Wen Mingxi, usually calm and composed, felt his temper flare due to Wen Nuannuan's gaze. He hadn't expected Uncle Wen to be so greedy. In that case, he would play along. Regardless, it was not up to a mere little potato to pity him. When Mingxi pressed his lips together, his brows furrowing, his tone slightly impatient. The elevator has arrived. Wen Nuannuan gazed at Wen Mingxi, with eyes full of sympathy, following him into the elevator. What a pity for such a handsome guy. Wen Mingxi's chest heaved, struggling to suppress the agitation within. Thankfully, the elevator obediently opened its doors. At that moment, a woman adorned with exquisite makeup rushed toward Wen Mingxi in black stilettos. Wen Nuannuan was caught off guard and enveloped by an overwhelming scent, sneezing several times before she regained her composure and recognized the woman. With cascading waves of hair and a chic blouse tucked into a fitted skirt, her curves were perfectly accentuated. Brother Ming, are you alright? I heard you were surrounded.
I was so worried about you.
Are you alright, big sister? Wen Nuannuan shivered, feeling a chill run down her spine. The second brother of the antagonist has such unique taste. When Mingxi stepped back, creating distance, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. When Shanshan, this is a hospital. And it's working hours. Need I remind you to focus on your duties? When Shanshan pouted, displeased. Brother Ming, they said many people were surrounding you. I was just concerned for your safety. Why do you treat me with such disdain? Sister, if you keep talking, I might just develop an internal injury. Wen Mingxi ignored Wen Shanshan, turning to Wen Nuannuan. The patient rooms are over there, let me take you. Wen Shanshan, as though struck by lightning, stared incredulously at the plain little potato next to him. Brother Ming, who is she? Why are you personally escorting her to the VIP ward? Do you like her? Wen Mingxi scoffed coldly. Wen Shanshan, this is a hospital, not a place for your antics. Mind your words and actions. Oh dear, she is clearly jealous. The second brother of the antagonist truly lacks romantic insight. She is Wen Mingxi's cousin. What kind of cliché plot is this? So Uncle Wen and Wen Mingxi's family share the same great-grandfather. They are relatives, albeit distant. There's more drama. Wen Shanshan is not even Uncle Wen's biological daughter. Could she be the daughter of that cousin of my sister-in-law's nephew?
Indeed.
Uncle Wen's family is a tangled web of relationships. How thrilling! Wen Mingxi froze, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Brother Ming, then who is she? Wen Shanshan relentlessly tugged at Wen Mingxi's sleeve, demanding answers. She was eager to discover who dared to encroach upon her brother Ming's affections. Wen Nuannuan blinked, surprised that Wen Shanshan was so transparent about her feelings, leaving no doubt about her crush on her cousin. Alas, since the antagonist's mother treated her so kindly, she would lend a helping hand to the second brother of the antagonist. Dean Wen, is this your girlfriend? My memory. Director, Wen's surname is Wen. And yours is also Wen. You must be Director Wen's sister, right? Wen Shanshan's expression shifted dramatically. She despised being referred to as Wen Mingxi's sister. Yet she found herself unable to refute it. Wen Mingxi understood, his voice calm and detached. Wen Shanshan is my cousin. Upon hearing the term cousin, Wen Shanshan bit her lip, casting a resentful glare at Wen Nuannuan. Cousin? They are clearly not blood relatives within 3 generations. The law permits marriage. Wen Nuannuan pretended not to notice the murderous look in Wen Shanshan's eyes, cheerfully engaging her. A relative of Director Wen. Are you here for a medical consultation as well? From now on, we shall be comrades in illness, looking out for one another. You're the one with an ailment. Your entire family is afflicted. Wen Shanshan's face turned pale as she forcefully swatted away Wen Nuannuan's outstretched hand. Oh, dear. My hand. Wen Nuannuan, cradling her hand, sank to the floor, sobbing dramatically. Wah, it's all swollen. Could it be that my hand is broken? Her wails drew the attention of those around them. Observing the onlookers, Wen Nuannuan's face flushed crimson as she barked at them. What are you staring at? Get back to work. Beware, or I shall dock your wages. The surrounding staff, recognizing Wen Nuannuan's authority, hurriedly departed with disapproving expressions. Hearing her haughty remarks and the familiar reactions of the people around them, Wen Mingxi stood behind Wen Nuannuan, his demeanor dark and oppressive. Dr. Wen, as a physician, you do not possess the authority to deduct wages. Chapter 10. Such swiftness in retaliation. Brother Ming, I merely spoke out of turn. After all, she is feigning illness. I suspect she is just causing trouble. We ought to expel her swiftly. Wen Nuannuan trembled under Wen Mingxi's sudden intensity and quickly clarified, Dr. Wen, is this how you treat patients, with such irresponsibility? It would be best for you to take a leave of absence and reflect upon your conduct. Wen Nuannuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Wen Mingxi. For the sake of an unknown troublemaker, he was willing to punish her with a leave of absence. Brother Ming, you would rather believe a troublemaker than trust me? Wen Mingxi had always harbored doubts about Wen Nuannuan's conduct at the hospital. Yet her evaluations had consistently been favorable, thanks in no small part to their uncle. Since Wen Nuannuan had provided him with an opportunity, Wen Mingxi seized it. Given your dissatisfaction, the hospital will conduct a thorough investigation. If all is well, you may naturally return to your position. Wen Nuannuan bit her lip, her complexion oscillating between crimson and pale. Watching Wen Mingxi turn away without a hint of reluctance, leading Wen Nuannuan away, she fixated on Wen Nuannuan's retreating figure. A surge of jealousy and indignation swelling within her. It is all because of that wretched girl, who made her lose face before Brother Ming. Just wait. I shall deal with you. Host. You must be cautious. Wen Nuannuan is plotting her revenge against you. What? Why would she seek vengeance against me? It was clearly the villainous second brother who caused her suspension. What does it have to do with me? System. Wen Nuannuan is envious of you. Envious of me? Indeed. Wen Nuannuan harbors a fierce jealousy. She even went so far as to deceive Wen Nuannuan and abandon her in the mountains to monopolize the affection of the villainous second brother. I should keep my distance from him. But wait, Wen Nuannuan is only in her 20s. She was a child herself back then. How did she manage that? Moreover, wasn't it Wang Meiyu who discarded Wen Nuannuan? I must investigate this matter thoroughly.
Oh,
I thought so. A mere child could not possibly orchestrate such cunning. It turns out that Wang Meiyu and Uncle Wen are cut from the same cloth, both disdaining the Wen family's prosperity and happiness, and thus they conspired together. What a meticulous plan. Uncle Wen first had the driver deliver goods to the Wen family, then Wen Nuannuan lured Wen Nuannuan out under pretenses, while Wang Meiyu deleted the surveillance footage at the Wen household. Even with surveillance, who would suspect a child of being a human trafficker? This truly is the darkness beneath the lamp. Wen Mingxi halted, his gaze icy and his clenched fists tightening at his sides. How could they be so trusting of Uncle Wen and Wang Meiyu? They dared to abandon his beloved sister in the depths of the mountains. They wished for her demise. And there is something even more outrageous. Uncle Wen and Wang Meiyu, in order to swindle money, deliberately sought someone to impersonate the Wen family's daughter for identification. They wouldn't just find anyone. It seems Uncle Wen has taken a liking to her. Upon hearing this, Wen Mingxi arranged for a nurse to care for Wen Nuannuan and left the VIP room, his expression grave as he made his way to the director's office. Wen Nuannuan reclined on a plush leather sofa, thoroughly engrossed in the program displayed on the enormous screen, momentarily mistaking her surroundings for a 5-star hotel. Before departing, the nurse kindly reminded her, the examination will take place shortly. I will come to inform you. If you need anything, just ring the bell for me. Wen Nuannuan beamed, displaying her bright smile. All right. Previously a mere cog in the corporate machine, she had never experienced such luxurious treatment. Although the villainous second brother's demeanor was somewhat sour, his character was genuinely commendable. Reaching into her pocket, she produced the black card he had given her. Moreover, he was generous. While he did not particularly favor her, he certainly did not stint on finances. No wonder everyone had their sights set on him. Host. Are you aware that Wen Mingxi has been framed and infected with AIDS? Host, I am merely a bystander in this situation. What use are you to me? Host, don't say that. While I may not be able to assist you directly, the marketplace may offer something beneficial. Just gather more points, and you will surely find something helpful. Wen Nuannuan felt overwhelmed by the incessant chatter. How many points do I have now? Host, you currently possess 320 points. It seems her efforts this morning were not in vain. With such an abundance of points, she could purchase several items. Host. Would you like to access the marketplace now? Open it. Open it. Wen Nuannuan rubbed her hands in excitement. It was her first time entering the legendary marketplace, and she was eager to explore and broaden her horizons. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a minute of silence, Wen Nuannuan finally erupted. Is this it? 25 points for a pack of tissues. 80 points for a mug. 300 points for a blue pattern cotton and linen scarf. The prices are outrageous. I might as well use the black card given by the villainous second brother. Host, hurry and redeem. Why are you just standing there? Why not just steal the points instead? A mug costs 80 points. Host, that is no ordinary mug. It is intricately designed. Stop with the incessant chatter. The system broke into a cold sweat, having received numerous complaints about the marketplace prices. This host was the most gentle it had encountered, merely expressing her frustration. Host, remain calm. Look, isn't this something that could assist you? Wen Nuannuan exhaled deeply, focusing her gaze. Rebound card. When activated within 24 hours, any attack received will be reflected back upon the attacker. Heart voice card. When activated within 24 hours, enables the user to hear the thoughts of everyone within a 100-meter radius. Health card. The user regains health within 24 hours. The marketplace does indeed hold some utility. If the villainous family remains healthy, then she can indulge in her own pleasures as well. 888. 1888. 2888. Wen Nuannuan rubbed her eyes and looked again. 888. 1888. 2888. Host. You must stop this incessant chatter. The system hurriedly muted its auditory functions, seeking to avoid further calamity. She had long declared that the pricing was unreasonable. And yet, it was she who ultimately faced the brunt of the criticism. Miss Wen, it is time for your medication. A cold, harsh voice interrupted Wen Nuannuan. She was simply there for a checkup. Why would she need to take medication? As her confusion deepened, she noticed the newcomer clad in an ill-fitting nurse's uniform. A nurse's cap haphazardly perched atop her formerly cascading waves of hair, and even her black high heels had not been exchanged. Such poor acting left Wen Nuannuan exasperated. It was indeed difficult to assess. After all, when Shanshan had vowed revenge and had acted swiftly, her decisiveness was commendable. Yet, one might have hoped she would at least disguise her intentions more convincingly, perhaps inquire about the reason for her visit. Host, you are truly misjudging her. Not only did Wen Shanshan dismiss the nurse, but she also meticulously perused the medical records, even arriving precisely at the time indicated for medication delivery. However, she does not know your name. She only knows you are a patient, thus mistaking the depressed individual from the adjacent room for you. Chapter 11. The live stream of the Green Tea BTCH going mad. Upon hearing this, Wen Nuannuan found it difficult to expose her. After all, someone was willing to invest so much time on her behalf. She casually gestured, let us just leave that for now. When Shanshan rolled her eyes, the outfit was already uncomfortable, and with the mask on, it was even worse. Now this little potato was being disobedient, and she gritted her teeth. Forcing down her irritation, these medications must be taken on time. At that moment, Wen Nuannuan noticed her phone screen flickering incessantly. It was a video call from her antagonist's mother, who spoke urgently. I understand. I will take it on time. You can step out for now. On the other end, Lu Yuhua, looking somewhat troubled, asked the person beside her. Bai Wen, is it serious to start medication right after a checkup? A middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed in a professional suit, smiled reassuringly. You're overthinking it. Some tests require specific medications to be taken beforehand. Once the report is out, please have Mingxi send me a copy for a detailed review. That should set your mind at ease. With your expertise, I am certainly at ease. Lu Yuhua sighed in relief. When Shanshan gradually tightened her grip on the cart handle, a wave of indignation washing over her as she gritted her teeth. These medications are to be taken at 10 o'clock, and it is already 10 o'clock. They must be taken now. Truly, the antagonist's mother is still waiting for me. Wen Nuannuan, initially intending to greet Lu Yuhua, had no choice but to look up and say, yes, I understand. I said I would take it on time. Now you can leave. Again with this phrase. When Shanshan was instantly enraged, her tone shifting to one of hostility. You need to take your medication. Why are there so many questions? Hurry, and come take your medication. When Nuannuan's expression changed slightly as she questioned, what is this tone? Be careful, or I will file a complaint against you. When Shanshan, infuriated, laughed mockingly. Who would believe a patient with depression? Huh, You, a patient with depression, no one would entertain your complaint. They would merely think you've lost your mind and refuse to take your medication. Wen Shanshan dropped the pretense entirely, advancing towards Wen Nuannuan with the medication in hand. I will ensure you take your medication, and let us see if you dare refuse next time. This woman, if gentle persuasion fails, resorts to force. I truly underestimated her physical prowess from cleaning duties. As Wen Nuannuan saw the advancing figure, she swiftly bent down and turned 180 degrees, successfully evading the advance. Conversely, Wen Shanshan, in her towering heels, lost her balance and fell flat on her face. Snap! Wen Nuannuan, ever so considerate, captured this rare sight on her phone. How splendid! You managed to achieve such a challenging pose. I shall certainly share this with Director Wen for her enjoyment. Fuming, Wen Shanshan yanked off her obstructive hat and mask. Struggling to rise. You better delete that. Oh, not pretending anymore? Allow me to assist you. Oh, aren't you that doctor who was just suspended? What brings you to my ward? Wen Nuannuan exaggeratedly widened her eyes, feigning terror as she gazed at Wen Shanshan. We were merely acting, helping you regain your sense of reality. He wishes to assist you, and so do I. I simply want you to take your medication. Once you do, your suffering will cease. Come now, take your medication. Wen Nuannuan blinked her moist, innocent eyes, asking sweetly, was that acting just now? Wen Shanshan forced a pitiful smile, nodding as she continued to coax. Yes, we all wish to help you. Just take this medication, and you will no longer suffer. Quickly, come take your medication. Wen Nuannuan gazed at Wen Shanshan, cautiously extending her palm. Wen Shanshan placed the medication into Wen Nuannuan's hand, softly cooing. Good child. Once you take it, we will no longer suffer. Wen Nuannuan nodded, her hand slowly moving toward her mouth. Suddenly, she turned and shook the medication in her hand. I think I should consult Director Wen about this medicine before taking it. Wen Shanshan's face contorted as her voice involuntarily sharpened. You shameless little wretch. How dare you deceive me? Wen Nuannuan stuck her tongue out at Wen Shanshan, swiftly opening the door and darting outside. The startled Wen Shanshan, in her high heels, hurriedly pursued. She couldn't let that little wretch seek out Brother Ming. Otherwise, it would be over for her. Help! A mental patient is escaping. Quickly apprehend her. Help! A mental patient is escaping. Quickly apprehend her. Surrounding individuals were drawn to Wen Shanshan's cries. A nearby nurse curiously inquired, when did we admit a mental patient to the VIP ward? Everyone shook their heads in unison.
Bam!
Wen Nuannuan held her throbbing forehead, realizing she had been so focused on recording Wen Shanshan's meltdown that she neglected to watch where she was going. How careless of her. Nuannuan, what's wrong? Don't be afraid. Mother has already notified the second one. He will be here shortly. Wen Nuannuan's mother, Lu Yuhua, suddenly stood up, anxiously calling out, oblivious to her change in address.
Me fine.
Wen Nuannuan picked up her phone, ready to explain. Lu Yuhua's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled back down. I'm so sorry. I didn't see clearly. Let me take you to the office for an examination. Wen Nuannuan rubbed her forehead, gazing at the man before her, clad in a white coat, his refined aura unmistakable. Isn't this the poor doctor who was bullied after having his medication switched? He is so kind. He might as well help her out, considering it a good deed. Before Wen Nuannuan could speak, she noticed Wen Shanshan chasing after her. With hands on her hips, panting heavily, Wen Shanshan directed the doctor in the white coat, Zhao Juncheng, quickly restrain her. She is a mental patient. Don't let her escape. Zhao Juncheng, being directly named, furrowed his brow and firmly explained, Director Wen, as doctors, we cannot disclose patient privacy without consent. Most importantly, we must respect our patients. You must not. Be quiet. Do you still want to work in this hospital? I told you to catch her. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Wen Shanshan approached with an ashen face. Wen Nuannuan sympathetically patted the poor Zhao Juncheng on the shoulder. He was a good doctor. She gestured for him to step back, lest the conflict escalate to him. Taking a deep breath, Wen Nuannuan shouted, help. Someone is impersonating a nurse and attempting murder. Wen Shanshan halted, panic-stricken as she noticed more and more people gathering around. She quickened her pace towards Wen Nuannuan, nearing her capture, only for Wen Nuannuan to cunningly evade. Wen Shanshan, nearly frenzied, chased after Wen Nuannuan, shouting, silence. She is the mental patient. I am the doctor. Quickly help me catch her. If you are a doctor, why are you dressed in a nurse's uniform and heavily made up? You hardly resemble a physician. Wen Nuannuan deftly slipped behind the crowd, blinking her innocent eyes as she spoke. The onlookers nodded in agreement, condemning. Exactly. What doctor dresses like you, with disheveled hair? Clearly, you are a runaway. Hello. Is this 110? We have a mental patient on the loose. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, a resonant voice rang out. Fear not, for the Vice Dean has arrived. Chapter 12. Everyone fell for his devious words. The boisterous crowd was swiftly dispersed by security personnel, some of whom rudely snatched away phones. It wasn't long before the atmosphere was forcibly subdued. Then, a seasoned voice, laden with authority, proclaimed, Everyone, please remain calm. Our hospital will thoroughly investigate the matter and provide a satisfactory explanation. That cunning fox, Uncle Wen, with such a composed demeanor. It's no wonder the antagonists were ensnared by his deceit. When Shanshan, with disdain, adjusted her ill-fitting nurse's uniform and pointed at Wen Nuannuan, hastily interjecting, Vice Dean Wen, this patient has escaped, and for the safety of everyone in the hospital, I must retrieve her. Unfortunately, I have been misunderstood. The Vice Dean sighed gravely, feigning reprimand. This is unacceptable. While considering the hospital and everyone's safety, you must promptly inform the security department to prevent such panic. Upon hearing this, the crowd recoiled, fearfully eyeing Wen Nuannuan. The brave brother, who had just defended her now stood a good 3 steps away. Was this girl truly mentally ill? Was she not donning a patient garb? Surely, she had just escaped without time to change. Wen Nuannuan silently lamented. Experience triumphs over youth. Even she almost believed she was unwell. When Shanshan cast a triumphant glance at Wen Nuannuan, then quickly feigned remorse. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Junsheng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wen Nuannuan, asserting firmly, Vice Dean Wen, she is not a mental patient. For safety reasons, our psychiatric department is specifically located in the coastal area. The implication was clear. If Wen Nuannuan were truly a mental patient, she would not recklessly wander into their midst. A few in the crowd began to connect the dots. Indeed, the Kyoto-affiliated psychiatric hospital was exclusively for the treatment of mental illnesses. That's right. My second uncle's son struggled with obsessive-compulsive disorder and couldn't even secure an appointment there. He had to go to the coastal hospital. The crowd, feeling duped, turned their ire towards the Vice Dean. The Vice Dean's face darkened upon hearing Zhao Junsheng's words, but having weathered many storms, he quickly regained composure and lamented, Zhao Junsheng, the hospital has suspended you for plagiarizing a colleague's paper, hoping to give you a chance. Yet, you have the audacity to betray your innocent colleagues. You have truly disappointed me. The onlookers, witnessing the Vice Dean's feigned sorrow, unreservedly accepted his narrative and turned to condemn Zhao Junsheng. When Nuannuan had to concede that Uncle Wen would have made a fine actor. Observing the poor doctor being besieged, her face ashen, it seemed she would have to rely on herself. Vice Dean Wen, you cannot malign an innocent doctor based solely on your daughter's words. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Daughter? Could she be the woman clad in a nurse's uniform? The Vice Dean's expression shifted uneasily. Just as the situation seemed to be contained, this unknown girl's words had revived it. His smile remained, but a malevolent glint shadowed his eyes as he spoke, his tone dripping with venom. This patient, like most, may have some psychological issues. There is no shame in confronting them. We, as doctors, only wish to treat you promptly. When Nuannuan nodded vigorously, almost bursting into applause, fervently agreeing, Vice Dean Wen is correct. This Dr. Wen, or rather, you should be addressed as Ms. Wen Shanshan since you have been suspended. Must know my name and my ailment, right? The public humiliation ignited a flush of rage on Wen Shanshan's face as she stepped forward, poised to slap Wen Nuannuan. The Vice Dean's expression darkened instantly, and he swiftly pulled Wen Shanshan back beside him. This patient's delusions are symptoms common among mental patients. Rest assured, we have not received any documents regarding Dr. Wen's suspension. You can proceed with your treatment without worry. Oh, Dr. Wen specializes in psychology and can treat mental illnesses? Wen Shanshan attempted to argue further, but was silenced by a threatening glare from the Vice Dean. Mental illnesses are inherently complex. For effective treatment, we typically conduct multidisciplinary consultations. The psychiatric department often collaborates with psychologists. When Nuannuan feigned enlightenment, curiously inquiring, since Dr. Wen is such a diligent physician, surely she knows my name and my diagnosis, right? The Vice Dean's demeanor softened considerably, although his daughter's character was lacking. Being a graduate of an Ivy League institution, remembering a patient's case should pose no challenge. Dr. Wen, gaining the patient's trust is crucial. The vice dean made his point exceedingly clear, urging her to speak up to resolve the trust issue. When Shanshan, feeling defiant, pursed her lips, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of her mouth, she had not misspoken. As the medical record clearly indicated that the patient was suffering from severe depression and delusional disorder, an unmistakable mental illness. Ms. Xiao, you're diagnosed with severe depression and delusional disorder, which is classified as a mental disorder. With that, Wen Shanshan crossed her arms confidently, offering a smug smile toward Wen Nuannuan, her expression laced with contempt. I've been waiting for you to say that. Wen Nuannuan tilted her head, feigning confusion. Who is Xiao? I recall that doctors cannot casually disclose a patient's private information. Isn't that a violation of professional ethics? The vice dean discreetly gestured for security to restrain the now furious Wen Shanshan. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He could not afford to deny Wen Shanshan's claims, lest he jeopardize his position as vice dean. Severe depression can lead to obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, and other mental disorders. Your condition is quite critical now. Perhaps you should allow Dr. Zhao, whom you trust, to accompany you to a nearby room to rest. As he spoke, the vice dean subtly signaled to the security personnel. This crafty fox has no arguments left. He merely wishes to confine her and Zhao Junqing now. When Nuannuan sensed the precariousness of the situation and quietly glanced at Zhao Junqing, whispering, "When I say run, follow me quickly." As the security guards inched closer, tension escalated. A cool, yet warm voice broke through the chaos. Wen Nuannuan, why haven't you gone to the CT room for your examination? What are you doing running around here? The bewildered crowd turned curiously towards the source of the voice. Upon hearing Wen Nuannuan's name, the vice dean and his daughter noticeably tensed, fixating their gaze upon the girl in the patient-s attire. When Mingxi strode purposefully to Wen Nuannuan's side, positioning himself to shield her from the vice dean's venomous glare. The vice dean forced a strained smile, attempting to explain. Dean, we merely intended for this patient to rest. When Mingxi scoffed, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the area, causing those nearby to feel suffocated. You dare to accuse an innocent person of being a patient without even verifying the case. Chapter 13. Unprincipled security, step back. The vice dean's expression grew slightly unnatural. Yet he maintained his composure, stating, "This is the hospital lobby. We cannot allow one individual to squander the medical resources of the many. Hence the request for this lady to step aside for discussion." The sycophantic head of security quickly stepped forward to corroborate. Indeed, Dean, the ambulance outside cannot even enter. We cannot let this girl hinder others. He exchanged knowing glances with the other security personnel, who immediately joined in the chorus of agreement. Truly, the vice dean's right-hand man. The atmosphere of urgency within the hospital was palpable. The ambulance at the entrance was in a state of frantic haste, so much so that it seemed to seize the mobile phones of bystanders. The moment when Mingxi heard the word seizing phones, his expression turned icy. Since his appointment, the hospital had explicitly prohibited such conduct. He cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon the assertive head of security and inquired frostily, "Are we so desperate as to rob the public of their phones?" The head of security, oblivious to the impropriety of his actions, retorted, "The situation was chaotic. People were filming and calling for help. We were acting in the interest of the hospital." The crowd grew increasingly incensed at this explanation, particularly a woman whose phone had been taken. "You dare to justify such theft? Dean, you must stand up for us. We were only trying to help, and then you appeared and snatched our phones. What right do you have to do this? This is robbery. Return their phones. This so-called First Hospital of Kyoto is nothing but a den of thieves." When Mingxi's expression darkened as he glared at the furious head of security, "Return their phones." The head of security, intimidated by Wen Mingxi's oppressive gaze, instinctively turned to the vice dean for guidance. Following the vice dean's directive, he hurriedly returned the phones to the crowd, enduring a few admonishments from concerned bystanders along the way. The onlookers murmured. Who would have thought the head of security was so loyal? "Oh, I see. He asked the brother of the finance department head's mistress, making him the brother-in-law. I thought the hospital was run by the second villain. Turns out it's the third." Even Wen Mingxi, who had conducted prior investigations, felt a lump in his throat upon hearing this. Once he regained his composure, he cast a solemn gaze at the crowd. All security personnel involved in this violation of hospital regulations and unauthorized seizure of personal property are hereby suspended pending investigation. If found guilty, they will be dismissed. The patient seeking care had long suffered from the unscrupulous practices of these security guards. Upon hearing the consequences, The onlookers erupted in approval. Serves you right for stealing our phones. They should have been fired ages ago. Now we 1T have to pay extra parking fees. Not only parking fees, but we also 1T have to worry about them overcharging for registration. The heartfelt sentiments of the crowd caused the vice dean to break out in a cold sweat. This incompetent fool had been cautioned to keep a low profile. Now that the scandal had surfaced, he could no longer protect him. The head of security, witnessing the vice dean's silence, panicked. Brother-in-law, say something. You're just going to watch them fire me. Wen Nuannuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now that essay show. When Mingxi shot her an exasperated glance, realizing she thrived on the chaos. Foolishness. One may indulge in food, but not in reckless speech. I understand your discontent with the hospital's decisions, but you cannot distort the truth. The vice dean's vehement rebuke quelled any lingering doubts among the crowd, who even joined in chastising a few individuals. You ungrateful wretches, trying to frame others. You slander the good and shall meet a wretched fate. The head of security, having spoken the truth, was left red-faced and infuriated by the crowd's accusations, shouting, "You're just using us temporary workers as scapegoats now that something has gone wrong." Other security personnel joined in the outcry. Look at this corrupt hospital, bullying us vulnerable workers. We've dedicated ourselves to this hospital, and now we're being dismissed to take the blame. As the crowd became increasingly agitated, ready to erupt, a group of bodyguards in black suddenly appeared, swiftly subduing several unruly security guards. The previously chaotic crowd fell silent. As the dean, when Mingxi addressed the crowd with unwavering conviction, we, at the First People's Hospital of Kyoto, have always prioritized the welfare of the public. We categorically oppose all illegal and unethical behavior. Rest assured, we have documented everything you reported, and we will involve the authorities. The funds misappropriated will be reimbursed by our hospital. Now that's a dean. A voice from the crowd cheered, and soon, applause erupted as if on cue.
Wow.
The second villain is truly formidable, far superior to the first. Despite the applause, Wen Mingxi remained impassive, but upon hearing Wen Nuannuan's words, he discreetly straightened his back. The vice dean glared at him, allowing this young man a moment of pride, thinking, with the green hills intact, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Wen Nuannuan, noticing the vice dean attempting to sneak away, raised an eyebrow. Is he trying to escape? No way. I'm worried about how to implicate the vice dean for poisoning the second villain. This is the perfect opportunity to prepare him. When Mingxi's expression shifted as a warm current flowed through him. Vice dean, where are you headed? With Wen Nuannuan's melodious voice ringing out, all eyes turned to the vice dean. A particularly observant man in the crowd interjected, "Dean, what about the vice dean and that doctor who conspired against the girl? Have they apologized yet? And what about that doctor? Is he suspended or guilty of plagiarism?" You're mistaken. It's the female doctor in the nurse's uniform who is suspended, not the male doctor. Were it not for the crowd's presence, Wen Nuannuan would have applauded. You guys are amazing. At this rate, the second villain will be safe for a while. In a corner, Wen Shanshan bit her lip, glaring with jealousy at Wen Nuannuan. How is she still alive?
No.
She's an imposter. The real Wen Nuannuan has been dead for ages. Brother Ming, she's a fraud. Trying to swindle money by impersonating your sister. The vice dean, initially at a loss for words, suddenly found inspiration and lamented, Mingxi, we were merely trying to protect you from heartache, but it backfired. Oh, your concern has certainly been timely. When you didn't know my name, I was a lunatic. Now that the second villain speaks, I'm a fraud. Chapter 14. The public exposure of the green tea girl's lies. When Mingxi observed the theatrical performance of the father-daughter duo with a penetrating gaze, he had ample patience and chose not to expose them just yet, curious to see how the drama would unfold. The vice dean and doctor were evidently aware of her true identity. Feigning humility, the vice dean adjusted his glasses. But his gaze was fixed on Wen Shanshan. Overwhelmed by jealousy, Wen Shanshan seized the opportunity, claiming, her name is Shi Xiao. She suffers from severe depression and delusions. She must have overheard our conversation and imagined herself as Wen Nuannuan. Brother Ming, don't believe her. The crowd regarded Wen Nuannuan with grave concern. Could she truly be mentally ill? Didn't that doctor just say she wasn't? Wasn't that doctor suspended? The third villain's family is truly a masterclass in drama. It's a disgrace for them to be doctors. Zhao Junqian, witnessing the small figure in front of him, remained silent, filled with compassion. He rushed forward, earnestly explaining, please don't misunderstand. She is not mentally ill. Sure, Xiao Xiao is not here. You cannot point fingers at an innocent girl. Oh, how touching. This poor doctor, falsely accused and even switched the life-saving asthma medication, yet still stands up for her. It was then that when Mingxi turned his serious gaze towards the small doctor standing protectively in front of Wen Nuannuan. This is the physician whom Wen Nuannuan accused of being falsely accused.
Ah.
The young man possesses a commendable moral compass. As the crowd's attitude wavers, even when Mingxi begins to harbor doubts, the vice president promptly glances at his subordinate beside him. The subordinate, who has long been serving as a mere backdrop, immediately steps forward and exclaims in anger, Zhao Juncheng, as my student, you have plagiarized your thesis. I have provided you with an opportunity for introspection. Yet you continue to speak recklessly, and now you even assist a mentally unstable person in deceiving the director.
Oh.
It is this cross-eyed doctor who has accused our pitiful doctor, even swapping his life-saving medication and plagiarizing his thesis. What animosity drives such targeted attacks against our pitiful doctor? Ha ha ha. Wen Mingxi, at this moment, you still have the presence of mind to spectate. He resolved that regardless of the outcome, a psychological evaluation must be arranged for Wen Nuannuan. It turns out the cross-eyed doctor attempted to exploit his female student, but by unfortunate coincidence, was witnessed and justly stopped by our pitiful doctor. No wonder he relentlessly pursued the slander against our pitiful doctor. Wen Mingxi was utterly astounded. The esteemed medical team he believed in was, unbeknownst to him, steeped in such grievous misunderstandings. I did not. Zhao Juncheng feebly protested. The cross-eyed doctor, well aware of Zhao Juncheng's character, knew he would not reveal the truth publicly to protect his classmate's reputation. Thus he confidently accused, at this point, you still deny it? You have disappointed me greatly. The onlookers, who initially sympathized with Zhao Juncheng and Wen Nuannuan, now regarded them with disdain. Their gazes filled with animosity. Alas, this pitiful doctor lacks psychological resilience. When Wen Nuannuan approached Zhao Juncheng, highlighting the crux of the matter, there is no evidence.
Doctor.
One has consistently claimed to be Wen Nuannuan, yet hospitalization requires formal procedures. Why not retrieve the medical records to verify? When Shanshan cast a guilty glance at the vice president, fully aware that the real Wen Nuannuan had perished. Thus she adamantly insisted that this individual was a false Wen Nuannuan. The rest of her claims were mere fabrications. Catching her gaze, the vice president deduced that all of Shixiaxio's assertions were concocted by his daughter, but now that matters had escalated, he could only hope for a miracle. Stepping forward, he feigned a righteous demeanor and declared, "We are doctors. How could we disclose a patient's privacy? Regardless of whether or not you are Shixiaxio, we must protect your confidentiality." His words, delivered with feigned nobility, moved the surrounding crowd to tears.
Pa.
Such an excuse, no wonder he could become vice president. The vice president exhibited a commendable sense of professional ethics, yet this doctor one had been suspended, and here she was treating patients during her suspension. What was going on? An impatient Wen Shanshan, not waiting for the vice president to clarify, exclaimed, "I am a closed-door disciple of Bai Wen, the top expert at Ivy League Academy. How could the hospital suspend me? My brother Ming was merely angry and spoke in haste. Do not spread rumors here." Wen Nuannuan blinked, raising her phone high, pointing it at Wen Shanshan's face, and curiously inquired, "Professor Bai, Dr. Wen claims to be your student. I have not heard of this. Is she truly your student?" The crowd gasped, staring at the woman appearing on the phone. A few doctors, unable to contain their excitement, blurted out, "Bai Wen?
Professor B."
It truly is Professor Bai. How does she know the world-renowned expert? On the other end of the call, Bai Wen scrutinized Wen Shanshan from head to toe and replied blandly, "No, this lady should not impersonate my student. If I discover this again, you will receive a letter from my attorney." The onlookers erupted in a clamor. The vice president's daughter had lied. Why impersonate Bai Wen's student if it bore no benefit? You may not know this, but Professor Bai is an expert that even the world's wealthiest must queue to consult. The advantages of being her student are manifold. Indeed, it is likely her directorship was obtained through Professor Bai's esteemed reputation. When Shanshan, taken aback by Professor Bai's unexpected appearance, turned pale, her body chilled, and her pupils trembled. "You call me a fraud? You liar! Even your qualifications were obtained through a surrogate examination. You still do not know to be discreet. Now you have been publicly humiliated." When Mingxi's icy gaze fixed intently on Wen Shanshan, he detested deceit, and to learn that Wen Shanshan's claims of diligent study were merely a facade was disheartening. Faced with Wen Mingxi's chilling aura, Wen Shanshan stammered, Brother Ming, I was just... What is this? A stutter. The vice president now felt murderous intent. The reputable image he had cultivated for years was about to be shattered by his own daughter.
Slap.
The vice president delivered a sharp blow that sent Wen Nuannuan staggering to the ground. Father, you hit me. She clutched her stinging face. Staring in shock at the vice president. You have deeply disappointed me. I raised you to be upright, yet you have betrayed me by spreading such nonsensical lies. The vice president, having spoken, displayed a look of utter disappointment. Chapter 15. Anger for the innocence of the pitiful doctor. When Mingxi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly inquired, did the vice president truly have no knowledge of these matters? Had I known, I would have broken her legs to prevent her from speaking. The vice president hastily distanced himself from the situation, turning to his phone. Professor Bai, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure as a parent that has led to my daughter making such outrageous claims. Please forgive me. Professor Bai, on the other end, nodded. Dismissively reassuring. Young people are often ambitious. I can understand. But let this be a lesson. However, honesty is paramount in our profession. Would you not agree? Indeed, yes. Thank you for your understanding. The vice president, bewildered by Professor Bai's inquiry, felt that this was the best possible resolution and nodded in satisfaction. When Mingxi, maintaining his tone, stated, since Wen Nuannuan is not Professor Bai's student, how then did she obtain her postdoctoral diploma from Yale University? The vice president's faint smile instantly froze on his face. In his haste to disassociate himself, he had forgotten this matter. Wen Nuannuan, lying on the ground, covered her face, lowering her head in shame. At this moment, she wished for nothing more than to vanish into a crack in the ground. It is all that fake Wen Nuannuan's fault. Wen Nuannuan shot a venomous glare at Wen Nuannuan. Feeling the heat of that gaze, Wen Nuannuan looked up to see Wen Nuannuan with a murderous expression. Oh, dear. This lady is quite proactive. She even wants to stab me with a needle from the cart. Though not by blood, our thoughts are eerily aligned. When Mingxi found himself momentarily distracted, pondering what he meant by eerily aligned. Oh, dear. One wants to stab the villainous second brother with an AIDS-infected needle. This one wants to stab me. This is life-threatening. Should I just kick her away first? Then kick the vice president away? A flicker of disdain crossed Wen Mingxi's eyes. Given Wen Nuannuan's short stature, he deemed it safer to kick her. Unobtrusively, he signaled to a nearby bodyguard. The bodyguard, understanding the cue, stealthily approached Wen Nuannuan and the vice president from behind. At this moment, the cross-eyed doctor boldly stepped forward to explain. Director, when we hired Director Wen, we considered her university diploma. Furthermore, each time we hire a physician, the vice president convenes a meeting for discussion. And only with the agreement of the department heads can we proceed with the hiring. With these words, the vice president's accountability was swiftly absolved. The vice president cast an appreciative glance at the cross-eyed doctor. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, they would have been left with no dignity today.
So,
does this mean the vice president and the department heads acted impartially? When Mingxi gazed at the two individuals, brimming with self-satisfaction, and kindly offered them an opportunity to confess. Undoubtedly, the squint-eyed doctor hastily interjected, the vice president is renowned for his integrity within the medical community. It is not merely a trivial matter of diploma verification. He meticulously scrutinizes even our published academic papers, assisting us in rectifying any errors. More like meticulously plagiarizing. Countless good doctors have been ruined by the vice president. When Mingxi narrowed his eyes, a cold scoff resonating within him. Even now, they remained obstinately deluded. Assistant Liu played the surveillance footage. This uproar had become common knowledge throughout the hospital, with crowds gathering from the first floor to the top-level corridors, comprising not only patients, but also numerous medical staff. After all, both Wen Nuannuan and the vice president were significant figures within the institution. The vice president's faction observed calmly, for how could Wen Mingxi, having joined the hospital so recently, possibly be privy to their internal affairs? Moreover, the law does not penalize the multitude. They were all eager to witness how this newly appointed director would falter. Finding the prospect utterly amusing, Assistant Liu manipulated the hospital's grand 9-meter screen to display the footage. The screen, previously showcasing advertisements, now prominently featured the squint-eyed doctor. The audience watched as he stealthily entered the residence lounge, glancing around to ensure no one was present. He then surreptitiously retrieved a bottle of medication from his black backpack, subsequently replacing it with another identical bottle from his pocket. Zhao Junshun, perplexed, inquired, Professor Han, what are you doing with my medication? Do you also suffer from asthma? Wen Nuannuan was curious to pry open Zhao Junshan's mind to see what it contained. What would he want with your medication? What else but to harm you? The squint-eyed doctor, with a flicker of his gaze, replied, I noticed he was running low on his medication, so I took the liberty of replacing it. Director, do you intend to frame us without any evidence? When Mingxi cast a frigid glance at the squint-eyed doctor, the hospital has no record of your medication purchase. And you should be aware that the medication Zhao uses is exclusively sold by our hospital. I was in a hurry to get the medication and forgot to pay. I will settle the payment shortly, the squint-eyed doctor hastily explained, casting a quick glance at the vice president. When Mingxi paid him no mind, continuing to observe the large screen. Suddenly, the squint-eyed doctor's figure reappeared. He was seen in his office, scanning documents. To ensure the onlookers could see clearly, Assistant Lu thoughtfully magnified the doctor's actions. In an instant, the words Zhao Junshan's paper were particularly prominent on the document, as the squint-eyed doctor sat at his computer, altering the authorship from Zhao Junshan to Hanyu. Other elements remained unchanged, not even the punctuation. The crowd felt a surge of righteous indignation at being deceived. A professor, engaging in plagiarism of his own student's paper. Fraud. Fraud. They exclaimed moments ago, indignantly declaring that someone else was guilty of plagiarism. I told you, this lad looks so upright. How could he engage in such deceit? This professor clearly doesn't have a good character. Just look at those shifty eyes. The squint-eyed doctor clutched his head, desperately dodging the objects hurled at him from the crowd. This video is fabricated. It was all orchestrated by them. At that moment, the cunning vice president's face turned ashen. He never anticipated that this fool beside him would be so brazen in his plagiarism. Rest assured, we have submitted all videos to the authorities and the academic community. They will handle this matter justly. Wen Mingxi's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, cut through the clamor, reaching the squint-eyed doctor's ears word for word. The squint-eyed doctor collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. It was over. He was utterly finished. Those who thought it was concluded soon realized the large screen continued to play. The crowd, bewildered, turned their attention back to the screen, which displayed screenshots of chat records. A kind-hearted individual loudly read aloud, Harvard's exam proctoring is stringent. You cannot take the exam for someone else. If your father ISNT the vice president, have him donate some money to the school, and you can get in. This final exam is incredibly difficult. Take it from me, and I'll pay you. Fine. But I want 10 times the previous amount. I've already taken the exam for you. When will the money be transferred? Why the rush? I said I'd give you the remaining money after you pass. Chapter 16. The Vice President's Downfall. In an instant, the crowd turned their incredulous gazes toward Wen Shanshan. Was it poverty that limited their imagination? Could even a doctor's diploma be purchased? I told you she isn't a real doctor. What kind of doctor dresses so inappropriately? You can't say that. She looks more like a hostess. If the professor is buying grades, then surely the vice president is involved. It goes without saying. Like father, like daughter. His corruption is evident in her behavior. Observing the vice president's slick demeanor, a palpable scent of corruption wafted through the air. Director, you must thoroughly investigate him. The vice president clutched the back of his head, blood pressure surging as he turned crimson, pointing at Wen Shanshan. He genuinely never imagined that his daughter, whom he took such pride in, would pay someone to take exams for her, deceiving him for so long. Wen Shanshan, confronted with overwhelming evidence on the screen, frantically shook her head in denial. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Yes, it's definitely this imposter Wen Nuannuan framing me. Sister, how can you pin this on me? Oh, Mingge, it truly wasn't me. You must believe me. This imposter Wen Nuannuan is trying to deceive you and has deliberately found someone to frame me. Wen Shanshan attempted to grasp Wen Mingxi, but he nimbly evaded her, leaving her to cry out in desperation. Assistant Lu timely interjected. Director, do you wish to continue playing the evidence you sought? What? Wen Shanshan's resolve crumbled. It was evidence sought by Mingge?
No.
This must be that vile person deceiving Mingge. As long as this wretch is around, Mingge will never see me. The crowd could hardly believe there was more to come. The large screen then revealed the vice president altering the names of those with outstanding assessment results to Wen Shanshan. Several department heads, under the pretense of holding meetings, discreetly gifted money to the vice president, who feigned reluctance to accept it. All of it was broadcasted on the screen without omission. The onlookers gazed at the vice president in disbelief. I knew it. Like father, like daughter. Just look at his character. No wonder his daughter is full of lies. Truly a heartless doctor. May you meet a terrible end for deceiving our hard-earned money. Director, You must stand up for us. Yes, director. You must stand up for us. My life-saving money. The vice president collapsed to the ground, filled with regret. Regret for ever agreeing to the hospital renovation proposal. It was all a trap set by Wen Nuannuan. The renovations were deliberately intended to gather evidence to serve as a stepping stone for his son, Wen Mingxi. At that moment, the vice president's eyes were bloodshot as he discreetly gripped a specially designed syringe. Wen Mingxi's expression turned icy as he declared, "The hospital has contacted the police. Wen Shanshan's degree is fraudulent. Her assessments are falsified. Immediate termination. Hanyu has plagiarized a paper and framed others. Immediate termination. Vice President Wen has altered assessment results and accepted bribes. Among multiple violations of hospital regulations, immediate suspension. The hospital will assist the police in their investigation. All involved parties will not escape accountability." Wen Mingxi's stern pronouncement elicited cheers from the patients and medical staff oppressed by the vice president. Meanwhile, the vice president's faction was engulfed in panic. Over the years, they had participated in numerous unethical deeds alongside the vice president, and with his downfall, they feared how many of their misdeeds had been recorded. Ningge, don't believe her. Wen Nuannuan is already dead. She is impersonating her to deceive you. Wen Shanshan's eyes were red, desperately revealing the truth. Save your breath. The villainous second brother is aware that I am not his sister, but how do you know that the villain's sister has passed away? Wen Mingxi furrowed his brows tightly, having believed for all these years that his sister was still alive. She must not be dead. Hurry and say it. Quickly declare that Wen Shanshan is fabricating lies. Let me take a look. It turns out that Uncle Wen was worried that Wen Shanshan would expose the deception regarding Wen Nuannuan. So, he deliberately misled her into believing that Wen Nuannuan was killed by a wild beast. He threatened her that if she revealed it, Wen Mingxi would no longer play with her. No wonder Wen Shanshan always claims she is fake. With his expression slightly softening, Wen Mingxi turned away from Wen Shanshan. It was entirely his fault for not noticing Wen Shanshan's intentions earlier. He should have seen it coming. In the past, whenever he bought gifts for Nuannuan, Wen Shanshan would always compete with her for them. He should have realized it then. Otherwise, Nuannuan wouldn't he have. Realizing this, Wen Mingxi grew increasingly resentful towards Wen Shanshan, who had harmed his sister. Turning his back, he coldly stated, "You should have a word with the police about why they claim my sister is dead." Wen Shanshan suddenly choked, unable to meet Wen Mingxi's gaze. Bowing her head in silent sobs, too afraid to utter another word. She couldn't say anything. Her father had warned her that if Ningge knew she was responsible for hurting Wen Nuannuan, he would never acknowledge her again. It was all because of that wretched girl, pretending to be someone she was not, causing her Ningge to disregard her. Seizing a moment amid the chaos of the crowd, Wen Shanshan stealthily picked up a needle from a nearby cart, quietly advancing towards Wen Nuannuan. Host! This is bad. When Shanshan has the needle, she truly intends to kill you. What? Is she trying to become a malicious figure? How many times does she think she needs to stab me? Host! I'm not joking. She is a medical student. She knows exactly where to stab to cause suffocation. I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on doctors. Now what do I do? Host! This is terrible. The Vice Dean is preparing to use an infected needle on Wen Mingxi. Heavens! The Vice Dean is about to stab the villainous second brother with an AIDS-infected needle. Isn't that premature? Host, take care. I hope we can still enjoy this spectacle together. In a moment of chaos, she ran faster than anyone else. Next time, she would definitely choose a more capable system. When Nuannuan glanced at the tumultuous crowd, on her left was the fierce Vice Dean, and on her right was the crazed Wen Shanshan. This mad father-daughter duo was truly losing their minds. Looking around, Wen Nuannuan hastily picked up a plastic bag and some discarded flyers from the ground, quickly crumpling them into her pocket. Having something is better than nothing. Perhaps it can block something. Spotting the villainous second brother beside her, she immediately seized his wrist and pulled him forward. Wen Mingxi smiled knowingly. This little potato still had a shred of conscience, realizing the danger and pulling him along. Yet with a crowd so dense, no matter how hard Wen Nuannuan tried to push through, they only managed to reach the sparsely populated elevator entrance. She anxiously pressed the buttons. Just as she glanced back, seeing the Vice Dean and Wen Shanshan closing in, she quickly scanned the area and noticed a door ajar, pulling Wen Mingxi to run in that direction. Why are you pulling me? The villainous second brother. It's difficult to explain right now. Just follow me and run. Chapter 17. Another health check. At that moment, Shouts from the Vice Dean and Wen Nuannuan echoed behind them. You wretched girl, it's all your fault that Minggu ignores me. I will kill you.
Shanshan.
You cannot do this. At such a time, the old fox is still acting. You are more terrifying than your daughter. You are holding an AIDS virus. As they turned a corner, Wen Mingxi halted, pulling Wen Nuannuan to a stop. She gazed at Wen Mingxi, whose beauty was godlike, and at that moment, she had no thoughts of infatuation. Villainous second brother, if you want to court death, don't drag her down with you. Host, don't be afraid. Knowing the truth. The system kindly reassured Wen Nuannuan, but before it could finish, Wen Mingxi suddenly raised his foot and accurately kicked towards the charging Wen Nuannuan. Wen Nuannuan covered her mouth, watching as Wen Nuannuan was sent flying like in a movie. The Vice Dean, however, was in a dire situation. His focus had been solely on Wen Mingxi. And as he envisioned the tragic fate awaiting Wen Mingxi's family, he was struck head-on by his daughter. The Vice Dean's ravaged face collided with the concrete floor, and even the raucous crowd heard his piercing scream echo throughout the hospital. Wen Mingxi leisurely dusted off non-existent dirt from his clothes, casting a languid glance at Wen Nuannuan. He closed his mouth, lest he inadvertently ingest any contaminated virus. Wen Nuannuan promptly shut her gaping mouth. My goodness! The villainous second brother is so formidable. Encouraged by the praise, Wen Mingxi stood proudly. Host, I wanted to tell you earlier that Wen Mingxi has mastered 18 forms of Jeet Kune Do, Judo, and Taekwondo. You need not run at all. Why didn't you say so earlier? Had you mentioned it sooner, I wouldn't have made such a fool of myself. Look out for the villainous second brother now. Watch out. The Vice Dean, who had been lying on the ground, had quietly crept beneath them. And just as he was about to stab Wen Mingxi's leg with a needle, Wen Nuannuan desperately kicked him several times until she saw the needle drop from his hand, finally stopping. That was close. That was close. The villainous second brother almost got harmed. The Vice Dean clutched his head, his glasses shattered on his face, ignoring the pain. He furiously shouted, You wretched girl. It's all your fault. Wen Mingxi, with a stern expression, delivered a swift kick, sneering coldly. My sister is not someone you can reprimand. Just then, Wen Nuannuan and Wen Mingxi heard anxious shouts. Nuannuan, my child, are you alright? Lu Yuhua's eyes were bloodshot. Upon seeing Wen Nuannuan drugged, she could no longer sit still, rushing over while on the phone to report to the police. Following Lu Yuhua were Wen Jinyang, Wen Anting, Wen Wuling, and Wen Moyu, accompanied by a large contingent of police and bodyguards. Lu Yuhua wept as she embraced Wen Nuannuan, trembling hands gently stroking her face, scrutinizing every inch of her. How is it? Does Nuannuan feel any pain anywhere? The villainous brother and his family are truly wonderful. I'm so moved I could cry. The Wen family, relieved to confirm that Wen Nuannuan and Wen Mingxi were safe and sound, finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Observing the harmonious scene of the Wen family, the Vice Dean, who could barely catch his breath, now wore a grotesque expression of rage. Ha ha ha, you have all been deceived by this wretched girl. She is not a member of the Wen family, nor is she your daughter. Wen Jinyang and Lu Yuhua didn't even lift their heads, exhibiting a complete indifference to his words. Had it not been for their concern for Nuannuan, they would have long since disregarded decorum and kicked him. Seeing Wen Nuannuan's doe-like, tearful eyes, they decided to spare him in favor of addressing the matter at hand. How they would handle this was something Wen Jinyang, as the head of the Wen family, would ensure was dealt with properly. You don't want to find your daughter anymore? I told you she is not your biological daughter. If you let me go now, I will tell you where she is. You heard that, hurry, and let me go. Yes, yes. Minggu, she truly isn't Wen Nuannuan. Minggu, I'm trying to help you. Regardless of how the Vice Dean and Wen Nuannuan shrieked in despair, they were ultimately taken away by the police. Be careful, that needle is infected with the AIDS virus. Before leaving, Wen Mingxi kindly reminded Wen Moyu. Just as Wen Moyu attempted to handle the evidence with his bare hands, he jumped back in fright. It is utterly inconceivable that the usually affable third uncle could harbor such malevolence. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Mingxi, as pertinent witnesses and victims, were reluctantly compelled to accompany the police to the station. The faction led by the Vice Dean had long exercised their tyranny within the hospital, and with irrefutable evidence at hand, there was no escaping the consequences. Realizing his imminent downfall, the Vice Dean incessantly demanded to see Wen Jinyang. Having already learned the complete truth from the second son, Wen Jinyang had no inclination to meet him. However, Wen Mingxi, with a kind heart, decided to visit the third uncle and thoughtfully informed him, Wen Nuannuan is not your biological daughter. After uttering this statement, Wen Mingxi turned and departed. What does this mean? Are you afraid now? Are you resorting to threats against me? Come back and clarify. A week later, the situation at the hospital finally reached a resolution. The corrupt elements associated with the vice dean were thoroughly investigated and dealt with. Those who needed to be dismissed were dismissed. Those who had to be held accountable faced repercussions. Those who warranted prosecution were prosecuted, and those destined for prison would indeed serve their time. When Fodder urgently convened a family meeting that very night, directly expelling the third uncle and his family from the Wen clan. Deprived of the Wen family's protection, third aunt was forced to leave Kyoto in disgrace, with little time to spare for the fates of third uncle and his daughter. Meanwhile, when Shanshan remained in a state of panic due to the absence of any news from her mother, fearing that Wen Mingxi might uncover the truth, ultimately driving her to madness within the confines of her prison cell. Upon learning of his family's plight, third uncle succumbed to insanity in prison, facing even harsher penalties. Following these events, Liu Yuhua, still shaken, resolutely refused to allow Wen Nuannuan to undergo a medical examination alone. Let her go to Anhua Private Hospital for a checkup. I will accompany her and bring along several bodyguards for added safety. Wen Mingxi did not notice the subtle shift in how he referred to Wen Nuannuan. Wen Wuling and Wen Mayu raised their hands in unanimous support. Although Wen Nuannuan had contributed immensely to the family, she remained an outsider, and, according to their perspective, it would suffice to merely provide her with some financial compensation to send her on her way. Were Wen Nuannuan to discover their intentions, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Alas, Liu Yuhua opposed this notion. Initially, Liu Yuhua had merely recognized Wen Nuannuan's familiar face, but after spending days together, she could now assert with complete certainty that Wen Nuannuan was her long-lost biological daughter. However, considering that her daughter bore no distinguishing birthmarks to confirm her identity, Liu Yuhua refrained from revealing Wen Nuannuan's true lineage, knowing they would not believe her. Ultimately, Liu Yuhua resolved to heed the second son's advice and accompany Wen Nuannuan for her medical examination. This would serve the dual purpose of assessing Wen Nuannuan's health and conducting a paternity test to ascertain her identity. In Chapter 18, Wen Nuannuan unexpectedly found herself amidst a moment of prominence. Anhua Private Hospital, renowned as the foremost private medical institution in the country, not only attracted investment from the Wen family but also garnered interest from their rivals, the Gu family, due to its illustrious director, Professor Bai Wen. Wen Nuannuan could hardly believe that a simple health check would lead to an examination by Professor Bai Wen and a cadre of over a dozen top-tier specialists. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she scratched her neck and remarked, "You truly spoil me, dear mother." Liu Yuhua smiled gently, lowering her head to affectionately pat Wen Nuannuan's head. Wen Mayu, unable to endure the scene, turned to exit. Just as he stepped outside, he bumped into a figure clad in black. "My apologies," he gestured dismissively.
Yet,
The instincts of a seasoned officer alerted him to something amiss. He turned to scrutinize the individual, but the figure had already vanished without a trace. It was all because of Wen Nuannuan. Now, upon entering the hospital, everyone appeared suspicious to him. After the health check concluded, Wen Nuannuan idly munched on fruit. Liu Yuhua, concerned for Wen Nuannuan's well-being, sought out Professor Bai for inquiries. "Is anyone in there? Any fresh gossip?" Adhering to the age-old principle that hospitals are ripe with intrigue, Wen Nuannuan resolved to indulge herself during this health assessment. She aimed to consume enough to shutter them all. The system rolled its eyes. "Host, that mall is so unscrupulous. You can't possibly eat it into bankruptcy. No need for your reminders. Let me revel in my thoughts. I haven't even mentioned how useless your card was last time." The antagonist's second brother took everyone down without a hitch. The system, realizing its fault, hastily shifted the topic. "Host, there are plenty of intriguing stories in the hospital lobby. If you head over now, you're sure to earn many points." That made sense. As Wen Nuannuan pushed open the door, she was taken aback to find Wen Mayu standing like a specter at the entrance. "Where are you heading?" "I'm not a criminal. I can go wherever I please." Despite feeling somewhat rebellious, Wen Nuannuan maintained her politeness, responding, "I'm going to find my aunt to inquire about my health check results." Wen Mayu responded with a terse HM, thinking he was merely there to keep an eye on her, had it not been for their mother's strict orders. He wouldn't be standing there as a sentry. As Wen Nuannuan took a few steps forward, she felt the imposing figure behind her shadowing her every move. Puzzled, she cast a surreptitious glance at the figure behind her. Does he really think I'm a criminal? After staying so comfortably at the antagonist's home, I've completely forgotten that I was sold to the antagonist by the Lin family. Would the antagonist brother interrogate me? At the Lin family, aside from doing laundry, cleaning, and cooking, I was unaware of any secrets. Wen Moyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Wen Nuannuan, suspicion swirling in his gaze. She had endured such hardship at the Lin family. What had he misunderstood? How could a police officer engage in such torturous interrogation? Wen Nuannuan, you're here for a prenatal checkup? Lin Rushue addressed her, yet her eyes were fixed intently on the tall and imposing Wen Moyu. Wen Nuannuan smiled brightly at Lin Rushue, echoing her words. Lin Rushue, you're here for a prenatal checkup? Lin Rushue rolled her eyes, her expression dripping with disdain, adopting a condescending posture as if Wen Nuannuan were an insignificant mouse. Wen Nuannuan, I'm only concerned for your health. You're merely a surrogate for the wealthy. There's nothing shameful about it.
Tu.
You accuse me without evidence. Wen Moyu, his expression frigid, stepped directly in front of Wen Nuannuan, his lips curling into a slight smirk. Yet his voice was icy as he challenged Lin Rushue. Do you have any proof that she is a surrogate? Lin Rushue, taken aback by Wen Moyu's stern demeanor, quickly averted her gaze. I was just worried you might be deceived, so I kindly offered a word of caution, and I never intended to be misunderstood. As Lin Rushue spoke, her tone grew increasingly aggrieved, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Here we go again. Anyone can feign innocence. Wen Nuannuan dramatically began to weep. Wah, sister, I was only concerned for your health. How could you misunderstand me like this? The tears Lin Rushue had been ready to shed vanished upon noticing the curious gazes of those around them. How fortunate for her. With a fierce and menacing glint in her eyes, Lin Rushue glared at Wen Nuannuan, her demeanor suggesting that had she not been in a hurry to meet Gu Maching, she would have certainly not let this little wretch go unscathed. As she departed, Lin Rushue cast a furtive glance at Wen Moyu, her voice laden with feigned concern as she remarked, I was merely trying to warn you, since you're in the hospital. Be sure to have your girlfriend checked thoroughly. Believe it or not, I can only say this much. With that, she left without hesitation, but as she turned the corner, she couldn't resist stealing a glance back at Wen Nuannuan, her eyes filled with profound contempt. Humph, you'll have plenty to deal with next. Wen Nuannuan regarded Lin Rushue with a bemused expression as she pranced away, delighting in her own sense of superiority. Is Lin Rushue all right? The Lin family. Despite being a second-tier wealthy clan, how could they not recognize Wen Moyu? Wen Moyu raised an eyebrow, remarking that not even first-tier old money families might be familiar with him.
Oh.
So the antagonist's fourth brother is deliberately concealing his identity to become a police officer. Is the antagonist's fourth brother planning to go undercover? Wen Moyu retorted. Does it concern you? But wait. Why is Lin Rushue in the hospital? I must investigate. So it appears they are here to develop their romantic storyline. Wen Moyu perked up his ears, eager to see who was so foolish as to be interested in Lin Rushue. Lin Rushue is indeed a master of strategy. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Maching is injured, her attentive care will surely win her the favor of the matriarch of the Gu family in no time. Wen Moyu? 1. Gu Maching is actually injured. He never anticipated that the Gu family's methods of information suppression were so formidable. They hadn't gleaned a single hint. Wen Moyu clasped his hands over his ears and quietly took a couple of steps back. Speak properly if you have something to say. No need to shout. She actually witnessed his moment of glory. While visiting Gu Maching, Lin Rushue encountered the Gu family's disgraceful illegitimate son, Gu Jingqiao, who attempted to assassinate Gu Maching. Thanks to the valiant protection of the bodyguard, they managed to escape unharmed, and their feelings rapidly intensified.
What? Wait.
As Wen Moyu recalled the figure in black he had encountered at the hospital, he realized that his instincts as a policeman had not steered him wrong. Oh dear, if I were to witness this live, would I earn even more points? Host. Witnessing such a major scoop live would reward you with 888 points along with a chance for a lottery draw. Then what are we waiting for? Wen Moyu wearily glanced at Wen Nuannuan. Why was she trying to join in at such a critical moment? Host. Lin Rushue has now arrived at Gu Maching's ward on the 4th floor. So Gu Maching is residing so close to her. How thrilling! Should I take the stairs? What if I run into Gu Jingqiao? That would be so awkward. Better take the elevator.
Lao Iu.
You take her back to the ward first. Before Wen Nuannuan could step forward, her dream was abruptly shattered by Wen Moyu's cold voice. I haven't found Auntie yet. Before she could finish her sentence, Wen Moyu's urgent departure scattered her words into the wind. Chapter 19. A stunning turn of events. Wen Nuannuan hummed a tune, striding proudly through the hospital stairwell. Just because they told her to return to her room doesn't mean she actually had to. They never said she couldn't come out again. Although she was trailed by several bodyguards, she felt utterly secure. Sometimes, she truly could not comprehend why the heroines in novels would dismiss their bodyguards who were there to ensure their safety. After all, she was merely going to enjoy some gossip and accumulate points. It was hardly a matter of life and death. Just as she ascended the final flight of stairs, the door suddenly burst open, and 7 or 8 burly men clad in black rushed in, asking, "Have you seen a patient dressed in a hospital gown?" Lao Yu instinctively moved to shield Wen Nuannuan, his gaze alert. The leader of the black-clad men sensed the misunderstanding and clarified, "Male. I saw a few in hospital gowns heading upstairs." Upon hearing this, the burly men hurriedly dashed upwards. Lao Yu and the others quickly shielded Wen Nuannuan. Could it be? The assassination is over. She merely returned to her ward, and it's all over. Host, perhaps it seems that might actually be the case. What? Host. If you hurry, you might still catch Gu Maching comforting the frightened Lin Rushua. When Nuannuan summoned all her strength and sprinted to Gu Maching's ward, only to see the figure of Gu Maching in a hospital gown, embracing Lin Rushua, leaving under the escort of numerous bodyguards. Host, due to safety concerns, Gu Maching is returning home to recuperate. You're quite speedy. I wouldn't have known otherwise. My points. My lottery draw. When Nuannuan gazed at the scattered belongings and the empty ward, feeling a wave of despair wash over her. What luck do I have to miss such a crucial moment? Oh heavens. Miss, this place isn't safe. We should leave now. Lao Yu cautiously surveyed the surroundings, his lips twitching, reluctantly advising.
Bang!
A flurry of glass shards flew past Wen Nuannuan's eyes.
Bang!
A massive round object crashed into the room. Protect the lady. Truly, what one fears comes to pass. Lao Yu and the others quickly pulled Wen Nuannuan behind them. After the chaos subsided, Wen Nuannuan tiptoed, straining to look ahead. That large object turned out to be a person. The newcomer slowly rose, clad in the same hospital gown, yet unable to conceal his imposing stature. His face, delicate and refined, with thick eyelashes and deep, inscrutable black eyes, fixed their gaze upon them. Is he Gu Maching? Hearing the voice, Gu Maching instinctively turned towards Wen Nuannuan. Was it her who spoke? At that moment, Wen Nuannuan surveyed the man before her in disbelief. Though covered in injuries, it did not detract from his striking handsomeness, especially as he regarded them with a cold demeanor, embodying the essence of a lofty, disdainful sovereign. Wait. Gu Maching has already left, hasn't he? Gu Maching was certain that the girl before him had not spoken, yet he distinctly heard the voice. No way. Another twist. He is indeed Gu Maching.
Wait.
Then who was the one who just left with Lin Rushua? A storm brewed in the depths of Gu Maching's eyes. She knows my identity? She is acquainted with Lin Rushua? Host, the one who just left was not Gu Maching, but Gu Jingchao disguised as him. Lin Rushua previously encountered the real Gu Maching, but the one who married her in the story and followed the main plotline is the imposter, Gu Jingchao. Do you understand? When Nuannuan was utterly confounded, her expression one of bewilderment. Speak plainly. In simple terms, Gu Jingchao set a trap for Gu Maching to get him injured and hospitalized, then quietly underwent plastic surgery to resemble Gu Maching. When Lin Rushua came to visit, he deliberately attacked Gu Maching and, amidst the chaos, impersonated the injured Gu Maching, instructing the bodyguards to eliminate the real Gu Maching, thus allowing him to rightfully assume control of the Gu family. No way. She completely miscalculated. The male lead, who appeared to be in love with Lin Rushua, is actually Gu Jingchao. What a nefarious plan Gu Jingchao has devised, using Gu Maching's hand to eliminate the real Gu Maching. With Lin Rushua as a witness, he can return to the Gu family under the guise of Gu Maching and seize everything that belongs to him. Gu Maching's gaze sharpened. He had indeed underestimated Gu Jingchao's malice. He had thought Gu Jingchao was content to live as a second-generation heir, unaware that the enemy had been lying in wait. Lao Yu observed the exchange of glances between Wen Nuannuan and the unfamiliar man, and spoke in a low voice. Miss, this place is not safe. We should leave quickly. Just as Wen Nuannuan was engrossed in the unfolding drama, she snapped back to reality, grabbing Gu Maching and running. The bodyguards exchanged glances, then looked at Lao Yu. Lao Yu sighed. What else could be done? They all followed to protect them. The group hurriedly kept pace with Wen Nuannuan and Gu Maching. Poor former male lead. I can only assist you this far. Wen Nuannuan dragged Gu Maching out of the hospital in one breath, only stopping behind an inconspicuous corner at the back of a convenience store. Finally, there are no enemies around. Fortunately, Gu Jingchao was in a hurry to return and claim your throne. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it out of the hospital. Gu Maching, gritting his teeth to endure the pain from his wounds, gazed deeply at the girl before him.
Who are you? Why are you helping me?
Are we safe now? Wen Nuannuan panted, as she inquired of Lao Yu. Lao Yu silently rolled his eyes in his mind. Of course, they were safe. She had just sent the criminal out of the hospital, so the hospital was indeed secure. Miss, the hospital is now safe. We should return quickly. Otherwise, Madam will be worried. How did I forget about the villain's mother? Wen Nuannuan slapped her forehead. So engrossed in gossip, I forgot the important matter. I still haven't reviewed my health report. At that moment, she looked at Gu Maching, who was dressed in a hospital gown and covered in blood. If he goes out like this, when will you catch him right away? Gu Maching paused, seriously observing the girl with delicate features but a slightly pale complexion.
When will you?
Does she have a connection to the Wen family? The weather was frigid, and old Yu draped his coat over him. Wen Nuannuan desperately sought a less awkward excuse, but fortunately, Gu Emochin did not express any disdain and promptly donned the coat. Well then, since everyone is safe, let us all return to our respective homes. Wen Nuannuan casually concocted an excuse and turned to make her exit. Could you lend me some money? I promise to pay you back. The moment Wen Nuannuan turned, her body froze. Gu Emochin is asking me for money. She furrowed her brow, slowly turning to face Gu Emochin, who exuded an air of authority. Brother, do I look like someone who has money? Gu Emochin glanced pensively at the bodyguard beside Wen Nuannuan. Host, you certainly appear quite affluent. Wen Nuannuan blinked, rendered speechless.
Indeed.
Anyone accompanied by several bodyguards would certainly be perceived as wealthy. Chapter 20. The villainous mother turns out to be my biological mother. Wen Nuannuan could only gaze intently at old Yu. Given the current circumstances, she felt compelled to produce some funds to meet the expectations of her elders. Host, do you have any relatives bound to the system? Metaphor. Metaphor. Do you understand? Old Yu, maintaining a stoic expression, promptly retrieved his wallet from his pocket. Wen Nuannuan was taken aback as she watched a thick wad of cash being handed over to Gu Emochin, her mouth agape in astonishment. Old Yu, you carry this much cash with you? Miss, this is the money prepared for you by Madam. Old Yu informed her. Wealthy individuals truly do not carry cash themselves. Poverty has indeed limited my imagination. I should have just bought out the convenience store. With tears glistening in her eyes, Wen Nuannuan bid farewell to Gu Emochin, having missed out on 50,000. Given her stingy nature, anyone who asked to borrow money from her would require a promissory note, but she decided to make an exception for Gu Emochin. Let us consider it a gift. I wonder if this former male lead can survive the night. After all, the Gu family army was established by him alone. Meeting his fate, brother, take this money, and there is no need to repay it. Gu Emochin frowned slightly, as it seemed she had misunderstood something. This was not entirely Wen Nuannuan's fault, considering that in the original narrative, Gu Emochin had already perished in the hospital. However, due to Wen Nuannuan's appearance, the original trajectory had been altered. Wen Nuannuan, I instructed you to remain in the hospital room. How did you end up here? The furious shout from Wen Mou startled Wen Nuannuan, prompting her to rush out to greet him. What a coincidence. Would you like to grab a drink? It's on me. Wen Nuannuan eagerly pulled Wen Mou into the convenience store. Oh my, so much food. I told you, everyone should have their own convenience store. This is delicious, and that is delicious too. After running around for so long, are you hungry? Wen Mou, already perturbed at having missed the suspect, now found himself reluctantly accompanying Wen Nuannuan in her snack shopping spree. After all, the Gu family had refused to report the incident and even declined to offer assistance. If it weren't for his duties as a police officer, he wouldn't even bother with them. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and in a fit of frustration, he swept the shelves clean. Gu Emochin concealed himself in a corner, his gaze fixed solemnly upon Wen Nuannuan. Is she Wen Nuannuan, the lost daughter of the Wen family? She has actually returned. Wen Nuannuan, I remember you.
Wen Montague, puzzled,
Glanced out the window, where only the tranquil streets answered his queries. Was it yet another illusion? In the VIP ward, as Liu Yuhua and Wen Mingxi entered, they were greeted by mounds of snacks scattered throughout the room. As a doctor, Wen Mingxi frowned in disapproval. These are junk foods. Consuming too much is detrimental to health. Did you hear that? It's all junk food. Wen Mou, munching on chips, tilted his head towards Wen Nuannuan to emphasize. Were it not for his intervention, Wen Nuannuan would have practically emptied the entire convenience store.
Humph.
I wonder who said they couldn't stop eating delicious food. If you're so capable, then don't eat. Lu Yuhua smiled lightly, thinking her second son was overreacting. Occasionally indulging a little is harmless. Wen Nuannuan, is there anything else you wish to eat? Wen Ming, she pointed to the clock on the wall, indicating that it was already noon. Time for lunch. Right. Let us buy these first and eat them after our meal. Wen Ming, she rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He couldn't spoil his sister this way. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a serious expression. Wen Nuannuan, you should refrain from eating junk food for now. Your medical examination report has arrived. Wen Nuannuan, who had been savoring her chicken feet, silently set them down, looking at Lu Yuhua in confusion. But at that moment, Lu Yuhua's expression turned grave. And after several hesitations, she finally said, let us wait until Jinyang and the eldest arrive before discussing it. Wen Nuannuan widened her eyes, trying to discern something from the expressions of Lu Yuhua and Wen Mingxi. The system didn't mention that there were any issues with my health. The previously carefree Wen Mou straightened up, no longer lounging, and stared at Wen Nuannuan. Just as the atmosphere became inexplicably solemn, the ward door swung open. Wen Jinyang hurriedly entered, disregarding his long-maintained composure, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked at Wen Nuannuan. Hot on his heels were Wen Ting and Wen Wuling, who collided with each other in their haste to enter. It was the first time Wen Mou had seen his composed eldest brother act so out of sorts. What rare illness could this little potato have contracted? What's wrong? Is the illness this severe? Wen Nuannuan's eyes widened, looking at the peculiar expressions of the crowd, with only Wen Mou appearing utterly bewildered by his family's strange reactions. Nuannuan, Daddy finally found you. Wen Jinyang tremblingly reached out his hand, yearning to caress his daughter's face. He was desperate to verify that everything his second son had told him was true. Wen Nuannuan instinctively leaned back, her expression one of confusion. Is there a mistake? She is the lost daughter of the Wen family? There must be some kind of mistake. Lu Yuhua wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her heart aching fiercely. What kind of life had their once sunny and cheerful daughter led that had made her so cautious? Nuannuan, look. The soft candy you are holding is your favorite from childhood, but your mother forbade you from eating it for fear of cavities. Lu Yuhua's hand trembled as she held the candy. The fact that her daughter still remembered her favorite sweet surely meant she would think of them. Wen Jinyang gently patted his wife's shoulder, his voice thick with emotion. As long as Nuannuan is back, we can take our time with everything else. Wen Mou, in a fit of frustration, turned to glare at Wen Mingxi. Say something, would you? Is Wen Nuannuan really our sister? Under the scrutiny of his brothers, Wen Mingxi calmly produced 6 medical reports. Absolutely authentic. I supervised the entire process and she underwent tests with each of us. She is indeed the daughter of our parents, our biological sister. Wen Mou snatched the reports, scrutinizing each one meticulously. He could hardly believe that this little potato, who had vanished for so many years, was truly his long-lost sister. Wen Wuling observed Wen Mou's stunned silence and took the reports to reconfirm, noting how meticulous his older brother was, even verifying every detail. Wen Nuannuan is indeed our sister. You can see for yourself. He extended the report towards Wen Nuannuan, who accepted it without hesitation. Although 2 people had already confirmed the examinations, she still believed in the authenticity of the reports. However, the situation was simply too surreal. She really is the daughter of the villainous mother. Why was no one ever told? Seeing Lu Yuhua's hopeful gaze fixed upon her, Wen Nuannuan tentatively ventured, Mother? Finally hearing my daughter acknowledge me, Lu Yuhua, overwhelmed with emotion, lunged forward, enveloping her long-lost daughter in a tight embrace. Nuannuan, my dear child, we have finally found you. Father? As long as you're back, that's all that matters. Wen Jinyang, upon hearing the long-lost term of endearment, felt his eyes welling up with tears as he tightly embraced the mother and daughter duo. The 4 brothers of the Wen family displayed their rare smiles, savoring the joy of this moment of reunion. Chapter 21. The betrayal of a false friend backfires. After locating his daughter, Wen Jinyang was eager to take Wen Nuannuan home. However, he was promptly dissuaded by Lu Yuhua. Look at Nuannuan's pale complexion. It is evident she is suffering from malnutrition. We must conduct a thorough examination to address the issue appropriately. Indeed. Nuannuan, let us first ensure a comprehensive checkup of your health. With Daddy by your side, there is no need to be afraid. Once we are done, we will head home immediately. Wen Jinyang tenderly coaxed Wen Nuannuan as if she were still a child. Unaccustomed to such attention, Wen Nuannuan merely smiled and nodded, her mouth agape in surprise. Wen Yu chimed in, gesturing in agreement. Indeed, we must ensure a proper examination. Everyone in our family is tall. Yet you seem to have transformed into a little potato. Wen Jinyang playfully smacked Wen Yu on the back, exclaiming, "Do not listen to your fourth brother's nonsense. We are not short." Wen Nuannuan made a face at Wen Yu. Before long, under the careful supervision of her father, Lu Yuhua, and her 4 brothers, Wen Nuannuan underwent a more comprehensive examination. The final results reaffirmed that she was merely malnourished. Lu Yuhua sighed in relief and reluctantly agreed to allow Wen Nuannuan to be discharged and return home. As Lu Yuhua held Wen Nuannuan's hand, they encountered Wang Meiyu, who approached them wearing sunglasses. With an air of arrogance, she removed her shades and leered at them. "Yuhua, what brings you to the hospital?" she inquired, her gaze maliciously drifting toward Wen Nuannuan's abdomen. Did she truly believe in the trivial pleasantries spoken? What daughter? She had long abandoned her own child in the wilderness. How could she still be alive? The sooner the prenatal checkup, the better for the child. Wang Meiyu cast a knowing look at Lu Yuhua. "What business do we have that you would hide it from me? No man is without infidelity. You must be more understanding." Fuming with indignation at Wang Meiyu's slander, Lu Yuhua trembled but managed to suppress her fury, thinking only of her daughter's safety. Listening to Wang Meiyu's tone, Wen Nuannuan felt a surge of curiosity. What brings Wang Meiyu to the hospital? Is she truly here to catch someone in the act? It turned out she had received word that her husband was accompanying his mistress for a prenatal checkup, and she rushed over to catch them red-handed. Lu Yuhua and the Wen brothers trailing behind her exchanged bewildered glances. Wen Anting shared a knowing look with Wen Mingxi, who silently nodded in agreement. As a doctor, he could not disclose patient privacy, but they needed to understand the patient's condition. Lu Yuhua smiled gently and cleverly countered, "Are you feeling unwell? Why come to the hospital then?" Wang Meiyu's expression shifted abruptly as she realized she could not extract any information, and she impatiently replied, "Well, I am feeling a bit under the weather. I came to the hospital to get checked." Lu Yuhua immediately offered, "That is a significant matter. We cannot delay. I happen to know the director of this hospital. I will have her assist you." "No need. It's just a minor issue. I can handle it myself." Wang Meiyu thought it too embarrassing to admit she was here to catch her husband in the act. "Honey, I have gathered all the things. Let us depart." Upon hearing Wen Jinyang's voice, Wang Meiyu's eyes gleamed as she focused intently on the figure she had long admired. "Oh dear, what a dramatic scene."
Ah, Wan Ganti.
"Your gaze is quite blatant. Your husband is still upstairs." Lu Yuhua chuckled, playfully tapping Wen Nuannuan's nose, amused that the child was indulging in her parents' drama. Wen Jinyang, burdened with packages, believed his wife and daughter were waiting for him, so he strode over, his eyes solely on them, oblivious to Wang Meiyu's presence. "The car has arrived. Let's go," he announced, reaching for Lu Yuhua's hand as they prepared to leave. Wang Meiyu, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of jealousy, her eyes burning with fury as she longed to tear Lu Yuhua's hand away. "Wang Auntie, do you also think my mother's hands are beautiful?" Wen Nuannuan's unexpected question caught Wang Meiyu off guard, and she quickly forced a smile and nodded. "Jinyang, why are you personally carrying things? Yuhua, you should be considerate. Jinyang is so busy outside every day, why let him carry such trivial items? What nonsense is this? I feel nauseated." Wen Jinyang, recalling how Wang Meiyu had caused his daughter to go missing and how devastated his wife was, wore a scowl. Had it not been for his daughter's safety, he would have sent this woman straight to prison. "I have no particular hobbies. I simply enjoy pampering my wife. Whatever she says, I will comply without question. Of course. I care for my own wife." "Way to go, Dad." Wen Nuannuan praised, causing Wen Jinyang to stand a bit straighter with pride. Meanwhile, Wang Meiyu's face turned ashen with jealousy, wishing to tear Lu Yuhua apart, believing that this woman had usurped what was rightfully hers, stealing her man. "Dear Auntie, do you still dream of marrying my father?" Wen Nuannuan decided to lend a helping hand to Wang Meiyu. "Auntie, is that handsome gentleman supporting the lovely lady your husband?" Wang Meiyu, upon hearing this, immediately panicked and began scanning the area. Sure enough, she spotted her husband carrying a shabby bag while carefully supporting a young woman whose belly was slightly rounded. Wang Meiyu's body stiffened with rage, her fists clenched. But with Wen Jinyang present, she could only cast a fierce glare at the meddlesome Wen Nuannuan.
Child.
Just because, a few wealthy individuals does not give you the right to speak so recklessly. Has no one taught you the proper etiquette towards your elders? Lu Yuhua's expression darkened. While she could tolerate insults directed at herself, any disparagement aimed at her daughter struck a nerve. She coldly called out, "Zhao, is that you?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhao instinctively turned to see Lu Yuhua and Wen Jinyang. The towering figure of Wen Jinyang shielded Wang Meiyu from view, prompting Zhao to eagerly approach them. This multi-billion-dollar golden goose must be treated with utmost care. Mr. Wen, Mrs. Wen Yu. Before he could finish, Zhao noticed Wang Meiyu's thunderous expression. Struggling to contain her fury, Wang Meiyu forced a smile. My husband is merely kind-hearted. He cannot bear to see the weak suffer. Indeed. Indeed. Zhao quickly agreed, eager to appease Wen Jinyang before addressing the situation with Wang Meiyu. However, the mistress was unwilling to remain silent, immediately lamenting, Whoa, Zhao. You said you would divorce your old lady. What does this mean? I will not bear your child. Sweetheart, do not listen to her nonsense. Please do not be angry. Zhao hurried to console the weeping woman. Wang Meiyu, what kind of relationship do we have that you would hide this from me? No man is without infidelity. You must be more understanding. Lu Yuhua coldly returned Wang Meiyu's words in kind. Wang Meiyu trembled with fury, her carefully maintained facade shattered by this unknown woman. And without a second thought, she lunged at the mistress, delivering a slap. Who do you think you are, to act this way in front of me? The mistress, clutching her face, swayed as though on the verge of fainting, crying out in agony, My child. My child. This is the Zhao family's third-generation heir. Zhao, enraged, did not hesitate to retaliate, swiftly striking Wang Meiyu across the face. Chapter 22. The Villainous Family is quite charming. You hit me. You actually hit me. Zhao bellowed, positioning himself protectively in front of the mistress as he admonished Wang Meiyu. Wang Meiyu, do not go too far. Too far? You are the one who sought out a mistress behind my back and now accuse me of being excessive. Zhao, do you have no conscience? Wang Meiyu, unable to endure the humiliation, charged forward, disregarding her composure. Aunt Wang truly embodies the spirit of vitality in her advancing years. With a single blow, one can see the lovely young lady's hair stand on end. CEO Zhao, filled with concern, positioned himself protectively in front of the mistress, halting the tumult. After all, she is the sole heir of the Zhao family for 3 generations. What are you doing? You barren hen. After marrying into the Zhao family for so long, your womb has remained silent. What face do you have to cause a scene here? Zhao, after all these years of hard work for the Zhao family, is this how you treat me? The crowd began to swell, an audience eagerly consuming the unfolding drama. Aunt Wang doesn't seem to have any issues. It turns out that she has been obsessively taking contraceptives to prevent having a child for her father, truly a hardship for the unfortunate Mr. Zhao next door. Lu Yuhua and her sons exchanged exasperated glances at the innocent Wen Jinyang. He was indeed wronged. Heavens! This is utterly shocking. Aunt Wang has gone to such lengths to prepare for having a child for her father. There's even a uniform seduction involved. Wen Jinyang hastily covered Wen Nuannuan's mouth. If this continued, he would be swept away by baseless accusations. The security personnel have arrived. For Nuannuan's safety, let us depart. He pulled Wen Nuannuan away. Lu Yuhua and her sons shared a knowing look and followed suit. That old man will get an earful when we return home. Upon returning to Xiangzhong Manor, Lu Yuhua meticulously organized everything. After lulling Wen Nuannuan to sleep, she summoned her sons to the study. The events of the day served as a stark warning to Lu Yuhua. The delay in revealing Wen Nuannuan's true identity had allowed Wang Meiyu to repeatedly humiliate her daughter. Today, Wang Meiyu's words had awakened her. It was imperative that they no longer postpone the recognition banquet for Nuannuan. Given that Wang Meiyu was an illegitimate admirer, Wen Jinyang had difficulty directly refuting his wife's aspirations and could only subtly signal his son. As the eldest brother, Wen Nuannuan calmly stated, the recognition banquet must proceed. However, those involved in Nuannuan's abduction have yet to be completely identified. If they discover that Nuannuan is alive, it could pose a grave threat to her safety. Wen Nuannuan nearly stated outright that those individuals wished to ensure Nuannuan could not live. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuhua's complexion paled. Her daughter had only just been found, and she could no longer bear the thought of Nuannuan facing danger again. Wen Jinyang rushed to support his swaying wife, casting a reproachful glance at their eldest son. Wen Nuannuan, understanding the gravity of the situation, opted to remain silent. His statement had already been sufficiently tactful. Yuhua, do not worry. With Wang Meiyu as our informant, we will undoubtedly uncover those who conspired against Nuannuan. Let us first tend to Nuannuan's health. Once we have dealt with those individuals, we shall hold the grandest recognition banquet to proclaim that Nuannuan is our daughter. Lu Yuhua felt a modicum of comfort and nodded gently against Wen Jingyang's embrace. Wen Mingxi cast a sympathetic glance at his elder brother, recognizing their father's habitual procrastination had burdened them all. Mother, the most pressing matter is for Nuannuan to restore her health. Upon hearing this, Wen Wuling inquired, perplexed, why does Nuannuan not remember us? The 6 members of the Wen family exchanged tense glances with Wen Mingxi. He paused, gathering his thoughts before speaking slowly. Nuannuan was only 5 when she went missing. Her memory retention was limited. Additionally, she may have experienced traumatic events that triggered her protective mechanism, leading her to subconsciously forget or block those memories. My precious daughter. Just hearing this, Lu Yuhua and Wen Jinyang felt their hearts ache. Wen Muyu sighed, yet felt compelled to ask, is there a possibility that Nuannuan's memories can be restored? Wen Mingxi patted the shoulder of his younger brother, providing solace for both him and himself as he said, as long as Nuannuan is happy. It is unnecessary for her to recall those unpleasant experiences. Upon hearing this, the 6 members of the Wen family appeared somber, yet Wen Anting, as the eldest, was the first to respond. Although we cannot publicly disclose the news for now, we can celebrate privately. As the eldest, I shall gift my sister 25 of the company's shares as a meeting gift. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became lively. Then this 50 million black gold card shall be my small token of affection as her second brother. What a few cars among brothers. I shall present these vehicles to my sister as a meeting gift. The gifts you all are giving are things my sister does not even desire. I'll give her these convenience stores as a source of entertainment for her leisure. When father and when mother exchanged glances, they certainly could not be outdone by their sons. What could they prepare that would surpass their sons' offerings? The next day, when Nuannuan, who had only just risen when the sun was high in the sky, was momentarily stunned by an avalanche of gifts. What is this key? Why are there so many? Host, within this collection are the car keys from Wen Wuling, the convenience store door keys from Wen Muyu, the apartment keys from Wen Anting, and the villa keys from Wen Jinyang. This should be about it. When Nuannuan pinched her cheek, and a wave of pain engulfed her. This was indeed real. Nuannuan, are you awake? Mother has specially prepared breakfast for you. Do you see anything you like? Just as one wave settled, another arose. Before Wen Nuannuan could fully comprehend the surprise, she was astounded by the 5-tier dining table lovingly arranged by Lu Yuhua. She had truly underestimated the wealth of the Wen family. The dining table could reach 5 levels, and each layer featured different types of dishes, from Western-style sandwiches and bread to Chinese shrimp dumplings and buns. Everything one could desire was present. What kind of imperial breakfast is this? Mom didn't know what you liked, so she prepared a bit of everything. If there's anything you dislike, I'll have them remove it. When Nuannuan swallowed hard, eager to try everything, Lu Yuhua placed a shrimp dumpling into Wen Nuannuan's bowl. Try this first. If you like it, we'll keep it all. When Nuannuan nodded enthusiastically as she ate, Lu Yuhua affectionately ruffled her daughter's fluffy hair, determined to restore her daughter to her former plump and adorable self. The villainous mother is truly thoughtful. Lu Yuhua's gaze dimmed slightly. Why was she still being referred to as the villainous mother? Never mind, there was no rush, her daughter had returned, and all would be well in time. Nuannuan, don't be shy. Whatever you like, just tell me. These are some living essentials from your brothers and father. After we finish eating, we can see if anything doesn't fit, and if you need more, I'll get it for you. With her mouth stuffed full, when Nuannuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the side gift boxes.
Wow.
This villainous family is quite wonderful. Chapter 23. Participating in a variety show. In these past few days at the Wen household, when Nuannuan was living like royalty, every day she was lavished with delicious food and drink, while Lu Yuhua and Wen Jinyang persistently inquired if she needed anything. Her brothers were competing to shower her with gifts. In just a few short weeks, she had gained several pounds, and her skin had transformed from a malnourished yellow to a radiant translucent white. On a sunny afternoon, as when Nuannuan reveled in her leisurely lifestyle, she was suddenly startled by a commotion. Host, Wang Meiyu has arrived. Why is she back again? Host, have you forgotten? The Zhuoshe group is collaborating with the Zhao Corporation. When Nuannuan smiled sheepishly, she had been so comfortable these past few days that she had completely forgotten about the presence of Wang Meiyu. When Wuling knocked on the door, reluctantly entering while holding a plate of fruit. Mom has gone out for something. She said if you needed anything, you could ask me. She's not going out to see Wang Meiyu, is she? When Wuling raised his handsome eyebrows, and he was indeed correct. Ever since their mother learned that Wang Meiyu had harmed Wen Nuannuan, she had become overly cautious, refusing to allow any opportunity for Wang Meiyu to interact with Wen Nuannuan. Thus, when the butler reported Wang Meiyu's arrival, she had immediately taken her outside to speak. Indeed, I went out with Wang Meiyu. I hope my beautiful mother isn't being bullied by her. Let me take a look. It seems fine. Wang Meiyu is here just to check on her father and inquire about when the company will be assessed. So she's here to urge progress. Then I can rest easy. Wen Wuling nodded, feeling reassured. Wen Nuannuan raised her gaze and blinked. Why hasn't this brother left yet? Wen Wuling awkwardly touched his ear, as he merely wished to become more familiar with his sister and grow closer to her. He truly felt discontent. Over the past few days, his sister had become quite chummy with the oblivious fourth brother, which he could accept. However, seeing her grow much closer to the formidable eldest and second brothers while treating him with mere formality, like a stranger, was simply unbearable. If she knew Wen Wuling felt this way, Wen Nuannuan would want to shout in protest. After all, Wen Wuling always appeared so courteous, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Please do not bother me unless necessary." Just as the atmosphere became suffocatingly awkward, a panicked voice called out from afar. "Oh my heavens, Emperor Wen! Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Emperor Wen. Goodness. This cheap third brother of mine is actually an award-winning movie emperor. He has every prestigious award imaginable at home. No wonder he always looks like everyone owes him money." Wen Wuling touched his face in confusion. Does he really have that expression? Emperor Wen, we've finally found you. It's bad news. The variety show has been moved up. Variety show? Is it a dating show? Wen Nuannuan gazed at Wen Wuling with sparkling eyes, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He wished he could crack open her little head to see what thoughts were swirling inside. So, what if it was moved up? What was all the fuss about? Oh my, didn't you already remove Wen Shanshan from your family roster?
Who are you participating with?
It turns out it's a parent-child variety show. I was looking forward to nothing. Wen Wuling shot a glance at Wen Nuannuan, leaving her utterly baffled. Then, let it be cancelled. Wen Wuling nonchalantly picked up a mangosteen and took a bite, the sweet and sour flavor justifying his sister's fondness for it.
Oh, dear.
You've already rejected 8 variety shows this year. If you reject this one, you might as well take my life. I can't continue as your manager for another day. Just get a new one. Lao Gao, casually remarking, how could you throw a tantrum like a child? I never said I wouldn't participate. Wen Wuling pressed a mangosteen into Gao Sheng's hand, soothing him as one would a child. Gao Sheng had no mind for fruit, pacing back and forth as he gesticulated. Oh, dear. It's easy for you to say. This is a parent-child program. None of your brothers are willing to participate, and you won't settle for a substitute. Now that the show has been moved up, where am I supposed to find someone? Gao Sheng grew increasingly agitated, slamming the mangosteen onto the marble table, his gaze catching the corner of a lovely pink skirt nearby. He focused, raising his eyes to see the girl in the sunlight, unadorned yet breathtakingly beautiful. Her features exquisite, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Her fluffy chestnut waves added an ethereal softness, particularly her almond-shaped eyes, glistening with a watery sheen, clear enough to reflect her own image. What a remarkable talent! She is 1,000 times more beautiful than Wen Shanshan. So that was why Wen Wuling seemed unfazed. There was already a candidate. Gao Sheng straightened his collar and extended his hand to introduce himself. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Sheng, the manager of Wen Wuling. May I ask how to address you? Out of politeness, Wen Nuannuan replied. Wen Nuannuan. Wen Nuannuan. Gao Sheng exclaimed in delight, excitedly shaking her hand. Hello. Wen Wuling is truly inconsiderate for not informing me he is such a beautiful companion. Gao Sheng turned to Wen Wuling, his eyes inquiring about their relationship. Wen Wuling recalled his elder brother's words. It wasn't he time to reveal his sister's identity. So he casually replied, relative. Gao Sheng tilted his head, eyes wide open. What do you mean, relative? Wen Nuannuan blinked, her lips slightly pouting.
Humph. Who cares about you?
Wen Nuannuan glanced at Gao Sheng, her eyes nearly rolling back, and kindly remarked, I'm a younger sister from the same family tree. Oh, a cousin. No wonder she is so beautiful. Gao Sheng hurriedly made small talk to ease the atmosphere.
Cousin.
Have you been free lately? Could you record a variety show with Teacher Wen?
No.
Gao Sheng hadn't even finished his sentence when Wen Wuling directly refused. Gao Sheng, exasperated, stared wide-eyed. I was asking the cousin. Nuannuan, you don't understand. Teacher Wen has meticulously chosen to participate in this parent-child variety show just to spend more time with family. As he spoke, Gao Sheng wiped his eyes with a feigned sense of sadness. That sounds so genuine. It's clear that the villainous third brother only agreed out of spite because he heard Qin Yuheng would be participating. Wen Nuannuan silently observed Gao Sheng's heartfelt performance. Wen Wuling covered his mouth, stifling his laughter. Who is Qin Yuheng? What makes him so significant to the villainous third brother? He is the hottest rising star currently, capable of breaking viewership records with any drama. And the media is buzzing about the possibility of him surpassing the villainous third brother to win this year's Best Actor award. Wen Wuling paused. Did he really seem that petty? Oh, she's rather shallow. Because Qin Yuheng is Gu Moken's cousin, Gu Moken, who has always been low-key, is uncharacteristically participating in the variety show. The villainous third brother is worried that Gu Moken might take the opportunity to undermine the Wen family's film company, which is why he agreed to participate. How touching. When Nuannuan's gaze toward Wen Wuling transformed into admiration. Wen Wuling silently stroked his chin, adopting a profound demeanor. Chapter 24. Live on. Who could outlive you? How did Gu Jingchao manage to impersonate Gu Moken and suddenly take the risk of participating in a variety show? Isn't he afraid of being discovered? Just as Wen Wuling was trying to appear cool, his arm slipped. Gu Jingchao impersonating Gu Moken? What does that mean? It turns out he took a risk for love. Who would have thought Gu Jingchao was such a romantic, participating just because Lin Rushua asked him to? Wen Wuling. How is Lin Rushua related to this? Oh my heavens! Wen Wuling's mind went blank at the sudden exclamation. What now? Speak up. Lin Rushua. You're quite something. If you want to become the matriarch of the Gu family, you should tell Gu Jingchao. Do you think a love-struck fool like him would refuse? You're treating the villainous third brother like a gift for a meeting. A gift?
Him?
Wen Wuling's expression turned serious. The villainous third brother, a top-tier movie emperor, was harmed, resulting in disfigurement and disability, ultimately leading to his demise. What? Wen Wuling's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. Although the villainous third brother doesn't like her, she can't just stand by and do nothing. Lin Rushua, you've met your match. I'll participate. Gao Sheng, who had been rambling on, was so stunned he forgot to speak, his eyes sparkling as he grasped Wen Nuannuan's hand. His cousin is truly his savior. It's a deal. Cousin, rest assured, this time, not only will you receive every penny of the service fee, but also any endorsement fees. Gao Sheng, fearing Wen Nuannuan would change her mind, swiftly pulled out the contract. This is quite good. While she doesn't lack money at the moment, there's no reason to turn down free money. Wen Wuling, does he think of him as dead? No way, I refuse. Wen Nuannuan decisively waved her hand and signed the contract. Cousin, I've prepared everything for clothing and other necessities. If there's anything else you need, we can get it ready now, and we'll set off shortly.
All right.
Wen Wuling suddenly stood up, glaring at Gao Sheng.
What do you mean, all right?
When our parents return and see that my sister is not home, they will surely skin me alive. Ding ding ding. With a throbbing headache. Wen Wuling picked up his phone, noticing it was his mother calling. After taking a deep breath, he answered the call. Third son. I heard from Nuannuan that she wants to participate in a variety show. You must take good care of her. If she loses even a single hair, you'll be in for it when she returns. Wen Wuling stared in silence at the disconnected phone, bemused by his mother's favoritism towards his daughter. Goodness. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Your cousin is already waiting for you in the car. Hurry up. Gao Sheng, pulling and dragging, finally delivered both Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan safely to the airport. The Wonderful Family is a highly popular live-streaming variety show that gained immense fame for documenting the beautiful lives of celebrities and their families. Throughout the journey, Gao Sheng meticulously reassured Nuannuan, there's no need to worry. This variety show is a slow-paced one, focused on leisurely meals and gentle strolls, just like home. So there's no psychological burden at all. Really? Then why is the driver speeding out of the city? Gao Sheng, noticing Wen Nuannuan's concerns, hastily added, the production team has put a lot of thought into this. They chose a villa area that is picturesque, with fresh air and close to nature for filming. Before he could finish his sentence, Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling found themselves unceremoniously deposited on a deserted road. Gazing at the boundless fields and the genuine earthen ground beneath their feet, Wen Nuannuan noticed fresh cow dung scattered about. A villa area? Both she and Wen Wuling looked at Gao Sheng with expressions of mild discontent. Gao Sheng, feeling guilty, turned to greet some passing crew members. Hello, esteemed teachers. Welcome. Please take your luggage to the village committee. Village committee? Wen Wuling spun around, intending to seek clarification from Gao Sheng, only to find that he had vanished into a nanny van without leaving a trace. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling exchanged glances, bewildered by the sight of several large and heavy suitcases before them. Before they could formulate a plan, several crew members wielding cameras appeared before them. Is this really starting now? Fans eagerly awaiting in the live stream erupted in excitement upon seeing Wen Wuling. The Emperor of Film is so handsome. Finally, our brother has made an appearance. Is that his cousin beside him? So adorable. On the other side of the screen, Gu Macheng spotted Wen Nuannuan's petite figure, his eyes narrowing slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. After a few days apart, the little one had become even more beautiful. Send some gifts. His assistant stared at him in disbelief. They were currently evading Gu Jinchao's pursuit. Boss, sending gifts now? Gu Macheng cast his gaze back to Wen Nuannuan on the screen and replied softly, The assistant, steeling himself, dispatched extravagant gifts, not out of concern for money, but rather for his own life. His boss was far too audacious. Unbeknownst to them, the barrage of gifts flooding the screen made Wen Wuling sigh, resignedly lifting one of the nearby suitcases. What the? This show has suddenly transformed into an agricultural program due to a last-minute discussion with the broadcasting network. The director is ruthless. They are farming and raising pigs here, yet promoting a glamorous life of celebrity parenthood. Who can outlive you? Wen Wuling's hand trembled, causing the suitcase to clatter to the ground. This was live streaming. If his parents and siblings saw his sister farming, he would never be able to return home. Hello.
Senior 1.
At that moment, a woman wearing sunglasses and a tight black mini dress approached excitedly. I'm Qiao Xinyao. I never expect a teacher when to arrive before us. This is my brother, Qiao Zifan. Wen Wuling nodded with a grim expression, acknowledging her. Qiao Xinyao maintained her smile, casting a peculiar glance at Wen Nuannuan while waiting for an introduction from Wen Wuling. The smile on Wen Wuling's face was nearly frozen. Neither he nor Wen Nuannuan uttered another word.
Hey,
are you ready yet? An impatient Qiao Zifan, hands shoved into his pockets, glared at Qiao Xinyao with evident annoyance. With a face full of apology, Qiao Xinyao returned to her brother's side. What manner of brother was this, treating his sister so rudely? One could only wonder what kind of life Qiao Xinyao endured at home. My dear Qiao Xinyao, you still have us. In the corner, Wen Nuannuan appeared to be lost in thought, but in reality, she was eagerly consuming gossip.
Oh.
Qiao Xinyao is definitely a wealthy second generation. Her family likely pays for her to have tailored roles, propelling her into stardom. This time, she received insider news that the guests include top idols and acclaimed actors, with the Gu family's heir making special arrangements to participate in this program. Wen Nuannuan observed the sibling pair, their luggage dwarfing even their own, shaking her head sympathetically. In the next moment, a familiar figure, Lin Ruxiue, appeared before Wen Nuannuan, causing her jaw to drop in astonishment. To her surprise, Lin Ruxiue was carrying her own suitcase, while a seemingly disgruntled Song Shiru stood beside her, empty-handed, frowning at their surroundings. Wen Nuannuan was utterly shocked. Is this the same gentle and timid Song Shiru I know? Why does she now resemble a spoiled and arrogant young lady? Hello, Teacher Wen, Teacher Qiao. Lin Ruxiue greeted, her demeanor polite and gentle as she dragged her suitcase. However, when her gaze inadvertently met Wen Nuannuan's, her expression faltered for a moment before returning to normal. This wretched girl is here too. Qiao Xinyao dashed over, taking Lin Ruxiue's suitcase with a look of starstruck delight. You're too kind.
Just call me Xinyao.
Lin teacher. This is my brother, Qiao Zifan.
Thank you.
I can manage on my own. You needn't be so courteous. Just call me Ruxiue. This is my cousin, Song Shiru. The two named individuals responded differently. Only Song Shiru frowned and nodded, while Qiao Zifan maintained a rebellious silence. Wow, no wonder she's the gentle goddess. Not only is she beautiful, but incredibly kind as well. Exactly. I'm practically swooning over her looks. What's up with Wen Wuling? Our gentle Shui greeted him. Yet he didn't respond at all. Such a lack of manners.
Puffed.
You can't ride on my brother's coattails, so stop spewing nonsense. My brother nodded in acknowledgement. Qiao Xinyao didn't say anything, so who are you to speak? The director watched the viewer count in the live stream soar, a smile nearly splitting his face. He wasn't concerned with who was riding on whose fame, as long as there was attention. Stage crew, when will Qin Yuheng arrive? The director drummed his fingers anxiously on the table. As soon as Qin Yuheng made his entrance, today's ratings would undoubtedly soar. Hey, everyone. I didn't expect you all to arrive so early. Qin Yuheng's appearance instantly captivated everyone's attention. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, Having just stepped out of the nanny van, his collar slightly askew, revealing a beautifully defined collarbone. With a haughty yet charming smile gracing his face, he exuded an adorably appealing demeanor. My brother has finally appeared. Everyone get out of the way. Don't block my brother's path.
Wow.
No wonder he is a top idol. Even his family is so handsome. Wen Wuling touched his own face, bewildered by his sister's infatuation, as he believed he was not significantly less handsome than Qin Yuheng. Wen Nuannuan noticed the tall figure behind Qin Yuheng, meticulously scrutinizing the familiar visage. Is he Gu Jinchao or Gu Machin? The cosmetic surgery is astonishingly realistic. He truly resembles Gu Machin. TSK. It's hard to tell whether Gu Jinchao is still in a love-struck daze. He has just impersonated Gu Machin to seize control of the Gu family. And before securing his position, he is here to participate in a show. Wen Wuling's expression shifted, involuntarily glancing at Gu Jinchao. He is Gu Jinchao. The obscure illegitimate son of the Gu family has actually transformed himself into the family's authority. How intriguing! Qin Yuheng approached the crowd. As he neared, Xiao Xinyao extended her hand with a smile. Teacher Wen, it's been a while. However, Qin Yuheng bypassed Xiao Xinyao and grasped Wen Wuling's hand. Wen Wuling, rarely smiling, replied, long time no see. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at the two. Xiao Xinyao was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Qin Yuheng would greet Wen Wuling first. Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural for him to acknowledge a senior. Still, the blatant double standard was evident, as he had not uttered a word to her. Lin Ruxue was astonished, not expecting the straightforward Qin Yuheng to maintain such a close relationship with an adversary. She had hoped to leverage Qin Yuheng to eliminate Wen Wuling, but that plan was now in jeopardy. Wen Nuannuan was equally shocked. She had not realized that her third brother had such a good rapport with Qin Yuheng. This shouldn't be the case. Let me see. It turns out my third brother and Qin Yuheng were already acquainted, especially during Qin Yuheng's period of confusion, when my brother acted as a guiding light, not only directing him but also introducing him to participate in auditions, which led to the current top-tier star, Qin Yuheng. Qin Yuheng, what was that sound? Sensing something amiss in Qin Yuheng's expression, Wen Wuling hurriedly interjected, these are our fellow contestants Xiao Xinyao and her brother, along with Lin Ruxue and her cousin. Lin Ruxue cast a disdainful glance at Wen Nuannuan, thinking it embarrassing for a staff member to stand among the stars. With a swift change of demeanor, she smiled and nodded politely with Xiao Xinyao, greeting, hello, Teacher Qin. Qin Yuheng responded with a smile, then turned to introduce Gu Jinchao. This is my cousin, Gu Machin. Upon hearing this name, while the Wen siblings remained composed, the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Lin Ruxue, observing the crowd's reaction, felt her face flush and dared not look at Gu Jinchao's handsome face. Gu Jinchao, bearing Gu Machin's features, glanced at the camera before him, feigning profundity with a slight nod, striving to maintain Gu Machin's persona. However, the moment the name Gu Machin was mentioned, the comments section erupted. Gu Machin? The president of the Gu group? The one who never appears in public? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Perhaps it's just a namesake? Absolutely not. My uncle works at the Gu group, and I just sent him a picture. He confirmed it's indeed the president of the Gu group. Watching the barrage of comments flood the screen, Gu Machin smirked. Gu Jinchao is truly digging his own grave. If he were Gu Jinchao, he would have seized all of the Gu family's confidential documents and shares at the first opportunity, rather than squander his precious chance for a minor star. Nevertheless, he must thank this little star for granting him the time to reclaim everything. As the ratings soared, the director gleefully emerged. Now, everyone, please gather your luggage and assemble at the village committee. Lin Ruxue glanced at the numerous bags, her irritation flickering in her eyes. Hadn't his sister Lu mentioned it was just a formality? Why were they truly expected to carry luggage? Frowning deeply, biting her lip, she looked up at Gu Jinchao. Her expression one of confusion. Gu Jinchao, unable to bear seeing the woman he adored suffer, shot a sharp glance at the director. The director felt a chill run down his spine, quickly signaling the cameraman to film others instead. The cameraman, knowing better than to disobey, immediately turned to capture the oblivious guests. Chapter 26, Splashing White Lotus, Covered in Mud. Wen Nuannuan observed the entire scene with keen interest. Oh my! The director certainly lives up to his title, masterfully creating drama, even in a live broadcast. I wonder how he intends to help them transport their luggage across this muddy terrain. Wen Nuannuan decided to linger, crossing her arms and watching intently. At that moment, several staff members quietly appeared, directing the already prepared villagers to bring forth the tractor. the second tractor, the third tractor, the fourth tractor.
Wow.
What an impressive operation. This tractor is practically brand new. The plastic covering hasn't even been removed. I just wonder if the young lady Lin Rushua and Gu Jinchao will genuinely ride in it. As expected, when Lin Rushua saw that the mode of transportation was a tractor, her expression soured dramatically. Gu Jinchao's countenance wasn't much better, his eyes casting a fierce glare at the director. The director felt a pang of breathlessness, had it not been for the muddy ground from the recent rain. He would have arranged for a luxury car to transport Gu's own. He could only stammer an explanation. Mr. Gu, this is muddy terrain. And given that it rained just yesterday, a luxury car simply can't navigate through. Seeing Gu Jinchao's face still dark with displeasure, the director hastily continued. The mud is primarily to enhance your and teacher Lin's popularity. Viewers will surely empathize seeing you both working so hard, further solidifying your images as kind-hearted and down-to-earth. Moreover, all these tractors are the latest models, with cushions on top, ensuring you and teacher Lin will be quite comfortable. Upon hearing this, Lin Rushua's expression improved considerably. After all, she had spent a small fortune hiring Song Su to portray the wicked sister, solely to maintain her innocent and pure white flower persona.
Now,
enduring a bit of discomfort on the tractor would be worth it if it helped solidify her image. The elder of the Gu family would surely view her more favorably. Machin, the ground is muddy from the recent rain. You'll surely soil your clothes if you walk over. Shall we endure a little discomfort and sit for now? Hearing Lin Rushua's concern for him, Gu Jinchao's eyes sparkled with delight as he softly replied, All right, it's just a bit of hardship for you, Shua. Lin Rushua raised her watery eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shook her head. As long as I'm with you, I won't find it hard at all. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Nuannuan exchanged a rare, synchronized eye roll. How did Gu Jinchao manage to outsmart Gu Machin? Wen Nuannuan echoed the sentiment. Could Gu Jinchao truly be oblivious to Lin Rushua's lackluster acting skills? The director exhaled in relief. The financier had finally consented. He promptly called for staff to carry Lin Rushua's suitcase. As Lin Rushua saw the approaching staff, she feigned surprise, murmuring, I'm so sorry for the trouble. Thank you for your hard work. Yet she did not move an inch. Upon glancing up and spotting Wen Nuannuan in the corner, and since Wen Nuannuan had not introduced her, Lin Rushua automatically categorized her as staff. With a condescending gaze, she looked at Wen Nuannuan, mindful that Gu Machin was nearby, and spoke in a feeble tone, Staff member, this suitcase contains valuable items, so please be careful when handling it. Wen Nuannuan, overhearing this, was both amused and enraged. He wouldn't even let his own sister do heavy lifting, so how dare she issue orders here? Lin Rushua, didn't the director say to carry your luggage to the village committee? Wen Nuannuan approached Lin Rushua, the camera following him closely. Upon the sudden appearance of the camera, Lin Rushua's face turned to one of panic. A flash of resentment crossed her eyes before she quickly turned to the director with an innocent look. The director wiped the cold sweat from his brow, knowing he couldn't afford to offend either the Gu family or the Wen family. Yes. But the method of transport for the guests to the village committee is not restricted. Upon hearing this, Wen Nuannuan promptly inquired. So we can all ride the tractor to the village committee like Teacher Lin? The director, faced with the live camera before him, could only manage a wry smile and nod in affirmation. Wen Nuannuan called out loudly to Qin Yuhang and the others, who were laboriously moving their luggage. Hey, everyone, don't go. The director says we can take the tractor to the village committee. Upon hearing this, the group ahead immediately set down their suitcases. And Xiao Zifan even turned around and walked back without hesitation. Seeing her younger brother return, Qiao Xinyao glanced at her own exceedingly heavy suitcase, assumed the filming had concluded, and let go of her luggage to follow suit. Qin Yuhang furrowed his brow and joined the others as they turned back. The director, witnessing the returning crowd, felt beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like rain. Xiao Xinyao, perplexed by what had just transpired, asked, Director, has the filming wrapped up? Wrapped up? This is a live broadcast. We are far from done. The director swallowed hard and, mustering his courage, replied, Haha, congratulations to all the teachers for discovering the hidden task. You all can take the tractor to the village committee, but you'll need to drive it yourselves. After saying this, he cast a worried glance at the financier, Mr. Gu, who appeared unfazed. The director silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his quick thinking. Ha. The director must have exhausted his brain power to devise such a solution. Drive it ourselves. How splendid. After toiling for years at the Lin family, I thought my tractor driving skills would go to waste, but here they are, put to good use. Qin Yuhang looked at Wen Nuannuan with a puzzled expression. Was that voice truly hers? He cast a strange glance at Wen Wuling, who at that moment was seething with anger, consumed by thoughts of hastening the Lin family's downfall, completely oblivious to Qin Yuhang's silent plea for help. Though internally furious, Wen Wuling, as a seasoned actor, maintained his composure and asked calmly, "Does the director mean that each group of guests will drive the tractor to the village committee?" "Exactly." The director nodded vigorously. "You are absolutely correct." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed in exasperation, realizing they were still required to walk to the village committee. Qiao Xinyao and her brother shot Wen Nuannuan an annoyed glare, blaming her for their needless trek. Ignoring them, Wen Wuling briskly hoisted his luggage onto the tractor and, after finishing, even took a moment to dust off his hands. The others looked at him in bewilderment, unable to believe he would actually drive a tractor. Then an astonishing scene unfolded. Wen Nuannuan, petite as she was, effortlessly took the driver's seat of the tractor, swiftly manipulating the controls. Suddenly, a clattering sound erupted, and the tractor miraculously came to life, accelerating rapidly. "Everyone, get out of the way!" Wen Nuannuan shouted, and as the crowd scrambled to avoid her, she deftly executed a sharp turn, splattering mud from a puddle 3 feet high. A piercing scream echoed across the sky, startling a flock of birds into flight from the nearby trees. Chapter 27. After all the commotion, they still had to carry their own things. As the crowd regained their composure, they were incredulously struck by the sight of Lin Rushua, her pristine white dress now speckled with foul-smelling mud. Even her face was dotted with dark stains. Lin Rushua bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. It was not the fault of Teacher Wen and the others. It was my inadequacy for not leaving sooner. Before she could finish her thought, tears streamed down her cheeks. Gu Jinchao, witnessing the distress of his beloved, turned pale. Gritting his teeth, "Shue, you are far too kind. It is not your fault at all." He accepted a trembling towel from the director and gently wiped the mud from Lin Rushua's face. The director, drenched in cold sweat, stood nearby with a pile of towels, attempting to salvage the situation. "This is mud from the black soil, highly nutritious and completely safe." Xiao Zifan, ever eager for drama, scoffed. "What kind of mud smells this bad? It's practically cow dung." Lin Rushua, who had been feigning vulnerability, turned beet red upon hearing this, her body stiffening in shock.
Gao Zhong?
It was actually cow dung. Qiao Xinyao, sensing the director's murderous glare, quickly covered Xiao Zifan's mouth. She had invested a great deal of money into this show, and could not afford for this little troublemaker to ruin it. Meanwhile, the comments section erupted with chatter. "What kind of uncouth behavior is this from the film emperor's sister? Shue, don't cry. It's not your fault. Hold our dear Shue close. She is so gentle and kind. What's up with that Wen Nuannuan? The film emperor's sister is something else. Did you see how the film emperor ignored her introduction? She must be a spoiled heiress." "No. Our sister did call for everyone to move. Qin Yuhang and the others managed to dodge, while your family just stood there. Looks like a classic case of seeking attention. Some individuals seemed desperate for attention, even targeting cow dung. When did your eyes go blind?" Wen Nuannuan has such a haughty demeanor, and Wen Wuling looks like a complete scoundrel. It's hard to fathom why the production team invited this group. Observing everything unfold, Qin Yuhang cast a somber gaze at Gu Jinchao. He felt that today, Gu Machin seemed particularly unfamiliar, especially since Lin Rushua's lackluster performance could deceive his cousin. It was truly astonishing. Noticing the director's pleading expression, Qin Yuhang spoke up at the right moment. Teacher Wen and the others had warned everyone in advance. Miss Lin appears to enjoy connecting with nature, having not flinched. With the top star saying this, Lin Rushua could only bite her lip and force a smile. Yes, indeed. We should hurry to the village committee. To Gu Jinchao, this scene painted Lin Rushua as someone who had been wronged yet still bore the burden for other sake. His expression darkened as he sternly addressed the director. "Director, Shue is now covered in mud. You can't let her go directly to the village committee like this." The director felt disheartened. Mr. Financier, he wished he could, but this was a live show, and so many eyes were watching, could he really say no? "Cousin, Haven T, you always advocated that enduring hardship is the path to greatness?" Glancing at Qin Yuhang's bewildered expression, Gu Jinchao's earlier anger dissipated in an instant. Realizing he was currently in the persona of Gu Machin, he cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Rushua before softly responding, "She's a girl. Boys should be more considerate and caring towards girls. You've always championed equality between the sexes. Haven to you?" Gu Jinchao was momentarily silenced, understanding that Gu Machin, who lacked empathy, would not concern himself with such trivial matters as mud on clothing. Machin, there's no need to make a fuss. It's just a bit of mud on the clothes. Let us hurry to the village committee. Lin Rushue interjected, diffusing the tense atmosphere. Gu Jinchao, filled with guilt, nodded at Lin Rushue. His Shueshue was indeed so understanding. Lin Rushue tightened her grip on the towel, her nails digging into the soft fabric. Casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yuhang, those from the Wen family were truly no good. Seeing how Wen Wuling was unwilling to introduce Wen Nuannuan, it was likely that she was merely a hired actress masquerading as family. And this Qin Yuhang, who was so close to Wen Wuling, appeared to be equally ineffectual. These three would soon face her reckoning. Unaware of the scrutiny upon him, Qin Yuhang mimicked Wen Wuling, loading his luggage onto the tractor. He then turned to ask a local for assistance, and under the local's guidance, the tractor finally began to move slowly. Qin Yuhang's fans, witnessing their idol's prowess, flooded the comments section.
Wow.
My brother is so amazing. Not only can he drive cars and yachts, but he's self-learned to drive a tractor too. Exactly. Such a challenging task is a piece of cake for him. The one and only Qin Yuhang. The one and only Qin Yuhang. On the other side, upon seeing Qin Yuhang operating the tractor, Gu Jinchao swiftly loaded Lin Rushue and his own luggage onto it. Lin Rushue and Xiao Xinyao exchanged glances, both decidedly averse to the idea of boarding that unattractive tractor, let alone learning to operate it from the filthy villagers. Just as the atmosphere grew tense with silence, the chivalrous Gu Jinchao thoughtfully suggested accompanying Lin Rushue, citing the slippery road as a concern for her safety. Lin Rushue feigned shyness, averting her gaze from Gu Jinchao, while inwardly cursing Gu Machin for being such a straightforward man. How could he expect her to traverse such a filthy path? However, reflecting on her innocent persona, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. At that moment, the focus shifted to the remaining three individuals. Song Su had remained silent, dragging her suitcase ahead. Xiao Xinyao gritted her teeth, compelled to follow suit. As for Xiao Zifan, he looked skyward and muttered an expletive before reluctantly hauling his luggage toward the village committee. The village committee was merely a couple of 100 meters from the village entrance, so Wen Nuannuan and the others arrived in no time. After setting down her suitcase, Wen Nuannuan entered the courtyard of the village committee. In the center lay 4 large boxes. Wen Nuannuan quickly inquired about their purpose, but her question was met with silence. The director is truly a tyrant. Farming, pig raising, apple cultivation, and fish breeding. None of these activities appeal to her. When Wuling's expression shifted, this was a matter of life and death. His mother had strictly instructed him to ensure not a single hair was harmed on Wen Nuannan's head. Farming is out of the question. There are leeches in the water. One bite, and she would surely suffer from anemia. Raising pigs? She knows nothing about postnatal care for sows. Apple cultivation appears to be the least taxing. Fish breeding, is it simply a matter of scattering feed? Just as Wen Nuannuan was lost in her thoughts, a clattering sound announced the arrival of Qin Yuhang, who was driving the tractor. Wen Wuling promptly assisted him in unloading the suitcase with remarkable efficiency. Upon entering, Qin Yuhang greeted Wen Nuannuan with a beaming smile. Hello. I am a friend of Wen Sr. My name is Qin Yuhang. May I ask for your name? Chapter 28. The Pure Lotus and the Scoundrel. Truly a match. Qin Yuhang's simple greeting ignited a flurry of excitement in the comments. My brother is actually smiling at her and taking the initiative to speak. Qin Yuhang's fans need to be cautious. When Nuannuan appeared to be scheming, soon, she would have your brother spinning in circles. Brother, what are you doing? Don't be deceived by her appearance. It is said that when Wuling has been around the entertainment industry, his sister must be following suit. Qin Yuhang's fans should be wary. They might find themselves with multiple sisters-in-law. Enough already. Gu Machin has already been captivated by Lin Rushue. Do you also need to be enchanted? I am truly exasperated. The main character at home is unattractive, yet they malign my brother and sister. Perhaps it's time to suggest a little plastic surgery for your main character. In stark contrast to the chaotic atmosphere of the comments, Wen Nuannuan smiled gently and replied, Hello, my name is Wen Nuannuan. Wen Nuannuan, I shall remember that. You are Wen's sister. Just call me Yuhang, like my senior does, Qin Yuhang said, his gaze clear and fixated on Wen Nuannuan, resonating with her unspoken sentiments. Could it be that Wen Senior could hear this as well? This harmonious scene was witnessed by Lin Rushue and Gu Jinchao, who had just arrived. Lin Rushue's eyes reddened with envy in an instant. Qin Yuhang seemed indifferent to her. Yeah, he was engaged in cheerful conversation with Wen Nuannuan. Machin. Let us step outside and wait for Qiao Xinyao and the others. Lin Ruxue feigned trepidation as she inquired. Gu Jinchao's expression grew colder upon seeing the closeness between Qin Yuhang and the Wen family, and he took Lin Ruxue's hand, leading her directly into the courtyard of the village committee. Yuhang, it seems you've found time to make new friends, he remarked. As a post-2000s youth, Qin Yuhang was oblivious to Gu Jinchao's sarcasm and curiously asked upon seeing the two, "Cousin, why are you both covered in mud?" Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling turned to look. Gu Jinchao had only a bit of yellow-brown mud on his pants and shoes, his upper body remaining impeccably dapper. Lin Ruxue, on the other hand, was a sight to behold, her pristine white gown now marred by splashes of mud, and even her fair calves were smeared with the muck. Lin Ruxue glared at the clean Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling, her expression a mixture of frustration and anger. It was all Wen Nuannuan and that meddlesome Wen Wuling's fault for ruining her image on the show. "Macheng, you should wipe yourself off with a towel. Don't blame them. Wen and the others are merely following the rules of the program," Gu Jinchao said. His eyes filled with concern as he picked up a towel and gently began to wipe the mud off Lin Ruxue. Turning around, he shot an ominous glance at the others. System. Host, Lin Ruxue is attempting to make Gu Jinchao and the audience believe that you are bullying her, firmly establishing her innocent persona. Hu Isnta master of sarcasm. When one approached with a basin of towels, kindly offering to dry Lin Ruxue's hair. "Lin teacher, you're so muddy, yet you think of Mr. Gu first. How thoughtful of you." Lin Ruxue smiled faintly, secretly tugging the towel from Wen Nuannan's grasp, when suddenly Wen Nuannuan asked, "Oh, Lin teacher, where are your cousin and song teacher? You are so eager to help. You wouldn't let them come over, would you?" At these words, Lin Ruxue's face paled, and she shot a fierce glare at Wen Nuannuan. Just then, Qiao Xinyao and Qiao Zifen, both caked in mud, entered the courtyard of the village committee one after the other. Upon entering, Qiao Zifen violently wiped his clothes and shoes with a towel. What a dreadful program. Had he known, he would never have participated. Gu Jinchao, his face ashen, pulled Lin Ruxue aside to avoid the scene. Qiao Xinyao, concerned for her image, gritted her teeth and hurriedly began apologizing to those around her. Lin Ruxue, with an angelic smile, waved her hand gently, reassuring, "It's all right, Xinyao. Your brother is still young, let him use it first. As older siblings, we must take care of our younger siblings." After she spoke, Gu Jinchao's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Wen Wuling. What is going on? Wen Wuling, clearly a senior, should be more considerate of his juniors. Indeed, there is no need to be so obvious about it. Our Xinyao is covered in mud too. The tractor is large. What is wrong with accommodating a few more people? If not, you can take your luggage away. System. The male and female leads have teamed up to tarnish your image. The comments are now criticizing you and Wen Wuling.
Wow.
So quickly, I am teaming up with the third brother to become infamous.
What?
In the background, they are hiring trolls to slander us, causing the Wen family stock to plummet. Impressive. You all are showing off. We will defend the Wen family stocks at all costs. Wen Nuannuan handed a towel to the disheveled Song Su, who was huddled in the corner. Heavens! Lin teacher's cousin, is that mud or sweat on your face? You've worked hard carrying your sister's suitcase all alone. Wen Wuling, understanding the implication, immediately expressed concern. How can you, a girl, carry 2 suitcases? Your sister truly lacks understanding. She should be more considerate of her older sister. Look at that. Even her cousin ignores her plight while blaming my brother. It seems she just wants to ride on my brother's coattails. I can't help but feel that Lin Ruxue is being hypocritical, completely disregarding her cousin's well-being while criticizing Wen Wuling. Could it be that upstairs, Wen Wuling has paid you to clear your name? I am truly exasperated. Lin Ruxue hasn't even glanced at her cousin, yet she blames my brother. Lin Ruxue flushed with embarrassment, her face alternating between red and white. As she hastily defended herself, "No, it's not like that. It was the elder sister who insisted on her moving." Upon witnessing Lin Ruxue's menacing gaze, Song Shiru thought of their ailing father and could only nod in tacit agreement. The Lin family is indeed formidable, even resorting to threatening Song's father's life to compel Song Shiru to play the role of the wicked sister. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling simultaneously glanced at the silent Song Shiru, their hearts swelling with sympathy for her. Lin Ruxue, putting on an act, feigned a tearful countenance, lowering her head in a posture of misunderstood grievance. Gu Jinchao could not bear to see his beloved woman in tears and coldly interjected, "Enough. She has already stated that she wishes to move her belongings. He then turned to Lin Rushua, softly reassuring her, Shua. There is no need to clarify things so thoroughly to those with ill intentions. The innocent shall remain untainted. Yu Gu Jinchao. How was he able to eliminate Gu Macheng and still impersonate him? Qin Yuheng looked incredulously at Wen Nuannuan. Impersonate? The person before him was Gu Jinchao. The crowd's gazes shifted awkwardly between the two, the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar. The director, sensing the strange tension, quickly interjected with a beaming smile. Congratulations to all the esteemed teachers for successfully arriving at the village committee. This episode will require you to reside in Anxiang Village for a week. Chapter 29. Choose.
Choose.
You all get to choose. The director clapped his hands against a nearby cardboard box. This time, the program will adopt a brand new format. Your accommodations and food will be selected by you. Whichever box you choose will contain corresponding housing and provisions. The director, putting away the task card, nervously looked at the crowd. Esteemed teachers, is there anything unclear? Xiao Xiniao observed the silence and politely responded, yes, we understand. The others nodded in agreement. The director continued. Then let the first group to arrive at the village committee choose first. Xiao Zifan, feeling dissatisfied, stepped forward to protest. Why should the first to arrive get to choose first? I'm covered in mud and feeling miserable. Let us choose first. Xiao Xiniao widened her eyes and hurriedly pulled Xiao Zifan behind her, apologetically addressing the others. I apologize, my brother lacks understanding. I hope all esteemed teachers will overlook his words. How could our lovely and kind Xiniao have such an inconsiderate brother? Everyone chimed in, insisting that this troublesome child should face some hardship. Yes, this troublesome child ought to be taught a lesson by Wen Wuling. They should know how wonderful our Xiniao is. Stop belittling our brother. Your family has made your brother suffer, yet he is not allowed to complain. Xiao Zifan's words struck a chord with Lin Rushua, who felt it unfair that Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling were allowed to choose first while she was covered in mud and feeling miserable. Lin Rushua softly suggested, Xiniao's brother is young and has dragged such heavy boxes. He must be exhausted. Why not let them choose first? System, clearly. Lin Rushua wishes to choose first while trying to establish a kind persona. Choose.
Choose.
After all, the work will be the same. When Wuling and Wen Nuannuan shared the same sentiment, it did not matter who chose first since neither of them knew how to farm or raise pigs. Gu Jinchao, noticing Lin Rushua's eager expression, immediately agreed, let them choose first. With the financier's voice in play, the director had no objections. However, since it was a live broadcast, they had to maintain appearances and consult others for their opinions. I apologize for not considering this. If everyone has no objections, let Xiao Xiniao's group choose first. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Rushua stepped forward to Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan, worry etched on her face as she inquired, Teacher Wen. Xiniao and her brother have dragged their luggage all this way. It must have been arduous. Could you please agree to let them choose first? They are covered in mud and must be exhausted. Allowing them to choose first would enable them to rest sooner and avoid catching a cold. As soon as Wen Wuling voiced this concern, it moved everyone present, and even the comments section felt the impact. Whoever dares to speak ill of my brother, I shall not spare them. I am heartbroken. My brother genuinely cares for his younger peers. I will see who dares to spread rumors. Lin Rushua, how could you be so scheming, targeting my brother when he is so kind and accommodating? I declare myself a mere bystander. I have also noticed that while her cousin is covered in mud, she shows no concern but constantly targets Emperor Wen. What bystander? I see you as a fan of Wen Wuling. My Shua is so kind. Stop spewing nonsense here. Upon hearing Wen Wuling's words, the director promptly made a decision. Since Teacher Wen has suggested it, then Xiao Xiniao's group will choose first, followed by Lin Rushua's group, and then Teacher Qin's group. Lin Rushua's smile faltered slightly, and gritting her teeth, she said, Wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Wen. Thank you, Director. Xiniao, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and choose. Xiao Xiniao looked gratefully at Lin Rushua, thankful for her assistance in allowing them to choose first. Frustrated, Xiao Zifan stepped forward and opened a box. Suddenly, a pale figure flitted out. Quack, quack. Xiao Zifan and Xiao Xiniao stared wide-eyed at the live duck before them, unable to believe their eyes. Congratulations to Teacher Qiao's group for receiving the task of raising ducks. The director awkwardly led the applause, not allowing Xiao Xiniao and her group any opportunity to refuse. Immediately adding, Lin Rushua, it's your turn to choose. Lin Rushua glanced around, noting that Wen Nuannuan and her group were standing near the box on the left. Sister, shall we choose this box on the left? Song Shiru sighed internally, unable to protest, and could only coldly respond with a slight nod. Let me help you open it. Gu Jinchao volunteered, stepping forward to assist. Lin Rushue shyly acquiesced.
Ugh.
This sweetness is becoming unbearable. Qin Yuheng, similarly perplexed as Wen Nuannuan, initially thought his cousin was merely acting strangely due to exhaustion. However, after realizing he was Gu Jinchao, the situation became increasingly uncomfortable, especially as he witnessed Gu Jinchao engaging in such sycophantic behavior while bearing Gu Macheng's cool and aloof visage. Gu Jinchao shielded Lin Rushue behind him, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Nuannuan and her group. Lin Rushue, hidden behind him, wore a look of disdain. How could he be so foolish? Wen Nuannuan, the provocateur, was deliberately trying to harm her. System, alert. Lin Rushue is about to stir trouble again. Host, be cautious. Wu, system, you still have a hint of conscience. Teacher Qin, it's your turn. Lin Rushue's words were abruptly stifled by Wen Nuannuan, who shot her a glare. Unwilling to back down, Wen Nuannuan returned the glare defiantly. As if, everyone knows you want to harm me. Why would I give you the opportunity? The director, puzzled by the unfolding dynamics, observed Qin Yuheng grabbing a handful of rice, looking quizzically at the director. The director quickly rallied the staff to applaud, ensuring the emotional value was ample. Congratulations, Teacher Qin. You have received 3 acres of fertile land. Gu Jinchao, with a dark expression, uncertainly inquired, 3 acres of rice paddies. The director gulped nervously, responding hesitantly, you can grow wheat as well, but the climate here is most suitable for rice. How meaningful. Cousin, the rice we grow can be gifted to Grandpa. He will surely appreciate it. The affluent young master, born in the 2000s, was genuinely delighted at the prospect of farming. Gu Jinchao remained cold-faced but ceased further commentary. Finally, having appeased the financier, the director spoke with a lighter tone. Teacher Wen, this is for you. Qin Yuheng, the box contains rice. This must be real apples. Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan exchanged glances, suspecting it might indeed contain real apples. Sure enough, upon opening it, Wen Nuannuan pulled out a large, red apple, crunching into it with a satisfying crispness. The sweet and sour taste is truly delightful. Warm, with a bite of the apple, she gave a thumbs up to Wen Wuling. Teacher Wen, your luck is remarkable. Cultivating apples seems so effortless, and you can enjoy a few bites of the fruit along the way. Wen Wuling straightened her back proudly, basking in her sister's praise. Chapter 30. The White Lotus and the Tea Ceremony Contest. Lin Rushue gazed at the stinky pig, then back at Worm, who was blissfully munching on an apple, her teeth gritting in frustration. Humph! The sound of the pig's grunt startled Lin Rushue, nearly causing her to faint, tears streaming down her cheeks in an instant. Shue, what's wrong? Gu Jinchao swiftly supported Lin Rushue. Lin Rushue, trembling at the sight of the plump pig, dove into Gu Jinchao's embrace, clutching him tightly as tears cascaded down. I was just a bit frightened upon seeing it. I'll adapt soon enough. Gu Jinchao shot an angry glare at the innocent pig, softly comforting Lin Rushue. Don't be afraid, Shue. Shall we choose a simpler task? Is that all right? Lin Rushue, her eyes brimming with tears, looked up, her gentle tone melting Gu Jinchao's heart. The director won T mind. However, the director felt a chill run down his spine.
Yes. Yes.
He wouldn't dare object. Gu Jinchao glanced around, thinking that such dirty work as raising ducks should not be forced upon his pure Shue. And cultivating rice was out of the question. Only those two, indulging in apples, were fitting for the task. Director? Yes. The director hastily rushed over. What can I do for you, Mr. Gu? Director, how can 2 girls from Shue's group manage a pig weighing hundreds of pounds? I believe apple picking is far more suitable for them. The director broke into a sweat. This.
Montakchen interjected.
Let us not put the director in a difficult position. My cousin and I can manage. The hefty white pig let out a grunt, causing Lin Rushue's tears to flow even more. Gu Jinchao's chest heaved, his voice laced with barely restrained anger. Director, do you still have objections? None. Teacher Lin's well-being is paramount. The director cleared his throat, gathering courage to speak. Teacher Wen, given that there are 2 girls in Teacher Lin's group, they truly cannot handle the physical labor of pig raising. What if you swap tasks with them? When Wuling's expression shifted. If Lin Rushue couldn't care for the pig, how could her sister? Indeed, girls are not suited for such strenuous work. If the group had 2 boys, it would be a different story. The director couldn't help but glance at Gu Jinchao, whose face had turned a shade of thunderous gray. Two troublesome souls. Lin Rushua looked up with tearful eyes, her voice trembling. Please don't blame Teacher Wen. Am I really that useless? I just want to complete the task properly. The simple act of the white pig shaking its head startled Lin Rushua, making her retreat further into Gu Jinchao's embrace. Is there no compassion at all? Our Shua is in such distress. How can Wen Wuliang still utter such words? Someone from above chimed in. I've tolerated you for long enough. Targeting my brother alone. Are we?
Exactly.
Mr. Gu cares so much for Lin Rushua. Why doesn't he switch with her? It was clear Lin Rushua had initiated the task selection, yet now desired a change. The comments from above struck a chord. Our Shua is not at fault. Can't you see she's already crying from guilt? Wen Wuliang, how much are you being paid to spread such nonsense? Worm rolled her eyes, unimpressed by Lin Rushua's acting skills. You usually relish pork, yet upon encountering a live pig, you're in tears. Such an adorable pig is nearly brought to tears by your sobbing. Gu Jinchao stifled a laugh, pretending to cough to ease the awkwardness.
Cousin, relax.
Perhaps raising pigs will cure her fear of them. Upon hearing this, Lin Rushua instinctively tightened her grip on Gu Jinchao's shirt, her eyes glinting with daggers. Wishing to strike out at the meddlesome Qin Yuhang, Gu Jinchao thought Lin Rushua was merely frightened and gently patted her. Is raising pigs really that simple? Just feeding them? Director, this script is far too scripted.
Switch.
Such a simple task is to be relished. Wen Wuliang exclaimed, how splendid. Feeding them is so easy. Our parents can't possibly accuse me of mistreating my sister. Teacher Lin, don't be upset, since Mr. Gu is unwilling to switch. We will exchange tasks with you. Warm's words ignited joy in the director's heart. Mr. Gu doesn't understand how to cherish delicate flowers. As a senior, I must look after my junior actors. Director, we shall swap tasks with Lin Rushua. With Warm's addition, the director was on the verge of tears.
Indeed.
There are still good people in the world. Teacher Wen, as expected of a mentor, understands the importance of nurturing the younger generation. Therefore, Teacher Wen, your task will be raising pigs and Teacher Lin, yours will be apple picking. Lin Rushua found Warm's sudden agreement rather abrupt, yet the thought of being with a stinky pig made her reluctantly express her gratitude. Although Gu Jinchao found Warm's words unpalatable, as long as his Shua did not suffer, he decided not to hold it against them. Congratulations to all teachers for receiving their tasks. You may now return to rest. Quickly depart, or I shall need a quick-acting heart remedy. Lin Rushua, clutching an apple, anticipated a spectacle from Warm and the others, pondering how they would manage a pig weighing hundreds of pounds. To her surprise, Warm chattered away, and the obedient white pig climbed onto the tractor by itself, leaving everyone dumbfounded.
Wow.
Who would have thought Warm could communicate with animals? Warm confidently climbed onto the tractor, politely waving goodbye to everyone, and sped off with the white pig and Wen Wuliang. The onlookers were left in stunned silence.
Wow.
I didn't realize Warm was so cool. Upon hearing Qin Yuhang's excited exclamation, Lin Rushua and Xiao Xinyao's expression soured. Qin Yuhang, this ingrate, doesn't even think to help her. This Warm is merely slightly prettier. Why is she attracting attention everywhere? Truly shameless. Lin Rushua shot a glance at Xiao Xinyao, her excitement evident as she raised an eyebrow. It seemed that where there were people who despised Warm, Xiao Xinyao was among them. On the other side, Warm and Wen Wuliang swiftly found their lodging. Wen Wuliang was dumbfounded. Had he crossed into another realm? How could he behold houses built of stone? Why were there branches stuck around the house? Please don't tell him this was a fence. His mother would surely prepare bamboo strips for stir-fried meat upon seeing this. As he hesitated between survival and mere existence, Warm had already stepped inside confidently.
Wow.
Who would have thought? The exterior is from the Stone Age, while the interior is modern. Wen Wuliang, hearing a glimmer of hope, hurried in. He was terrified. Fortunately, the interior boasted air conditioning, television, and all manner of appliances.
Upon seeing this,
he could easily explain that the house's decor was of a natural style. Chapter 31. Eating melons, only to have them fall on one's own head. Wen Wuliang had just moved his luggage inside, and hadn't he had a moment to rest when a piercing scream shattered the air. What is that sound? Let me see. Let me see. Wen Wuliang perked up his ears. Quick, tell me. Lin Rushua. No need to scream so loudly, just because of a bug. Oh, how cruel. With one step, the little bug's life is over. Lin Rushue is far too youthful. Does she truly need to be so excited over such a multitude of little bugs? After all, it is an orchard. There are bugs everywhere. When Wuling couldn't he help but burst into laughter, noticing Worm casting a puzzled glance at him, hastily pretending to fiddle with his cup. This cup is truly adorable and delightful. When Nuannuan tilted her head, gazing at the white porcelain cup adorned with large, vibrant peonies. San Ji's aesthetic truly has a sense of nostalgia. Haha, when Wuling awkwardly chuckled as he set the cup down. Wen Wuling, who is to blame for this?
Bang.
Cannon fire? How can there be cannon fire at an unremarkable time?
Oh.
Misunderstanding. It turns out that was Qiao Zifan dropping a box.
Clap.
That sound is Qiao Xian Yao dropping a box. Wow. They're quarreling. The director is even live-streaming the argument for ratings. Wen Wuling. I almost want to watch the live stream. While Wen Wuling pondered how he could catch the live broadcast, when Nuannuan leisurely took out her phone. The two of them then became engrossed in watching. A grand display of national essence. Is this even allowed to be broadcast? Wow. They're throwing punches, pulling ears, tugging hair. If this keeps up, the younger brother might go bald. Qiao Zifan has erupted. Such strength. Throwing geese. Tossing boxes.
Ouch.
What S in that box? Qiao Xian Yao truly understands the allure of black stockings. My eyes. What sort of forbidden item is this? When Wuling felt his eyes might burn out, hastily covering Wen Nuannuan's eyes and snatching the phone to turn it off. Don't look at such chaotic things. Let us eat first. After speaking, he cast a guilty glance at Wen Nuannuan and headed towards the kitchen. At this moment, the comment section exploded. What filthy things have I just witnessed? Too blinding to behold. Qiao Xian Yao, an unsatisfied older woman, pretending to be a pure young flower. What nonsense is being spewed upstairs? How can you prove that box belongs to my Yao Yao? Haha, Qiao Xian Yao's fans have completely lost it. The boxes she brought are not hers, but her dog's. Our Yao Yao would never possess such items. It must belong to her bully brother. Ladies, do you believe this? I certainly don't. Ha 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 ha. Be careful. The fans of Qiao Xian Yao are about to bite you. When Nuannuan was happily munching on popcorn, her expression suddenly sour. Let me see what Qiao Xian Yao intends to do with those items. Qin Yu Hang, Wen Wuling, Gu Mo Chun are all within her sights. And there's a sequence. The first target is Gu Mo Chun, followed by Qin Yu Hang. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Scapegoat is last on the list. When Nuannuan fixated on Wen Wuling's flushed ears, her curiosity ignited as she pondered what scandalous news might involve the villainous Scapegoat system. Come out, and let us continue to munch on gossip. System. Host, big news. The live stream room has been shut down. The director is urgently trying to extinguish the fire, desperately persuading Qiao Xian Yao and Lin Rushue. Naturally, with national essence mixed with forbidden content, it's no wonder it got shut down. It's truly a tough job for the director. Do you have any gossip about my Scapegoat, Wen Wuling? Wen Wuling's hand trembled, causing the potato he held to drop to the floor, casting a guilty glance at Wen Nuannuan. He was quite innocent. How could there be any scandal? No way. No way. Scapegoat is already an award-winning actor, yet he hasn't even had a kiss scene.
Oh.
They're just using angles. The women who want to kiss him line up all the way to Paris. Oh dear. Who would be thought that the esteemed Scapegoat is still quite pure? He is still a virgin. Wen Wuling stumbled slightly, gritting his teeth as he commanded, Wen Nuannuan, come and wash the vegetables. Wen Nuannuan pouted and walked into the kitchen. System. Lin Rushue seized the opportunity to enter, using the comments to brainwash Qiao Xian Yao, subtly insinuating that she is seducing Qin Yu Hang, aiming to form a couple. Wen Nuannuan forcefully snapped a sweet potato in half, laughing as she said, I'll see if it's sweet or not. This is a red heart variety. It must be sweet. Well then, let us cook it. Wen Wuling, maintaining a calm facade, took the sweet potato. Though internally, he was extremely anxious. Surely this little girl wouldn't catch him in any compromising situation again. Oh my, Qiao Xian Yao believes this. She even hired trolls to slander us. What do you mean I have a face that attracts men, specifically targeting handsome men? Oh dear. And they say I'm trying to seduce Qin Yu Hang.
Bang.
In his frustration, Wen Wuling abruptly chopped the cutting board in half. Wen Nuannuan. Midway through her popcorn, Wen Nuannuan turned her head stiffly, staring wide-eyed at the furious Wen Wuling. The quality is too poor. I'll go exchange it for a better one. After saying that, Wen Wuling stormed out with a dark expression. Picking up his phone, he saw that the trending topic was all about Wen Nuannuan, and it was filled with insults directed at her. Wen Nuannuan has an alluring demeanor. It's obvious, she has a history of seducing men. Didn't you see her throwing flirtatious glances at the top-tier Qin Yu Hang as soon as she arrived? That box must belong to Wen Nuannuan. She definitely took the wrong one, causing my Yao Yao to be misunderstood.
No.
Xiao Xian Yao's fans. Are you all brainlessly defending her? Qin Yu Hang's fans should keep an eye on their idol. Perhaps tonight he'll be seduced by Wen Nuannuan. Wen Nuannuan, you shameless person, keep your distance from my brother. Brother, you must stay away from that Wen Nuannuan witch. Don't let her deceive you. Wen Wuling was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, immediately dialing his agent. Gao Sheng, handle the trending topic swiftly. Send out the lawyer's letter and report it to the police if necessary. Gao Sheng, already flustered, promptly agreed. After so many years as an agent, he shouldn't need Wen Wuling to remind him about such trivial matters. In just the time it took to eat one meal, trouble had come knocking at their door. It really was as if being a top agent was merely a title purchased with money. Once he confirmed the disappearance of Wen Nuannuan's trending topic, Wen Wuling called his older brother, Wen Ting. Although the Wen family does not bully others, they certainly won't allow anyone to bully them. After the call concluded, Wen Wuling returned to the kitchen with a thicker cutting board. Go wash the rice. Observing Wen Wuling's cold demeanor, Wen Nuannuan nodded repeatedly. All right. The trending topic slandering her has vanished. So it turns out Sangha just stepped out to handle this matter. I'm truly touched. Wen Wuling stood a little taller with pride. His sister finally had a change of heart towards him. Chapter 32: The Wen Family and the Severed Ties with Him. More gossip. This time it's claiming that Sangha has been sleeping with actresses in the crew for years. Even the makeup artists are not spared. And that he has a child, bringing the child along to participate in a variety show to test the waters for future public exposure. A child?
They must be talking about me.
Haraha. This rumor is a bit too far-fetched. Come on. How could I be Sanggu's child at my age?
Ban.
When Nuannuan looked up, astonished to see that the 10-centimeter thick cutting board had split in two, glancing at Wen Wuling wielding a kitchen knife. Wen Nuannuan silently retreated. This one is of even poorer quality. I'll go exchange it for a better one. Wen Wuling, fuming, stormed out again. Picking up his phone, he noticed the top trending topic was explosive. 3-time Best Actor has an illegitimate daughter. Explosive news. The Best Actor openly brings his daughter to a parent-child variety show. Explosive. The virtuous Best Actor has slept with actresses in the crew. Gao Sheng. You must be getting old. Your reactions are so slow. How could you let such dirt get splashed onto the trending topics on Weibo? Wen Wuling unleashed his fury onto the phone at Gao Sheng, who was already overwhelmed handling Wen Nuannuan's trending topic. Without even having a moment to catch his breath, he saw his own actor trending as well. The Qiao family has truly crossed the line this time. The audience, who had been enjoying the spectacle of the Qiao siblings' brawl, were now instantly captivated by the trending topics involving Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling. This can't be real. I refuse to believe it. My brother is not that kind of person. I always thought Wen Nuannuan looked so much like Wen Wuling. Turns out they are father and daughter. One is shameless. Coming right in and flirting with my brother. It must be a family trait. Brother, you must keep your distance from that father-daughter duo of the Wen family. Enough of this wild imagination. The production team has already revealed Warman's age, which is 5 years younger than Wen Wuling. Is it possible that my brother fathered a child at the tender age of 5? Oh, I insist that my brother is innocent. You haters should refrain from stirring trouble here. Just as Gao Sheng finished a call with the director promptly took to Weibo to promote the show's guests. The trending topic on Weibo instantly shifted to a wonderful family. Lu Yuhua, upon seeing the vile slanders against Warman on the trending list, was so enraged that she shattered her phone. Do these people even know Warman? Spouting nonsense here. I'm done recording. I'm going to bring Warman back right now. Wen Jinyang gently pulled his weeping wife into his embrace, offering comfort. Yuhua, do not be angry. The situation on Weibo has been handled. Unable to break free from her husband's hold, Lu Yuhua furiously punched him. What do you mean handled? Look at these people indiscriminately slandering Warman. Can you stand by and watch? Of course, I cannot stand by. It's all San's fault. When he returns, I will certainly break his legs. Wen Jinyang soothed his wife in a manner akin to calming a child. yet his gaze kept darting towards their mute sons. He felt a pang of frustration. His sons were utterly silent at this crucial moment. In a fit of anger, he kicked his eldest son. "Mom, please don't be anxious." This trending incident revealed that the Qiao family was merely a smokescreen, while the Gu and Lin families lurked behind, attempting to manipulate the company's stock price. It seems there are people within the company who are colluding with the Gu family. The ones who wish harm upon Warman can no longer restrain themselves. Wen Nuannuan cast an admiring glance at his eldest son. Indeed, as soon as the eldest spoke, his wife's mood stabilized instantly.
Yes.
We cannot act rashly. As long as we capture those who wish harm upon Warman, she can return home in the light of day. Lu Yuhua pondered for a moment, furrowing her brow as she sat down silently. For the sake of her daughter's safety, she would endure for now. But San still deserved a scolding. When Wuling, having only heard 2 of his mother's rants, despairingly shut down WeChat. It seemed he could never return home again. He buried his face in his hands, regretting his participation in a wonderful family, for within a single day, it had devolved into the Wen family and the severed ties with him. The following day, Xiao Xingyao deliberately brought breakfast to Lin Ruxua. If it weren't for Lin Ruxua's kind reminder, she would have been overshadowed by that wretched Warman. Spending a little money to buy trending topics not only diverted public attention, preserving the Qiao family's reputation, but also transformed a crisis into an opportunity to solidify her image as a pure and innocent flower. It was truly worth it. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, and she couldn't help but hum a tune. Lin Ruxua, hearing the melody from a distance, quickly touched up her makeup, checked her reflection to ensure she looked splendid from top to bottom, and then stepped out of her room. "Good morning, Xingyao. Why have you brought so much delicious food? Did you make it all yourself?" Lin Ruxua feigned surprise as she accepted the platter. "Good morning, Ruxua. I just whipped something up casually. If you don't mind, let us eat together." Xiao Xingyao pretended to be polite, placing the platter on the table. Lin Ruxua glanced at their matching outfits, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. But she smiled and invited Xiao Xingyao to sit. "Xingyao, your culinary skills are so impressive. I'm lucky to finally taste your cooking." Flattered, Xiao Xingyao blushed as she fetched chopsticks for Lin Ruxua. Lin Ruxua took the chopsticks and called out to Song Shiru, who was in the opposite room, to join them for breakfast. "Xua, you are truly kind. If I had a sister like you, I would wake up smiling for my dreams." With a gentle smile, Lin Ruxua held Xiao Xinyao's hand, reassuring her. "Ziffin is still young and doesn't understand many things. He will surely take good care of his sister when he grows up." Sighing, Xiao Xingyao consoled herself. "I hope he can become independent soon." Upon returning from her task, Song Shiru entered to find Lin Ruxua signaling her. Remembering Lin Ruxua's earlier threat to portray her as the villainous sister, she immediately mocked. "You're still thinking about breakfast? Just look at what this task is." Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Xiao Xingyao quickly pulled Song Shiru down to sit and snatched the task card. Upon reading it, the comforting words that had been on the tip of her tongue instantly vanished. Stifling a laugh, she handed the task card to Lin Ruxua, who opened it curiously. "Guests in the fruit-picking group must gather 2 baskets of fruit today and exchange them with the pig-raising group for pig manure. Completing the task will reward them with food for the day." Picking fruit? Exchanging pig manure? Does that mean the pig-raising group has to shovel the manure themselves? Lin Ruxua bit her lip, determined not to laugh with so many cameras on her. Shoveling pig manure. Ha ha ha. Just the thought of Warman shoveling pig manure was enough to make her smile. Quickly, she pretended to think seriously, covering her mouth and asking, "Director, does it matter what kind of fruit?" Chapter 33. The best actor shovels pig manure and trends. "Yes." Lin Ruxua, taking advantage of the director's response, burst into laughter. "With so much pig manure around, it's quite reasonable to accidentally fall in." Raising her head, Lin Ruxua maintained her composure and gently said, "Sister, don't worry. I can pick the 2 baskets of fruit myself. Please don't be upset. Let us eat breakfast first." The contrast between Lin Ruxua's seemingly tender demeanor and Song Shiru's cold remarks drew the audience's attention.
"Oh.
Xua, how can you be so kind? That cousin is not only ugly but also has a vile heart. Why does she bully my Xua? I dare anyone to say my Xua is too gentle. Xua, you're so heart-wrenching. Don't mind that ugly cousin of yours." Xiao Xingyao rolled her eyes, spotting the round red apples on the fruit trees outside, with watermelons dotting the ground below. Everywhere she looked, everything was round. An excellent idea sprang to her mind. "Cousin, don't be upset. It's just 2 baskets of fruit. I'll help Ruxua pick them." Lin Ruxiue, with a troubled expression, declined. Xinyao, that's not good. You have your own tasks. What if you don't finish and end up with no food? Please, don't ruin my plans. Don't worry, Ruxiue. My task is simply to herd the ducks into the rice field pond to eat the weeds. I've already completed it. Xiao Xinyao said excitedly as she handed Lin Ruxiue a bowl of porridge. Thank you, Xinyao. Lin Ruxiue smiled, taking a sip of porridge, her eyes reflecting her own scheming thoughts. You enjoy your meal, and I will help you pick those apples first. The image of Warman covered in pig filth excited Lin Ruxiue to the point of fullness. She quickly got up to follow Xiao Xinyao outside to pick apples. I'm full, Xinyao, let us go together. Lost in her fantasies, Xiao Xinyao eagerly agreed. She fixed her venomous gaze on the round apples in the tree, reaching out to grab the roundest one. However, her hand trembled, and the apple rolled to the ground. Xiao Xinyao peeked around, noticing Lin Ruxiue was oblivious, which only emboldened her further. Let us see how Warman can woo Qin Yuheng while covered in pig manure. Perhaps she'll even attract Wen Nuannuan's affection in the process. Lin Ruxiue, having long seen through Xiao Xinyao clumsy act, deliberately pretended not to notice. She subtly pushed aside some weeds to bury the apple deeper. I'll make sure you can't eat apples in the future. Even Song Shiru, usually oblivious, noticed the antics of Lin Ruxiue and Xiao Xinyao. She tapped her nails nervously, her brow furrowed tightly. Their father still relied on the Lin family as support for his next treatment, yet Warman had always been there for her since childhood. Should she remind Nuannuan or not? On the other side, having received the task, Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling exhibited none of the terror that Lin Ruxiue and her companions had imagined. In fact, upon hearing about this task, Wen Nuannuan was utterly delighted, eager to commence shoveling pig manure at once. Fortunately, Wen Wuling, with his long reach, swiftly restrained the rising Wen Nuannuan. What a ludicrous international jest. If their mother were to witness Nuannuan shoveling pig manure, he would certainly face a dual punishment, including a severance of their parent-child relationship.
Sit down.
Don't compete with me. I absolutely love shoveling pig manure. Both Wen Nuannuan and the barrage of comments were taken aback. Oh my. The film emperor's hobby is quite niche. He enjoys shoveling pig manure.
Ha ha ha.
I can't believe my ears. Wen Wuling's hobby is shoveling pig manure. Personally, I find this hobby rather commendable. I just wonder if the film emperor would mind shoveling human waste? Same question. Our village is truly in need of talents like film emperor Wen. Wen Nuannuan blinked her large, expressive eyes, sincerely offering this opportunity to Wen Wuling. She was eager to see just how passionately her third brother embraced the sport of manure shoveling. Wen Wuling. Internally, he felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. However, having spoken, he had no choice but to stand up, adopting an expression of noble sacrifice as he approached the pigsty of the large white pig. Surprisingly, he displayed remarkable skill in shoveling the manure, each scoop landing cleanly in the bucket with impressive precision. When Nuannuan and the staff watched in wide-eyed astonishment, their applause a mere substitute for their shock and admiration. Even the elderly pig farmer, who had spent decades in the profession, excitedly grasped Wen Wuling's hand, praising him as a genius at shoveling manure, even more proficient than those in their village who had been at it for years. Wen Wuling, blushing from the elderly couple's compliments, dared not utter a word and could only nod and smile in acceptance. So that's why third brother shovels manure so well. He must have honed his skills from a young age shoveling horse dung. Wen Wuling, at times like this, you should refrain from such musings. Could it be that third brother truly enjoys shoveling horse dung? Wen Wuling, he does not. He does not like shoveling horse dung. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that despite his tall and robust stature, third brother is afraid of horses? He always finds an excuse to avoid learning to ride, and each time, he ends up with the chore of shoveling horse dung. When Wuling was sweating profusely, his sister certainly left him no dignity. Let us hurry and deliver the pig manure to the orchard. When Wuling hurriedly moved forward. Ah, my husband looks so adorable when he's shy. Brother need not feel embarrassed. There's nothing shameful about such a hobby. Moreover, you handle manure quite handsomely. Indeed, indeed. We welcome you to our village to shovel manure. Our village is in dire need of someone like you. Consequently, the trending topic of Wen Wuling's affinity for shoveling manure shot to the top of Weibo. Gao Sheng looked at this trending topic with a face full of questions. Observing Wen Wuling's deftness in shoveling manure during the live broadcast, he pondered deeply. Who doesn't he have a peculiar hobby? The key is that the fans adore it. Let this trending topic remain. Simultaneously, the 5 members of the Wen family. Upon seeing the trending topic, coincidentally aligned with Gao Sheng's thoughts. When Mou mischievously suggested that the Wen family's horse farm stock up on horse dung, providing ample opportunity for Wen Wuling to indulge his hobby. Fortunately, Wen Wuling was currently singularly focused on delivering the pig manure to the orchard. Otherwise, he would surely have coughed up blood on the spot. System. Host. You and Wen Wuling are about to fall into a pile of pig manure. Lin Rushui and Xiao Xianyao are secretly hiding apples and watermelons in the grass of the orchard, hoping we'll step in and inadvertently fall into the pig manure. When Wuling's expression shifted dramatically, this was just the beginning, and Lin Rushui and Xiao Xianyao could hardly contain themselves.
Who?
When Wuling halted, casting a sharp gaze at the rustling leaves nearby,
Shangsu, Aperding Timid,
stepped forward, glancing at the cameras surrounding them and straightening his back, coldly stated, "I'm here to take you to the orchard." When Wen Nuannuan regarded Song Su's awkward performance with a sympathetic glance, "Thank you, cousin of Teacher Lin."
Shangsu Aquadili not dead.
As when Wen Nuannuan passed by, he stealthily slipped a note into her hand. Chapter 34. Dare to harm her, and I'll douse you in pig manure. Wu. Su is truly pitiful. Threatened by Lin Rushui while delivering her messages. Su's father seems to be at second brother's hospital. I'll call him shortly. Su, just wait. You won't be threatened for long. Just then, they arrived at the orchard's entrance. Lin Rushui and Xiao Xianyao, donned in pristine white dresses, stood at the entrance with beaming smiles, while Gu Jinchao, clad in a black suit, stood coldly on the opposite side, resembling a pair of yin and yang figures at first glance. What in the world? What a costume! Are they cosplaying as the underworld? Wen Wuling. Even the underworld has more vitality than they do. Lin Rushui cast a glance at Xiao Xianyao, who wore a similar white dress, her smile faltering momentarily before returning to normal. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Lin. Lin Rushui, feigning delicacy, pinched her nose in disdain, striving to maintain her gentle persona. The 2 baskets of fruit are over there. Please take the pig manure there to exchange. Xiao Xianyao shot a venomous glare at Wen Nuannuan, tightly gripping Lin Rushui's hand in excitement. Lin Rushui gently furrowed her brow, discreetly withdrawing her hand. It's fine. We've come this far. A few more steps won't matter. When Wuling's tone remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to what awaited them ahead. However, this vehicle cannot enter, Mr. Gu. Could you possibly assist me in carrying it to the base of the fruit trees? Lin Rushui's pupils constricted. She knew all too well that the path to the east was laden with apples she and Xiao Xianyao had arranged themselves. And even a normal person walking empty-handed would likely stumble spectacularly. She wished to embarrass that wretched Wen Nuannuan, but did not want Gu Emochin to face any mishap. No way. Xiao Xianyao observed the gazes of those around them and hastily sought to explain. Well, it's inappropriate for Mr. Gu to be moving pig manure in light of his status. What's inappropriate about it? Cousin, let us help Teacher Wen move it together.
Kini Wuhan.
Having seen the trending topic online, quickly arrived, eager to experience the joy of shoveling pig manure himself. Xiao Xianyao was left speechless, glaring at Qin Yu Hang's handsome face, struggling to form a coherent sentence. Lin Rushui, glancing at the obstructive Xiao Xianyao, worked hard to maintain her smile, saying then Teacher Wen and Teacher Qin can carry this bucket over first, while the other bucket can be carried by Teacher Qin and Mr. Gu together. Qin Yu Hang readily agreed. Great.
It's settled then.
Lin Rushui deliberately stepped aside, seemingly making way for them, when in reality, she was directing Wen Wuling and Qin Yu Hang's path. I wondered why they stood on either side in black and white. It turns out the path in between leads to a spectacular fall. This is definitely setting up third brother and Qin Yu Hang to be drenched in pig manure. How can I phrase this to avoid detection while ensuring they evade the fate of being drenched in pig manure? Pig manure. Drenched. Just as Qin Yu Hang bent down, his movements froze. Wen Wuling, it's still up to your third brother. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Wen Wuling winked at Qin Yu Hang, who cleverly reciprocated with a wink. The 2, in perfect harmony, lifted the bucket filled with pig manure, though to any observant eye, it was clear they had little experience with such labor, and before long, the bucket began to sway dangerously. Teacher Wen, Teacher Qin, please be careful. Lin Rushui's eyes glinted with malice, her tone deceptively sweet. When Wuling and Qin Yu Hang struggled to take a few steps, the bucket swaying even more perilously. Observing their impending success, Xiao Xianyao stealthily kicked the bucket, when Wu Ling and Qin Yuhang, in a moment of agility, sent the bucket tipping towards Qiao Xian Yao's direction.
Satan, kêu xin Yao Hatsti that jet.
But in her panic, her footing faltered, and she found herself tumbling backward. In her panic, Qiao Xian Yao flailed her arms, desperately grasping at her surroundings. Beside them, Lin Rushue was caught off guard, yanked down by Qiao Xinyao, and fell backward.
Xue.
Gu Jinchao swiftly dashed over, extending his hands to grasp Lin Rushue's arm just in time. Machin, be careful of the barrel beside you, Lin Rushue shouted, noticing the barrel hurtling toward them. Gu Jinchao had no choice but to muster all his strength, pulling Lin Rushue to the right.
Crash. Bang. Bang. Bang.
The world descended into silence. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. When Wuling and Qin Yuhang witnessed Gu Jinchao crumpling beneath the weight of the fall, his body resembling a mass of flesh. Their expressions mirrored the pain they felt. TSK, TSK, TSK. All those romantic dramas are lies. The male lead catching the female lead in a graceful manner is pure fantasy. How gruesome. Is Lin Rushue going to knock Gu Jinchao unconscious? He just hit the back of his head on the ground. Could it be a concussion? When Wuling and Qin Yuhang nodded in silent agreement, the director and crew were too frightened to speak. The barrel, brimming with pig manure, had completely toppled over onto Lin Rushue and her companions. The staff exchanged glances, then collectively turned to the director. The director felt a sharp pang in his heart and trembled as he approached. At that moment, everyone watched as the large barrel seemed to autonomously roll towards Gu Jinchao, colliding with him once more before settling to the side. The director's eyes widened, and he hurried over, disregarding the surrounding filth, to push the barrel aside. Mr. Gu.
Teacher Lin.
Are you all right? Lin Rushue, cushioned by Gu Jinchao, was unscathed. However, the overwhelming stench enveloped her, and the sticky, wet sensation on her body rendered her momentarily paralyzed. Only when the director called out did she regain her senses. As she strained her hands, she encountered something soft and sticky. Before she could scream, she looked up to see that Gu Jinchao's nose had vanished.
Ah!
Lin Rushue shot up, heedless of the pig manure surrounding her, retreating in fright. The crowd was drawn to her exclamation, turning their gaze toward Gu Jinchao. The top-quality prosthetic has collapsed. It seems cosmetic surgery and physical activity do not mix. When Wuling touched her own natural nose, relieved that hers was original and resilient, Qin Yuhang tilted his head, scrutinizing the noseless Gu Jinchao. No, it should be Gu Machin. Gu Jinchao and Gu Machin bore a striking resemblance, particularly in their eyebrows and eyes. But Gu Jinchao lacked the characteristic high nose of the Gu family. This detail did not escape Qiao Xinyao, who was not far away. Qiao Xinyao, in disbelief, stared intently at Gu Jinchao's face. She was filled with regret, cursing herself for not recognizing this scoundrel sooner. No way. No way. The president of the Gu Corporation, Gu Machin. His face is actually a product of cosmetic surgery. My idol has shattered. Sisters, don't mind me. Just let me perish in solitude. What else is real? Tell me, what else is real? This is utterly surreal. Gu Machin's nose has collapsed. With all that wealth, couldn't he afford a quality prosthetic? Suddenly, Gu Machin's cosmetic surgery became the top trending topic on Weibo. Chapter 35. Opening mouth to spew manure, spraying it upon oneself. Gu Jinchao clasped the back of his head, feeling dizzy. The director let out a sigh of relief and hurried to help Gu Jinchao up. Thank heavens. His directing career is finally saved. Mr. Gu, are you alright? Ugh, my head hurts. The director turned to see all the cameras capturing Gu Jinchao from every angle, his legs buckling in shock as he dropped to his knees. This was a blatant threat to his career. What are you filming? Hurry and call for a doctor. The director was furious, hastily removing his vest to cover Gu Jinchao's head. Safety first. Safety first. Quick, check on Teacher Lin and Teacher Qiao. Yes, yes. At the director's urging, everyone finally snapped out of their daze. Their livelihoods depended on this. The cameraman quickly shifted focus to Wen Wuling and the others, while the staff called for doctors, fetched towels, and those wishing to assist Qiao Xinyao and Lin Rushue hesitated in panic. Qiao Xinyao looked down at her body, covered in pig manure, the nauseating odor making her tremble with rage.
Wen Nuannuan.
You wretched person. You deliberately splashed us with pig manure. With Qiao Xinyao's outburst, a black, viscous substance arced from her mouth, flying through the air. Wen Nuannuan sidestepped gracefully, easily evading the onslaught. This spectacle was captured by all the cameras, broadcasting live. Only then did Xiao Xinyao realize the cameras were focused on her, her face flushing with embarrassment. In a panic, she raised her hand to cover her mouth.
Ah!
Wretched person. You wretched person. The sticky sensation on her face and the foul odor from her nose startled her into dropping her hand. Her mouth gaping wide as she emitted a sharp scream. With a resounding slap, a pristine white towel landed squarely on Xiao Xinyao's face. Xiao Xinyao. It's better for you to stay silent, lest you spray manure everywhere. Wen Wuling remarked coldly, stifling a laugh. Ha ha ha. I must screenshot the moment Xiao Xinyao spews manure. Next time someone annoys me, I shall send it to them. Make sure to give me one too. Ha ha ha. It's my first time witnessing a real-life female celebrity spewing manure. Do you have any sympathy? Our Yao Yao is so pitiful, and you all dare to laugh.
Oh.
As expected of Xiao Xinyao's fans, utterly devoid of common sense. Didn't you see she was the one who first insulted Wen Nuannuan? Wasn't it Xiao Xinyao who spouted foul language? Our Yao Yao was just heated and accidentally misspoke. Moreover, it was Wen Wuling and Qin Yuhang who splashed pig manure on my Yao Yao first. How can Wen Wuling accuse my Yao Yao of spewing manure? And what Wen Wuling said the truth? Wen Wuling and our brother were merely trying to help, while everyone else stood back. It was Xiao Xinyao who moved forward. I suspect she was attempting to frame Lin Rushue for the mishap. Wah, my poor Shueshue is far too kind, believing someone like Xiao Xinyao. Now suffering such a fate. Exactly. Xiao Xinyao even copied my Shueshue style by wearing white, not even considering her own worth. The director clutched his chest, glaring at Xiao Xinyao. This Xiao Xinyao truly lacked awareness, blocking the entrance. Teacher Xiao, quickly return to the house and clean up, the director shouted, his voice rising an octave in frustration. Xiao Xinyao's face paled at his reprimand, her hands tightly gripping the tile as she shot a furious glance at Wen Nuannuan before storming toward the orchard cabin. The director cautiously spoke. The doctor is on the way. Mr. Gu, Teacher Lin, shall we head inside to rest? Gu Jinchao pinched his nose, nodding impatiently. He merely wished to escape this den of chaos. Lin Rushue shared Gu Jinchao's sentiments, keeping her head down as she followed Xiao Xinyao. Upon seeing Lin Rushue enter, the director hurriedly assisted Gu Jinchao to follow suit. Wah. Xiao Xinyao is quite precise in her direction, she asks, walking straight into a trap. Wen Wuling and Qin Yuhang? Shouldn't we say something to warn her? Wen Wuling and Qin Yuhang? Absolutely unnecessary. Perhaps we should let it be. After all, it was Xiao Xinyao and Lin Rushue who painstakingly set this up. We shouldn't waste it. Wen Wuling smiled with satisfaction. My little sister is becoming increasingly astute. She finally understands how to protect herself. Qin Yuhang discreetly shifted to the side. He would never dare to provoke Wen Nuannuan again. Smack.
Ah!
Upon hearing the commotion, everyone hastily turned their heads, only to witness Xiao Xinyao face-planting onto the ground. The photographer, ever diligent, aimed his lens at her. Snap. Snap. Before anyone could process what had occurred, Lin Rushue also tumbled dramatically to the ground, followed closely by the director and Gu Jinchao, both crashing down in unison. This scene was broadcast live without missing a single detail. Gritting his teeth against the pain and the foul odor, the director swiftly helped Gu Jinchao to his feet. Upon seeing Gu Jinchao's already flattened nose now further disfigured, he felt his heart sink into despair. Was this the end of his illustrious directorial career? Who was responsible for scattering apples upon the ground? Clenching the culprit, the very cause of their misfortune, the director turned to the crowd, his voice rising in indignation. The staff all pointed accusatory glances at Lin Rushue and Xiao Xinyao. Throughout the day, only these two had been in the orchard, harvesting apples and watermelons. Lin Rushue paused, a look of shock crossing her face as she followed the crowd's gaze towards Xiao Xinyao. Xinyao, why did you drop the apples? Xiao Xinyao's expression changed in an instant. Her breath quickened as she stammered. I might have accidentally dropped them while picking. Yes. Accidentally dropped 7, 8, or even 10 apples. Wen Nuannuan interjected, attempting to assist with an explanation. The crowd cast disdainful looks at Xiao Xinyao. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, they had seen all manner of underhanded tactics, and the act of throwing pig slop was undoubtedly among the most despicable. Such filth was palpably offensive, inciting immediate disgust. It's only natural to drop a dozen or so apples after a long day of picking, Wen Wuling added cheekily. Seeing Gu Jinchao's face darkened like the ground beneath him, Qin Yuhang kindly remarked, I see now, picking watermelons must be even more exhausting. It's no wonder a few watermelons accidentally fell near my cousin. Be careful when you get up, cousin. As the crowd turned their attention to Gu Jinchao, they indeed noticed several round, green watermelons scattered around him. The photographer, ever considerate, gave these watermelons a striking close-up. The director's jaw dropped in disbelief as he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Xinyaoyu. You have been at this for too long. Chapter 36, Mr. Gu has provided this year's most humorous scene. Humph. Xiao Xingyao deserves to be drenched in pig slop. Those upstairs even claimed it was an accident. Yet, the ground is covered in evidence. Xiao Xingyao's intentions are malicious. My goodness. I can hardly believe it. If my brother accidentally stepped in it, he'd be the one splattered with pig slop. My dear Xue is utterly innocent, having suffered such a fate at the hands of Xiao Xingyao. No wonder Xiao Xingyao was so eager to approach the pig slop. She must have intended to harm my brother. Oh. Lin Ruxue and Xiao Xingyao picked apples together. I find it utterly implausible that Lin Ruxue was unaware. Indeed, what was stated earlier makes perfect sense. It must have been Lin Ruxue who orchestrated this, shifting the blame onto our dear Xiao Xinyao's fans should be silenced, their main figure engaging in such shameless acts while vilifying our Xue. Our Xue, having been so grievously wronged by Xiao Xingyao, has yet to utter a word. How ridiculous for one who is not only unappealing but also imitates my Xue by donning a white outfit. Truly laughable. This is Lin Ruxue's home. And now that trouble has arisen, they dare to shift the blame onto our Xinyao. How utterly shameless. Under the searing gazes surrounding her, Gu Jinchao struggled to contain his simmering frustration. Miss Jiao, I assure you, my lawyer will discuss this matter with you thoroughly. Xiao Xinyao abruptly lifted her head, her eyes narrowing into fierce slits as she glared at Gu Jinchao. This scoundrel. She had yet to settle the score with him. And now he threatened her with a lawyer. Dream on. The air around them thickened, the sound of dripping slop echoing ominously in their ears. Director, the doctor has arrived. A flurry of staff rushed in, shattering the eerie atmosphere, prompting the director to scramble to his feet. Spotting the ambulance outside was like seeing a savior. Which astute employee was responsible for this? They certainly deserved a generous reward. Hurry, bring over the stretcher. The director shouted, grimacing in pain as he clutched his back. You lot, stop filming and quickly assist Mr. Gu and Teacher Lin to the hospital. The director declared, this production team cannot possibly function without me. Only then did the crowd hastily rush forward, though in their eagerness, they stumbled and fell. As they stood, they cast resentful glances at Xiao Xinyao. After much effort, they managed to place Gu Jinchao on the stretcher, but only a few steps later, they slipped on an apple, sending both the stretcher and its occupant flying. Wen Nuannuan, observing Gu Jinchao sprawled on the ground, couldn't help but reflect, oh dear, what a height. Thank goodness he didn't land face first, otherwise, we'd have to fix that again. Wen Wuling and Qin Yuhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, but after such a heavy fall, he might not just be injured but rendered a vegetable. Mr. Gu, are you alright? Doctor, quickly come check on Mr. Gu. He has fainted. The director's desperate cries echoed into the sky. Seeing this alarming scene, Lin Ruxue was too frightened to accept assistance, insisting on walking to the ambulance herself. Gu Machin was in such a dire situation. Yet, why did I feel the urge to laugh? Forgive me. Allow me to chuckle for just a moment. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. It's not that I wish to laugh. I simply cannot contain myself. Ha 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 ha. Is this what they call the tragicomic beauty of a strong individual? Even though Mr. Gu's predicament was self-inflicted, it did not diminish the absurdity of his plight. Ha ha ha. My face aches from laughing so much. I never anticipated that the year's most humorous moment would come courtesy of Mr. Gu. Now I understand why he refrains from appearing in public. Every appearance is merely a farce. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Gu Jinchao, his company had been thrust into the spotlight. As the trending topic continued to gain traction, damning revelations about Gu Corporation emerged on Weibo. Employees were denied leave for family bereavements, while Gu Corporation exploited its workforce. Female employees were rumored to participate in group cosmetic surgeries during their vacations to prepare for Gu Machin's selection of a consort. Reports of male superiors harassing female subordinates circulated, with the company allegedly silencing victims by forcing them to resign. Consequently, Gu Corporation stocks plummeted amidst this onslaught of negative press. The man lowered his gaze towards his phone, his long lashes concealing his eyes as a derisive smile crept upon his lips. Who would have thought that Gu Jinchao would so swiftly reveal his own missteps? Assistant Fong respectfully accepted the phone. Mr. Gu, what are our current actions? Gu Machin rose. leisurely adjusting his collar, a chilling smile playing at the corners of his mouth. We're going home. Meanwhile, Gu Jinchao and Lin Ruxue, after tremendous exertion, finally managed to board the ambulance. Once it drove away, the director, noticing the astonishingly high viewership on the live stream, turned his attention towards Wen Wuling and the others. Teacher Wen, Teacher Qin, the director began, taking a couple of steps forward, only for Wen Wuling and the others to instinctively retreat. The director stood awkwardly, the foul odor emanating from him bringing tears to his eyes. One might mistakenly believe he was overwhelmed with sorrow from the earlier incident. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the remaining filming will fall upon the diligent shoulders of Teacher Wen and Teacher Qin. Unforeseen circumstances? The director certainly has a way with words. No way. Such dedication. Even in this situation, they still intend to continue filming. Wen Wuling and Qin Yuhang were not as astonished as Wen Nuannuan. Both had prior experience in film, and they understood well that a production could easily burn through millions even on a day of inactivity. Thus, the urgency to adhere to the schedule was commonplace.
All right.
Wen Wuling replied, his expression remaining neutral as he glanced at the director. Do take care of your hygiene. Qin Yuhang, more direct than Wen Wuling, pinched his nose and advised, rest assured, leave it to Teacher Wen and me. You should hurry and take a shower, change your clothes. In that moment of despair, the director shed tears. For whom did he endure such humiliation, covered in pig excrement? Truly, earning money is arduous and consuming excrement. Oh, pardon me? He has never stooped to such depths. Wen Nuannuan, driving a tractor, sped back to the pig farm with Wen Wuling and Qin Yuhang. The affluent scion, Qin Yuhang, found himself lost in thought as he sat upon the tractor. Is this what it means to be a genius driver? How astonishing that such a rudimentary vehicle could glide smoothly over the muddy terrain, and the speed was remarkable. He could feel the wind brushing against his face. Nuannuan, you are incredible. Can you teach me how to drive without feeling any bumps? Upon opening his eyes, Qin Yuhang discovered the tractor was now empty, save for the sounds of the large white pigs devouring their meal. He hastily disembarked and strode into the house, where he found Wen Wuling already preparing a meal. The mounting anger that had threatened to choke him dissipated instantly. Teacher Wen can cook? Is this truly a dish? To his astonishment, she was actually chopping real meat. When Wen Wuling glanced up, she caught sight of Qin Yuhang's dazed expression. If you have a moment, Yuhang, could you please fetch some green onions from the entrance? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuhang nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a green onion itself. Chapter 37. What is this? A display of wealth. Wen Nuannuan took a bite of an apple, observing as Qin Yuhang confidently approached the patch of grass opposite the onions. Brother, that is grass. Repeat after me. Chow. Qin Yuhang halted, perplexed. Grass? He turned to the other side, where plants resembling grass, yet not quite, grew. Brother, that is garlic sprout. Repeat after me. Swan meow. Qin Yuhang stared incredulously at the verdant plant in his hand. Is this not an onion? He turned once more, this time to a tall, slender plant. He stroked his chin, pondering the ultimate conundrum. Do onions flower? What is this brother staring at the rapeseed flowers for? Unable to contain herself any longer, Wen Wuling rose and pointed at the green onions on the windowsill. Yuhang, could you help me pick some onions to bring in? Following her gesture, Qin Yuhang's eyes lit up with realization. All right, no problem. Congratulations to Qin Yuhang for locating the onions. With joy bubbling within him, he entered the kitchen, presenting the onions to Wen Wuling. Yet, the anticipated praise did not come, and he stood by, resembling a small dog eagerly wagging its tail for a compliment.
Puffed.
How can Qin Yuhang's demeanor be so contrasting? He looks just like a husky. Third brother, hurry and commend him. Otherwise, his tail might just wag off. Initially busy, Wen Wuling reluctantly set down her knife, donning a standard smile as she praised, Yuhang, you truly are exceptional. Finding such elusive onions is no small feat. This household cannot do without you. Thank you, Teacher Wen. I knew it. No challenge can thwart me. A mere onion was easily procured. Ecstatic. Qin Yuhang circled around Wen Wuling, chattering incessantly. Ha ha ha, he's even more like a husky now. How can Gu Macheng, such a cold and noble figure, have such a soft and adorable cousin? So it's thanks to Qin's mother. She always cherished daughters, but ended up with sons. To fulfill her desire for a daughter, she dressed her youngest son, Qin Yuhang, as a girl. Haha, who would have thought Qin Yuhang looked so lovely in a skirt? He is a perfect little loli. Oh, this white rabbit princess is simply adorable, with her two perky ears. I just want to touch them. Wen Wuling moved slowly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Qin Yuheng's ears. Not only were they perky, but they were also delightfully pink. Qin Yuheng felt his face flush with embarrassment. Hadn't Tia's mother claimed that all those embarrassing photos had been burned? She lied to him. Wen Nuannuan. Startled by the mention of her name, Wen Nuannuan jumped. What's wrong? Qin Yuheng, his face flushed, looked at her and after a moment of hesitation asked, Do you have any water? Brother, what are you doing? I want to allow you to look at her like that. Sighing, Wen Nuannuan thought, if only judging by appearances, she and Qin Yuheng were quite a match, a beauty that incites jealousy, and a handsome lad who is unabashed. How much did Wen Nuannuan pay you to wash yourself clean? I don't care. My brother can only be my husband. I warned you all to keep Qin Yuheng away from her. Look, he has been lured away. Why does it feel like they're a bit of a match? A loud smack resounded as one fan chastised. Wake up. This is a parent-child variety show. A parent-child show. Wen Nuannuan, you scoundrel, stay away from my brother. Qin Yuheng, having skyrocketed to fame thanks to a popular drama, suddenly felt his defenses crumble at the sight of his brother being so proactive with a girl. Heartbroken and devastated, his more zealous fans unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Wen Nuannuan. The Red Sea of comments had barely begun when it was inundated by a deluge of gifs. Observant fans quickly noted that all the gifs were directed at Wen Nuannuan, inciting their ire and prompting them to join the fray, only to be drowned out by the gifs upon sending their comments. There were even defiant fans who sent furious messages attacking Wen Nuannuan, all of which were similarly overwhelmed by the gifs. What is happening? Can gifs even be sent during a variety show live stream? You really are uninformed. Gifts can go up to 9,999 yuan with no cap. As long as you have the money, send as much as you want. Goodness, the cheapest starts at 9,999 yuan. How much do all these gifts cost?
Sigh.
With our monthly salary of 1,800, why should we care for the wealthy? Don't you know how affluent the Wen family is? What a display of wealth. Being rich is nothing to boast about.
Ha ha ha.
Just another day of laughing at my own poverty. Wen Nuannuan glanced at the kettle on the table. Surely, he can't be that foolish. Is warm water acceptable? She handed him a cup of water. Qin Yuheng glared at Wen Nuannuan, indignantly accepting the cup. System, host. This is bad. Qin Yuheng's fans are cursing you fiercely. The comments have turned into a Red Sea. All because I handed him a cup of water? They're cursing me over that? Wen Nuannuan shot a glance at the instigator, Qin Yuheng, then turned to the adorably focused Wen Wuling, who was still cutting vegetables. Woe is me. Family is truly reliable. Third brother's intervention has left the haters speechless. I feel a pang of regret for this expenditure. Third brother. I don't care what they say about me. Next time, just give me the money. Wen Wuling paused for a moment before continuing to chop vegetables nonchalantly. Is little sister praising him? Or is she praising him? It must be him. Regardless, this time, Gao Sheng handled things well, with prompt public relations. Achoo. Gao Sheng rubbed his nose, wondering who was speaking ill of him behind his back. It must be those envious of him. For his keen eye had discerned Wen Nuannuan's brilliance. Just look at how she brings her own heat and resources. To have President Wen spend so lavishly on public relations, Wen Nuannuan must be the center of the Wen family. He cannot let President Wen down. He must ensure Wen Nuannuan becomes a top star. Something feels amiss. Has he forgotten someone? No matter. Wen Nuannuan is the priority. Receiving a message from Gao Sheng. When Anting paused, his finger resting on the screen for a long while. He had underestimated the third brother.
To spend so much for his little sister.
He is becoming increasingly responsible. The praised responsible one was currently gazing at the screen, captivated by every move of Wen Nuannuan. Wen Nuannuan, I look forward to our reunion. Upon hearing her name, Wen Nuannuan opened the cabinet and scrutinized the contents, finally locating the largest bowl. Third brother, this is the largest bowl. Wen Wuling compared the sizes with a resigned shake of his head. Forget it, I'll just use the pot.
Wuhan.
Please find a piece of paper to place on the table. Sure. Qin Yuheng swiftly laid down a thick sheet of paper, his excitement causing him to rub his hands together. At last, the final dish was served. Upon lifting the pot lid, an aromatic fragrance wafted through the air. Qin Yuheng couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the tomato beef brisket. Thank you, Teacher Wen, I won't hold back then. Chapter 38. Qin Yuheng, the top star, has no sense of idle image whatsoever. Qin Yuheng scooped up a generous spoonful of rice topped with a tomato beef brisket and savored it slowly. Instantly, the sweetness of the tomatoes blended with the tender beef. accompanied by the texture of the rice, overwhelmed his taste buds. This is absolutely delectable. Teacher Wen, your cooking is simply extraordinary. It's even better than that of a 5-star hotel chef. Of course it's better than a 5-star hotel chef, for he learned from a 7-star hotel chef. Qin Yuhang appeared to have an epiphany, quickly grabbing a pair of chopsticks to pick up some shredded potatoes to taste. After a few bites, the deliciousness made him forget to manage his expression, and he immediately reached for several more dishes. Wow, this is incredible. Teacher Wen, you are truly a genius among geniuses. How did you turn these unassuming ingredients into such a delight? Just a casual attempt. If you find it tasty, feel free to indulge. Wen Wuling smiled with pride and generously added a heaping spoonful of tomato beef brisket to Qin Yuhang's plate. Wen Nuannuan raised an eyebrow strategically, glancing at the highly praised Wen Wuling. Their home boasted 4 chefs and occasional international gourmet meals, yet she had never witnessed Wen Wuling showing such enthusiasm for cooking. Something must be amiss. Really? You just casually made something this delicious? I find it hard to believe. Ha ha ha, casually made? Third brother, keep pretending. Who doesn't he know that our esteemed actor has a severe case of cleanliness and can't stand even a hint of oiliness? I must say, third brother's professionalism is commendable. For the sake of his role, he diligently overcame his obsession with cleanliness, learning from the chef step by step. Not to mention, he has destroyed several cutting boards and even blown up the kitchen a few times. Third brother's dedication is beyond reproach. He even refused to discuss the script with his female co-star late at night. This drove her to publicly declare that a certain actor was no good. When Nuannuan glanced at the so-called inadequate actor, her heart silently clicking in disapproval. The actor, Wen Wuling, was seething at his sister's mocking gaze. He believed he was exhibiting professional integrity and noble virtues. Upon returning home, he would undoubtedly arrange for his sister to explore aesthetics, painting, and the violin, exposing her to a myriad of beautiful interests and hobbies. Wen Wuling placed a piece of fish into Wen Nuannuan's bowl, smiling broadly while gritting his teeth. Sister, eat more fish. It's good for the brain. Sensing a chill, Wen Nuannuan accepted it with a forced smile. Why did she feel as if third brother was implying something? Wen Nuannuan raised her professional smile, reaching for an empty space with her chopsticks.
Huh.
Both she and Wen Wuling turned to Qin Yuhang simultaneously. Qin Yuhang, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked, "Do you still want the pig's trotter soup? If not, can I have it all? You are quite polite, asking us even after the soup has been poured into the bowl."
Haha, take it all.
Yuhang, eat more dishes. Wen Wuling's smile froze upon noticing the empty plates, his expression momentarily stiffening. Was this child fleeing from famine? How many meals must he have missed to eat like this? Qin Yuhang doesn't even spare the cold dishes and soup. ISNT he a top star? Is the rumor about celebrities controlling their diets a mere myth? Why does third brother control his diet? Is it because he is getting older and his metabolism is slowing down? Wen Wuling, hey. Just because you are my sister doesn't mean you can spout nonsense like this. What diet is he controlling? Eating a bit of fruits and vegetables is called controlling a diet? What do you mean he is getting older? He is only 27 years old, in the prime of his youth. Where is the slow metabolism? The more Wen Wuling thought about it, the angrier he became, glaring at the top star Qin Yuhang. It's all Qin Yuhang's fault. What rare delicacies has he not tasted? He usually eats more meticulously than he takes his medicine, yet today he resembles a starving ghost. Qin Yuhang, who was happily devouring his meal, sensed a shift in the atmosphere but continued to eat with vigor. A person devoted to their meal cannot afford to slow down. Ha ha ha. Qin Yuhang is too funny. He and Gu Jinchao couldn't cook to save their lives. And they've been starving since yesterday. I thought Gu Jinchao had fainted. Turns out he was starving. Wen Wuling stared at Qin Yuhang in astonishment, silently adding another spoonful of rice to his bowl. Wen Nuannuan, observing Qin Yuhang's voracious eating, suddenly thought of Gu Jinchao's nose. I need to check. Gu Jinchao's nose has collapsed completely. Can he even return to filming? Wow, what a miracle worker. Gu Jinchao's nose can be reset by hand. The doctor is far too humble, claiming it was just good materials. Don't say that. Can't you see Gu Jinchao looks ready to take you out? Whose shrill voice is that? I didn't know the director could be so tough, sending Qiao Xiniao away. Huh? Misunderstanding? The director is relaying Gu Jinchao's words. When Wuling blew on the soup in a spoon, his sister was still too young. The director was like a dog to Gu Jinchao, too afraid to go against his wishes. What a risque scene. Both Wen Wuling and Qin Yuhang were startled by the exclamation. with Qin Yuhang not forgetting to swallow the rice in his mouth. What's going on, do tell us. Wow. Qiao Xinyao and Gu Jinchao are rolling together outside, and Lin Ruxue is just outside. How thrilling. How dramatic. They thought something significant had happened. It was merely that Qiao Xinyao and Gu Jinchao were together. Just as when Wuling and Qin Yuhang had lowered their heads, they suddenly shot them up again. Qiao Xinyao and Gu Jinchao together. The two exchanged glances, confirming each other's expressions before they hurriedly attempted to cover up their surprise. Let us have some soup. This soup is delicious. When Wuling skillfully ladled a bowl of soup and handed it to Qin Yuhang.
Haha, thank you, Teacher Wen.
Qin Yuhang accepted the bowl, his eating pace inadvertently slowing down. They perked up their ears, their curiosity ignited.
What?
Qiao Xinyao is so aggressive, directly stripping Gu Jinchao of all his clothes. Pointing at the 3 moles on his backside, she called out his name. She even threatened to expose him if he dared to make her leave. Regret. Why wasn't he there for such a dramatic scene? Qin Yuhang felt even more regretful. How foolish he was not to have gone to the hospital with them. Otherwise, he would have evidence of Gu Jinchao masquerading as a cousin. Gu Jinchao's mouth is really tight. Even after all this, he went to admit it. Truly, a man's words are deceptive. When Wuling and Qin Yuhang exchanged glances, a man's reputation was utterly tarnished by Gu Jinchao. Tisk, tsk. No wonder the femme fatale understands the weak points of scoundrels so well. Just calling out Lin Ruxue's name had Gu Jinchao immediately yielding. This scoundrel even threatened Qiao Xinyao, saying if Lin Ruxue found out his identity, the Qiao family wouldn't survive in the capital. When Wuling couldn't help but agree, Gu Jinchao was indeed quite the scoundrel. He cast a meaningful glance at Qin Yuhang. Qin Yuhang, bewildered, wondered what the scoundrel had to do with him. By the way, how did Qiao Xinyao know that the person with the collapsed nose was Gu Jinchao? Chapter 39, Shocking News, Dramatic Revelations. Upon hearing this, when Wuling and Qin Yuhang straightened their backs, energized, they were curious too. Why did Qiao Xinyao know? Let me see, shocking news, dramatic revelations. Qiao Xinyao and Gu Jinchao have such a connection. Without further ado, Qiao Xinyao, with her keen eyesight, instantly recognized the noseless figure as Gu Jinchao. It turns out that Qiao Xinyao is Gu Jinchao's 123 for 156th ex-girlfriend. The kind who was unceremoniously discarded after he grew weary of her. Gu Jinchao, you have truly disappointed me. I had thought you were a naive romantic, but it seems you are merely a scoundrel. You deserve to be deceived by Lin Ruxue. Qin Yuhang's hand trembled, causing the morsel he was about to eat to tumble back into the bowl. Gu Jinchao has so many girlfriends? If he could just find Gu Jinchao's 123, 456 exes and have them strip him of his clothing, wouldn't he that reveal his true identity and allow his cousin to return home? With this thought, Qin Yuhang's eyes brightened. The hope of his cousin's return was now within reach. He hastily lowered his head and devoured his meal, eager to finish and seek out Gu Jinchao's former lovers so his cousin could finally come home. Gu Jinchao is truly delusional. His identity has already been uncovered by old Master Gu. Not to mention that his collapsed nose has already made the trending searches, allowing Gu Machin to return home effortlessly. Qin Yuhang, in disbelief, raised his head and stared directly at Wen Nuannuan.
What?
His cousin is already home. Thirsty? Following Qin Yuhang's gaze, Wen Nuannuan spotted the kettle and, noticing Qin Yuhang's puffed cheeks, kindly poured him a cup of water. Thank you. Qin Yuhang nodded vigorously, quickly taking the cup. If he didn't tea, his legs would surely be broken by Wen Wuling's lightning-fast kicks. Observing Qin Yuhang's frantic demeanor, Wen Nuannuan couldn't help but click her tongue in amusement, with such an obvious expression on his face. It's no wonder Gu Machin didn't inform him when he regained power. Qin Yuhang, don't blame your brother for being harsh. It's for your own good, after all. I plan to expose Gu Jinchao's true colors. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuhang abruptly stood up, instantly attracting the gaze of both Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan. Under their piercing stares, Qin Yuhang struggled for a moment, his face flushed and stammered. I just remembered an important matter I must attend to.
I'll take my leave now.
Thank you for your hospitality, Teacher Wen Nuan. Hey, you haven't put down the cup. But before Wen Nuannuan could finish her sentence, Qin Yuhang had already vanished without a trace. Why is he leaving so hastily? Is he rushing off to be reincarnated? She wanted to inform Qin Yuhang that he had taken the wrong cup. That was hers. It was filled with hot water. Who told me this isn't real? Brother, your gaze is excessive. Why did you take Wen Nuannuan's cup? This is getting ridiculous. If Qin Yuhang doesn't tea like Wen Nuannuan, I simply do not believe it. What nonsense is going on upstairs? My brother is just choked. The cup was mistakenly taken. Why is Qin Yuhang's family so deluded? The kettle was clearly closer to Wen Wuling, yet Qin Yuhang insisted on having Wen Nuannuan pour the water.
What does that imply?
Those who understand will understand. Oh dear, my brother doesn't even follow Wen Nuannuan on Weibo. How could he possibly like her? Please stop spreading rumors. The fans of Qin Yuhang were in a panic, desperately trying to deny any connection with Wen Nuannuan, speaking cautiously as if they might trigger some sensitive keywords. They feared that any assistance to Wen Nuannuan could lead to her collaborating with their brother in the future, which would be unbearable. With Qin Yuhang gone, the director saw that the live stream had run its course and decided to end the broadcast for the day. Returning to her room, Wen Nuannuan, contemplating the situation with Mr. Song, quickly picked up her phone and called her second brother. Second brother, there's a patient, Song Jiangwo, in the cardiology department on the 12th floor. I'll cover the surgery costs. Can it be arranged quickly? Wen Mingxi was thrilled that his sister thought of him first and readily agreed, without a second thought. With me here, you needn't worry about expenses. Just hold on for a few more days. When you come home, I'll have the chef prepare a grand feast to nourish your body. Wen Nuannuan was left puzzled, licking her lips as she savored the memory of the spicy pig trotters, tomato beef brisket, and garlic ribs she had just eaten. System. Host, Lin Ruxue is furious. She's smashing things everywhere. Song Shiru kindly tried to stop her, but ended up receiving a few slaps. That Lin Ruxue is using Song Shiru as a punching bag. If she learns that Mr. Song is undergoing surgery, who knows how she will threaten Song Shiru and the Song family. Thank you, second brother. Also, I have one more request. Song Jiangwo has been monitored by the Lin family. Could you arrange for him to be moved to a more discreet room until the surgery can be scheduled? When Mingxi rubbed his temples in slight frustration, his sister was still being too formal with him. Did he really need to adopt a more servile demeanor like the third brother to bridge the gap? Of course, no problem. I promised the Lin family. Wen Ti lay a finger on Song Jiangwo. And stop thanking me. We're family. Remember, I'm your second brother. Come to me whenever you need anything. Okay, thank you, second brother. With her second brother's firm assurance, Wen Nuannuan peacefully drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Wen Wuling, who was about to fall asleep, was jolted awake by the incessant ringing of his phone. Irritated, he threw off the covers and answered the call angrily. Hello, third brother. Put more thought into your cooking and pay attention to nutrition. By the way, how is Nuannuan's relationship with Song Shiru? Upon hearing Wen Mingxi's voice, Wen Wuling was suddenly wide awake. Who? Song Shiru? They hadn't spoken much, but he knew his little sister was fond of Song Shiru, who had secretly helped her. Wen Mingxi frowned, irritated, and removed his glasses. Is that all? Wen Wuling tapped his head, suddenly recalling. Right? The Lin family threatened her to participate in this variety show using her father's illness, and they required her to portray a malicious cousin, likely to support Lin Ruxue's narrative. Just as Wen Wuling was halfway through his explanation, he heard the call disconnect with a beep. He stared at his phone screen in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his second brother had hung up so abruptly. What does it mean to put more thought into cooking? What does it mean to pay attention to nutrition? He is recognized by 5-star chefs for his culinary skills, serving diverse and delightful meals at every meal. Breakfast alone is a standard of 5 dishes and a soup. Most importantly, why didn't he let him finish speaking? His heart ached. True heartbreak is never accompanied by loud quarrels, but occurs silently. Chapter 40. They have arrived. The trio of pig dung is here. Wen Nuannuan was astonished by the extravagant breakfast spread of 7 dishes and a soup. In disbelief, she poked the steaming pig trotter with her chopsticks, only for them to sink into the tender embrace of the meat. Is this the end of the world? Or is this our last meal? Wen Wuling glanced at Wen Nuannuan, who was overreacting, and replied nonchalantly, It's just a simple breakfast, primarily focused on balanced nutrition. Sitting down with half-hearted belief, Wen Nuannuan noted that while this breakfast bore the hallmark of Ms. Lu Yuhua's culinary expertise, their mother wouldn't have prepared pig trotters so early in the morning. System. Host, is your third brother going insane? System. Rest assured, your third brother is simply reeling from the impact of your second brother's culinary diligence. Everything else is quite normal. Then I'll be at ease. At ease. Wen Wuling cast a resentful glance at Wen Nuannuan, who was relishing her meal. True heartbreak is often silent. Little tip for onlookers. Your points have accumulated to 16,000. Would you like to initiate a system upgrade? Wen Nuannuan paused with her chopsticks, pondering for a moment before inquiring internally. What changes will the system upgrade bring? After the system upgrade, if you are present to witness the drama unfold, you will earn between 300 to 1,000 points depending on the intensity of the spectacle. And you will also receive an additional opportunity to enter a lottery. Wen Nuannuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The marketplace appeared rather dismal. Yet she was indifferent to the accumulation of points, as her interest now lay solely in the lottery. Upgrade. Upgrade. Alright, the system will now commence the upgrade. System upgrading 12. System upgrading 56. System upgrading 95.
Ding.
Upgrade complete. While Wen Nuannuan marveled at the swift upgrade of the system, the director entered with a broad grin. Good morning, Teacher Wen, here is your task card. The director's eyes occasionally darted toward the lavish spread on the table. Licking his lips, such an abundance, no wonder Qin Yuheng had boasted about devouring 3 large bowls of rice. And you're also providing pig manure? In response to Wen Wulling's confusion, the director glanced at the large pork knuckle on the table and, with a hint of reluctance, explained, due to an unforeseen circumstance yesterday. We were short 1 bucket. Today, we rely on your hard work, Teacher Wen, to replenish it. Wen Nuannuan recalled Lin Rushue's distorted expression from yesterday. And she had no qualms about delivering a bucket or 2 more. She merely wondered if Lin Rushue could accept it. With this thought, Wen Nuannuan could not help but curiously inquire of the director, given what transpired yesterday, will Teacher Lin still be able to film today? After receiving medical attention, Teacher Lin and General Gu are in perfect health and can continue filming. Furthermore, the orchard has been thoroughly prepared to ensure everyone's safety while entering and exiting. Teacher Lin feels quite remorseful about yesterday's events and has even prepared fruit for you. The more Wen Nuannuan listened, the more she sensed an ulterior motive. Could it truly be that Lin Rushue, who had been so furious yesterday, was now offering them fruit? Time is of the essence, Teacher Wen and Teacher Nuan. You must hurry, the director urged. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling exchanged an eye roll in perfect synchrony, silently conveying, just say you want to eat. As they stood to leave, the director could hardly restrain his eager feet. The pork knuckle awaits. With Wen Wuling, the manure-loving movie star, present, it took mere moments for him to fill a bucket with pig manure. Wen Nuannuan efficiently drove the tractor, transporting Wen Wuling and the manure, swiftly arriving at the orchard. This time, the production team, having learned from yesterday's lessons, instructed Wen Wuling to leave the manure at the entrance before allowing them entry into the orchard. A fleeting glance revealed Lin Rushue gripping her skirt tightly. Her acting has indeed improved. Her hands are nearly bleeding, yet she maintains a facade of utter despair. Lin Rushue furrowed her brow slightly and spoke with a tone of regret. I truly did not anticipate yesterday's events. Had I foreseen it, I would not have allowed Xinyao to assist me. The fruits are freshly picked and particularly succulent. Do try them. Surely this watermelon hasn't even poisoned. System. Not at all. It merely rolled around in pig manure. Rolled in pig manure? And that's not all? Those 2 baskets of fruit were also doused in manure. The highlight is eating with manure. Wen Wuling's brows twitched as he surveyed the numerous baskets of fruit, pondering which 2 had been sullied by manure. Disdainful of pig manure, yet the manure itself scorns you. You even threaten Song Su to spread the manure using Song Dad's life as leverage. Woo-woo, Song Su is genuinely kind-hearted. She merely let the fruit roll in the mud. Wen Wuling, then it's not an issue. Observing that Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling remained motionless, Lin Rushue lowered her head and began to cry. Teacher Wen and Sister Nuan are still unwilling to forgive me. I truly had no idea what was on the ground. I merely wished for everyone to get along harmoniously, never expecting it to escalate to this point. Boo, Shue, do not cry. You still have me. Yesterday's incident is not your fault. Why should you apologize for that scheming BTCH Qiao Xinyao? Wen Wuling, the so-called movie star, did not apologize after splattering my Snowy with manure yesterday, yet today my Snowy is sincerely apologizing. What are you standing there all proud for? And what about Wen Wuling's sister? Just because she thinks she is attractive, she can be so rude? Snowy, do not share your fruits with them. Lin Rushue's fans. Are you all right? If not, perhaps a visit to the hospital for a checkup is in order. Our brother and sister did not even speak. So why is your person crying? Exactly, Lin Rushue is putting on an act. I watched the live stream clearly. It was she who suggested picking the watermelon. Trying to ride on our brother and Qin's popularity, and now she is pretending to be some ancient by Luo Chun. I can smell it through the screen.
No.
My Snowy is genuinely apologizing. If you don't appreciate it, at least refrain from slandering her. Before Gu Jingchao even stepped inside, he heard Lin Rushua's muffled sobs. And his expression changed instantly as he stormed over, fuming, Wen Nuannuan. And you, Wen Nuannuan, if you dare bully Shuer again, I will have you both kicked out of the production team. With that, Gu Jingchao positioned Lin Rushua protectively behind him, glaring fiercely at Wen Nuannuan and Wen Nuannuan. Lin Rushua's eyes glinted with malicious mockery. Wow, that nose looks completely unblemished. Wen Nuannuan shot a glare at Wen Nuannuan, wondering why she was focused on such trivial matters at a time like this, but it was true. One could hardly tell there had been any alterations to her nose. Clearing his throat, Wen Nuannuan was about to speak when Qiao Xiniao interjected. Mr. Gu, you can't just come in here and indiscriminately accuse teacher Wen of wrongdoing. Qiao Xiniao had originally come to apologize to Lin Rushua due to yesterday's incident, but upon entering, she found the insufferable Gu Jingchao shielding Lin Rushua. Humph. That scoundrel had never treated her this way. Chapter 41. A dramatic scene, Scoundrel versus Scoundrel. As Gu Jingchao and Qiao Xiniao made their entrance, the livestream's viewership skyrocketed, with netizens eagerly spreading the word. Hurry, hurry, Mr. Gu has arrived with his impeccably sculpted nose. Qiao Xiniao's background is formidable. How has she not been blacklisted? Ha ha ha. What a spectacle. The trio of Manor splatterers has gathered in the same location again. I wonder if they can still smell the manure? Impressive. Mr. Gu's nose shows no signs of past trauma. You are my idol. Mr. Gu, please share the doctor's contact. Qiao Xiniao still has the audacity to approach my Snowy. Does she not see how badly my Snowy has suffered because of her? Snowy's fans must have a persecution complex. The production team has not confirmed anything, yet they slander my dear Xiniao. Disgusting. Truly. Fans can be more shameless than the stars themselves. Had it not been for my Snowy's kindness, your beloved would not even be able to continue filming. Snowy's fans should stop self-aggrandizing. Lin Rushua is merely afraid of having her hypocritical facade exposed, which is why she remains silent. Lin Rushua's eyes were red-rimmed, her expression one of panic and helplessness, her voice tinged with deep grievance as she pleaded, Xiniao, how can you misunderstand Mo-chan like this? He did not mean it that way. Biting her lip, tears brimmed in her eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. Clenching her fists, as if summoning immense courage, she turned to Wen Nuannuan and Wen Nuannuan. Teacher Wen, Sister Nuan, please do not misunderstand. I only wish for everyone to coexist joyfully. With this display of deceitful innocence, the audience in the live stream instantly felt a wave of sympathy for Lin Rushua, with her fans expressing their heartache, showering Wen Nuannuan and Wen Nuannuan with disdain. Our Snowy is just too kind, always thinking of others. Why must you target her? We feel so sorry for her. Wen Nuannuan, you as a prominent movie star, are you intentionally targeting our Snowy? She has prepared fruit and humbly apologized. What is the meaning of your cold demeanor?
Indeed.
That Wen Nuannuan thinks she is so remarkable just because she is attractive. She is always stirring up trouble. Laughter ensues as one remarks. Perhaps you should reflect on your own words. My uncle is a psychiatrist. I shall enlighten him about your situation, and he may, in turn, offer you a group discount for a mental evaluation. My brother and sister stood in silence for an extended period, yet this still managed to be thrown in our faces. As one of Qiao Xiniao's fans aptly put it, you truly have no shame. Our dear Yao Yao is also not at fault. It was indeed President Gu who unceremoniously instigated trouble. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Teacher Lin merely wished for us to enjoy an apple. Upon hearing this, Wen Nuannuan smiled radiantly, seized a basket nearby, and began distributing the fruits to everyone present. Lin Rushua, however, gazed at the apple in her hand with palpable disdain, for it was one that had rolled in filth. Everyone, please eat. This is Teacher Lin's heartfelt gesture. Refusing it would be a slight against her. Lin Rushua opened her mouth to voice her discontent, but was abruptly silenced, tears welling in her eyes. Wen Nuannuan, noticing this, couldn't help but interject, President Gu, Qiao Xiniao. Why aren't you eating? Can't you see she's on the verge of tears? Don't squander Teacher Lin's goodwill. Only then did Shueshua and Gu Jingchao notice Lin Rushua's tear-streaked face. Her cheeks flushed, causing a sudden pang of anxiety within them. Gu Jingchao's reaction did not escape Qiao Xiniao's notice. This scoundrel had never regarded her with such concern. With a clenched fist around her apple, Qiao Xiniao cast a jealous glare at Lin Rushua before turning to Gu Jingchao, gritting her teeth. See, President Gu, You've completely misunderstood Teacher Wen and her sister. They hold deep concern for Rushua and can't bear to see her goodwill trampled upon. Yet you, upon your arrival, have made her weep so bitterly. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling detected a sourness in the air, more potent than aged vinegar. Our Teacher Wen? Xiao Xinyao couldn't possibly be trying to infuriate Gu Jinchao with this, could she? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Wen Wuling detested the entertainment industry's tendency to forcibly pair couples, particularly with Xiao Xinyao. Stepping forward, he raised a hand, only to be thwarted by a sudden gust of wind, as Gu Jinchao snatched the apple from Xiao Xinyao's grasp, his expression darkening as he warned her, Miss Xiao, perhaps you should focus more on your own affairs. A single misstep on your part could jeopardize your career. I advise you to conduct yourself with integrity. His tone dripped with disdain, hinting that yesterday's debacle was orchestrated by Xiao Xinyao herself. Her expression froze, rage twisting into a bitter smile as she retorted, "Ah, the president of the Gu Corporation speaks so eloquently. Indeed. One must remember that a single poor choice could ruin a lifetime. Thus, one should not be too excessive. As the saying goes, leave a thread for future encounters."
Oh.
The drama. Such a cliché scene. Finally, I witness it live. Wen Wuling sighed, gripping Wen Nuannuan's wrist tightly, fearing that if he loosened his hold, she would rush to interview the parties involved. Lin Rushua, the only one oblivious to the brewing storm, could sense something amiss. Her brow furrowed as her gaze darted between Xiao Xinyao and Gu Jinchao. With a huff, Gu Jinchao dismissed Xiao Xinyao's foolishness, turning to Lin Rushua with a soft smile. His voice soothing as if coaxing a child, "Shua, forgive my ignorance regarding your feelings. This apple is red. Please accept it as a token of my contrition." Xiao Xinyao had never before heard Gu Jinchao speak so tenderly, and flames of envy ignited within her. Just as Lin Rushua struggled to maintain her forced smile, reluctantly reaching for the sullied apple, a resounding slap echoed through the orchard as Xiao Xinyao swatted the fruit from Gu Jinchao's hand. Gasps filled the air as the apple soared several feet away. That slap must have left Gu Jinchao's hand bruised. Wen Wuling exclaimed, rushing to inspect Gu Jinchao's hand, which bore 5 bright red fingerprints. Before Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan could express their shock, Gu Jinchao's face darkened as he turned, furiously rebuking, "Xiao Xinyao, what are you trying to accomplish? Don't speak ill of Xinyao." Lin Rushua interjected, her pitiful demeanor prompting Gu Jinchao to shield her behind him. Xiao Xinyao's fury surged, and she overturned a table in her wrath. Chapter 42. We have no relatives with the surname Lin. Do not call me that. As Xiao Xinyao, her eyes ablaze with anger, advanced towards them, Gu Jinchao instinctively retaliated with a slap. Staggered by the unexpected blow, Xiao Xinyao fell to the ground, clutching her swollen cheek in disbelief. "You struck me." The absurdity of Gu Jinchao defending Lin Rushua at her expense was laughable. "What am I to you?" The more she pondered, the angrier she became, rising abruptly to scream at Gu Jinchao, "You dare to hit me, Gu!" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Jinchao silenced her with a hand over her mouth. Enraged, Xiao Xinyao began to thrash about, clawing at him. In a moment of fury, Gu Jinchao lost his restraint, engaging in a fierce struggle with her. The orchard erupted into chaos, the sounds of their scuffle startling everyone present. "They're fighting! A battle between a cunning celebrity and the world's wealthiest man. Is this a free show? Just think of the courage it takes to stand against such power."
Wow.
This is exhilarating. Viewers, hold on tight. My relatives are about to arrive. Yao, stop. You're fighting the world's richest man. Xiao Xinyao, oblivious, continued her assault, believing she could claim compensation for her troubles. The audience watching the live stream was captivated as more and more curious spectators flocked to witness the spectacle, causing viewership to skyrocket, with some even showering gifts in appreciation of the drama. The director, watching the unfolding chaos, was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. "This is a disaster. We barely quelled yesterday's uproar, and now this. My career as a director may be at an end." Director. "The live feed's popularity is surging exponentially. Should we continue broadcasting?" "Continue? If we do, I'll be 6 feet under by this time next year." "Continue?" "Absolutely." Before the director could finish, a phone call interrupted him, revealing it was Gu Jinchao's assistant. He felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground. "Assistant. We must cease the broadcast immediately, rest assured." "No need to stop, keep the broadcast going." The director, in disbelief, repeated, "Continue the broadcast? Are you sure?" "Yes, continue. That is President Gu's directive." I will address any issues directly with him, so you may proceed with confidence. Once the call ended, the director stared at the screen, slapping himself in disbelief. Ouch, that hurt. The world of the wealthy is fantastical, beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Yet, with the benefactor's command, he would heed it. Director, do we continue, or not? The staff, watching the director's fluctuating expressions, inquired nervously. Yes, the benefactor has spoken. We must continue. As the chaos unfolded on screen, the staff wiped the sweat from their brows, feeling as though they were walking a tightrope over a chasm. Lin Ruxiue watched the spectacle unfold with mounting anxiety. She harbored aspirations of seamlessly becoming Mrs. Gu through this variety show, yet now finds herself embroiled in such a predicament, placing the blame squarely on that wretched Wen Nuannuan. Turning her gaze towards Wen Nuannuan, though her voice was soft, each word dripped with palpable disdain. Sister Nuannuan, if there is anything about me that displeases you, do feel free to voice it directly. Why incite a conflict between Mo Chun and Xian Yao? Miss Lin, is this not the spectacle you wish to witness? Wen Nuannuan tilted her head, adopting an innocent expression as if she were oblivious to the insinuations. Lin Ruxiue bit her lip, presenting a facade of injured dignity as she directed her accusatory tone at Wen Nuannuan. Sister, it is because of your instigation that Mo Chun and Xian Yao have reached this state. Do you not feel any remorse? The moment Lin Ruxiue adopted this pitiful guise, her fans immediately rallied to her defense, directing their ire at Wen Nuannuan. Wen Nuannuan is truly becoming increasingly loathsome. She speaks recklessly, leaving my dear Xuexue to clean up the mess, and even when Wuling seems indifferent. Xuexue, do not cry. It breaks my heart. Such a kind girl, always considering others, yet perpetually ensnared by the malice of others. Embrace our poor Xuexue. As a mere bystander, I could hardly tolerate the narcissism of Lin Ruxiue's fans. It seemed they believed that the notion of harmony should not escape the lips of their beloved. I have tolerated you once or twice, but this is becoming excessive. Our sister, in her kindness, only sought to assist Lin Ruxiue, yet now finds herself unjustly accused. Indeed, you forget your own words faster than one forgets a fleeting thought. It is as if you have drowned in your own folly. Miss Lin, one may indulge in extravagant meals, yet one must refrain from speaking carelessly. Should you forget your own utterances, I could easily request the director to replay them for you. When Wuling's gaze was icy as it bore down on Lin Ruxiue, Lin Ruxiue felt a constriction in her breath, her countenance paling. Especially as the director, following Assistant Jin's instruction, replayed her tearful plea for everyone to coexist harmoniously. Lin Ruxiue's face flushed with rage and humiliation. By the way, Miss Lin Nuannuan is actually younger than you, and we have no relatives with the surname Lin. So refrain from addressing her incorrectly. It is highly inappropriate to cause misunderstandings, particularly in light of your previous references to Miss Jiao. When Wuling remained impassive as he made this pronouncement, inciting Lin Ruxiue to redden with indignation, her chest heaving as she struggled to articulate a response. Wen Nuannuan believed that, were it not for the cameras surrounding them, Lin Ruxiue would surely have lunged at Wen Wuling. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot the prowess of Wen Yidao. With a single strike, she dispels the pretentious. Even the finest of teas fall before her. How can Wen Wuling speak so? What a lack of decorum. He is hardly worthy of being an esteemed actor. Xuexue, fear not. We are here for you. Xuebing, Lin Ruxiue's fan nickname. Do not be absurd. You call her sister even though she is older than us. It is truly evident. Our Xuexue is so benevolent. Had it not been for Wen Nuannuan's provocation, could Gu Machun and Xiao Xinniao have come to blows? Take a look at the footage beside you. It was Lin Ruxiue who called for everyone to coexist peacefully. And it was Lin Ruxiue who offered fruit. What gives? Have you all been blinded by folly? Lin Ruxiue shot a glare at Wen Wuling before reluctantly turning her attention to Gu Jinchao and Xiao Xinniao. Mo Chun, Xinniao, please calm down. Cease this fighting. Upon hearing Lin Ruxiue's voice, Gu Jinchao instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of her. Witnessing this, Xiao Xinniao's eyes turned green with envy as she seized Lin Ruxiue's hair. Refusing to relent, Lin Ruxiue, genuinely pained, felt tears streaming down her face. She sought to cast aspersions upon Wen Nuannuan, yet found herself unable to locate her. Chapter 43. Welcome to the scene of a horror suspense film. Outside the orchard, Wen Nuannuan deftly maneuvered the tractor in reverse, while Wen Wuling effortlessly loaded 2 baskets of fruit onto it. Oh hey! Points and lottery entries have been received. We have large watermelons and apples as well. Nothing beats earning while enjoying fresh fruit on site. Wen Wuling swiftly took a seat beside Wen Nuannuan, wholeheartedly agreeing with this sentiment. Indeed, the taste of these pesticide-free fruits was undeniably sweet. He intended to send a basket home, ensuring he could return without a hitch. When Nuannuan returned to the pig farm, her spirits high, yet her joy was soon shattered by the appearance of a shadowy figure. The two exchanged wary glances, noting the absence of staff and the shutdown of hidden cameras. Wen Wuling's demeanor shifted instantly. He silenced Wen Nuannuan with a finger to his lips and motioned for her to retreat behind him. He grasped a shovel, typically used for cleaning pig manure, and cautiously advanced. My goodness, this lifestyle variety show has turned into a crime drama. Welcome to today's episode of Catching Thieves. When Nuannuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed a nearby bag of fertilizer, switching on the camera and eagerly trailing behind her brother. Is this a scene from a horror film? If a ghost appears, please let me know in advance, so I can find a place to hide. How has Winning fallen so low that there isn't even a cameraman around? Look ahead, it's clear you just arrived. Everyone else has gone next door to break up the fight. Where? I want to see too. You asked too soon, it just concluded. Why else would we all be here? Just wait for the replay. This is thrilling, having just witnessed a catfight and now a suspense film. This variety show is a feast for the senses. Quiet down. It seems Weningdi has spotted a suspect. This alert caused viewers in the live stream to hold their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. As the pair slowly entered the living room, they discovered a suspect clad in a brown coat. Wen Wuling reacted swiftly, lifting Wen Nuannuan by the nape of her neck as if she were a kitten, and swiftly concealed her behind a cabinet. Am I mistaken? That's a trench coat. It must be a pervert. Brother, run. Is there something wrong with your vision? That's clearly a coat. Who wears a coat in this weather? Isn't too warm? Well, who shows their face when committing a crime? Haven't you seen how villains on television conceal their identities? When Nuannuan cautiously peeked out, her brow furrowed in confusion as she scrutinized the suspect's silhouette. Why does this person's back appear both plump and slender, as if artificially inflated? Wen Wuling, growing increasingly exasperated, tightened his grip on the shovel. It's painfully obvious. This person is a thief, hiding stolen goods beneath their clothing. When Nuannuan poked her brother's back, mimicking the style of crime dramas, and gestured towards the kitchen door, signaling him to ambush. When Wuling's brows knitted together in disapproval of her plan. However, as her brother, he could do little but indulge her whims. Once he had positioned himself stealthily, Wen Nuannuan gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. That is entirely unnecessary. What thief would target the kitchen? Before Wen Wuling could voice his skepticism, the thief made a beeline for the kitchen. Oh my, could my sister also possess the gift of foresight? Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere in the entire live stream had shifted to one of palpable tension. Brother, be careful. The thief is almost upon you. When Nuannuan was a source of amusement, her gestures were so unprofessional that, were a police officer to witness them, she would surely receive a lesson in proper conduct. Everyone quiet down. Can't you see they are about to catch the thief? The thief is clearly an insider. Knowing no one was around, they dared to come and steal. When Wuling held his breath, gripping the shovel tightly as the thief approached within 3 steps, he suddenly sprang up, shouting, "Halt! Raise your hands above your head and crouch down." Qiao Zifen's face drained of color at the command, his body stiffening as he dared not move an inch. Hearing the sound, Wen Nuannuan felt a surge of warmth, fearing that the thief might escape. With a swift motion, she dashed forward and threw a fertilizer bag over the thief's head, proudly brushing off non-existent dust from her hands. She raised an eyebrow at Sango with a sense of triumph. The thief was successfully apprehended. However, upon seeing the thief's face, Wen Wuling averted his gaze, scratching his neck awkwardly as he looked to the heavens, the ground, and the air, deliberately ignoring Wen Nuannuan's words. At that moment, a weak voice urgently spoke up. "Weningdi's sister Wen, it's me, Qiao Zifen." Wen Nuannuan quickly snatched the fertilizer bag from Qiao Zifen's head, leaning in to scrutinize him closely. It truly was Qiao Zifen. The live stream room erupted into chaos as viewers reacted to the revelation. What did I say? He really is an insider. I told you Qiao Xiniao dared to confront Gumaching. It turns out she was distracting attention while her brother stole. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Yao Yao is already pitiful enough, being drained by her family, and now you are slandering her. It's clearly a case of the upper beam not being straight, leading the lower beam to be crooked. The sister frames others, and the brother comes to steal. Poor Shue has suffered so much. Given Lin Ruxiue and Qiao Xinyao's close relationship, I truly don't believe they were unaware of Qiao Zifen's intentions. They must have colluded. Brother, call the police quickly.
What are you all arguing about?
The key issue now is why this wealthy second generation is here to steal. After a bystander pointed out the crux of the matter, the live stream quieted for a moment as everyone turned their gaze to the screen. Wen Nuannuan stroked her chin, scrutinizing Qiao Zifen from head to toe. In this nearly 30-degree weather, Qiao Zifen was oddly clad in a cashmere coat, particularly bulging as if it were stuffed with items. Qiao Zifen, aren't you hot? Why didn't you inform us you were coming? We thought a thief had broken in. Wen Nuannuan deliberately emphasized the word thief, causing Qiao Zifen to flinch, nervously adjusting his coat. Haha, I tend to feel cold. I didn't expect there would be no staff here. So, I forgot to let you know. When Wuling and Wen Nuannuan exchanged glances, this lad clearly wasn't lying. Then what brings you here? When Wuling's question made Qiao Zifen's eyes flicker, and after much contemplation, he managed to utter, I like small animals, so I came to take a look. When Nuannuan quickly covered her mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. Everyone knows that Qiao Zifen, who can rant for an entire afternoon at the sight of a duck, claims to love animals. He could have concocted a more believable story. Chapter 44, Stealing Boldly. System, what exactly is Qiao Zifen here for? He really did come to steal.
But why?
The Qiao family wouldn't be short on food and drink, would they? When Wuling cast a puzzled glance at Qiao Zifen. Has the Qiao family fallen so quickly? Why hadn't he received any news?
Wow.
Who would have thought this kid, despite his poor character, dabbles in gambling and drugs? After losing his little stash, he must be pestering Qiao Xinyao for money. Infuriated, Qiao Xinyao berated him, but Qiao Zifen stood his ground, pointing at the gifts in the live stream, claiming Weningdi had gifted his sister so much money. He was merely asking her for some. Haha, Qiao Zifen's little money is equivalent to several of Qiao Xinyao's acting salaries. It's quite a bit. However, his words inadvertently reminded Qiao Xinyao that Wen Wuling is from the Wen family, the only family capable of opposing the Gu family. Consumed by hatred for Gu Jinchao, she quickly devised a plan in her mind to bind Wen Wuling and stir up a CP relationship, which would allow her to take revenge on Gu Jinchao without fearing his threats. Wen Nuannuan cast a sly glance at her brother, who possessed charm, looks, and wealth in abundance. Indeed, handsome men are never short of admirers. Qiao Xinyao's execution is too strong. She is already plotting to pay her brother handsomely to steal clothes. While on the other side, Cuckoo is preparing to buy online commenters to hype up her and Sanji's CP, with names already in the works. I see they're calling it the Lingyao CP. Ha ha ha. Doesn't that imply that by wearing your clothes, I'm equivalent to embracing you? Listening to the discordant melodies in her ears, when Wuling's expression grew darker, his anger flaring. Is it the degradation of humanity or the collapse of morality? He was being falsely accused while his little sister remained so cheerful. When Wuling wore a serious expression, casting a sharp glare at the oblivious Wen Nuannuan. After all, he was her brother. Couldn't she at least offer him some protection? Qiao Zifen, observing the shifting expressions between the two, wiped the sweat streaming down his forehead and forced out an awkward smile. I've seen the small animals. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Noticing Wen Wuling nodding, Qiao Zifen tightened his coat and hastily turned to leave. Just as he lifted his foot, he stumbled and fell flat on his face. As he made intimate contact with the ground, a pile of clothing scattered around him, revealed for all to see. Wen Nuannuan, spotting the size 42 shoe that Wen Wuling had retracted, was certain her brother had done it on purpose. Oh, this white graphic t-shirt my brother's? Upon hearing this, Qiao Zifen, grimacing in pain, desperately tried to conceal the shirt beneath him. I thought Weningdi looked great in it, so I bought one just like it. Oh, but why does this watch look exactly like my brother's? When Nuannuan squatted beside him, waving the watch in front of Qiao Zifen's eyes. Qiao Zifen anxiously reached out to snatch it away, but when Nuannuan feigned a move, causing him to tumble again. You. Qiao Zifen's eyes turned red, and just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses at Wen Nuannuan, he noticed the previously shut camera now glimmering with a red light aimed directly at him. And this Chanel suit, these globally limited edition sneakers, this custom-made shirt, and all identical. Pa. My brother's clothes are all high-end. It can be verified easily. Isn't the Qiao family quite wealthy? Why is Qiao Zifen here stealing Wen Wuling's clothes to wear? What kind of peculiar obsession does this wealthy second generation have? Stealing clothes? I suspect Xiao Xinyiao wants to bind herself to my brother SCP, which is why she sent her brother to steal his clothes. Brother, call the police. Such a person should be handed over to the law. Let us see if Xiao Xinyiao dares to hype up their CP anymore. When Wuling fans chimed in. Don't speak recklessly. Our Yao Yao is the one being bullied at home. How could she possibly instruct a second-generation heir to steal? Exactly. Supporting the police action means our Yao Yao can free herself from this vampire brother. The more Qiao Zifan tried to explain, the more it incited public outrage, with viewers in the live stream vowing to summon a just authority to adjudicate the matter. When Wuling patted Wen Nuannuan on the shoulder, took the camera from her hand, and returned it to its place, his voice calm yet composed as he spoke. How could young Master Qiao be stealing? It must be a case of mistaken identity. To prove young Master Qiao's innocence, I will now call the police. Upon hearing the mention of police, Qiao Zifan's pupils constricted, and he immediately scrambled to grab Wen Wuling's arm, shouting urgently no. This outburst effectively revealed his guilt and sealed off any potential escape route. Those who had initially criticized Wen Wuling for making a fuss were suddenly struck by the reality of Qiao Zifan's frantic behavior, their expressions turning sour.
No.
Teacher 1. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the trio turned towards the source of the voice, spotting two disheveled individuals covered in mud rushing towards them. Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan instinctively grabbed frying pans for defense, while even Qiao Zifan held a pot lid in front of him. The two ragged figures, whom Qiao Zifan deemed beggars, brushed past Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan. One of the female beggars reached out with her filthy hand and grasped his arm, causing him to shout in shock. Who are you? Who gave you permission to touch me with such dirty hands?
Who are you?
Stay away. The girl, identified by Qiao Zifan as a beggar, held back her urge to slap him, pushing aside her tangled hair to reveal a slightly swollen face, exclaiming, It's me. Your sister, Qiao Xinyiao. Qiao Zifan stared at the familiar face before him, and after a moment's contemplation, he recognized that the beggar in front of him was none other than his glamorous sister. You. Qiao Xinyiao abruptly interrupted Qiao Zifan, raising her hand.
Do not speak.
She glared fiercely at Qiao Zifan, then turned to face Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan, managing to force a smile through her already swollen face. Teacher Wen, my brother has difficulty expressing himself. He did not intend to steal. Indeed, Qiao Zifan did not come here to pilfer anything. Chimed in Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling, casting puzzled glances at the other beggar, whose head shimmered somewhat. The latter quickly wiped his face and, with a cheerful demeanor, explained to Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan, It's me, Teacher Wen and Teacher Nuannuan. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling confirmed that the disheveled figure before them was actually the director they had encountered earlier that morning.
Director?
Wen Wuling queried uncertainly, prompting the director to nod vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. It had been quite the ordeal for him. He had to rally the entire crew to separate Guzong and Xiao Xinyiao, and before he could catch his breath, he was confronted with the news of Qiao Zifan attempting to steal. He hurriedly dragged Xiao Xinyiao over, realizing that reporting the incident was out of the question. Not only would it ruin the live broadcast, but it would also jeopardize the entire show, effectively ending his directing career. Chapter 45, Scoundrels and Scoundrets. United in their bullying. It's me, Teacher Wen. There must be some misunderstanding. Qiao Xinyiao, you must explain this to Teacher Wen properly. Were it not for the director's warning glance towards Qiao Xinyiao after speaking, Wen Nuannuan would have almost believed the director's nonsensical words. A dog is not a human, but you, director, are truly a canine. Qiao Xinyiao, being a popular starlet, could summon tears at will. The moment the director glanced at her, her eyes quickly became misty. With a gentle blink, crystalline tears rolled down her cheeks. Teacher Wen, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have.
Qiao Xinyiao,
with her eyes glistening with tears, stole a glance at Wen Wuling before hastily averting her gaze, feigning shyness. However, her swollen visage and filthy garments made it difficult for anyone to take her seriously. Sister, you must believe me. Your current attire is more suited for playing a beggar. Perhaps you should don something more appropriate next time you audition for an idol drama. Not only did Wen Nuannuan think so, but even Qiao Xinyiao's fans could not bear to watch, desperately pleading in the live stream. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Listen to me. Cover your face and leave quickly. With a sigh of exasperation, Qiao Xinyiao profoundly demonstrated the significance of costumes and makeup. Qiao Xinyiao, take a look in the mirror. If you don't have one, we'll crowdfund for you. Do you truly think you can seduce my brother with a face that is swollen like a pig's? Ha, I can't take it anymore. Xiao Xinyao surely doesn't he believe she appears fragile right now. To be fair, her crying scenes were quite good, but it was advised that she refrain from weeping in such circumstances. It was simply too frightening. The director, covering his face, could no longer endure the sight and hastily interrupted Xiao Xinyao's performance, gritting his teeth as he urged, "Xiao Xinyao, stop rambling. Get to the point." Xiao Xinyao sniffled and, believing she looked pitiful and bashful, gazed at Wen Wuling as she continued, "Ziffin knows I have feelings for Teacher Wen, and I've been unable to eat due to my infatuation, so I wanted to take some of Teacher Wen's clothes to ease my longing." Xiao Xinyao's voice grew increasingly soft, yet the top-notch audio equipment captured every word, transmitting them clearly to all present. Wen Nuannuan watched as her third brother's expression soured, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Is that why you're famous? Your crisis management skills rival an entire team. Impressive." As the saying goes, fans mirror their idols. Upon hearing Xiao Xinyao's brazen words, Wen Wuling's fans ignited with fury. "Brother, you just give them the items. It's contaminated. We don't want it." "Xiao Xinyao, do you even hear the nonsense coming from your mouth? Riding on my brother's coattails to this shameless degree. Who do you think you are? Just because you consider yourself an actress, you can trample on our Yao Yao's sincerity. You steal and still dare to rationalize it. Trying to bind my brother to you, how shameless." Wen Wuling unclenched his fists, yet his expression remained as dark as thunder, his voice frigid. "Miss Xiao, you might want to save that statement for the police. I trust they will determine whether your brother's actions constitute theft." Xiao Xinyao's face flushed crimson, her previously swollen features now appearing both red and puffy, much like that of a bee-stung visage, an exceedingly unflattering sight. Wen Wuling was indeed unyielding, despite her blatant admission. He remained fixated on the theft. Truly, no good man could be found among them. At that moment, the most obstinate of all, Qiao Ziffin, interjected defiantly. "Xiao Xinyao said it was merely to soothe her longing for you. Why make such a fuss over it? Who would want your filthy clothes anyway? Take them back." The director widened his eyes. Had he known better, he would have refrained from intervening. With a heart full of frustration, he pointed at Xiao Xinyao, saying, "Look at what your brother is saying. One must ask for permission before taking someone else's belongings. Has no teacher ever imparted such simple wisdom to him?" After saying this, he turned and began picking up the scattered items one by one while addressing Wen Wuling. "Alas, children today are not like we were. They lack moral compass. If this were my own child, I would surely break his legs. I'll clean these shoes and leave them here. The boy is still young. Imagine how detrimental a police record would be for him. Rest assured, I shall ensure Qiao Xinyao properly disciplines him. Let us grant him this one chance." "Indeed. As the esteemed third son of the Wen family, you surely do not lack for money. Why quibble with a child over such trivial matters?" A voice, cold and triumphant, suddenly shattered the tense atmosphere. Xiao Xinyao looked up to see Gu Jinchao and Lin Ruxue, both appearing fresh and immaculate at the door. Lin Ruxue had even managed to change into a more exquisite outfit, nearly causing Xiao Xinyao to grind her teeth in frustration. As Lin Ruxue passed by Wen Nuannuan, she deliberately slowed her pace, casting a disdainful glance at her. "Run? You think you can outpace my five-finger mountain? System, host, be cautious. Lin Ruxue has specifically brought Gu Jinchao here to cause you trouble." "Trouble? No worries, my brother and I are quite carefree. We fear she won't be able to keep up." When Wuling silently nodded, Gu Jinchao was but a winter grasshopper, unable to hop for long. Upon reaching Xiao Xinyao, Lin Ruxue gasped in feigned surprise, "Xinyao, what happened to your face?" Hearing this, Xiao Xinyao hurriedly covered her face. Lin Ruxue, relishing Xiao Xinyao's discomfiture, wore a mask of innocent kindness, as though she had forgotten the earlier incident. She donned a new outfit and sincerely chimed in, "Teacher Wen. Miss Wen, Ziffin only wanted to assist his sister. Besides, Xinyao is so fond of Teacher Wen. Doesn't Teacher Wen have any responsibility in this matter?" With these words, Lin Ruxue inadvertently provided her hired commentators with fresh material, as they eagerly envisioned the enormous payoff, launching into a frenzy of marketing. Exactly. It takes two to tango. Since Wen Wuling is a man, he must take responsibility for his actions. Our Yao Yao would never confess her feelings without reason. I suspect Wen Wuling must have secretly transmitted some erroneous information. Scoundrel. Bold enough to act, yet cowardly enough to deny it. This was truly enough. Our brother has barely acknowledged Xiao Xinyao since the show began, and you dare to twist the truth. Those who speak so defiantly, I have insider information, Wen Wuling. When the cameras are off, often shows concern for Yao Yao. His WeChat messages are incessant. Don't fool me. This is explosive news. Wen Wuling and Xiao Xinyao. How can they possibly be a match? I refuse to believe that my brother would be attracted to the bee-faced Xiao Xinyao. His team should swiftly dispel this rumor. Chapter 46. Unable to bear it any longer, I confront the scoundrels directly. You bear the responsibility. You should be accountable. Wen Nuannuan retorts with a smile. That male fan of yours, Du or whatever his name is, kneels before you every day on set, professing his love. If he adores you so much, don't you bear any responsibility? Lin Ruxue tightly bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed with anger. She did not anticipate Wen Nuannuan's sudden eloquence and momentarily forgot to retort. Gu Jinchao stepped forward, his expression cold as he positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Ruxue. Coldly warning, Schwerer is kindly helping you. Do not be ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Wen Wuling was the first to disagree, letting out a cold scoff. We are the ones trying to help you, Mr. Gu. Do not be so ungrateful as to bite the hand that feeds you. The sharp exchanges between the main characters instantly stirred chaos in the live broadcast room, with even passing spectators unable to resist chiming in with their own comments. Wen Nuannuan, you foolish girl, do you have no decorum? Clearly, you are simply envious that my Schwer surpasses you in every way. As for Gu Machin, he must be quite foolish to side with that thief Qiao Zifan, directing his disdain towards me. When Wuling grew agitated, clearly struck at his core by Gu's words. Claiming he had nothing to do with Xiao Xinyao. Who would believe that? Our sister has not spoken wrongly. Was it not Lin Ruxue who first opened her mouth to speak nonsense? Why is it unacceptable when it's her turn? Wen Wuling is nothing but a coward. If he likes Xiao Xinyao, he should admit it, rather than let the girl bear the burden of unrequited affection. Poor Xiao Xinyao. With her sincere heart, Gu Machin and Lin Ruxue act as if they have the law on their side, threatening to call the police. Quick! Let the police come and adjudicate this twisted logic. The director, witnessing this confrontational scene, was immediately drenched in sweat. Truly, it was a battle of titans, a calamity for those like him. This cannot continue. If it does, the show will truly be over. He hurriedly interjected with a laugh. Everyone is a good person, all acting with each other's best interests at heart. Let us resolve this matter here. After such a long day, it's time for everyone to rest. As he spoke, the director moved to position himself in front of Xiao Xinyao and Qiao Zifan, gesturing with exaggerated movements, urging them to depart quickly. Xiao Xinyao, having achieved her current status, possessed keen insight. As soon as the director finished speaking, she took her brother by the hand and left, feigning sorrowful sobs, performing the act to perfection. Seeing the Qiao siblings depart, Gu Jinchao smirked at Wen Wuling, a mocking smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Schwer, it's far too foul here. Let us leave before it taints you. Lin Ruxue delicately covered her nose, nodding in agreement, appearing entirely reliant on Gu Jinchao, before disdainfully following him out. The director, watching Gu Jinchao and Lin Ruxue's departing figures, breathed a long sigh of relief.
Saved.
He had finally secured his position as director. Turning around, he found Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling, arms crossed, staring intently at him. Not wishing to disturb teacher Wen's rest, I shall take my leave. Before he could finish, the director made a hasty exit. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room remained unsatisfied. The disputes among various fan factions showed no signs of abating. Ha ha ha. The director fled far too quickly. Is he afraid Wen Wuling might bite him? Evil shall ultimately not triumph over justice. The director stands firmly with our Schwer. I'm so moved. Our kind-hearted Schwer has finally triumphed. Bah, using power to bully others and muddling the truth. It's pitiful for my brother and sister. They shouldn't have shown mercy. When they caught Qiao Zifan, they should have called the police immediately. You think your Wen Wuling is something special? Our Yao Yao adores him, yet he dares not confess. What a scoundrel. As the live broadcast heated up, Wen Wuling's denial of his feelings for Xiao Xinyao, Gu Machin's dismissive posture, and Lin Ruxue's victimhood all trended on Weibo. The ever-vigilant Gao Sheng swiftly intervened. Calling the director, and the production team obediently released the recording timeline of each guest, leaving Xiao Xinyao's fans speechless, quickly retreating into silence. Subsequently, the studio issued a statement of Wen Wuling's single status, followed closely by a repost of the police department's legal notice regarding theft alongside a statement regarding the recovery of lost items. This series of countermeasures turned the tide against Gu Machin and Lin Ruxue. Originally vexed by the trending topic, Gu Jinchao felt his tension ease upon receiving a guarantee from his assistant Jean that the situation would be handled. He had complete faith in Gu Machen's abilities. There was no doubt about it. Overconfident, Gu Jinxiao failed to realize he had already fallen into a trap set by Gu Machen, instead becoming love-struck and calling Lin Ruxue to comfort her, assuring her that everything would soon be resolved. On the other end of the line, Lin Ruxue calmed down only after hearing Gu Machen's assurances. After hanging up, she rubbed her head, still feeling the sting from where Qiao Xinyao had caught her earlier. Qiao Xinyao would not escape her retribution. However, today, Qiao Xinyao had unwittingly provided her with an idea that could both strike a lethal blow to Wen Wuling and serve her own interests. A sneeze escaped Wen Wuling as he rubbed his nose, glancing out at the bright sun. He felt no chill. Why had he sneezed? Third brother. It must be someone missing you, Wen Nuannuan remarked, her eyes glinting with mischief as she regarded Wen Wuling, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey. Enough. After you've eaten, go catch up on the news and familiarize yourself with some national affairs rather than fixating on gossip. Ever since Qiao Xinyao publicly confessed her feelings for him, his little sister had thoroughly investigated him, leaving no detail of his kindergarten romances unexamined. Wen Nuannuan smiled sweetly, presenting Wen Wuling with a chilled watermelon, concluding, the taste of gossip is still the sweetest. Wen Wuling's agitation reached its zenith at that moment, silently repeating to himself, "She's my biological sister. She's my biological sister." Fortunately, the ringing of his phone provided timely salvation for Wen Wuling, teetering on the edge of madness. Upon seeing the screen display his second brother's name, Wen Nuannuan set down her chopsticks, waved her hand in greeting, and retreated to her room with the phone. Upon answering, a familiar, cool voice greeted her. "Nuannuan, I simply cannot endure the dishes made by the third brother. I shall send a chef over today." Wen Nuannuan quickly interrupted, "Second brother, I'm fine. I enjoy it. Third brother's cooking is superb. This morning he made me braised pork knuckle. There's no need to worry. Please don't send a chef." Wen Mingxi fell silent for 3 seconds, recalling the sight of his third brother preparing a rich breakfast for his sister so soon after emerging from surgery. As a top-tier doctor, he could hardly tolerate such an unhealthy breakfast choice, nearly rushing over to give Wen Wuling a thorough scolding. However, since his sister had spoken, he decided to let the third brother enjoy a few more days of freedom. Sighing, he conceded, "Very well, but if you experience any discomfort, you must go to the hospital immediately." A large question mark slowly appeared above Wen Nuannuan's head. What on earth had third brother done to warrant second brother treating him like a potential thief? Chapter 47. Who understands?
Once again, deceived by the system.
To ease her second brother's worries, she assured him with a tone as resolute as if taking an oath. "I swear on my life that if I feel unwell, I will go to the hospital at the first opportunity. You can rest easy, second brother." With Wen Nuannuan's promise, Wen Mingxi hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "All right. Song Zhengwo's surgery has concluded successfully, and his post-operative care has been arranged in the most secure hospital room. You needn't worry about him." "So quick? Second brother. You are truly impressive. I knew there was nothing in this world that could stump you." Wen Mingxi adjusted his glasses, basking in the praise from his sister, relishing every word of it. "Second brother, let us keep the surgery fee a secret from their family for now. Song Zhengwo has just undergone surgery and is still recovering." Since yesterday, Wen Mingxi has speculated about the situation after inquiring about Song Shiru, and he wholeheartedly supports his younger sister's righteous actions. "Well, I have another surgery to prepare for. If you feel unwell, please go to the hospital immediately." "I know, second brother. You must also take care of your health and remember to eat before the surgery." Hearing his sister's proficient and caring response, Wen Mingxi smiled and ended the call. What has the director so pleased? Of course, it's about food. Come on, let us not rush. Health is paramount. Let's eat together. The medical staff, who had been on standby for over 24 hours, looked at Wen Mingxi in horror. Oh my, the workaholic actually shows concern for them today. On the other side, Wen Nuannuan had just hung up the phone when she was prompted by the system. "Host, would you like to draw a lottery now?" Upon hearing lottery, Wen Nuannuan, who had been yawning, instantly perked up. Yes, let us do it now."
All right.
With excitement radiating from her, Wen Nuannuan fixed her gaze on the virtual spinning wheel before her, watching it whirl faster and faster. Rubbing her little hands together, she felt as if she might soon become a billionaire. As the wheel gradually came to a stop, Wen Nuannuan anxiously watched the arrow land on a prize, all of which were labeled as prizes, causing her heart to race with the hope that a gigantic grand prize might appear. The system rolled its eyes internally, thinking, "Do you imagine it's a hamburger or something? A giant grand prize." With intense focus, Wen Nuannuan saw the word change to exchange card. Her expression shifted from sunny to cloudy. After all this fuss, it turned out to be this. System, I promise I won't hit you. You better come out and explain what an exchange card means. The system's mechanical voice suddenly took on a more conciliatory tone. Host, let me clarify its purpose. The exchange card has versatile applications. Anything that exists in this world, whether living or non-living, human or object, can be freely exchanged in space as long as you designate it. Isn't that impressive? Seeing Wen Nuannuan's increasingly darkening expression, the system grew more awkward in its explanations and ultimately resorted to its ultimate tactic. You know, I've been away from my mother since I was young. You have a mother? Of course. Everyone has a mother. I'm no exception. Shut up. All right, I'll back off. Wen Nuannuan closed her eyes and took a deep breath, realizing she should not harbor any illusions about the unscrupulous shop. The higher her expectations, the greater her disappointment. That night, she was plagued by dreams, repeatedly envisioning herself wielding a knife to chase after a large house labeled mall that moved on its own.
Consequently,
when she awoke in the morning, her eyes were darkened, as if she had received 2 punches. Wen Wuling was startled upon seeing her and inquired, "Little sister, did you not sleep at all last night?" Wen Nuannuan, feeling utterly exhausted, stifled a yawn and thought that she might as well have not slept at all. Adult matters. Children should not pry. Wen Wuling smirked slightly, amused that this little one was trying to act grown-up. Just as he stood up, he was intercepted by staff members. Wen Wuling deftly took the task card, read its contents, and hurriedly handed Wen Nuannuan 2 large meat buns. Eat more, eat more. Wen Nuannuan tilted her head in confusion. What does this mean? We're going to the rice paddy today. Surely 2 buns, 1 tea suffice. Should I take this plate of pig trotters with me? Though her brain was still sluggish, Wen Nuannuan mechanically accepted the pig trotters that Wen Wuling passed to her. Although Wen Wuling did not often participate in variety shows, he was well aware of their usual routines. Upon hearing rice paddy, alarm bells went off in his mind, prompting him to busily gather supplies, bringing out towels, clothing, and even preparing needle and thread. Wen Nuannuan, munching on the pig trotters, couldn't he help but give a thumbs up in praise. Third brother, you're more of an assistant than an assistant, thoroughly meticulous. Truly, those who work hard bear the brunt of the frustration. Wen Wuling glanced at Wen Nuannuan, who was full and satisfied, and yanked her collar, tossing both her and her belongings onto the tractor. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling arrived at the designated task location, the rice paddy, swaying slightly. The two stared in awe at the shimmering lake before them, deeply comprehending the meaning of boundlessness. Wen Nuannuan turned mechanically to Wen Wuling, confirming, "Is this the rice paddy the director mentioned?" Wen Wuling quickly closed his mouth, scanned the surroundings, and, upon spotting Qin Yuheng, nodded with difficulty. This is it. The moment Qin Yuheng saw Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan, he sprinted towards them like a wild horse set free. "Teacher Wen, why did you bring things over?" Though he said this, Qin Yuheng's hands were not idle. He grabbed a pig trotter and began to gnaw on it, resembling a starving savage. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Just a day apart, and Qin Yuheng has turned into a mutant from hunger? Qin Yuheng looked up with tearful eyes at Wen Nuannuan. You were absolutely right. Ever since I got back the day before yesterday and finally contacted my cousin, I was so happy I could have set off firecrackers. But the next day, I was assigned the task of organizing the irrigation and drainage of the fields. The director clearly stated it would only take a little effort. But I ended up working until midnight, and throughout, I didn't see Gu Jinchao at all. The camera was constantly in my face. So I had to grit my teeth and keep going. Only now have I finally had my first bite of hot pig trotter. Wen Wuling's expression turned grave as he lowered his head and patted Qin Yuheng's shoulder. Although he knew not what had transpired, it was evident that aside from Qin Yuheng, everyone had been together yesterday. If no one worked, how could the currently tranquil rice paddy have come to be? Chapter 48. Oh no. Third brother is about to be disgraced. Wen Nuannuan covered her mouth, trying hard not to look at Qin Yuheng, the unfortunate soul. Ha ha ha. Qin Yuheng is truly a good kid, believing Gu Jinchao's promise of a quick return, silently working away. How pitiful, only now getting his first meal. I seriously suspect Gu Jinchao, under the guise of the program, is trying to starve Qin Yuheng to death and then inherit his shares. Qin Yuheng abruptly looked up, terrified, at Wen Nuannuan. Is that true? No wonder Gu Jinchao is so energetic without eating. Turns out he is planning to get rid of me. I must tell my cousin. Wen Nuannuan blinked her watery almond eyes and offered an awkward smile. What did this fellow mean by staring at her? It was Wen Wuling who reacted quickly, turning Qin Yuheng's face away and hastily saying, "The pig trotters are all yours. Nuannuan 1T fight you for them. Upon hearing pig trotters, Qin Yuheng was immediately hit by a wave of hunger, thanked them, and began to eat heartily. When Gu Jinchao and Lin Rushua approached, they saw Qin Yuheng devouring the pig trotters, and their brows furrowed in distaste. Yuheng, please be mindful of your image. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuheng turned away from Gu Jinchao, gnawing even more vigorously, determined not to be starved. Gu Jinchao's face darkened instantly, while Lin Rushua gently chimed in, Mo Qin, Yuheng is still young. Please don't be too harsh on him.
Exactly.
Did you hear that? Learn from them how to be a good older sister. Just then, the arrogant second young master Qiao Zifan swaggered by. And Xiao Xingyao looked somewhat embarrassed, but fortunately, Song Shiru appeared just in time. The director, seeing that everyone had arrived and everything was still normal, quickly stepped forward to announce today's task. Teachers, have you heard of the poem to the farmer written by Li Xin? Wen Wuling was suddenly struck by a bad premonition, feeling that after today's filming, he might never return home again. The director remained utterly oblivious to Wen Wuling's pleading gaze for help. Continuing to speak with unbridled enthusiasm, in the midday sun, we toil in the fields, sweat dripping into the soil beneath the crops. Who can fathom the effort behind each grain of rice on our plates? Every morsel we consume is an indispensable staple, and our task is intrinsically linked to it. The director's excitement grew as he dramatically pulled down the nearby curtain, prompting the gathered individuals to follow his gesture, revealing a floating white circular platform in the fields. Today's mission required each team member to stand upon the platform and answer questions. If both answered correctly, they would earn ingredients, but should they falter, they would be obliged to complete the irrigation task before receiving any provisions. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. But only the naive Qin Yuheng's eyes sparkled with joy as he leaped up, thrilled to finally have company in his labor. In contrast to Qin Yuheng's exuberance, Gu Jinchao and Lin Rushua exhibited a calm demeanor, as if they had been privy to this information long before. I refuse to accept this. Farming is their responsibility. Why should we bear the burden? If it weren't for Qiao Xinyao's grip, Qiao Zifan would have nearly lunged at the director in a fit of indignation. What right does a thief like you have to demean my brother? While you were pilfering, my brother toiled away here without uttering a word of fatigue or hardship. Goodness, how has that scoundrel Qiao Zifan remained unscathed? I implore you, Wen Wuling, spare a few coins to send him away. At least Wen Wuling had the decency to bring my brother pig trotters. The shameless Gu Maching clung to Lin Rushua all day, refusing to lift a finger and subjecting my brother to unnecessary toil. What an absurd situation. Did Qiao Xinyao save Gu Maching in a past life? I could overlook Qiao Xinyao, but her vile brother too. Just look at how famished my brother has become. The director, for the first time, felt the precarious nature of his role, and if given another chance, he would undoubtedly steer clear of Qiao Xinyao. Observing the indifferent Gu, the director's heart ached, and he sighed, lamenting the burden of his wealthy patron. This is a parent-child program designed to showcase the bond among participants. The questions are exceedingly simple, and each team has 3 opportunities. Most importantly, behold this rice field. It's neither too large nor too small, and the irrigation is nearly complete, so the tasks are not particularly arduous. The director's face strained into a smile, but just as he was running out of inspiration, Lin Rushua discreetly tugged at Gu Jinchao's sleeve, prompting her to mercifully respond. Let us proceed as the director suggests. Upon hearing Gu Jinchao's voice, Qiao Zifan's previously tense demeanor transformed into one of calm. The director swallowed hard, relieved that they could finally move on to the next segment. Everyone is all right, yes? He implored with his gaze, hastily continuing, then please, teachers, go change your clothes. As he watched the group depart, he sighed, grateful for another day of survival. Wen Nuannuan paused, observing Lin Rushua and Qiao Xinyao, hand in hand. Strange, too strange. Lin Rushua, who usually repays every slight, is unusually amiable today. There must be a hidden trap. Wen Wuling and Qin Yuheng, upon hearing this, began to move at a snail's pace, their ears instinctively straining to catch every word.
System.
System, do you have the latest gossip about Lin Rushua from yesterday and today? The system, having bolted in the dead of night, swiftly responded to Wen Nuannuan's call. Host, Lin Rushua has prepared an aphrodisiac to tarnish your third brother's reputation. Aphrodisiac? You mean the kind from novels that compel the male and female leads to become inseparable? Wen Nuannuan couldn't help but steal a glance at Wen Wuling, her eyes brimming with sympathy. This is too outrageous. Lin Rushua intends for me to catch my own brother in a compromising situation with Qiao Xinyao. The issue is Qiao Xinyao and I are not even close friends. How dare they underestimate my mental fortitude? Wen Wulling's eyelids twitched, freezing in place. Caught in the act? With Xiao Xinyo? Hey, focus on the key issue, little sister. Fortunately, Wen Nuannuan, still mindful of the familial bond newly formed, returned to the crux of the matter. I said, the usually pampered Lin Rushua, who can't even tolerate a speck of mud on her shoes, shows no reaction to the task at hand. It turns out she was already aware of the content, and had bribed the staff to arrange for my third brother and Xiao Xinyo to enter a room laced with aphrodisiacs. Once inside, the two would become entangled, and then she would summon me as a third will to catch them in the act. If a startled Xiao Xinyo screams, and the camera captures it, the world will believe my brother has assaulted her, while the brainwashed Xiao Xinyo thinks that by merely crying, she would latch onto the Wen family tree, unaware that she would be ensnared by the dirt Lin Rushua prepared, leading to her downfall. Meanwhile, my brother would be vilified, his reputation in tatters. A perfectly crafted plan. Chapter 49. A grand scheme, forced to catch them in the act. Qin Yuheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed sympathetically at Wen Wuling, resolutely patting his shoulder. He vowed to defend teacher Wen's honor at all costs. Wen Wuling, with a grim expression, felt the warmth emanating from behind him and returned Qin Yuheng's reassuring glance. Having navigated the murky waters of the entertainment industry, he had witnessed countless sordid affairs, yet this brazenly orchestrated scheme was a first. He couldn't help but reflect on the ingenuity of the Lin family in devising such a foul plan. The staff, all smiles, approached Wen Wuling and the others, handing out room keys. However, when it came to Wen Wuling's turn, the staff's eyes flickered nervously, quickly masking it with a smile. Teacher Wen, your room is over there. Let me guide you. System, quickly, use the exchange card. Swap the keys of Gu Jinchao and Wen Wuling, allowing that venomous woman to ensnare my brother. And I shall ensure your downfall. In that instant, Wen Wuling felt as though a beacon of justice illuminated the world. His little sister's support moved him deeply. He would certainly prepare sumptuous dishes for her from now on. Were it not for the presence of the staff nearby, he would have embraced her wholeheartedly. Understanding the situation, Qin Yuheng couldn't hold back his tears. This was what it meant to be a loving family. Teacher Wen, is everything all right? The staff cast a guilty glance at the unresponsive Wen Wuling. Oh, it's nothing. Let us proceed. Wen Wuling replied nonchalantly, nodding to Wen Nuannuan and Qin Yuheng before following the staff. Qin Yuheng, filled with concern, glanced at Wen Nuannuan, opening his mouth as if to speak. But as he saw her turn to leave, his face flushed crimson with suppressed words. In the live broadcast room, brother, I forbid you to look at him with that expression. The studio should learn from Wen Wuling next door and issue a statement immediately. Honestly, these youthful boys and girls are so delightful to ship. The loyal and loving boy admires the radiant school beauty, and the considerate director hastens to hand out scripts. Back off. What nonsense are you spewing? Our brother is uniquely charming.
How infuriating.
I truly envy Wen Nuannuan. I wish my brother would look at me like that. Can you be more sensible? Don't forget we are Celery, the nickname for Qin Yuheng's fans. My brother could never fall for any female.
Now.
In this critical moment, Wen Nuannuan focused solely on Wen Wuling's movements, waiting anxiously as Qin Yuheng remained silent. I have something urgent to attend to. If you need anything, let me know later, she said, turning to leave. Qin Yuheng sighed. I, too, am anxious about teacher Wen's innocence. Clenching his teeth, he followed after Wen Wuling, unable to shake his unease. Meanwhile, Wen Nuannuan, intent on not raising any alarms, slowly made her way toward the designated room as instructed by the staff. System, is my third brother safe? No. Did Gu Jinchao enter my third brother's room? Then, did my third brother enter Gu Jinchao's room? The system, for the first time, found itself at a loss for words. Finally, as Wen Nuannuan finished her inquiry, it swiftly responded, System. Gu Jinchao has indeed entered the room that belonged to Wen Wuling. Upon entering, he encountered Xiao Xinyo, and both were startled to see each other, leading to a fierce argument. The dosage of the medication prepared by Lin Rushua was excessively high, and it is now beginning to take effect. Well done, System. Tonight, I shall reward you with a large chicken leg. Host, if you go to the scene now to witness the unfolding drama, you will also receive a chance to participate in a lottery. Truly, a mere compliment seemed to leave it breathless. Wen Nuannuan politely declined, jesting. You mentioned the dosage is so high, like Gu Jinchao and Xiao Xinyo relished this fortunate turn of events. Alas, fate was not in her favor. Just as she approached the door of the room, without even retrieving the key from her pocket, she was intercepted by Lin Rushua, who had come with a cameraman. Lin Rushua's eyes were red, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice frantic as she exclaimed, "Sister, something terrible has happened. Xinyao is missing. Could you help me find her?" Wen Nuannuan resolutely refused, her expression unyielding. "I don't know the way. I cannot assist you. Sister, if I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize. Please, I beg you, help me locate Xinyao. I'm worried for her safety as a girl." Lin Rushua's expression was a blend of pitiful desperation and determined strength, evoking sympathy from the viewers in the live broadcast, especially her fans. Wen Nuannuan shows no compassion, even after such a heartfelt plea from our Shueshua. She remains cold-hearted. When trouble arises, who will come to her aid? I believe Lin Rushua is deliberately causing this. Our sister has already stated she doesn't know the way. Yet she insists on sending her to look for Xinyao. What if something happens to her? Indeed, it's evident that the true villain is Lin Rushua. Her fans are no better. While Xiao Xinyao is missing, they only think of Wen Nuannuan. The previous comments were rather amusing. The issue lies with Lin Rushua. Yet they are blaming Wen Nuannuan instead of quickly seeking the director for help. Your hearts are tainted. You perceive everything through a lens of malice. Our Shueshua is so kind. In such a perilous situation, she would surely seek assistance from those around her.
Exactly.
Unlike Wen Nuannuan, who turns a blind eye to suffering. I shall become Wen Nuannuan's lifelong adversary. Lin Rushua covertly cast a glance at the staff, a glimmer of malicious calculation flashing in her eyes. If you refuse to go, then you must accompany me. I want you to witness how my superstar brother's reputation is dragged through the mud, earning scorn from the masses. The instructed staff promptly notified the director. Upon hearing the news of a missing guest, the director hurried over, and upon seeing the unscathed Wen Nuannuan and Lin Rushua, he felt a momentary sense of relief, only to have it snatched away by Lin Rushua's urgent plea. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Lin Rushua's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. When she looked up, her face bore the traces of tears as she anxiously clutched the director's arm, her voice trembling with urgency. "Director, something terrible has happened. Xinyao is missing, and her room is wide open, with its contents in disarray. She couldn't have." The director's face turned pale, his voice more frantic than Lin Rushua's.
No.
"We have thoroughly inspected this place. It is very safe." He nervously wiped the sweat from his brow, swiftly preventing Wen Nuannuan from opening the door. "Teacher Nuannuan, let us not enter the room just yet. We should first find Teacher Wen and assess their situation before deciding on our next steps." Upon hearing the director's words, Lin Rushua immediately feigned a startled expression, nodding in agreement. How convenient for Lin Rushua, the treacherous villain. Chapter 50. Surprised, unexpected. Wen Nuannuan, reluctantly, was flanked by the director and Lin Rushua, like a criminal. As they all hurried to find Wen Wuling, the trio, accompanied by a cameraman, rushed to the entrance, only to be met with a chorus of scandalous sounds that could make anyone blush.
Oh my.
During the day, is Xiao Xinyao truly this ravenous? Do you have any evidence? Spreading baseless rumors is utterly revolting. Wah, our Xinyao is missing, and you dare to slander her? Take them away. This is a big scoop. This is the boys' changing room. I wonder which unfortunate fan will find themselves entangled in this mess. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, viewers flooded in, claiming to be genuinely concerned for Xiao Xinyao's safety and urging the director to act swiftly. The director, however, wore an expression that was a kaleidoscope of colors, caught in an intense internal conflict, unable to take a single step forward. This was a public welfare program approved by the Broadcasting Authority. What if an unspeakable scene unfolded? Lin Rushua, as if summoned, pointed at the ground and exclaimed, "Ah, this is Xinyao's earring. It can't be." Just then, Xiao Xinyao's voice could be heard from ahead, crying out, "Help!"
No.
The director, upon hearing this, looked up in disbelief and dashed towards the source of the voice. "Oh dear, let there be no casualties." Meanwhile, Wen Nuannuan, still oblivious to the situation, squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the area for several seconds before spotting the earring Lin Rushua mentioned, only to be pulled forward by Lin Rushua. The further they ran, the louder the suggestive sounds became, until they arrived at a brown door, where everyone came to a halt. Listening to the increasingly provocative noises emanating from within, they exchanged glances, none daring to be the first to open the door. Lin Rushua, concealing her malicious intent, staggered back 3 steps upon seeing the room number. Had it not been for Wen Nuannuan's quick reflexes, she might have fallen into her. "Is this Teacher Wen's room? Why would Teacher Wen abduct Xinyao?" All eyes turned to Wen Nuannuan, disdain evident in their gazes. Just as a crash echoed from inside the room, Lin Rushue anxiously grasped Wen Nuannuan's hand, pleading, "Sister, I apologize on behalf of Xinyao. Please, let teacher Wen spare her." Wen Nuannuan shrugged off Lin Rushue's hand, crossing her arms and retorting, "Miss Lin, defaming someone is a criminal offense, and we can hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Rushue's eyes.
Ha!
This fool, the more she says, the more the netizens will believe her. Yet, she maintained an innocent facade. Glancing at the door number, the compromised cameraman deliberately focused on the door number before cutting back to Lin Rushue, who bit her lip and stammered. "But this is teacher Wen's room. I only want Xinyao to be safe." Just as she had anticipated, the viewers in the live stream erupted with anger at such brazen deflection.
Pa!
The sounds are coming from Wen Wulling's room, yet you still deny it. All of you are rotten. Wen Wuling, take your sister and get out of the entertainment industry. I thought we had returned to the Qing dynasty. How dare they commit such acts of abduction in broad daylight, yet still have the audacity to deny it? The Wen family is truly something.
Wah!
Our Xinyao is so pitiful. She was so sincere to Wen Wuling, yet this is how the Wen family treats her. This is all very suspicious. What could Wen Wuling possibly gain from this? Xiao Xinyao confessed her feelings to him. There would be no need for such actions. What did the Wen family promise you for this? Wen Wuling has likely done this to many girls. My heart aches for the actresses who have collaborated with him.
Pa!
You shall not malign our brother. He is not such a person, and we believe in his character. Wen Nuannuan interjected. How does Miss Lin know for certain that it is my brother and Xiao Xinyao inside? Lin Rushue's pupils contracted as she instinctively glanced at the people around her. Upon noticing the disdainful looks directed at Wen Nuannuan, she feigned a pitiful expression and implored, "Sister, I cannot ascertain if teacher Wen is indeed in her room." But regardless of who it may be, the cries for help are growing ever more desperate. "Please, I beg you, open the door and save her." Indeed, Miss Wen. A life is at stake. Saving a person is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels. As the wails grew increasingly heartrending, the director's anxiety became palpable. Seizing the moment, Lin Rushue hurriedly stepped forward to incite further urgency. "Yes, sister, I plead with you to open the door." "What door?" A familiar languid voice interrupted, causing everyone to turn in disbelief towards its source, Wen Wuling. This was impossible. Upon seeing Wen Wuling, Lin Rushue instinctively clenched her fingers, her nails digging into her palm, the pain prompting her to cover her mouth. Wen Nuannuan raised an eyebrow, relishing the assurance of her presence. "Ha ha ha, Lin Rushue, you scoundrel, are you surprised? Is this unexpected?" The crowd gazed at Wen Wuling's strikingly handsome face, lingering for several seconds before they could confirm that the person before them was indeed Wen Wuling. They collectively turned their attention back to the room. If Wen Wuling was here, then who is inside? Oh my, the tables have turned, sisters. Wen Wuling isn't in that room. Who could it possibly be? There are still 3 male guests on the show. Oh, brother, you've finally appeared. You scared me to death. Hurry and take away Lin Rushue, who is babbling nonsense. This had become interesting. A guessing game was afoot regarding which male guest was in the room. It can't be our brother. He is so pure and shy around girls that he wouldn't do such a thing. Fans of Qin Yuhang, perhaps it's best for you to remain silent. The last time you said that, the child would be old enough to buy soy sauce. I'll take a wild guess and say it's Qin Yuhang. When Nuannuan shot a speechless glare at her third brother, acutely aware of his cunning. Had it not been for the system's notification that he was trailing behind them, she might have been tempted to kick the door down to rescue the person inside. The director mechanically turned his head. With Wen Wuling's arrival, the courage he had mustered evaporated, and he retracted his hand with a blank expression. If it wasn't Wen Wuling, then it could only be Gu Macheng or Qin Yuhang inside. Someone save him. For I dare not offend the whims of the financial backer. Third brother, your timing is impeccable. Everyone claims this is your room. So please open the door and help Lin Rushue rescue Xiao Xinyao. Otherwise, Miss Lin will surely weep her eyes out. Wen Nuannuan interjected kindly, while the director wished he could simply blind himself. Chapter 51. Such excitement. White Lotus versus White Lotus. Wen Wuling smiled, a blend of amusement and derision in his expression. Miss Lin, how commendable of you to repay malice with kindness, but alas, this is not my room. Director, why aren't you rushing to save the person? It would be futile to search for the spare key now. Let us break down the door together. Listening to the banter between Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan, Lin Rushue ground her teeth in frustration, unable to retort, merely nodding with a pale face. With tension mounting, the director turned, closing his eyes tightly, praying that the room did not house his financial backer, Gu Maching. Why is everyone here? At the sound of a cheerful voice, the crowd turned to see the strikingly handsome face of Qin Yuhang. Wen Nuannuan mimicked Lin Rushua's anxious demeanor as she said seriously, "We are trying to save someone. Teacher Qin, please come help." Qin Yuhang's eyes lit up at the prospect. He could not miss out on such an opportunity. The director watched Qin Yuhang approach energetically and felt a wave of dread wash over him. Resigned, he turned and shouted towards the door, "Hurry and release them, or we will break down the door." The laughter from the audience grew, sensing the unfolding drama. Look at the director's expression. It's as if he's prepared to face death. It's truly heartbreaking. I'll chip in $1 for a second viewing.
Did you see?
I told you it wasn't he, my brother. If you spread rumors about him again, I'll tear your mouths apart. No way. No way. The CPI ship is over. Gu Maching, you scoundrel, how dare you act so affectionately while betraying my Snow? Snow, do not cry. My dear, kind Snow. There will be someone better next time. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. I want to see President Gu. Gu Maching. Do not hide inside and remain silent. I know you are home. The uproar in the live stream intensified, seemingly transmitted through the internet to the scene. Just as the director raised his arm, preparing to break down the door, it creaked open. To the astonishment of all, Gu Jinchao emerged, his hair disheveled, his collar undone to an indecent degree, the hem of his white shirt visible outside his suit trousers, exuding an air of ambiguity. The venue fell into a profound silence. Maching. Lin Rushua cried out involuntarily. As soon as Gu Jinchao opened his mouth, his hoarse voice betrayed the fierce struggle that had just transpired within the room. Lin Rushua turned pale, her entire being swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Wen Nuannuan quietly reminded, "President Gu, are you alright? Miss Lin is quite concerned for Qiao Xinyao's safety. Have you seen her? Is she alright?" Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd.
You see?
President Gu is covered in lipstick marks. Do you think Qiao Xinyao is inside? The tangled web of love among the three was evident. When Wuling then inquired with feigned concern, "President Gu, why did only you emerge? Is Miss Qiao unconscious? Should the director call a doctor?" The crowd exchanged glances, wide-eyed, daring not to breathe. The Film King's bold inquiry felt rather inappropriate. Goodness, this melodramatic affair is ripe with entanglements. Your love for me, my love for you. And his love for both. How scandalous. Hurry and gather my friends to witness. Gu Maching, you scoundrel, how can you feast at home while gazing at the pot next door? You cannot treat my Snow this way. Qiao Xinyao, shameless wretch. My Snow treated you so well, considering you her best friend. How dare you seduce her boyfriend behind her back? Fans of Lin Rushua, clean up your mouths. When did Gu Maching ever acknowledge Lin Rushua as his girlfriend? Besides, didn't T Lin Rushua say that my Xinyao was kidnapped by Gu Maching? This dramatic spectacle instantly captivated countless viewers, causing the live stream numbers to surge, even leaving the lurking paparazzi slack-jawed. Was self-exposure now the trend? The director dared not look at Gu Jinchao's expression, feeling as if his toes were digging a magical castle into the floor. Silence, one. You have no place to speak here. Gu Jinchao, already furious over being manipulated by Qiao Xinyao, erupted upon hearing the words of the Wen siblings. The director hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself between them, fearing a second altercation might occur. It is the staff's oversight. We should not have left tomatoes in the room. Look at the mess it caused for President Gu. The director, adhering to the philosophy that if the camera didn't capture it, it never happened, forced a smile as he noticed Gu Jinchao's expression slightly improve. Turning to Lin Rushua to apologize, "Miss Lin, I am truly sorry. We had set up a fruit test segment, and it seems it has led to a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding, and to express our regret, the irrigation task for today will be exempted for everyone." Inside the room, Qiao Xinyao nearly ground her teeth in frustration. She had thought Lin Rushua was a good person, but it turned out she and Gu Jinchao were cut from the same cloth, deceiving her so cruelly. "If you want me to have a hard time, Lin Rushua, you should know I won't let you have it easy either." "Ouch, Maching, you're too strong. It hurts so much now." The soft, delicate voice of protest instantaneously rendered the director immobile. Qiao Xinyao, supporting her waist, gazed at the crowd with an expression of astonishment. "Director, what are you all doing here?" The director's eyes widened as he glanced between Qiao Xinyao and Gu Jinchao, realizing that Gu should not be present. He ought to be beneath the car. The audience fixated on the ambiguous marks adorning Qiao Xinyao's alabaster neck, their expressions shifting as they furtively cast glances at the visibly furious Lin Ruxue. Gu Jinchao gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Qiao Xinyao, do not speak nonsense. You were not this way just a moment ago." With that, Qiao Xinyao, her eyes glistening with tears of grievance, retorted, "You were just calling me Yao Yao. Why the sudden harshness? I have said nothing wrong." "Oh, how delightful. A clash of white lotuses. I wonder to whom Gu Jinchao will ultimately succumb?" Wen Nuannuan and her companions watched, their eyes sparkling with anticipation at this iconic scene of the legitimate girlfriend confronting the homewrecker. Lin Ruxue covered her mouth, disbelief etched on her face. Tears cascading down without restraint, an image of utter devastation. "Emo-chan, this can't be real, can it?" But it is, indeed. Their passion is palpable, and the mutual understanding between them is unmistakable. Did you not hear the moans of enjoyment? Qin Yuheng, embarrassed by Wen Nuannuan's audacity, felt his ears flush crimson as Wen Wuling hastily covered them. This is not suitable for children. Not suitable at all. Chapter 52. So fiery, she relishes it. At this moment, Gu Jinchao's mind was flooded with confusion, his vision obscured by metaphorical snowflakes. He yearned to reach out and grasp Lin Ruxue, but her retreat halted him in his tracks. Struggling, he managed to pull his lips into a semblance of a smile. "Xue, please let me explain. It is not as you think." "Then please tell me how it is," Lin Ruxue cried, her eyes swollen yet resolute as she stared at Gu Jinchao. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Qiao Xinyao entwined her arm with his, leaning against him as she lamented, "Gu." The elongation of his name caused Gu Jinchao's throat to constrict, anger surging within him. This wretched woman was employing such underhanded tactics to coerce his submission.
Montauk Chen.
"You must clarify things with Ruxue, otherwise, the misunderstandings will only worsen." Witnessing the closeness of the two, Lin Ruxue shook her head like a tragic heroine from a soap opera, weeping, "Emo-chan, I will believe whatever you say. Please tell me this isn't true." Wen Nuannuan, stifling a yawn out of boredom, cast a helpless glance at the increasingly pitiful Lin Ruxue. "What's the matter? Is that all you can say? Though you may not harbor genuine feelings for Gu Jinchao, must you not employ some creativity in your words?" Wen Wuling and Qin Yuheng exchanged knowing nods. Their interest waning, had they been the director, they would have called for a cut. This tug-of-war captivated the audience in the live stream, who rallied with fervor. "Look how brazen the mistress is, forcing her way into the girlfriend's presence. Qiao Xinyao, do you not have any shame? Get out of the entertainment industry. Which of your eyes saw Gu Machan claim Lin Ruxue as his girlfriend? You all are too full of yourselves. Gu Machan, tell Lin Ruxue the truth. My heart aches for my Xue. It's all Qiao Xinyao's shamelessness. My Xue has helped her so much, yet she still dares to steal my Xue's boyfriend." Gu Machan truly was a scoundrel of the highest order, evidently wanting both women, merely awaiting the nod of the rightful partner.
Bah.
My Xue would never desire such a two-timing scoundrel. Gu Jinchao detested being threatened, especially when this vile woman dared to insult his Xue. He forcefully shrugged off Qiao Xinyao's clinginess, only for her to deftly catch his raised hand, intertwining their fingers. Qiao Xinyao deliberately shook their joined hands, a proud smirk adorning her face as she declared, "Ruxue, you see for yourself. There is no need for further questioning." Lin Ruxue's complexion paled abruptly, her head drooping as she swayed unsteadily. This wretched woman, Qiao Xinyao, was audaciously attempting to usurp her position as Mrs. Gu. What a delusion! Concealed beneath her skirt, she pinched herself fiercely, tears cascading to the ground. Observing the scene, Gu Jinchao forcefully released Qiao Xinyao's hand, rushing to envelop Lin Ruxue in a tight embrace. "I'm sorry, Shuer, I'm so sorry. It is not as you perceive." Lin Ruxue lifted her tear-stained gaze to meet Gu Jinchao's, her soft voice filled with desperation. "Emo-chan, I need to hear you say it. Gu Machan, please confess to Ruxue." Qiao Xinyao's voice, though gentle, was laced with veiled threats. Should Gu Jinchao dare to speak, she would not hesitate to expose his true identity before all. "You." Gu Jinchao could no longer suppress his fury, raising his hand to strike Qiao Xinyao. Predictably, she evaded gracefully, retaliating with a slap of her own. "Gu Jinchao, do not be so rash. Speak to Ruxue calmly." Though her words suggested otherwise, Gu Jinchao understood the underlying warning from Qiao Xinyao. Qiao Xinyao is so fiery. She relishes it. Wen Wuling cleared his throat, reminding his sister and Qin Yuheng to manage their expressions. Receiving the cue, Wen Nuannuan and Qin Yuheng quickly adopted serious faces to observe the unfolding drama. Noting the trembling Lin Rushue in his arms, Gu Jinchao signaled to the director, prompting the cameraman to adeptly shift focus to Wen Nuannuan and her companions. He then lifted the heartbroken Lin Rushue into his arms and turned to leave, casting a fierce glare at Qiao Xinyao as he passed. Unyielding, Qiao Xinyao feigned concern, asking, "Sister, are you alright? It's rather inconvenient for Mo Chen, as a young man, to take you to the hospital. Let us accompany you." Infuriated, Lin Rushue rolled her eyes, nearly fainting from exasperation. Meanwhile, Wen Nuannuan and her companions, when the camera turned to them, found the director grinning as he remarked, "Teacher Wen and Teacher Qin truly deserve their titles as the most beautiful faces in Asia. Look how this utterly ordinary fishing attire exudes the elegance of Paris Fashion Week. Now that the clothes are changed, why not accompany us to the rice fields?" "I refuse. I still want to see them tear each other apart. From the sounds, it seems they are about to start pulling hair." "Is it real or fake?" queried Qin Yuheng. The director turned back to focus on the faces of the three women, pleading, "Ancestors, I beg you to agree quickly. Otherwise, this program cannot continue filming." God knows he was on the verge of embarrassment. This group of young ladies and gentlemen was more interested in gossip than genuinely contributing to the program. The response was unanimous. There was indeed no genuine interest. Wen Wulling's lips twitched in resignation as he replied, "Thank you, Director. It is our honor to witness the process of rice cultivation before the Grain in Ear Festival." He then elbowed Qin Yuheng, who finally managed a businesslike smile for the camera. "Cultivating rice is utterly unlike what I imagined. Only through personal experience can one truly appreciate the hardships faced by our farmers, which reinforces the importance of cherishing food." This abrupt shift in focus sparked a chorus of discontent from the audience. "Director, are you incapable of handling this? Quickly redirect the camera to Gu Machin and the others. I want to see them clash. Indeed, my Shueshue is already so pitiful. Director, why do you support Qiao Xinyao? How much have you taken from the Qiao family to defend her? Hey, how many times must we tell you? Lin Rushue is not Gu Machin's girlfriend. Cease spreading rumors." "That's true. We still don't know who the real mistress is. Perhaps it's a case of knowing the third party. Deliberately being nice to our Yao Yao, just to climb over her." This assertion bore a semblance of truth, yet Lin Rushue was the first to cry out for Qiao Xinyao, likely aiming to break them apart and seize the position of Mrs. Gu for herself. "You are indeed heartless, perceiving everything as tainted. Despite our Snowy-esque deep bond with Qiao Xinyao, she has instead been bitten, truly a modern rendition of the farmer and the snake." This incident swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of Weibo's trending topics. Upon witnessing such news, the Qiao and Lin families, in a fit of rage, resorted to hiring legions of trolls to disparage one another. Chapter 53. The peak of third brother's jealousy has been reached. With the prospect of a lucrative opportunity slipping away, Father Lin urgently called for information. "Shueshue, what on earth is happening? You must ensure that Gu Machin remains firmly in your grasp." Lin Rushue fixed a venomous gaze ahead and assured him, "Father, rest assured, Gu Machin will undoubtedly become our Lin family's son-in-law." Meanwhile, Father Qiao directly transferred 50 million to Qiao Xinyao, lavishing her with praise over the phone. "Yao Yao, I previously underestimated you. Feel free to use this money as you wish. Should you require more, simply ask. As long as you can secure Gu Machin, you shall have the final say in our household." After hanging up, Qiao Xinyao let out a cold laugh, thinking, this old man suddenly remembers he has a daughter. Does he? Gu Jinchao and Lin Rushue wish to see my downfall and cast me aside. Dream on. I will drag both of them down to hell with me. Wen Nuannuan observed the surging popularity with a sigh, reflecting on the financial prowess of the Qiao and Lin families, lamenting that they squandered their resources on such nefarious schemes rather than any meaningful pursuits.
Dinner is served.
Wen Wuling emerged with the last dish, shaking his head in exasperation at the fidgeting Qin Yuheng. Ever since he had joined them after a cursory tour of the rice fields with the director, this fellow had returned, claiming to miss his pet, yet his gaze remained fixated on the kitchen, nearly causing him to confuse sugar with salt and light soy sauce with dark soy sauce. As Wen Nuannuan stood, she stumbled upon a hard box, and upon closer inspection, discovered a colossal white suitcase clumsily occupying the center of the living room, flanked by several similarly sized boxes, obstructing the passage from the living room to the dining area. Where did these boxes come from? Wen Nuannuan tilted her head, pointing at the blockade. Qin Yuheng turned back reluctantly, raising his hand cheerfully. "Mine." Wen Wuling, holding his chopsticks, queried in confusion. Why are they here? Because I live here. Qin Yuheng replied as if it were the most natural thing, leaving Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling utterly bewildered. Wen Nuannuan blinked her almond-shaped eyes in confusion. Did you let him stay here? Wen Wuling spread his hands. I didn't he. Now, Wen Wuling grew anxious. He had finally managed to bond with his little sister, rekindling years of lost affection, only for Qin Yuheng to intrude. The two crossed their arms, glaring at Qin Yuheng. With a pitiful twist of his mouth, Qin Yuheng explained, I had no choice. It's inconvenient for me to stay over at the rice fields any longer. So, the director arranged for me to stay here. What a scandal. Ladies, come quick. Qin Yuheng just said that Gu Machen and Xiao Xinyao are living together. The chatter erupted. Are they no longer hiding it? How can Xiao Xinyao still be in the industry after all this? I can't bear to see her anymore. Neither married nor engaged. Our Yao Yao is openly with President Gu, so the envious should be quiet.
Bah.
When did Qin Yuheng say Gu Machen was with Xiao Xinyao? It's clearly Lin Ruxue with Gu Machen. Exactly. Only Snowy is alone in the orchard. It must be her and Gu Machen together. The homewrecker Xiao Xinyao should step aside. Don't flatter yourselves. Currently, only Qiao Zifan is at the duck farm, so it's undoubtedly our Yao Yao with President Gu. Could it be that all three are living together? How thrilling! Director, quickly stream the rice field live feed. The director, witnessing the escalating barrage of comments, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing they were pushing him to his limits. Director, what should we do? Should we cut to the rice field live feed? The director exploded. Cut what? You want to sever our lifeline? Let them shout as they please. Unless the sponsor speaks. No one is allowed to cut the rice field feed. Stop all audio. The staff nodded, hurriedly focusing on the live stream featuring Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan. Wen Nuannuan wore an expression of regret for missing the unfolding drama, staring at Qin Yuheng for several seconds before realizing she had missed a grand spectacle of confrontation. What a pity they didn't fight. I overestimated Gu Jinchao, who is now firmly under Qiao Xinyao's thumb. How did he come to play the villain? Wen Wuling shared her sentiment, lamenting that just as he was about to cultivate a relationship with his little sister, the moment was cruelly interrupted by Qin Yuheng. Qin Yuheng swallowed hard, sensing the sharpness of Wen Wuling's gaze, making it impossible for him to ignore. He pondered. What did I do wrong? It must be Gu Jinchao. Yes, it's definitely those two villains, Gu Jinchao and Lin Ruxue, who have turned Wen Wuling against me. He quickly stood up, eagerly accepting the bowl and chopsticks from Wen Wuling's hands, smiling as he praised, Teacher Wen, you're incredible. This feast rivals that of a 5-star restaurant. Wen Wuling forced a smile, for the first time feeling that Qin Yuheng was rather bothersome. Thank you, I trained at a 7-star hotel. So my cooking surpasses that of 5-star establishments. Wen Nuannuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are you buttering him up? Qin Yuheng scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he was often pursued by fans and truly didn't he know how to flatter someone. What a predicament. Third brother is joking. Come and eat. At Wen Nuannuan's invitation, the simple-minded Qin Yuheng's face brightened as he eagerly took a seat, diligently serving a large bowl of rice to the master chef, Wen Wuling, and when their eyes met, he added a sincere smile. Wen Wuling maintained a stern demeanor, feeling immensely displeased, yet refrained from retaliating against a smiling face, coldly accepting the bowl Qin Yuheng offered. Wen Nuannuan, biting her chopsticks, shifted her gaze between Wen Wuling and Qin Yuheng, pondering, could it be that my brother is jealous of Qin Yuheng's height, physique, and youth? Wen Wuling retorted, he really isn't. Qin Yuheng glanced at the suave and distinguished teacher, realizing it was indeed unlikely, and continued to eat in silence. TSK, TSK, TSK. One glance reveals it all. Qin Yuheng's chest muscles are akin to a double-door refrigerator. I wonder what they feel like to touch. Cough cough. Qin Yuheng covered his mouth, his fair complexion turning crimson, as Wen Nuannuan's remarks rendered him mortified, his ears burning as if they might bleed. Wen Wuling, now even more annoyed, thought to himself that he should never allow any male presence around his little sister. As he noticed Wen Nuannuan reaching for a cup, he swiftly intervened, using force to cure Qin Yuheng's cough, while also snatching the cup from Wen Nuannuan's hands and handing it to Qin Yuheng with a jealous expression. In this moment, Wen Wuling's desire to rid himself of Qin Yuheng reached its zenith. Chapter 54. The bamboo shoots on the mountain are about to be completely harvested. Ha ha ha. Why does it feel like a father-in-law is growing increasingly displeased with his son-in-law? Although, as a fan of the brother, I truly don't want to admit it, but they resemble a family far too much. Indeed, indeed. If one didn't know better, one might think that the top-tier star brought his wife and father-in-law to participate in a family show. It's as if we're witnessing the married life of a top-tier star. Oh dear, as long as my brother is happy. I'll be fine with being left alone in my sorrow, ha ha ha. Is that jealousy I see in my brother's eyes? He certainly seems to be feeling the pain of having his prized cabbage ravaged by a pig, the esteemed actor, when is currently in quite a predicament. One can only imagine the tears that would flow when his sister departs for marriage. Reflecting on my own wedding, my brother wept for a full week. The harmonious interactions among the three individuals in the live broadcast studio seamlessly redirected the focus back to the show's theme, creating an atmosphere of delightful warmth. Behind the camera, the director could be seen shedding tears of emotion, embracing his colleagues in heartfelt sobs. It has been a challenging journey. Finally, the audience is reminded that this is indeed a family-oriented program, and things seem to be back on track. However, the 5 members of the Wen family stationed in the studio do not share in this joy. Wasn't he the third child supposed to take his sister out for a leisurely trip? Wen Nuannuan was in a state of frantic agitation. His precious daughter had only just returned home, and now she was being whisked away by that foul-mannered boy with yellow hair. Before he could even reach for his phone, he was restrained by Lu Yuhua. Dear, why are you stopping me? Can't you see our darling daughter is about to be abducted by a street ruffian? Exactly, Mom. Should I storm over to the production team right now and bring her back? Lu Yuhua shot a glare at the impatient Wen Nuannuan and Wen Nuannuan, realizing that the 4th child had unfortunately inherited his father's impulsive temperament. No one is going anywhere. Our daughter has just made a friend and is enjoying herself. Lu Yuhua turned to gaze at the charming face of Qin Yuhang in the live studio, smiling brightly as she said, Yuhang is a good boy. You all know him well. He is quite well-behaved and handsome, with a commendable physique. Moreover, his family background is compatible with ours. Although he is younger than Nuannuan, they say a woman can always marry up. The 4 men from the Wen family exchanged exasperated glances, their silence the only form of rebellion they could muster. Meanwhile, Gu Macheng, with a similarly displeased expression, glared at the screen where Qin Yuhang was happily devouring his meal. Gu Jinchao must be dealt with by tomorrow, he declared. Assistant Jin paused, puzzled as he glanced at the screen featuring young Master Qin, before nodding in agreement. After all, they were brothers. How could Gu not care about Qin? The next morning, when Wuling observed Qin Yuhang attentively serving his little sister, and the fleeting sense of camaraderie he had felt dissipated entirely. I must leave at once. If I stay any longer, I might resort to insults. Teacher Wen, today's task requires us to reach the southern peak. Here is the route map. Please proceed as swiftly as possible. The staff member announced the task and promptly departed. Oh my goodness, how terrifying. Teacher Wen's gaze could kill. When Wuling snatched the route map from Qin Yuhang's hands, halting their intimate act of sharing the map. He then turned, beaming, and unfurled the map before his sister. His voice dripping with sweetness. Little sister, you enjoy your meal. Your brother will hold this for you. Qin Yuhang shivered at the sudden change in Wen Wuling's demeanor, unable to comprehend how he had transformed overnight. Likewise, when Nuannuan regarded her 3rd brother with disdain. Third brother, have you consumed something strange?
Why does your voice sound like that?
Shouldn't you see a doctor? When Wuling's expression darkened, he simply could not fathom why his tenderness was unrecognized. In a fit of irritation, he tossed the route map aside and reverted to his usual tone, urging, Have you finished eating? If so, let us hurry up and set off. Upon hearing Wen Wuling's normal voice, both Wen Nuannuan and Qin Yuhang felt a wave of relief and promptly stood up to exit with him. Upon their arrival at the designated location, they found Gu Jinchao and his companions had already been waiting. Gu Jinchao stood with Lin Ruxue on his left and Qiao Xinyao on his right, his body inadvertently leaning towards Lin Ruxue. However, the closer he moved, the closer Qiao Xinyao crept towards him. When Wen Nuannuan and the others arrived, they were treated to this peculiar tableau. Is it just my imagination? Why does it resemble a scene where the master of the house is accompanied by 2 competing concubines? Wen Wuling and Qin Yuhang, it's not an illusion. They truly are. Qiao Xinyao greeted them with a generous smile, and the 3 who were about to slip away had no choice but to raise their heads and wave back with 4 smiles. Following suit, Lin Ruxue warmly addressed them. Teacher Wen, Teacher Qin, Miss Wen, good morning. It just rained, and it's a bit chilly. I've prepared ginger tea. Would you like to have some? Before the 3 could respond, they noticed Qiao Xinyao stifling a laugh behind her hand. Yes, please drink more to keep warm. After all, this was prepared with great effort by Ruxue. She even supervised the staff in cutting the ginger slices. And thus, the conflict begins. When Nuannuan suddenly perked up, her eyes wide as she watched Gu Jinchao step forward to shield Lin Rushua, his previously sullen expression darkening further, almost emanating a palpable gloom.
Xiao Xinyao.
If you have nothing useful to say, kindly keep your mouth shut. Xiao Xinyao frowned, feigning sorrow as she replied, Gu Maching. I'm merely concerned that Rushua's good intentions might be misunderstood. There is no need for you to be so angry. Look, you've frightened Rushua. Lin Rushua glanced at Gu Jinchao with wide, anxious eyes, appearing as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Xiao Xinyao had the audacity to contend for a man without considering Gu Maching as affections. Gu Jinchao swiftly drew Lin Rushua behind him, fearful that this innocent little rabbit might be bullied by the unscrupulous Xiao Xinyao. Enough. Rushua has gone to great lengths this morning to prepare for you. Show some appreciation. The viewers in the live broadcast studio suddenly found themselves wide awake, excitedly calling friends to witness this riveting scene of discord. Oh my, they truly live together. Gu is certainly swift in his affections, embracing both sides. Should any further rumors arise, we shall tear apart your words. Our Rushua is only being thoughtful and considerate, and has no connection with Gu Maching. Self-deception much? As if she is genuinely concerned, who can't see that Lin Rushua aims to become Mrs. Gu? Haha, indeed. Just days ago, Xiao Xinyao was confessing her feelings for our brother, and now she is claiming sisterhood. It seems being Mrs. Gu is quite the coveted position. Truly. They're not even attempting to hide it. I almost believed their innocent personas were real. What a waste of my feelings. Cough, cough, cough. Wen Nuannuan pretended to cough, her gaze darting anywhere but at the barrage of comments. The viewers are merciless. It seems the bamboo shoots on this mountain will soon be completely uprooted. Chapter 55. Impatience grows. They must be dealt with. When Wuling and Qin Yuhang involuntarily cast glances at the screen, their curiosity piqued as they yearned to discover what the netizens were saying. After days of experience, the director appeared notably calmer as he monitored the comments, even managing to sip water while reading. It's a minor issue, merely trifles, he asserted. As Qiao Zifan approached, he observed Gu Maching protecting the green tea. Recalling his father's advice, he rushed forward, shielding Xiao Xinyao as he angrily exclaimed, Brother-in-law, my sister is merely concerned for you. How can you speak so to her, because of another woman? In an instant, the director spat out his drink, infuriated as he charged towards them. All the teachers are present. Let us commence today's task. You're not in charge. Can't you see I'm with my... Qiao Zifan's defiance was abruptly silenced as Xiao Xinyao manually muted him. With a gentle expression, she addressed the director. Director? Please ignore him. Continue. The director was momentarily taken aback, taking several seconds to regain composure before restarting the broadcast. Today's task is quite simple. Each group is required to collect a basket of bamboo shoots, which can be exchanged for ingredients. As the director turned, he noticed the staff holding up a large sign and quickly added, Every year during the season, villagers ascend the mountain to gather bamboo shoots. Our village's masters Zhao Dizhus and Zhao Deguang possess exceptional expertise, so the teachers may select a master to guide them in their foraging. The group nodded in agreement, and even the troublesome Qiao Zifan remained unusually compliant, refraining from voicing any opposition. After exchanging a glance with Gu Jinchao, Lin Rushua was the first to speak. May my cousin and I choose this master who stands with us? Well, just like my sister, I shall also select this master. Xiao Xinyao added, casting a provocative glance at Lin Rushua. Lin Rushua, however, wore a gentle smile and nodded softly.
Great.
It truly is wonderful to gather bamboo shoots alongside my sister. The onlookers, acting as mere spectators, instantly displayed expressions of admiration, exclaiming, What skilled individuals! Witnessing a palace intrigue unfold live is simply delightful. Wen Wuling and Qin Yuhang nodded in agreement. Indeed. Gu Jinchao approached Wen Wuling and the others, his demeanor calm, yet veiling an unmistakable malice as he remarked, Then, Yuhang and I shall choose this master. Upon hearing this, Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling felt an icy chill run down their spines, akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent. Truly, Wen Wuling, being astute, managed a polite smile and said, It is an honor to team up with you, Mr. Gu. Gu Jinchao curled his lips in a semblance of a smile. Yet it conveyed no warmth, leaving an eerie impression. So do I. Wen Nuannuan felt a shiver run through her, and even the boisterous Qin Yuhang retreated a few steps, startled by Gu Jinchao's expression. System. Host, trouble is brewing. Gu Jinchao and Lin Rushua have set a trap in the mountains. Should one fall into it, bamboo spikes prepared in advance will claim their life. In that case, Lin Ruxiue deliberately chose Zhao Dezuzu to lead Zhao Deguang into that trap, allowing Gu Jinchao to feign an accident that would send us tumbling in. My heavens, will my third brother truly be disfigured this way? Indeed. This is precisely what I intended to convey, dear host. You must exercise caution. The naive and innocent Qin Yuhang, well protected, instinctively clutched his clothing upon hearing such a horrifying revelation. Wen Wuling's expression turned cold as he swatted away Qin Yuhang's intrusive hand, his gaze darkening as he fixed it upon the seemingly triumphant Gu Jinchao. System. I wish to exchange for a rebound card now. Host. Are you certain you want to expend 18,888 points for a rebound card? Doing so will leave you with scant points. Cease the trivialities and proceed with the exchange promptly. Understood. Host. The exchange is successful. Wen Nuannuan exhaled a sigh of relief internally, grateful for the timely opportunity. Observing that Lin Ruxiue and her companions had already set off, Gu Jinchao turned to them. Let us proceed, Teacher Wen and Miss Wen. Despite the affability in Gu Jinchao's voice, a sinister expression loomed on his face. He was genuinely pleased. Had it not been for Xuexue informing him of the bamboo shoot gathering, he would not have conceived such an excellent scheme. Soon, this bothersome pair of siblings would meet their demise, and he would present the Wen family's largest jewelry company to Xuexue as an engagement gift. Wen Wuling glanced at Wen Nuannuan, stepped forward to grasp the bamboo basket, and cast a frosty glance at Gu Jinchao. Very well, master, please lead the way. Gu Jinchao watched as Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling followed the master before leisurely trailing behind them. Meanwhile, the overlooked Qin Yuhang discreetly seized a mini camera from nearby. Concealing it within his clothing, the lens firmly aimed at Gu Jinchao. The group followed Zhao Deguang for approximately half an hour before they finally glimpsed some bamboo shoots peeking through the ground. System. Host, be vigilant. The trap lies just beyond this patch of bamboo shoots. No wonder we have been led for so long. Surrounded by bamboo groves, any incident could easily be dismissed. I shall utilize the rebound card now to reflect all the damage inflicted upon my third brother back to Gu Jinchao. Let us see if this serpent dares to harm him again. Wen Wuling remarked, I am deeply touched. I had no idea my little sister valued me so highly. Wen Nuannuan, observing the moisture in Wen Wuling's eyes, glanced around in confusion. There's no wind, so why am I tearing up? Has my third brother developed presbyopia already? The momentary sentiment was swiftly shattered by Wen Nuannuan's straightforwardness. Wen Wuling pouted, feeling utterly unmoved. As Wen Nuannuan noticed Wen Wuling returning to his usual self, she turned to Zhao Deguang and complained, these bamboo shoots are far too small, and there are only so few. At this rate, we can't even fill half a basket. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinchao's excitement surged, akin to a serpent encountering a gift, as he nearly spat out the silk from his mouth. Indeed, master. Where might we find more bamboo shoots? Zhao Deguang, catching the glint in Gu Jinchao's eyes, hesitantly glanced towards the bamboo shoot's rear, nervously swallowing hard before smiling and gesturing. Behind there lies a vast expanse of bamboo shoots. Not only could we fill 2 baskets, but we could easily fill 3 or 4. Wen Nuannuan exclaimed joyfully, wow, that's splendid. Third brother, let us hurry over there to gather bamboo shoots. After speaking, she discreetly winked at Wen Wuling from an angle unseen by others. Wen Wuling, however, remained unfazed as he responded, very well, let us proceed. Wen Nuannuan was uncertain if Wen Wuling understood her hint, so she stepped ahead of him. Observing their hurried figures, Gu Jinchao stuffed his hands into his pockets, eagerly awaiting their screams. Cousin, are we not going over there? Gu Jinchao was startled by Qin Yuhang's sudden inquiry and scolded him with an unfriendly expression. Finish gathering the shoots here before discussing anything else. Truly, he was an insufferable nuisance, reminiscent of Gu Moken. Chapter 56. Rebound. The dummy exposed. Qin Yuhang sighed in disappointment. Oh, and before he could turn away, a piercing scream from Wen Nuannuan echoed behind him. Nuannuan. Hearing the urgency in Wen Wuling's voice, Gu Jinchao's narrow eyes sparkled with excitement. The show was finally beginning. Qin Yuhang hurried toward the sound of Wen Wuling's voice. Teacher Wen Nuannuan, are you alright? Gu Jinchao thought to himself. Soon, you'll be collecting their remains. Before Gu Jinchao could bask in his delight for 3 seconds, Wen Wuling's soothing voice rang out. We're fine. Qin Yuhang immediately exhaled in relief, patting his chest and murmuring, that's good. Just be careful. Upon hearing Wen Wuling's continued speech, Gu Jinchao's gaze turned menacing as he fixed it upon their direction. How could they be unscathed? Just as he pondered this, Wen Nuannuan's cheerful voice reached his ears. Wow, there are indeed so many bamboo shoots. Gu Jinchao glared at Zhao Deguang, questioning how this man conducted his affairs. Zhao Deguang flinched, retreating a few steps in fear. His eyes filled with confusion as he glanced toward the bamboo shoot's rear. That was the very pit in the village, known for capturing wild boars with utmost precision. He had even deliberately placed numerous sharpened bamboo spikes there, densely packed, and considering it had rained yesterday. The ground was slick. How could Wen Nuannuan and her companions possibly remain unharmed? Impatient, Gu Jinchao strode purposefully toward the bamboo shoot's rear. "Cousin, where are you going? Aren't we gathering bamboo shoots here?" Gu Jinchao paid no heed to Qin Yuhang's call, his focus solely on the direction when Wuling and the others had departed. Sure enough, after a few steps, he soon spotted Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan, moving cautiously along the edge of the large pit. Gu Jinchao sneered, "Humph, still trying to maneuver around? I'll ensure you enjoy the bamboo spikes prepared for you below." With a venomous gaze, Gu Jinchao swiftly caught up to Wen Wuling. Wen Nuannuan, alerted by the system's warning, paused her steps, proceeding with more caution. Truly relentless. Gu Jinchao intends to push us down. Following closely behind her, Wen Wuling, gripping the bamboo, navigated forward carefully, his expression deepening as he sensed the approaching figure behind him. He turned, smiling. "Mr. Gu, are you coming to gather bamboo shoots as well?" Gu Jinchao's face stiffened for a moment before transforming into a broad smile as he concurred. "Indeed, I too shall venture ahead. The ground is slippery. Please be cautious, Mr. Gu." Wen Wuling's eyes were icy, yet his expression remained one of feigned ignorance as he continued onward. Gu Jinchao observed his prey with the patience of a serpent, watching as they approached his trap step by step. At that moment, Qin Yuhang, carrying a basket, halted, gasping for breath, and shouted, "Slow down. Wait for me." Gu Jinchao frowned in annoyance, squinting at the closely following Qin Yuhang, secretly cursing under his breath. He then turned his gaze towards the bamboo tips that shimmered with a faint light, perilously close to Wen Wuling and the others, and without hesitation, he forcefully shoved Wen Wuling. Wen Wuling stumbled, swaying forward, only to be halted by a bamboo stalk in front of him. Meanwhile, Gu Jinchao, exerting too much force, slipped and lost his balance, falling backward uncontrollably. He desperately waved his arms, striving to stabilize his erratic body, but just as he regained his footing, he found himself teetering on the edge of a pit, and before he could catch his breath, the ground beneath him gave way, sending him hurtling face-first towards the bamboo tips. "Watch out, cousin." Hearing the commotion, Wen Nuannuan turned her head, her eyes widening in alarm as she hastily reached out to steady the stumbling Wen Wuling, who was about to fall along with the bamboo. Before they could regain their balance, a heart-wrenching wail echoed through the bamboo grove, startling a flock of birds into flight. Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan exchanged terrified glances as they peered into the pit filled with bamboo tips, only to see Gu Jinchao's rear end protruding from the ground, his face buried deep within. They exchanged horrified looks, uncertain if Gu Jinchao was still alive. Surely, Gu Jinchao can't be dead like this.
No.
I used a rebound card. The disfigurement incident affecting third brother will only rebound onto the instigator, Gu Jinchao. He must still be alive. Wen Wuling's eyes narrowed, fixated on Gu Jinchao's exposed backside. "Cousin, are you alright?" Qin Yuhang, finally inching over with concern, picked up a nearby bamboo and poked Gu Jinchao's rear end. Gu Jinchao shot up, roaring, "Shut up. Why are you shouting?"
I'm fine.
The trio gaped in horror at the white, translucent object lodged in the bamboo within the pit, which was oozing a faint red liquid, before turning their gazes back to the lively Gu Jinchao. "Doesn't he feel any pain?" Wen Wuling replied. "He's impaled on a prosthetic. How could he possibly feel pain?" "Cousin, do you need to go to the hospital?" Qin Yuhang stammered, gesturing towards Gu Jinchao's face. Realizing the situation, Gu Jinchao raised his hand to cover his face, the sensation reminding him that his nose was gone. Panic surged as he glanced frantically around, suddenly spotting the prosthetic on the bamboo. My nose. My face. Ruined. Completely ruined. How can I continue pretending to be Gu Maching? Unable to contain his fury any longer, Gu Jinchao swung his arm towards Wen Wuling. A black belt holder at the 9th dan, Wen Wuling effortlessly countered, seizing Gu Jinchao's arm and forcefully slamming it down against the ground, leaving Gu Jinchao dizzy and disoriented. Even in his disarray, Gu Jinchao continued to shout, "Wen Wuling, you scoundrel. I didn't expect you to be so vicious, deliberately causing my disfigurement." The live stream fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting like a detonated bomb. "Oh my goodness, President Gu is truly disfigured. You should be grateful to the prosthetic that sacrificed itself for you. Otherwise, you would be gone." Gu Maching. Do you even have any shame? You clearly pushed my brother first, and now you bite back. It's only fitting you got disfigured. Karma. Karma.
Winingdi.
What are you waiting for? Call the police. This is attempted murder. Yes, hurry, and call the police. I'm a witness. I saw the entire thing. Gu Maching struck first. And Winingdi didn't even retaliate. Count me in. Officer, I witnessed the whole process. It was Gu Maching who initiated the violence. Arrest him. The three waited for what felt like an eternity before Gu Jinchao finally ceased to shouting. Regret. Why did I only use a rebound card against the scum? Disfigurement is too lenient a punishment. Wen Nuannuan pouted, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes, wishing she could kick the sprawled Gu Jinchao for some satisfaction. Chapter 57. A satisfying resolution, exposing the true face of scum. After a moment of silence, Wen Wuling's icy voice pierced through the air. If President Gu has objections, then we shall resolve this through the police. With that, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Gu Jinchao, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, began to struggle violently, shouting, "Call the police."
Fine.
I don't trust you. Give me the phone. I'll call the police myself. Ignoring Gu Jinchao's cries, Wen Wuling handed the phone to Wen Nuannuan to restrain Gu Jinchao's frantic movements. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Jinchao abruptly rammed his head into the phone, causing it to tumble into the pit filled with bamboo tips, shattering upon impact.
Haha.
I made sure you couldn't call the police. Once I return, I'll say it was all your fault for causing my disfigurement. And the Wen family will be in for a hefty compensation. The audience watching the live stream were infuriated by Gu Jinchao's shamelessness, wishing they could leap through the screen to tear him apart. I can't take it anymore. How can someone be so shameless? Does he think no one knows? He's too arrogant. Call the police. Ugh. He should be called Gu Shameless. He thinks he's something special just because he has a bit of money. Does he really think the Gu family can cover everything? Before Gu Jinchao could finish his tirade, the air was pierced by the shrill sound of police sirens. Wen Nuannuan looked at her third brother in astonishment. Third brother, what kind of high-tech phone do you have that can call the police by itself? The response time is faster than a rocket. Wen Wuling shook his head, bewildered. I haven't even set up a quick dial for the police. How could I have called them? The two exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of who had made the call. Don't even bother looking, it was me. Qin Yuheng beamed as he stepped forward, proudly shaking a miniature camera. Not only did I call the police, but I also recorded evidence of his entire crime. With a triumphant expression, Qin Yuheng sought praise from Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan. They exchanged glances before nodding reluctantly and giving him a thumbs up. You're truly remarkable. How could there be a thoughtful darling like you, considering the police? Before Qin Yuheng could bask in their compliments any longer, a group of uniformed police officers approached, followed by the impeccably dressed Gu Maching, whose handsome features were accentuated by his black suit. Gu Jinchao stared in horror at the approaching Gu Maching, his face draining of color, breath quickening, trembling in disbelief. As the police presented their credentials, they stated, Mr. Gu Jinchao, you are suspected of fraud, infringement of commercial secrets, and attempted murder, among other charges. We have conclusive evidence. Please come with us. Gu Jinchao's eyes turned bloodshot, and he began to scream like a madman. I am not Gu Jinchao, he is Gu Jinchao. I am Gu Maching. I am Gu Maching. The once chaotic live stream erupted into a frenzy at this unexpected twist. He is not Gu Maching, he is Gu Jinchao. So all this time I've been watching the live stream and cursing him, and he isn't Gu Maching. Please. Who is Gu Jinchao? Can someone enlighten me? Rumor has it that Gu Jinchao is the illegitimate son of the Gu family, his mother being the infamous adult film star Bai Meiling. It is said that Bai Meiling drugged old man Gu to secure resources, and when the child was 3, she brought him to the Gu family to demand money and resources, vanishing to the beautiful country afterward. My second and third uncle's son works at the Gu Corporation. He heard that old man Gu and oh my. Gu Jinchao and Bai Meiling are truly a vile mother-son duo. Bai Meiling has harmed the esteemed President Gu, while Gu Jinchao has inflicted suffering upon Gu Maching. What a horror this is in the realm of humanity. My apologies, President Gu, I was unaware of your unfortunate plight. Had I known, I would never have spoken ill of you. It is all the fault of that Gu Jinchao. The police must ensure he faces severe repercussions. When Nuannuan puffed out her cheeks, glaring unhappily at Qin Yuheng. Observing the scene, Gu Maching pressed his lips together and positioned himself protectively in front of Qin Yuheng. Gu Maching, does she truly harbor feelings for Qin Yuheng? When Nuannuan, displeased, lifted her gaze and shot a fair glare at Gu Maching, pouting in silent grievance. Protecting him. Protecting him. With such fervor. Why did you not apprehend Gu Jinchao sooner? You allowed me to lose over 20,000 points. Qin Yuhang, with his incessant eating at my family's expense, never once mentioned a plan to capture Gu Jinchao. What harm could it have done to say a single word? Do you know? If you had merely hinted at even a detail regarding the situation you have already resolved, I could have avoided this exorbitant expenditure. Upon hearing this, Gu Macheng's expression softened considerably, and a smile graced his lips. Gu Macheng, she does not have feelings for her cousin. The cousin in question, standing behind Gu Macheng, would undoubtedly question his cousin's double standards if he were aware. Meanwhile, the oblivious Qin Yuhang remained ensnared in Wen Nuannuan's reproach. His head bowed in remorse. It was not that he lacked the desire to speak. His cousin had instructed him to maintain secrecy for everyone's safety. Qin Yuhang glanced at Wen Nuannuan, his eyes filled with regret, uncertain of how to broach the subject. In disbelief, Qin Yuhang observed his cousin, who typically detested women, approach Wen Nuannuan with a gentle demeanor, his voice softer than he had ever heard. I apologize. This operation has been conducted in secrecy for the sake of everyone's safety. I will fully compensate you for the losses you have incurred, if that would suffice. Wen Nuannuan's eyes brightened at the prospect of receiving compensation. Meanwhile, the man, Wen Wuling, suddenly realized that the unfolding events were taking on a classic romantic drama trope. He rushed forward, positioning himself between Wen Nuannuan and Gu Macheng as if repulsed by something unclean, coldly refusing. Our Wen family does not lack funds. We appreciate your generosity, President Gu. But you should first discuss your brother's situation with the police. Having said that, he immediately took Wen Nuannuan away from this place of strife. Truly, after speaking with the police for a brief moment, there were already human traffickers attempting to deceive his innocent sister. He would not entertain such thoughts. This left Wen Nuannuan's eyes wide with astonishment. No matter how wealthy they were, they could not afford such reckless spending. Third brother, you are so wasteful. Even a penny is money. Do you understand the concept of accumulating wealth gradually? Wen Wuling patted Wen Nuannuan's head, not slowing his pace in the slightest. Little sister, no amount of money from our family's enemies is worth accepting. I will compensate you for what you lack. Remember, our Wen family possesses dignity and cannot accept money from foes. Chapter 58. Spending such money, all for naught. Upon hearing of the compensation, Wen Nuannuan contentedly followed Wen Wuling away. She was unaware of whether the other 5 members of the Wen family knew that the Gu family had suddenly become their adversaries. Meanwhile, Qin Yuhang, still in shock, extended his hand in a futile attempt to regain the attention of the departing Wen Wuling, but the latter's speed was too swift. And he lowered his hand in disappointment. Cousin, see? I told you this matter should have been disclosed to Teacher Wen. Now not only is Nuannuan upset, but so is Teacher Wen. He won't misunderstand our intentions, will he? What are we to do? Gu Macheng withdrew his gaze from Wen Nuannuan, casting a calm, yet imposing look at Qin Yuhang. From now on, you are only permitted to address her as Miss Wen. What? Qin Yuhang was baffled by Gu Macheng's sudden and cryptic statement. Was the rumor of discord between the Wen and Gu families indeed true? Oh dear. But Teacher Wen's cooking is truly delectable. However, cousin, they are genuinely good people. Before Qin Yuhang could express his thoughts, he looked up to find that both his cousin and the police had already departed, hastily pursuing them. Oblivious to the commotion, the production crew was taken aback upon witnessing the real police arrest, frozen in shock as they watched the officers restraining Gu Macheng. Director, why is the police arresting our benefactor? Will our program still air? The director clutched his throat, feeling as though countless ancestors were beckoning him. Director. What about Gu Macheng? Has our benefactor truly been apprehended? Upon hearing this, the director leaped into action, sprinting after Gu Macheng with renewed vigor. President Gu, is that you? Assistant Jean intercepted the frenzied director. Assistant Jean, what is happening? Which one of them is President Gu? With an impassive expression, Assistant Jean restrained the director as an officer in uniform approached, calmly stating, Director, the individual participating in the program is Gu Jinchao, who is implicated in multiple crimes. We kindly request your cooperation in providing a statement. Gu Jinchao? The director felt dizzy, and the next moment, he heard a staff member exclaim, Oh no! The director has fainted. Someone quick. The commotion caused by the police captured the attention of Lin Ruxiue and her companions, who hurriedly arrived just in time to hear the officer's remarks. Lin Ruxiue took 3 steps back in disbelief, her complexion shifting from red to pale, ultimately turning a shade of despair. He is not Gu Macheng? This deceiver. He has truly led me astray. Miss Lin, your relationship with Gu Jinchao is quite close. May we inquire about the suspect Gu Jinchao? Upon hearing the officer's inquiry, Lin Ruxiue was engulfed in dread, her pupils trembling as she desperately sought to distance herself from Gu Jinchao. I do not know him as Gu Jinchao. I truly know nothing. In the next moment, Lin Ruxiue collapsed alongside the director. The staff's cries echoed once more. Oh no, Teacher Lin has fainted. Someone quick. In the chaotic recording environment, the staff remained oblivious to the jubilant atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Ha ha, I successfully captured Lin Ruxiue's comical expression. In the future, whenever Lin Biluo misbehaves, I shall share her unflattering image. Do you have no heart? Our Xue is in such distress, yet you still take pleasure in her misfortune. How amusing. Would you care to review the content from a minute prior? Why is it that now no one is eager to become Mrs. Gu? After all, Gu Jinchao's wife also shares the surname Gu. Indeed, indeed. Did you not profess your love for Gu Jinchao? Yet now, upon his wrongdoing, you turn your back on him. Such disdain for the impoverished while yearning to marry Gu Maching. With such assertions, I must preserve the footage of Lin Ruxiue and Xiao Xinyiao competing for Gu Jinchao's affection. As the truth of Gu Jinchao impersonating Gu Maching came to light, it swiftly dominated the headlines, particularly across various online platforms, where footage of Gu Jinchao's arrest played on repeat, intertwined with his romantic entanglements with Lin Ruxiue and Xiao Xinyiao. Upon awakening, the director found that the good news was that his program had soared to the top of the ratings. The bad news, however, was that the show had officially transformed into a legal documentary, with netizens affectionately renaming A Beautiful Family to Criminals in My Home. Fuming, the director's vision darkened, and he fainted once more. The assistant director, ever compassionate, offered some words of consolation. Director, take heart, at least the program is still airing. In stark contrast, the Lin and Xiao families were devoid of the director's fortunate circumstances. The fervor with which they had previously pursued Gu Jinchao now turned into a desperate effort to distance themselves from him, pouring resources into hiring public relations to lament their daughter's misfortunes at the hands of Gu Jinchao. Unfortunately, the astute netizens did not take the bait at all. Instead, they unveiled the infamous scene of Lin Ruxiue and Xiao Xinyiao caught in a compromising situation in a rice field. This revelation incited both families to issue legal warnings, which only served to infuriate the rebellious online community further. In retaliation, netizens began to air a plethora of scandals involving Lin Ruxiue and Xiao Xinyiao, tales of diva behavior on set, bullying assistants, and making veteran actors wait for 3 hours, among others. In an instant, the reputations of Lin Ruxiue and Xiao Xinyiao were utterly tarnished. Moreover, the spectacle of their competition for Gu Jinchao during the show had rendered them the laughingstock of high society. What had once been a carefully cultivated image of innocent charm had devolved into a source of disgrace for both women, deterring families who had previously considered alliances with them. Consequently, the Lin and Xiao families found themselves compelled to retreat abroad, seeking refuge from the public scorn directed at them. But that is a tale for another time. Wen Wuling, having ensured that Wen Nuannuan was fully protected, noticed the ever-watchful Gu Maching glaring at his little sister. As soon as the police officer announced their departure, he swiftly whisked Wen Nuannuan into the family car. Once inside, he urged the driver to make haste to the airport, as if fleeing for their lives, and only relaxed once the plane touched down safely. Wen Wuling exclaimed, "That was a close call. I nearly let my little sister fall into the clutches of a villain. But thankfully my cleverness thwarted all of that. But brother, our belongings are still at the pig farm. Not to worry. Someone will see to it that they are returned home." Wen Nuannuan crossed her arms, gazing at the incessant flow of vehicles before her, then turned to her somewhat anxious third brother. With a resigned sigh, she raised her 2 dead phones. "What I mean is, how are we supposed to get home now?" That question, well, it's really not a problem, it's just. Wen Wuling looked up and down, left and right, yet hesitated to meet Wen Nuannuan's gaze. Oh no, they had rushed so haphazardly that they had completely forgotten their chargers. Chapter 59, Warmth, a Family. As soon as Wen Nuannuan set foot on the ground, she was instantly shielded from the sun by the lush green leaves. Lu Yuhua, wielding a pomelo leaf, theatrically swept it over Wen Nuannuan's entire body, then cradled her face to examine her closely. "You've lost weight. Dear husband, look at our daughter. She has barely been away for a few days, and her face has thinned considerably. How could our third child neglect to care for her properly?" Finally freeing herself, Wen Nuannuan attempted to defend her brother. "Mom, oh, my precious daughter. After such a long flight, Are you hungry? I've missed you so much while you've been away. The moment Lu Yuhua heard her daughter call her mom, her joy was palpable as she took Wen Nuannuan's hand and led her into the living room. Standing nearby, Wen Jinyang was anxious, stretching his arms and murmuring, I miss you too, dear daughter. Please let her see me, dear wife. Dad, Mom, and Wen Nuannuan have already gone far ahead. Let us join them. When Mingxi adjusted his glasses, remarking, Our parents are being rather excessive. They're frightening her. Feigning to stretch, Wen Jinyang hurriedly followed after them. When Anting cast a quick glance, maintaining an icy demeanor, yet his body hurried toward the living room, joining his two younger brothers. After all, who could compete with him in showering affection on his little sister? With long strides, Wen Anting quickly overtook Wen Mingxi and Wen Moyu, unprecedentedly presenting delectable treats before Wen Nuannuan. Nuannuan, this is the newly released butter persimmon roll. I waited in line for 3 hours to get it. You must try it. Wow. Big brother, you're so thoughtful. You waited that long just for me to have butter persimmon rolls. I'm so touched. When Mingxi and Wen Moyu froze momentarily, astonished. When did Big Brother become so considerate? Not to be outdone, Wen Moyu quickly unveiled a lavish array of milk tea he had prepared in advance, displaying it on the table. Sister, this is taro milk tea, creamy red tea, and fresh orange durian mousse. I brought it all for you. Drink as much as you like. This left Wen Anting and Wen Mingxi in shock. When had their fourth brother become so articulate? Perhaps he should try his hand at stand-up comedy. How did fourth brother know I was craving milk tea? I'm so happy. Thank you, fourth brother. Witnessing his adorable sister gaze at Wen Moyu with admiration, Wen Anting and Wen Mingxi felt their teeth clench in frustration. Wen Mingxi stepped forward, pushing Wen Moyu aside, and replaced the unhealthy milk teas with his meticulously prepared health-conscious red date and bird's nest porridge, flashing a smile that showcased his 8 pearly whites. Nuannuan. This is a specially formulated health tea from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. It's extremely beneficial. You must avoid those unwholesome milk teas. Wen Moyu let out a hiss, exclaiming, what a dichotomy of brothers. First, big brother turns considerate, and now second brother has become a health fanatic. What's next? When Nuannuan's smile faltered, and she awkwardly withdrew her hand. While I appreciate second brother's good intentions, could we perhaps not dive straight into such healthy fare? Upon hearing his sister's plea for help, Wen Moyu stepped up. If that's the case, then the butter persimmon roll is too sweet for Nuannuan to eat. When Mingxi adjusted his glasses, in full agreement, for the sake of Nuannuan's health, we can forego the butter persimmon roll. When Anting, displeased, frowned and scoffed coldly. Nuannuan. Let's not skip the desserts. We should start with some sweets first. The chef has already prepared lobster and abalone. If you're not in the mood for seafood, you can choose from Shandong, Hunan, or local cuisine. With his precious daughter nearly whisked away by his troublesome sons, Wen Jinyang cleared his throat, casting a commanding glance at his bickering sons. When Anting and his brothers begrudgingly set their items aside and took their places obediently, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Wen Jinyang's eyes as he promptly took a seat beside his daughter, revealing a specially crafted key. This is a yacht tailored just for you, dear. After being cooped up in the mountains for so long, let us go out to sea and forget all our worries. Lu Yuhua, with a flourish, produced the carefully coordinated outfit she had prepared for her beloved daughter, proudly displaying it. I've also put together a lovely outfit for you. You need not worry about getting sunburned, and there's more. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. When Nuannuan clutched her stomach, casting a shy glance at everyone. I rushed home too quickly. Lu Yuhua, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced her daughter tightly. My dear, even while missing me, you must remember to eat.
Laonie.
Quickly bring out the prepared meal. Nestled in Lu Yuhua's embrace, Wen Nuannuan felt an overwhelming warmth. Suddenly realizing why her name was Wen Nuannuan, it was her parents' wish for her to always feel warmth and happiness. Mom, Dad, brothers, you haven't eaten yet either, have you? As dinner time arrived, our family gathered for a meal together. The formidable business mogul, Wen Jinyang, unexpectedly felt his eyes moisten and softly agreed, all right, let's cherish this moment. Laonia, please fetch some more bowls and chopsticks. Upon hearing this, Wen Anting swiftly took a seat beside his sister, seamlessly taking the utensils from Laonia's hands. When Mou exclaimed in frustration, damn it, that workaholic got ahead of me. In the blink of an eye. When Mingxi had already picked up his chopsticks and placed a serving of Longjing shrimp into Wen Nuannuan's bowl. That smiling devil beat me to it. He quickly snatched the chopsticks from Laonia's hands and placed a drumstick into his sister's bowl, then provocatively raised his eyebrows at his elder brother and second brother, flaunting his status as his sister's favorite. Chapter 60. What? Someone dares to overstep regarding my little sister? Wen Nuannuan and Wen Mingxi did not even lift their eyelids, disdainful of engaging with someone of merely 3 years' intelligence. Meanwhile, the neglected Wen Wuling pitifully hid in a corner of the airport, desperately seeking a kind soul to take him home. After watching her daughter fall into a deep slumber, Lu Yuhua cautiously exited the room and closed the door behind her. Upon descending the stairs, she encountered her unhelpful son, Wen Wuling. With her arms crossed, Lu Yuhua scrutinized the remaining 4 members of the Wen family, who had permitted this rebellious child to enter their home. Under the pressure of their mother's authority, Wen Mingxi and Wen Mou decisively betrayed their elder brother, instinctively stepping back to leave Wen Nuannuan to bear the brunt of their mother's fury alone. Eldest brother, you better explain clearly why you allowed him into our home. Otherwise, you both will be leaving together. Wen Nuannuan cast a scornful glance at his younger brothers, who were disregarding their bonds, and helplessly explained. The third brother claimed that someone had ill intentions toward Nuannuan.
What?
Wen Jinyang, who had been seated on the sofa sipping tea and watching the show, suddenly sprang to his feet, his fury ablaze as he rushed over and grabbed Wen Wuling by the collar, shouting, "Who is it? Who dares to harbor ill intentions toward my precious daughter?" Lu Yuhua exchanged glances with the 3 brothers who had received their mother's directive, and stepped forward to pull the furious father away. Wen Wuling, trembling with fear, patted his chest, wondering just how terrifying an enraged father could be. Lu Yuhua firmly restrained the raging Wen Jinyang, her mere gaze commanding him to sit back down in silence. "Darling, tell mommy, what kind of boy has set his sights on our Nuannuan? Is it that Qin Yuhang from the show you all recorded together?" Wen Wuling thought to himself that if his mother were to act, she would undoubtedly win the Best Actress award. Her emotional fluctuations were more dramatic than any award-winning performance. "Brat, hurry up and speak." Wen Jinyang was on the verge of exploding, eager to know if it was that Qin fellow who dared to covet his beloved daughter. Wen Wuling instinctively shook his head, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. "Yuhang doesn't have any romantic feelings for my little sister. It's just that she wanted to touch his chest muscles."
What?
The 3 Wen males resonated in a sharp chorus of disbelief. Wen Wuling stared in astonishment at his elder brother and second brother, surprised that these 2 rational beings could lose their composure. He stealthily took out his phone, intending to record this rare moment, only to be abruptly seized by his younger brother, Wen Mou, who shook him vigorously. "Third brother, is that true? Have you checked if Qin Yuhang has any prohibited substances, or has drugged our little sister?" "Second brother, you need to check on her right away." "Stop." Lu Yuhua's sharp command finally brought the ruckus of the 4 father and sons to a halt. "What are you all so anxious about? Nuannuan merely wishes to touch his chest muscles. She hasn't done anything wrong. Besides, Yuhang is indeed well built. Ahem, dear, your physique surpasses his." With a soothing tone, Lu Yuhua instantly brightened Wen Jinyang's expression. The 4 brothers exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes in unison. Father was truly something else. "So, who dares to covet our Nuannuan?" Wen Nuannuan, living up to his elder brother's status, swiftly got to the crux of the matter. Upon mentioning this, Wen Wuling straightened his back, indignantly recounting, "You wouldn't know if you weren't there. Today, Nuannuan and I fell into Gu Jinchao's trap. Originally,
Get to the point. Gumontak Chen.
he arrived with the police, and the moment he set his eyes on my sister, he wouldn't lit up. He seized every opportunity to get close to her. And based on my countless experiences in idol dramas, he must be interested in our Nuannuan." Wen Wuling proudly flicked his bangs, but turned to see his father and brothers glaring at him with deadly glares, as if he had stumbled into a den of wolves. He firmly slammed his hand on the table. "I can't agree to that. The Gu family is our sworn enemy." I immediately shielded my sister and fled home. Lu Yuhua rested her chin on her hand, musing, "Well, that's wonderful. Although Mo Chen is a few years older than Nuannuan, he is indeed a caring person." The 1 men stumbled in unison. Wen Jinyang interjected, "My dear, our daughter has only just returned home a few days ago. Besides, how old is Nuannuan? We need not rush into matters of marriage."
Exactly, Mom.
"The Gu family is our family's sworn enemy. How can you push our little sister toward them?" Lu Yuhua angrily smacked her rebellious son. "What nonsense are you spouting? The Gu family has been family friends with us for generations. Old Master Gu even gifted you all once. By the way, during Nuannuan's full moon banquet, Old Master Gu seemingly gifted her a piece of jade. When Mo Ling and Wen Mou exchanged incredulous glances at their elder brother. Astonished, they had no recollection of such an event. When Anting, uninterested in his two foolish younger brothers, was fortunate that when Mingxi kindly explained, "You were both too young at that time. It's understandable you wouldn't remember. Old Master Gu and our grandfather were schoolmates. But our grandfather always outperformed him in exams, leading Old Master Gu to develop a habit of trying to compete with him in everything." When Anting nodded, adding, "Old Master Gu is just stubborn. Every time our company faced difficulties, the Gu family secretly lent a hand. Importantly, the jade pendant he gifted Nuannuan was a phoenix from the dragon and phoenix motif." "No way, Dad, is that true?" Wen Jinyang averted his gaze in evasion, defiantly arguing, those were merely jokes from Old Master Gu. Moreover, that jade pendant has long been lost, indicating that our Nuannuan and Gu Mo Chen are fated to be apart. This point was universally acknowledged among the four Wen brothers. Although the third and fourth brothers had no memory of the jade pendant given to Nuannuan, when Anting remembered it distinctly, as Nuannuan had always worn it around her neck. However, upon her return, the pendant was absent, primarily because Nuannuan had no recollection of it, which meant it never existed. Seeing Lu Yuhua sigh with a hint of regret, the brothers exchanged glances before when Anting spoke on behalf of them all. Nuannuan's current mental state is not suitable for reminiscing about childhood matters. It's best not to mention the jade pendant to her to avoid evoking unhappy memories. To protect his sister from being abducted, Wen Wuling immediately concurred, "Yes, Mom. Nuannuan has just become a bit more cheerful. It's best not to remind her of unhappy childhood events." Lu Yuhua lifted her teacup, realizing that her husband and sons could not hide their thoughts at all. Gu Mo Chen was such a good child. Hadn't they seen how Gu Jinchao had merely altered his appearance to resemble Gu Mo Chen, only to be snatched away by the Lin and Xiao families? Do you even need to remind us? Alright, I need to rest now. Third son, hurry back to your filming. Upon hearing this, Wen Wuling felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing in despair. Chapter 61. Again, another health checkup. This family ultimately offered him no place to belong. "Mother, I still have intricate details to share." Wen Wuling's voice echoed in the grand hall of Xiangzhang Manor, even causing the slumbering Wen Nuannuan to stir slightly, murmuring third brother before rolling over and sinking back into deep sleep. After a restful slumber, Wen Nuannuan rose early, searching high and low for her third brother, only to find no trace of him. "Strange, I believe I heard third brother's voice yesterday." "Nuannuan, why are you up so early? Did those troublesome little rascals wake you?" Lu Yuhua pulled out a chair beside her, and Nuannuan, glancing around the dining table with a puzzled expression, took a seat. "Mom, I think I heard third brother's voice yesterday. Did he come home?" Lu Yuhua personally served a bowl of porridge in front of her daughter, gently ruffling her messy hair, and said softly, "Third brother was in a hurry to film. He just came home to grab something and left. Don't worry about him. Quickly taste the porridge that Mom made." "Oh, I see. No wonder he rushed me home. Turns out he was eager to get back to filming." At the table, Wen Anting and Wen Mingxi exchanged knowing glances, then continued to eat leisurely. "Okay. Thank you, Mom." Unaware of what had transpired the previous day, Nuannuan happily lifted her bowl of porridge.
Wow.
"This is incredibly delicious. Eldest brother, second brother. You must try some." Lu Yuhua gently stopped Nuannuan, who was about to get up, and with a tender smile said, "I've already served eldest and second brother. You needn't worry. Here, have some shrimp dumplings." Seeing the gentle gazes from her eldest and second brothers, Nuannuan joyfully dug in. "Sister, how do you think my training is going?" With her mouth full of porridge, Nuannuan raised her eyes at the sudden question and was startled to find her fourth brother, Wen Mou, standing before her with dumbbells in hand. Upon meeting her gaze, he immediately began lifting the weights with great effort, flexing his arm muscles toward her face. "What do you think, sister? Aren't my muscles impressive? Would you like to touch them?" Nuannuan, with her mouth full, inadvertently sprayed porridge all over Wen Mou's face. Cough, cough. "Fourth brother, are you out of your mind?" Nuannuan scooted over disdainfully next to her second brother, while Wen Mou closed his eyes and wiped the porridge from his face. "It's not my fault."
Ouch.
Wen Anting kicked his neurotic younger brother and added seriously, "Ignore the fool. Let us continue with breakfast."
Wen Montag you.
Clutching his leg, looked up to see their mother's fierce gaze directed at him, and quickly smiled. "Well, there's a big competition at work recently. I thought you might want to see how I'm training."
I see.
I almost thought about sending fourth brother to a mental hospital. Nuannuan patted her startled heart, just as she heard her second brother's cold, serious voice. Nuannuan indeed needs to see a doctor for a checkup. The spoon in Nuannuan's hand fell to the floor as she stared in disbelief at Wen Mingxi, who was seated nearby.
Wait.
Why am I being dragged into this? Second brother is right. Let us take Nuannuan to the hospital for a checkup today. Nuannuan turned to her eldest brother in disbelief. Then, with a pitiful expression, turned to Lu Yuhua and whined, Mom, don't you think eldest brother and second brother have been infected by fourth brother? They want me to get checked too. Lu Yuhua gently patted her daughter's head, reassuring her, sweetheart, your second brother is correct. You've endured quite a lot in the mountains and ate the greasy food prepared by third brother daily. We should check, just to be safe. Then fourth brother should get checked too. When Mou raised one dumbbell, pointed at his bulging bicep, and smugly wiggled a finger at Nuannuan. Well then, let us take fourth brother along. Wen Mingxi's calm voice instantly shattered when Mou's pride.
Ha ha ha.
Nuannuan burst into laughter, successfully dragging fourth brother down with her. After breakfast, Nuannuan and Wen Mou were taken to the hospital by Wen Mingxi. As they surveyed the all-too-familiar surroundings, Nuannuan and Wen Mou exchanged a knowing sigh. You just go ahead with the checkup, not a word from either of us. After an exhaustive series of examinations, Nuannuan and Wen Mou collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Didn't his second brother say it would be a simple check? Why was it so detailed? A nurse kindly handed Nuannuan a cup of warm water, sneaking glances at her from time to time. The checkup is complete for today. You both should rest well.
Thank you.
Nuannuan weakly waved her hand, causing the nurse to blush instantly.
Oh my.
I must tell my friends how stunning Nuannuan is in real life. Seeing this, Wen Mou instinctively shielded Nuannuan, prompting the nurse to awkwardly retreat. There are people everywhere. Nuannuan rolled her eyes. Fourth brother was far too cautious. Remembering her first visit here, she had nearly thought she was a suspect under fourth brother's watch. If it hadn't been for meeting Gu Mo Chen later, she might have ended up singing sorrowful tunes alone in that room. After a short nap, Nuannuan awoke to the golden glow of the setting sun. After putting on a coat, she aimlessly wandered to the convenience store outside the hospital. Standing before the familiar sign, her heart brimmed with joy. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that in less than a month, I would become your boss? Entering the store, she was mesmerized by the array of snacks, her eyes sparkling with delight. Haha, I never imagined I would have such a wonderful life as the store manager. A nearby clerk, noticing Nuannuan's peculiar gaze, hurriedly dashed to the manager's office. Manager, something's wrong. A mental patient has escaped into our store. The manager, brandishing a broom, rushed to the scene, only to be stunned in silence for 3 seconds upon recognizing Nuannuan in her hospital attire. Boss, why are you here? Are you feeling unwell and came for a checkup? The clerk, following closely behind, repeated in disbelief. Old boss? This little girl is our boss. Nuannuan smiled and waved her hand casually. I came for a checkup, and seeing how dedicated you all are in your work has truly touched me. So, I'm granting you an early dismissal today. Dismissal? The clerk gaped in astonishment. Oh my, we've encountered a divine boss. Watching the manager stammer and struggle to articulate a response, Nuannuan urged them to leave quickly. All right, hurry home and rest well. I'll take care of closing the store. The manager's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as they incessantly thanked her and relayed store matters. Eventually, Nuannuan could no longer bear it and pushed them out of the convenience store. Chapter 62. This boundless wealth has finally come to her. After bidding farewell to the manager and clerks, Nuannuan casually grabbed a bag of chips from the shelf, opened it as she walked to the checkout, and sat down after savoring a bite. Ha, yes, this is the satisfaction I crave. The chips are mine, the soda is mine, and the steamy Odin is mine. If this were an apocalyptic story, wouldn't I be the ultimate resource tycoon? Ding dong, welcome. Nuannuan blinked her bright eyes, unable to believe who had just walked in. Gu Mo Chen. Backlit, his tall and handsome silhouette resembled a finely drawn sketch, each line intricately defined. With his prominent nose and bright eyes that seemed to sparkle with stars, a subtle smile gracing his lips.
Guten Tag, Chen?
Gu Mo Chen's breath momentarily caught as he registered Nuannuan's soft voice, turning his gaze toward her and nodding slightly. Is this your store? Yes. Feel free to look around. We have an abundance of food and drinks, including the latest blueberry-flavored chips and an incredibly delicious bento, as well as a nourishing goji berry tea suitable for office workers. You can take your time. I'm sure you'll find something you like. Under Nuannuan's watchful gaze, Gu Mo Chen, who never indulged in snacks, inexplicably grabbed every item in sight, leaving Nuannuan agape in astonishment.
Oh,
Good deeds truly bring good rewards. Today's sales will definitely exceed expectations. Warming up, Nuannuan raised her head, revealing a smile that radiated absolute joy. Just scan here, she said cheerfully. Gu Machin, with his long fingers, deliberately took his time retrieving his phone, savoring every moment spent with Nuannuan. Can you help me pack these up? Sure. Nuannuan swiftly produced a plastic bag, but her peripheral vision frequently caught the depth of Gu Machin's dark eyes. Haha, I'll be done in a moment. She forced a smile, attempting to ease the awkwardness that hung in the air between their gazes. What does Gu Machin mean by this? He was similarly evasive when I caught Gu Jinchao last time. Could it be? Gu Machin's heart momentarily stuttered, his slender fingers instinctively curling. Did she perceive his unspoken thoughts? Could it be that he feels embarrassed to mention the repayment? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just return the money without interest. How much was it? A few tens of thousands, I believe. To a CEO who earns billions in mere minutes, it's as effortless as breathing. Nuannuan purposely slowed her packing. Big brother, I understand that the amount seems trivial to you, and you might not know how to broach the subject. It's quite simple, really. Whether through WeChat or Alipay, I'm open to any method. System. Host, don't be so stingy. A person with pocket money in the millions shouldn't fret over such a paltry sum. Every little bit counts. Even the smallest amounts accumulate to something significant. I can't overlook even a few cents. At that moment, Nuannuan puffed out her cheeks, her flushed face radiating cuteness. Gu Machin's gaze softened, his once stern jawline easing, his tone gentle. I didn't expect to run into you here again. Remember when I borrowed 50,000 from you? With a sparkle in her eyes, Nuannuan eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, yes, yes. Big brother, you finally remembered me. Do you know there's an old saying in China? A drop of water should be returned with a fountain? Gu Machin's lips curved into a deeper smile, akin to a hunter carefully revealing his bait. I've been looking for you, for quite some time. Our last encounter was a stroke of luck. But it seems your brother has some objections, which is why I haven't found the right time to discuss repayment. Don't mind him. Nuannuan hesitated, feeling her eagerness might seem too pushy, and she smiled to explain. My third brother is a celebrity. He sees everyone as a potential stalker. If anything comes up, just reach out to me directly. Gu Machin. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Alright, can I transfer the money via WeChat? No one could fathom the rapid beating of Gu Machin's heart as he asked this question. He swallowed nervously, fearing the girl might refuse him. Sure. Lost in thoughts of money, Nuannuan hurriedly pressed her phone, presenting the QR code to Gu Machin. As he lowered his gaze, it conveniently concealed the mischief in his eyes. Why is there a notification for a 5,000 limit? Let me check. Nuannuan's almond-shaped eyes widened. Forgetting that Gu Machin was merely an acquaintance, she grasped his long, fair hand, fixated on the alert on his phone. After a flurry of searches, she discovered the reason. She was simply unaware that personal user payment codes had a limit of 5,000. Resolutely, she made a decision and politely inquired, "Can we do a WeChat transfer?" Of course. Gu Machin gazed at Nuannuan's delicate hand, recalling the unique warmth that had just brushed against him, deepening the intensity of his gaze. Shall I skin you? Absolutely. I'm the tortoiseshell cat. Just add me, and I promise I won't disclose your WeChat to anyone, ensuring your safety. Gu Machin locked eyes with her for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled softly, his voice resonating from his chest. Yes, you are my savior. So, of course, I'll ensure your safety. Haha, indeed. I'll also send you a bottle of nourishing goji berry tea, wishing you health. Nuannuan felt she might have boasted too much, handing over a drink to Gu Machin with a hint of nervousness. He accepted it with a smile in his elongated eyes.
Thank you.
I also owe you an apology for the inconvenience caused by Gu Jinchao. I regret that I've been unable to reach your brother, and since I found you here, could you assist in passing the funds to Mr. Wen? Nuannuan tilted her head in confusion, feeling frozen in place. ISNT had said that the Wen family and the Gu family are sworn enemies. With great effort, she sought an excuse to politely decline. Gu Machin, seemingly oblivious to her change in demeanor, continued, I've reached my WeChat transfer limit for today. This 10 million compensation, if you trust me, I can help you invest it. The profits will belong to you. And the losses will be covered as repayment for Gu Jinchao's debts. Wow, such an opportunity, she exclaimed. Wait, 10 million? For the Wen family? That doesn't seem like much. Observing Nuannuan's wavering resolve, Gu Machin pressed on. Investment options include monthly, quarterly, or annual dividends. And I'll keep you informed about every profit. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me anytime. This is a surefire win. Fortune is finally smiling upon me. As a member of the Wen family, it's time to contribute to our family's endeavors. Chapter 63. Little Sister. I can't stand it. Nuannuan firmly grasped Gu Machen's hand, her expression resolute. On behalf of the Wen family, I agree to this arrangement. Gu Machen instinctively tightened his grip on her delicate hand, then, concerned about hurting the petite girl, reluctantly eased his hold, nodding with a gentle smile. Mr. Gu, could you show me the contract once it's drafted? Nuannuan urged, prompting Gu Machen to reluctantly release her hand and retrieve the electronic contract to send to her. Ding dong. Nuannuan glanced at her phone, astonished by the flurry of the electronic contract and Gu Machen's efficiency in handling work. As expected of a CEO who deals in billions, he carries contracts with him. But what do all these terms mean? Although the amounts were modest. Miss Wen should scrutinize the contract terms carefully and ensure everything is in order. Feel free to contact me anytime if there are any issues.
I am utterly astonished.
As a mere NPC in this world, this is considered small change? Truly a windfall of fortune, expanding my horizons. If only when Anting were present, he would undoubtedly expose Gu Machen's ulterior motives in a heartbeat. However, Nuannuan, embodying the spirit of seizing opportunities, beamed as she served a generous bowl of Odin to Gu Machen, kindly advising him, "This is freshly made. Be careful, it's hot. The radish is particularly delicious. It's been simmered perfectly. Do try some." "Thank you, Miss Wen." Gu Machen carefully accepted it, raising his phone to make the payment. Nuannuan quickly interjected, "No need. No need. This is my treat, a token of gratitude for your investment in our family. It's a small gesture filled with sincere appreciation." Gu Machen, smiling with gratitude as he held the bag, replied softly, "Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Wen." Just then, Wen Muyu entered, momentarily stunned. His third brother was absolutely correct. Gu Machen had indeed come here brazenly. Wen Muyu took a swift step forward, loudly admonishing, "Gu Machen, what do you want? If there's something to discuss, come to me. Stay away from my sister." Nuannuan's smile faltered, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. "Fourth brother, are you out of your mind? This isn't an arrest. You're making me lose face." "Ha, my fourth brother has a bit of a professional habit. Please don't mind him, Mr. Gu." Warm Nuan approached, straining to pull away the resolute fingers of her elder brother, hurriedly explaining, "Brother, I merely came to purchase some items. What are you doing?" Wen Moya, exasperated by his sibling's lack of ambition, retorted, "What manner of purchase necessitates the esteemed president of the Gu family to intervene personally? Our humble shop cannot accommodate such a revered figure. Brother, do not jeopardize our business." Warm Nuan glared at Wen Moya, biting her jaw, before swiftly turning to don an apologetic smile. "Mr. Gu, please forgive my brother's occupational sensitivity. Do not take offense. Your items are all prepared. Please take care." Gu Machen nodded gently at Warm Nuan, politely addressing Wen Moya, "Young Master Wen, I sincerely apologize for the damage caused to the Wen family due to previous events. Here is my business card. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I am willing to take full responsibility." This statement, to Wen Moya's ears, sounded like a declaration of intent regarding his sister, inciting him to slap away the card Gu Machen offered. Warm Nuan, quick-witted, covered Wen Moya's mouth and urged with a smile, "We understand, Mr. Gu. Please take care, and farewell. Eldest brother, you should leave quickly. Else, once my brother's temper flares, no one can restrain him." Hearing Warm Nuan's unvoiced plea, Gu Machen wore an apologetic expression, slightly nodding as he assumed a posture of being dismissed, and turned to leave. Yet, as he exited, a triumphant smile graced his face. Such a smile was one that Assistant Jean had only witnessed when Gu Machen presided over the Gu family. What significant project could possibly evoke such delight in the president over a mere convenience store? Assistant Jean, puzzled, accepted the bag from his superior's hand. Just as he reached for the Odin, Gu Machen declined. "I shall carry it." Assistant Jin's jaw dropped again. The president only consumed meals prepared by the Gu family chef. "But, President, this is food from outside." In response to Assistant Jin's worried admonition, Gu Machen inadvertently boasted, Assistant Jean, you have yet to try Odin, have you? You must sample the radish within when time allows." Assistant Jean was thoroughly flabbergasted. This truly was a remarkable convenience store. Suddenly, a woman clad in a pink, doll-collared long dress collapsed before Gu Machen, groaning, "My foot, it hurts so much." Assistant Jean swiftly moved to shield the pink-clad figure, saying, There's something unsavory here, President. Let us take a detour. Yes, we shall disinfect shortly. Gu Machen's gaze sharpened, as he disdainfully shielded the Odin Wen Nuannuan had given him, walking away coldly. Upon hearing this, the woman on the ground turned pale, fuming as she slammed her bag to the ground. Humph. Just because you wear a suit does not make you superior. You can't even lend a hand. Jiang Imo parked the car and immediately saw Jiang Wei throwing a tantrum on the ground, inciting his anger. What are you doing? Do you wish to embarrass yourself in broad daylight? Did you not see Wen Moya inside? If he sees you, do you still wish to marry into the Wen family and become a wealthy matron? Jiang Wei bit her lip at Jiang Mo's words, defiantly standing up. Do not intimidate me. Despite your countless warnings, Wen Moya never even glances my way. Am I always the one approaching him? Is he perhaps not fond of women? Jiang Imo glared at Jiang Wei. Then, noticing Wen Moya waving at him, hurriedly donned a smile and waved back at the convenience store. Enough of your nonsense. This is a rare opportunity to meet Wen Moya, so pull yourself together and go inside. The mere thought of dealing with a muscular, frugal man made Jiang Wei suppress her dissatisfaction and follow Jiang Imo into the store. Upon opening the door, Jiang Imo spotted the striking Wen Nuannuan playfully bantering with Wen Moya. Her simple outerwear did nothing to diminish her beauty, causing him to freeze momentarily. It was Wen Moya who first noticed him, waving and cheerfully introducing, Brother, you've arrived. Nuannuan, this is my good friend, Jiang Imo. We share the same birthday. Even our names are quite similar. What a rare fate. Jiang Imo finally found his voice, managing a strained smile. Hello, and who might this be? Brother Imo. You dare seek women behind my back? Do you trample upon my affections so? Jiang Wei's sultry voice successfully drew Wen Nuannan's attention. Chapter 64. The Whiny Girl. Relentlessly pursuing Brother 4. Observing the woman in her pink attire, adorned with a standard bow, Wen Nuannuan nearly mistook her for a character from a historical drama. Humph. I tell you, Brother Imo has long been mine. You shall not steal him away. Here, take it all. Wen Nuannuan clamped her mouth shut, fearing she might burst into laughter. Wen Moya mused, how could he have such a cruel sister, so willing to give him away without a second thought? Little Wei, do not be so impolite. Jiang Imo reprimanded softly, restraining Jiang Wei, who was eager to confront the situation. Little Wei, the one from the village? Shouldn't it be all about Asian and Achong now? Cough cough. Wen Moya stifled a laugh, clearing his throat to alleviate his embarrassment. Allow me to introduce. This is my sister, Wen Nuannuan. Did I not mention that I also have a sister? He conveniently overlooked Jiang Wei's antics, playfully nudging Jiang Mo's arm, proudly showcasing his sister. Jiang Imo was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at Wen Nuannuan. This girl did bear a striking resemblance to Wen Moya, particularly in her eyes and nose. However, he had never heard of a girl in the Wen family.
Jiang Montag smiled faintly, courteously nodding, feigning irritation. Montag.
To possess such a beautiful sister and keep her so well hidden is rather inconsiderate of you. The words Wen Moya intended to utter faltered on his lips as he recalled his elder brother's admonitions, leading him to apologize and redirect. She is a cousin from the same family tree. Today's encounter is merely fortuitous, otherwise, you might never have the chance to meet her. Jiang Imo nodded with a smile, the flicker of intrigue in his eyes vanishing as he grasped the implication of same family tree. That confirmed there was no familial connection. His brief delight was in vain. It seemed the only way to secure a marriage for Jiang Wei into the Wen family was to stoke the flames. Jiang Imo discreetly nudged Jiang Wei, who, pushed to the forefront, exclaimed, Oh, so it's your sister. Brother Imo, why didn't you inform me sooner? I almost misunderstood her. Wen Moya nimbly dodged, successfully evading Jiang Wei's playful punches aimed at his chest. Jiang Wei's expression soured, pouting and stamping her foot in frustration. Brother Imo, how could you treat me this way? Sister, you must stand up for me. Wen Nuannuan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Little Wei, what has my brother done to wrong you? Wen Moya, exasperated, covered his head, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Nuannuan, this is Jiang Mo's sister. I have no involvement with her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei immediately disagreed, stomping her foot and attempting to grab Wen Moya's arm. He recoiled as if from filth, positioning Jiang Imo as a shield. Sister, you see, your brother has stolen my heart, yet he refuses to take responsibility. Haha, it seems he has stolen your accent instead. How did you transform into a Taiwanese accent all of a sudden? Yet I notice Brother Imo consistently avoids this way, yet every time Jiang Imo seeks Brother Imo,
She appears.
This coincidence is rather contrived. It seems Jiang Mo aspires to elevate his status, desiring to become Brother Mo's brother-in-law. Truly, a man who does not wish to be a good brother-in-law is not a good father-in-law. When Moya glared at Wen Nuannuan, whose amusement was barely containable. Amidst the chaos, he could only implore his good friend Jiang Mo for assistance. Mo, you must rein in your sister. Jiang Mo disdainfully glanced at the wildly animated Jiang Wei, realizing he had instructed her to win over Wen Moya, not to frighten him away. All right, little Wei. Even if you admire Mo, do not speak so recklessly. Jiang Wei felt a chill run down her spine. As she turned her gaze, she clearly discerned the malice lurking in Jiang Mo's eyes. She instinctively shrank her head, obediently silencing herself and standing still. It was he who urged her to seduce Wen Mou, yet it was also he who forbade her from doing so. Simultaneously, the darkness in Jiang Mo's eyes was unmistakably perceived by Wen Nuannuan. System, come out and witness the drama. Are Jiang Mo and Jiang Wei siblings? Wen Nuannuan? Of course, they are siblings. Not really. When Mou felt a twinge of pain on his face. After envying his good brother for so long, it turned out that his sister was not his biological sibling. Nevertheless, whether they were blood-related or not was inconsequential. As long as they were a loving family. Oh, they were friends from the same orphanage, often playing together. When the Jiang couple adopted Jiang Mo, they found the lonely little girl too pitiful and decided to adopt them both. When Mou, feeling relieved. No wonder he admired such a good brother. He valued emotions and loyalty. Mo, don't hold it against my sister. She is still young and does not understand. As usual.
Wen Nuannuan lightly punched Jiang Nuannuan's shoulder.
Hey, you call him Mo, and I call him Mo too. We are good brothers. And your sister is my sister. There's no need to quibble over such trivial matters. Jiang Mo wore a barely perceptible smile, mimicking Wen Mou as he playfully punched Wen Mou's shoulder, seemingly as if the earlier awkwardness had never occurred. Upon hearing the word sister, Jiang Wei instinctively glanced at the tall Jiang Mo before noticing Wen Nuannuan's gaze upon her. She quickly stepped forward to change the subject. It smells so good. I just saw someone with a big bowl. The odin here looks delicious. Sister, may I have a taste? Of course. This radish is particularly flavorful. I'll get some for you and brother Jiang Mo. No need, Jiang Mo can't eat radish. Jiang Wei, her gaze fixed on the delectable odin, reflexively responded to Wen Nuannuan's words without thinking. Realizing it afterward, she waved her hand, awkwardly explaining, Jiang Mo is always fierce to me. I don't want to call him brother. It's no trouble. I can get it myself. My brother is like that too, with a bad temper. But Sister Xiaowei, you are so considerate. I don't even know what my brother likes to eat. Upon hearing Wen Nuannuan's casual remark, Jiang Wei's face turned pale in an instant. She forced a smile and explained, haha, you two don't meet often in the same family tree, so it's understandable you wouldn't know each other's tastes. I grew up with my brother, so it's normal for me to know. Jiang Mo's expression changed. This Jiang Wei truly lacked common sense. Suddenly, an arm draped over his shoulder, and he turned to see Wen Mou's handsome face looming large. Wen Mou shook his finger, teasingly saying, Mo, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but how can a brother be so fierce to his sister? Look at us, we both have Mo in our names. You could learn a thing or two from me about being a brother. Jiang Mo sighed in relief and readily agreed with a smile. He can't learn from you at all. He is Jiang Wei's love interest and can't compare to you. Chapter 65. Fourth brother treats you as a brother. Yet you make him wear a green hat. When Mou's arm slipped, causing him to stumble.
What?
Is everything alright? I'm fine, just slipped a bit.
Montak.
You should try the odin. Is there anything else you want to eat? Chips? Just grab whatever you like. When Mou perked up, he had just overheard some earth-shattering gossip. His good brother and his sister had that kind of relationship? My silly brother thought Jiang Wei was infatuated with him. But in reality, she was merely acting under Jiang Mo's instructions, forced to pursue you. When Mou truly couldn't fathom why Jiang Wei would pretend to like him if she didn't. Although he had repeatedly rejected her, each time Jiang Wei seemed to grow bolder, making it impossible for him to avoid her. But upon reflection, every time Jiang Mo sought him out, Jiang Wei would invariably appear, even going so far as to create opportunities for them to be alone. If he were in Jiang Mo's shoes, he would never allow his sister to cling to a man like that. Suddenly enlightened, when Mou felt a cold shiver run down his spine.
Jiang Nuannuan,
whom he had always considered a good brother, seemed to be a complete stranger to him, sending chills through him. Everyone does things for money. Jiang Emo had his beloved sister do this for the Wen family's fortune.
Wen Montag US pupils dilated in shock. Impossible.
Jiang Emo was his comrade through thick and thin. When they were in school, Jiang Emo had nearly sacrificed himself to protect him from a bully. Moreover, when he learned that when MOU was investigating the biggest gang in the capital, Jiang Emo had selflessly agreed to go undercover, claiming it was to ensure his safety. Was everything he believed a lie? Oh dear, I thought third brother was foolish, but it turns out fourth brother is the gullible one. Let us see. Jiang Emo has been scouting for wealthy individuals since childhood because he is an orphan. After learning to read people's expressions in the orphanage, he cleverly used the pity card to get adopted by the well-off Jiang family. Later, he stumbled upon fourth brother's identity as a top-tier rich heir, and by then, he had mastered the art of the pity card. He casually boasted about fourth brother in front of the bullies, which incited their wrath, leading them to corner fourth brother. In that moment, he shielded fourth brother and successfully gained his trust. What fourth brother does not know is that over the years, Jiang Emo has exploited fourth brother's trust to the fullest, impersonating him as the fourth young master of the Wen family and establishing the largest underground gang in the capital. Engaging in all sorts of illicit activities including human trafficking, loan sharking, and gambling. It's not fourth brother's fault for being easily deceived. One can only say Jiang Emo is a premeditated swindler. When MOU's expression darkened, realizing that the largest gang in the capital was precisely the one Jiang Emo had volunteered to infiltrate. Anger at betrayal surged within him. He had been misled for so many years. Yet Wen Nuannuan was even more furious. Cough, 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 my poor fourth brother. How do I break it to you? The head of the gang you're investigating is your own good brother. He intentionally volunteered to go undercover. Ugh. This two-faced trickster is playing the game so well, using my fourth brother's name to run a casino, engage in loan sharking, and ultimately trying to pin all the blame on my fourth brother.
Wait.
My fourth brother won't end up taking the fall and dying, will he? My villainous fourth brother, a clean and upright policeman, framed by an insider, destined to meet a tragic end. And he even wants my fourth brother to wear a green hat, hoping to marry Jiang Wei into our Wen family and seize all the Wen family's wealth?
Dream on.
Initially, when MOU was merely angry, but upon hearing the phrase green hat, his gaze turned cold as he looked at Jiang Emo, who was accepting a cup of water from Jiang Wei. He had placed such trust in Jiang Emo, only to discover that Jiang Emo had not only deceived him but also sought to drag his entire family down with him. Wen Nuannuan and Wen MOU simultaneously cast their eyes towards Jiang Emo and Jiang Wei, who were relishing their meal. Eating, enjoying our family's food. It's infuriating to watch.
System.
Do you happen to know when Jiang Emo plans to shift the blame onto my fourth brother? System. Host. I'm merely a bystander. I can't consume gossip that hasn't happened yet. You are utterly useless. If I rashly inform fourth brother that his good brother has issues, he certainly won't believe it. It seems I must keep a close watch on fourth brother from now on. When MOU silently sighed. No need to say more. I already know. Sister? I didn't expect you to have cake here too. May I take some to taste? Captivated by the odor, Jiang Wei, after sipping some broth, glanced up to see the cake in the freezer. Jiang Wei could not help but lick her lips. She had seen this chestnut cake featured in numerous popular live streams, but had struggled to procure one for herself. To her surprise, the small convenience store adjacent to the hospital boasted an impressive array of trendy snacks. It was no wonder she encountered such dapper gentlemen clad in suits. Of course, Sister Wei, you have exquisite taste. This is the most popular cake of the moment, and many influencers have visited our establishment, exclaimed Wen Nuannuan, showcasing pictures of various internet celebrities. Look, even Mingzi Cohen and the ever-popular Kikizi have graced us with their presence. Intrigued, Jiang Wei leaned closer to Wen Nuannuan, observing the photos with sparkling eyes. She affectionately linked her arm with Wen Nuannuan's, exclaiming, "Wow. I had no idea this place was such a treasure trove. I would love to see them in person." That's quite simple. Kikizi adores our red silk beef rice balls and nearly makes a weekly pilgrimage here to stock up. I'll let you know the next time he visits. Wen Nuannuan replied, her mind racing as she pointed out a plethora of trendy snacks. And this braised beef, rice ball, green pear ice cream, and Jinla soda are all the rage. I'll pack some for you to enjoy. Just the chance to meet Kikizi makes me ecstatic. And receiving so many snacks is truly overwhelming, Jiang Wei said, feigning modesty, while her hands eagerly filled a bag with goodies. Sister, here's my WeChat ID. You must notify me when Kikizi comes by. Of course, Sister Wei. Unfortunately, you arrived just after our stock of the viral sweet potato sold out. Kikizi has been urging us to restock. Wen Nuannuan said, her eyes twinkling with excitement as Jiang Wei laughed at her gullibility. My dear sister, you're far too kind. I truly feel embarrassed. Yes, I am indeed the illustrious Wei Wei. Eat up. Once I gather evidence of you and Jiang Mo, it will be the day my fourth brother escapes from his tribulations. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Jiang Mo feigned indignation. Sister Wei, how can you take so much from someone you've just met? Chapter 66. Outstanding students of the White Lotus class, honorably striking out. I've spoiled my sister too much. If you don't mind, how about I treat you all to a meal at Heiress City? Jiang Mo offered. Wen Nuannuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. They are merely snacks. If Sister Wei likes them, she is welcome to take as many as she wishes. Jiang Mo sighed, gazing forlornly at Wen Nuannuan. Ah Mu, I know I pale in comparison to you. I haven't even managed to fulfill the tasks you've assigned me lately. I realized our statuses have shifted. You are now a police officer. And how could you wish to dine with someone like us? But the thought of their brotherly bond tugged at his heartstrings, making it difficult to part ways. If you truly do not wish to, then I shall let it be. As Jiang Mo's melancholic words hung in the air, Wen Nuannuan felt a pang of sorrow. Of course, you cannot bear to part with my foolish fourth brother, who is both wealthy and easily deceived, leaving him utterly drained with just a few words. Not to mention, despite his modest salary as a police officer, he gives you all his earnings. You'd think you were his wife with the way you coax him for money. You, the leader of a criminal organization, surely don't lack for trifles. Wen Nuannuan's earlier resolve crumbled under Wen Nuannuan's biting remarks. Just as he was about to relent, Jiang Mo shot him a meaningful glance. With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Wei pleaded, Brother Mu, please dine with my brother just this once. I understand our social standings do not warrant such an invitation, but my brother has been tirelessly working for your sake, barely managing to eat a warm meal. I beg of you. Oh dear, invoking moral obligation now, are we? This meal must be of great significance. System. This meal is indeed crucial. Jiang Mo has prepared Australian lobsters and added vital seasonings, ensuring that one bite will make your fourth brother compliant in drug smuggling. This grand performance must not be missed. Do you possess no sense of justice? My fourth brother is about to be ensnared by Jiang Mo into drug use, and you stand by, reveling in the drama. With me around, you shan't lay a finger on my fourth brother. What moral obligations? Do you not know that I am Lin Ruxiue, an outstanding graduate of the White Lotus class? Let us see who can outdo whom. When Nuannuan stood frozen in shock, Jiang Mo had crossed a line. He was acutely aware of what drug use meant for a police officer. It was a relentless push towards destruction. Wen Nuannuan coughed lightly, her posture unsteady as she leaned against a nearby pillar, her voice weak. Brother, you need not concern yourself with me. I can return to the hospital alone shortly. Jiang Mo's expression shifted as he scrutinized Wen Nuannuan, finally noticing the blue stripes at her collar. Sister, are you alright? Jiang Wei asked tentatively.
I'm fine.
Life is a cycle of birth and death. I've come to accept it. Meeting Sister Wei and Brother Jiang Mo today has already brought me immense joy. Sister Wei, I hope you can visit me more often. I'm dreadfully lonely in the hospital, Wen Nuannuan replied, her cough punctuating her words. Jiang Mo and Jiang Wei's expressions darkened, realizing the severity of her circumstances. Wen Nuannuan remained silent, witnessing the shift in her demeanor. Recognizing his compassionate nature towards the weak and vulnerable, Jiang Mo felt compelled to speak sincerely. Sister Nuannuan, I am truly sorry. We had no idea. Mu. Since Sister Nuannuan has been in the hospital for so long, why not let her join us for a day of fun? It's far better than being cooped up in the hospital. No one could thwart his plans. After all, if one were to die, it mattered little when. He would simply escort Wen Nuannuan along. Seizing the moment while both Jiang Mo and Wen Nuannuan were preoccupied, Wen Nuannuan shot a quick look at her brother. My foolish brother, be clever today, and don't go. Having overheard her thoughts, Wen Nuannuan had already discreetly contacted his anti-drug colleagues. They had received intel about drug trafficking in Heiress City, but lacked a suitable opportunity. Today, with Wen Nuannuan's involvement, they could potentially apprehend the culprits. Wen Nuannuan playfully punched Jiang Mo's shoulder. Mo, do you not consider me a brother? How could I disregard your request? However, since Nuannuan is still hospitalized, we can let that slide. Wen Nuannuan's eyes widened in alarm, silently panicking. My foolish brother, you are heading towards danger. System. Host, hurry up. Participating in such a significant event grants you 3 chances for a lottery draw. Can I opt to eliminate my foolish brother instead? Wen Nuannuan clutched her chest. Weeping despairingly, once again, I wish to see the world beyond these hospital walls. Brother Mu, Sister Wei, you are such kind souls. I implore you to let my brother take me with him. With a heart full of compassion, Jiang Wei interjected, Brother Mu, look at how pitiful she is. Please take her along just this once. Indeed, Mu, are you truly afraid that our humble offerings could harm Sister Nuan? Prompted by Jiang Mo's words and remembering the tireless efforts of his anti-drug colleagues, Wen Muyu reluctantly nodded in agreement but firmly warned Wen Nuan. You are still hospitalized, and the doctor has forbidden you from consuming anything from outside. You may only accompany us to observe, or I will send you straight back to the hospital. Wen Nuan raised 3 fingers in a solemn vow. I promise I won't eat anything. I'll just watch. With Sister Wei and Brother Mo supervising, I absolutely won't sneak a bite, right, Brother Mu? Jiang Mo earnestly assured her, yes. With both Sister Wei and myself keeping watch, Sister Nuan will surely not indulge. With a sullen expression, Wen Moyu reluctantly acquiesced. Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Amuo and Sister Xiaowei. Please wait for me in the car for a moment. I'll change my clothes and lock up the shop before joining you. Jiang Mo confirmed that everything was in order, nodded at Wen Moyu, and exited with Jiang Wei. As soon as Jiang Mo departed, Wen Moyu turned with a grimace, only to find that Wen Nuannuan had already made her way to the manager's office at the back. Let me tell you, Wen Nuannuan bang. Wen Moyu collided painfully with the door, clutching his nose, grateful that it was indeed real. Through the door, he yelled, suppressing the pain, I'm telling you, Wen Nuannuan, whatever you eat or do, you must heed my instructions. Don't act recklessly.
Bang!
Wen Nuannuan, now dressed, flung open the door. Got it, got it. I promise to follow your lead. Chapter 67. Sold and counting money. Wen Muyu, still reeling from the impact, bumped into the door again, groaning in agony as he bent over, cradling his injured nose. Next time, give a warning before opening the door. Luckily, this is a real nose. Otherwise, I'd be like Gu Jin Chao. Alright, I'm sorry, fourth brother. Next time I'll definitely give a heads up. Opening his mouth when Moyu obeyed, only to feel a cold, refreshing sensation in his mouth. Instinctively chewing, he tasted the delightful tang of sweetness. This orange is quite delightful. Wen Nuannuan smiled as she fed him several more segments. Delicious, go ahead and indulge. This is a Tarako blood orange. Not only exceptionally flavorful, but also rich in vitamin C. Oh, then you should have some too. Sure, I'll grab some for Brother Amuo and Sister Xiaowei. Ensuring everyone gets a healthy dose of vitamin C. Haha, eat up. Soon you won't be able to enjoy seafood. I can't wait to see how Jiang Mo poisons it. Hearing his sister's concern, Wen Moyu felt compelled to indulge her wishes, devouring the oranges heartily. After he had eaten 3 or 4 large oranges, Wen Nuannuan leisurely closed the shop door and, with a hefty bag of oranges, joined Wen Moyu in Jiang Mo's car. Brother Amuo, Sister Xiaowei, sorry for keeping you waiting. Here are the new Tarako blood oranges from our convenience store. Would you care to try some?
Wow.
These oranges smell fantastic. I won't hold back. Jiang Wei reached for one, but was sharply reprimanded by Jiang Mo, who snatched the plastic bag away. Turning back, Jiang Mo regained his smile and explained to Wen Nuannuan, we're about to have a meal. It's better to enjoy fruit afterward. I'm sorry, Brother Amuo. I forgot you were about to eat. I'll put these oranges away for now, and you can enjoy them after your meal. Jiang Wei shot Jiang Mo an annoyed glare, thinking, it's just one orange. Why the fuss? Alright, understood. Hearing Jiang Wei's half-hearted reply, Jiang Mo's irritation deepened. This fool, if she dares to ruin my plans today, I'll feed her to the fish. Wen Nuannuan blinked her big eyes, observing the tense atmosphere between the two. Sweating bullets, are we? When the Australian prawns arrive, you'll have plenty of time to fume. Wen Moyu quickly suppressed a grin as he fastened his seatbelt. His sister was indeed as cunning as their elder brother. Alright, Amuo, Xiaowei knows now. Let us hasten to Haiban City, and by then, Xiaowei won't be tempted by a mere orange. Haha, it's thoughtful of Amuo. With Xiaowei by your side, I feel reassured. Just don't spoil her too much. Amuo, what nonsense are you spouting again? The atmosphere in the car lightened as Wen Moyu's face flushed. Alright, I won't say another word. Let us set off now. What is going on? Jiang Mo and fourth brother seemed to have a good rapport. The mob boss dotes on his little police wife. Cold to everyone else but tender to fourth brother. Wen Moyu nearly bit his tongue in shock at his sister's wild imagination. Are you here to protect me, or just to spectate? The car sped along, swiftly arriving at Haiban City. Stepping out, Wen Nuannuan inhaled the salty air. Her gaze drawn to an enormous luxury cruise ship. Could this possibly be Haiban City? Observing Wen Nuannuan's naive wonder, Jiang Wei flicked her long hair with an air of superiority. Indeed, this is the only hotel built upon the sea in the capital, offering not only dining and accommodation but also a plethora of recreational facilities. Make sure to keep your jaw closed when you enter. Goodness. If Jiang Mo can establish such a grand hotel using fourth brother's name, the Wen family must have wealth beyond measure. Wen Nuannuan replied, absolutely. Compared to the Wen family's assets, this is merely a trifle. Wait, my yacht that dad gifted me the other day wouldn't be as grand as this, would it? Wen Nuannuan felt a pang of sympathy for his sister, realizing how difficult her life had been with the Lin family. This cruise ship is just a tad larger. The one you received is certainly not as diminutive, just a standard 18-deck yacht. Jiang Mo was pleased with Wen Nuannuan's reaction and chuckled as he invited them inside. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Every time I treat Amuo to a meal, he says to order whatever. This time, I'll just order some random dishes, don't find them lacking. Though Jiang Mo feigned politeness, every word he uttered dripped with a sense of boastfulness. I get it. I'm indulging myself at your expense, and you still want to thank me for it. Wen Nuannuan thought, realizing he would be the subject of his sister's teasing for a lifetime. Brother Mo, esteemed guest, please step inside. The manager, anticipating the arrival of the boss, had gathered a staff to welcome them at the entrance. The sight of a group of stunning women dazzled Wen Nuannuan's eyes. I must say, Jiang Mo's taste is impeccable. These beautiful ladies are hard to resist. Wen Nuannuan couldn't help but doubt his sister's psychological makeup. He manually closed Wen Nuannuan's gaping mouth. Rain in that drool. Wen Nuannuan nodded excitedly. Jiang Mo extended his hand, respectfully gesturing for Wen Nuannuan to enter. With this gesture, anyone unaware of the situation might easily assume that Wen Nuannuan was the true master of Haiban City. And that was precisely Jiang Mo's intention. He desired outsiders to believe that Wen Nuannuan was the true leader of Haiban City, allowing him to leverage that perception to expand his own influence until the day he could overshadow Wen Nuannuan. Should Wen Nuannuan comply, he might even benevolently care for him. Receiving a directive through his earpiece, Wen Nuannuan nodded slightly and strode confidently inside. Jiang Mo watched him enter, smiling as he gestured for Wen Nuannuan to follow. With an innocent expression, she gleefully skipped inside. Observing his prey approaching the trap he had meticulously laid, Jiang Mo exchanged a knowing glance with the manager, who understood the signal and nodded in agreement. A triumphant smile crept onto Jiang Mo's lips as he followed Wen Nuannuan and the others inside. Meanwhile, concealed in the grass outside Haiban City, a young man with dyed yellow hair hastily tapped his screen, sending the footage he had just captured to his boss. Boss, Wen Nuannuan has entered Haiban City, and he is accompanied by a stunning girl. Good. Stay put and keep an eye on them. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 68. A seafood feast, but everything is poisoned. Wow, heavens. This is incredibly luxurious. As Wen Nuannuan gushed with admiration, Jiang Mo held his head high, unable to lower it even a fraction. I'm glad you like it. You can come here any time to enjoy yourselves. Jiang Wei rolled her eyes in jealousy. This insufferable man had never spoken to her with such tender words, even in bed. All right, let us hurry inside.
Starvin.
I apologize, Sister Wei. I have never encountered such an opulent hotel before. Jiang Wei had been spoiled by me, so don't mind her, Sister Nuan. Jiang Mo spoke to Wen Nuannuan with utmost kindness, then turned his disdainful gaze upon Jiang Wei. Sister Wei, did I teach you to treat guests this way? Jiang Wei shivered, feeling a chilling sensation surge from her feet straight to the crown of her head. Sister, I was merely joking. Do not take it to heart. I will take you on a proper tour. However, as they continued the tour with Jiang Wei, Wen Nuannuan felt as though her heart might burst from the sheer intensity of her emotions. This is just the first floor, and there are already dazzling crystal chandeliers. Jiang Mo must have drained all the money from my fourth brother. Otherwise, how could he afford to wear such tattered clothes every day? When I return home, I shall inform father to immediately cut off my fourth brother's card. When Mo himself was at a loss, too embarrassed to meet Wen Nuannuan's gaze. When he heard Jiang Mo impersonating him to acquire money, he felt nothing, but standing amidst such lavish decorations was a shock that felt more intense than a 10-point earthquake. Just then, the manager bent slightly and personally opened the door to their private room. Go, esteemed guests, please come in. Upon entering, they beheld a magnificent round table, meticulously arranged with no fewer than 10 varieties of seafood delicacies. When Nuan dropped her jaw for the umpteenth time, not because of the exorbitance of the ingredients, but because every single one of those lavish dishes was drenched in a secret poisonous sauce. Goodness gracious, So much seafood. This must be cold Australian lobster, salmon, garlic vermicelli, crab, blanched conch, pressure-cooked oysters, cheese red claw shrimp, steamed king crab, abalone, and even the rice is laced with poison. How much does Jiang Mo despise my fourth brother? Is he truly intending for him to become a drug mule? This quantity could very well kill my fourth brother. System. Haha, host, the amount is manageable. It would only be enough to incapacitate an adult elephant. Only incapacitate an adult elephant. Host, do not be overly excited. Most of the poison is on the shells, there isn't much in the flesh. For instance, the king crab shell has a toxicity level of 99, while the meat only contains 1. 1 is enough to take my fourth brother's life. How much more do you want?
Wen Nuannuan trembled.
He did not even possess legs as heavy as an elephant's. If he ate all of this, he would surely meet his end. Wen Nuannuan, please sit.
Wow.
Brother Mo, this is quite extravagant of you. It's merely a small expense, as long as you and Mo are willing to give me face. I can treat you to as many seafood feasts as you desire. You might have the money to treat us, but we certainly don't have the lives to consume it. When Mou silently agreed, seafood laced with poison meant whoever ate it would be doomed. When Wan shot her fourth brother a sympathetic glance before sitting down beside him, Jiang Mo, observing that when Mou was about to become his precious drug mule, joyfully opened a bottle of champagne, delicately pouring some into an Mou's glass. He then raised his own glass filled with champagne and sincerely expressed his gratitude to an Mou. Mo, had it not been for you saving me back then, I would have surely suffered a broken leg at the hands of the school bully. I have remembered your kindness all these years, and I toast this drink to you. With that, Jiang Mo tilted his head back and finished the entire glass, overturning it to signify his gratitude to an Mou. You're quite adept at dodging. You know seafood should not be paired with wine, and now the pressure is on my fourth brother. Mo, come on, eat up. I specifically chose the largest Australian lobster, and here's your favorite salmon, just freshly caught today, exceptionally fresh. When Mou reached out to push it away. After all these years as brothers, you have helped me far more. I must toast you a drink. As he reached for the champagne beside him, Jiang Mo pretended to help, but accidentally bumped into him, causing a bottle of fine champagne to spill. Watching the champagne flow out, Jiang Mo hurriedly comforted him. It's the thought that counts. Let us eat first. Manager, bring over a bottle of 82 Lafite. Jiang Mo casually picked up a piece of Australian lobster meat and placed it into an Mou's bowl. There's plenty of wine. Let us eat first. When the manager brings the wine over, we can enjoy a proper drink. Jiang Mo's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he closely observed Wen Nuannuan's actions. But after a while, Wen Nuannuan still did not pick up his chopsticks. Suddenly, he felt a surge of irritation. Brother Mo, I'm truly sorry. My brother cannot eat. Jiang Mo, upon hearing this, appeared to have heard the greatest joke in the world. The malice in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Sister Nuan, do not jest. These dishes are Mo's favorites. Mo, do you look down on me? He is getting anxious. Knowing the truth. Will he bite my fourth brother? He is not a dog, and why would he bite me? If anything, it would be you, Orange. When Nuan earnestly explained to her fourth brother, I apologize, Brother Mo. I did not know you were inviting my fourth brother for a seafood feast. So, before coming, my brother had eaten many oranges, and even took some vitamin C, bang. Jiang Mo felt as though a string in his mind had suddenly snapped. Many oranges? And he even consumed vitamin C? It couldn't possibly be that bag of Tarako blood oranges you gave us, could it? When Nuan blinked her innocent apricot eyes and innocently nodded, yes, it was because my fourth brother found them particularly delicious that I brought them for you. I just hadn't anticipated that Brother Mo would treat us to a seafood feast. Jiang Mo's eyes instantly turned crimson. This wretched girl had dared to sabotage his meticulously planned scheme, and his fury erupted, prompting him to lunge at Wen Nuannuan. When Mou's expression turned cold as he kicked Jiang Mo's knee. Jiang Mo fell to the ground with a crash, his face slamming onto the table. With him around, no one would dare bully his sister. Jiang Wei gasped, covering her mouth, stunned by the sudden turn of events. When Mou seized Jiang Mo by the collar, lifting him up, and then casually released him, leaving Jiang Mo slumped in the chair, dazed.
Am Montag.
How could you faint from hunger like this? Brother Mo didn't faint from hunger. This is weakness caused by low blood sugar. And he is currently unable to walk independently. Sister Wei, you must quickly feed Brother Mo some rice to prevent his condition from worsening and causing him to faint. Wen Nuannuan earnestly persuaded Jiang Wei, who was completely unaware of Jiang Mo's plans for the day. Hearing Wen Nuannuan's words, Jiang Wei took a bowl of abalone rice and began to feed Jiang Mo. Chapter 69, a ferocious tiger indeed, but not as ferocious as expected. Although Jiang Mo felt a bit dizzy when Mo's kick brought him back to his senses. He abruptly pushed Jiang Wei away. I'm feeling much better now. I can manage on my own. You can take that away. Jiang Wei angrily smashed the bowl down. I'm just trying to help you, and you're being ungrateful. If you're so capable, don't sleep in my bed. Sister Wei, please don't be upset. Those with low blood sugar have bodies that they cannot control. You must understand Brother Mo. When one's words successfully sowed discord between Jiang Wei and Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo was unaware that her low blood sugar was merely a result of her having been spoiled. Let us ignore him and eat. When he faints from hunger, he will eat on his own. Jiang Mo took a deep breath. As long as when Mou was present, he would still have the opportunity to poison him. I apologize, I've been busy with work and had no time to eat, resulting in low blood sugar. I feared you would worry, so I didn't inform you. Thankfully, Sister Nuan is well informed. To make amends, I will have the manager prepare a new dish. Mo, what are you saying? We are good brothers. There's no need for formality over a meal. You're already low on blood sugar. Why change the dish? Quickly eat some. Heiress the king crab. All for you. When Mou slyly placed all the king crabs in front of Jiang Mo's expression turned troubled as he forced a laugh and spoke. I just had a drink. Seafood is not something I can indulge in right now. Manager.
Comment.
Wen Nuannuan pouted and exchanged a glance with Wen Nuannuan. He managed to dodge that one. The two shared a moment of regret, but before they could dwell on it, the door was violently kicked open. Wen Nuannuan and her companions looked on with curiosity as more than a dozen individuals with bleached hair stormed in, wielding clubs and following their leader. A man in a black suit with yellow hair. Have you ever seen a group with matching uniforms, matching tattoos, and now this synchronized hair color? Is bulk dyeing more economical? Wen Nuannuan remarked, Sister, please refrain from making jokes in such a tense situation. I might actually burst out laughing. A lackey pulled out a chair opposite Wen Nuannuan, and the black-suited, yellow-haired leader plopped down into it. Young Master Foam, you can't go in there. Brother Mo. I apologize for not stopping young Master Foam. The manager, arriving late and looking disheveled with visible bruises on his face, bowed repeatedly to Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo glanced at his injured subordinate, his expression darkening as he waved him away, signaling him to leave. Young Master Mo, you have quite the knack for naming. I was wondering why we couldn't order seafood today. It seems it's all on your table. What kind of plot twist is this? Could it be that Jiang Mo, driven to desperation, is using this young master to eliminate me and Brother C? System. Host, you are overthinking. Foam E is merely a third-rate scion from a wealthy family in Jing City, eager to carve out his own path. However, upon arriving here to open a hotel, he discovered that this area was already claimed by Brother Mo. Thus, his youthful arrogance has led him to seek trouble. TSK, his attire reveals no ambition. If he were to discover that Brother Mo is actually Jiang Mo, would he faint on the spot? Wen Nuannuan felt a slight relief upon hearing his sister's musings. As long as they weren't aligned with Jiang Mo, the situation became much simpler. Listening to the voice of a colleague through his earpiece, Wen Nuannuan pondered briefly before deciding to expedite Foam Yi's exit to avoid disrupting their subsequent capture plan. Foam Yi, I have important matters to attend to today. Let's save the seafood feast for another time. Foam Yi scoffed young Master Wen. You truly are a man of your word. Don't postpone. Fate has brought us together today. So, let's share a meal. Foam Yi picked up the centerpiece Australian lobster from the table, inspecting it with exaggerated admiration, clicking his tongue in awe. Jiang Mo watched the scene with a furrowed brow, his fists clenched tightly as he silently observed Foam Yi's actions. This Foam Yi was reckless, daring to encroach upon his territory, a fool seeking his own demise. With Wen Nuannuan present, he could easily exploit this opportunity to eliminate him without breaking a sweat. Young Master C, you truly indulge yourself. Such top-tier Australian lobsters are hard to come by in Jing City, aren't they? I recall my father telling me that Chairman Wen loved to share. He was always generous with good food. Surely, you have inherited Chairman Wen's admirable qualities? Wen Nuannuan shook her head slightly, rolling her eyes internally. TSK, being young is an advantage. Pure ice drugs in hand, one for you and one for me. You all line up to meet your maker. Wen Nuannuan gasped, why didn't you mention that the inside is pure ice drug sooner? You must be the one who's young and reckless. Jiang Mo glared at Foam E with malevolence, interjecting before Wen Nuannuan could speak. Foam E. That was specially prepared for Mo. Put it down. The rebellious Feng Yi couldn't abide such sarcasm. Without hesitation, he took several large bites, swallowing greedily. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Moyu were utterly astonished. That was pure ice drugs. Oh, this kid is truly bold. After finishing, Feng Yi deliberately opened his empty mouth wide toward Wen Moyu, stretching out his tone with a mocking edge. Young Master C, sharing is a virtue. Today, I'll teach you how to share for free. I've eaten a lobster. I want Shanqing District too. The seaside city can't be monopolized by one family. Sign this contract. And from now on, Shanqing District will be our domain. Apologies, young Master Feng, but this seaside city does not belong to my brother. So the contract is of no use to him. Feng Yi turned and finally noticed Wen Nuannuan in the corner. Indeed, this girl was extraordinarily attractive. And even her voice was to his liking, stirring a sensation within him. Suppressing his frustration at not being able to eat the lobster, Feng Yi couldn't muster any anger toward Wen Nuannuan's beautiful face. He squinted, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile. Little sister, this is a matter for us men. It's best if you don't interfere. Moreover, if the seaside city doesn't belong to young Master Wen, then whose could it possibly be? Feng Yi's brain finally caught up with him, feeling somewhat lightheaded. The seaside city undoubtedly belonged to Jiang Mo, who was incredibly capable. Having established such a grand and luxurious seaside city, as Wen Nuannuan boasted, Feng Yi felt dizzy, glancing sideways at the scruffy-looking companion beside Wen Moyu, thinking, Jiang Mo? Isn't he just a subordinate to young Master Wen? Don't try to fool me. Using a subordinate as a shield is an old trick. I never expected the illustrious young master of the Wen family to resort to such underhanded tactics. Wen Moyu, you truly lack guts. Chapter 70. Dogs bite dogs. All in one go. Jiang Mo's eyes flashed with a gleam of cunning. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Today, he would seize this fool's life to establish his own hacking empire. He then stood up angrily, slamming his hand down on the table with a crash. Glaring at Feng Yi as he rebuked, "Shut your mouth. Do not speak of AMO in such a manner. Our seaside city operates legally. We live in a society governed by law. Young Master Feng, you should retract your unscrupulous tactics." This action successfully infuriated Feng Yi, who rolled his eyes and snorted derisively, promptly rising to his feet as well. You don't listen when I speak nicely, do you? Fine, let me show you the extent of my methods. His lackeys instinctively picked up their weapons, the atmosphere growing tense. Let the fighting begin. As the situation escalated, Wen Moyu quietly pulled the ever-curious Wen Nuannuan behind him. Feng Yi, having ingested the toxic lobster, knew time was of the essence and had to change his strategy. Action was required immediately. Wen Moyu picked up a nearby cup and smashed it to the ground. Feng Yi, do not go too far. Receiving Wen Moyu's signal, Team Qin sprang into action. Let the fighting commence. I bet my brother will be the first to strike. System. I concur. Wen Nuannuan's gaze was fixed intently on her brother's sudden outburst, while Feng Yi, eager to impress in front of the beautiful girl, was infuriated enough to slam his palm on the table, wincing in pain.
Yet,
the prideful Feng Yi gritted his teeth defiantly. Excessive? It is you, young Master C, who monopolizes Shanqing District by opening a seaside city. Today, I will teach Chairman Wen the true meaning of cooperation and mutual benefit. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's lackey kicked over a chair, while others prepared to wreak havoc on the serving table. Observing how easily Feng Yi was provoked, Jiang Mo felt a thrill of dangerous excitement course through him. He forcefully overturned the table, feigning the role of a brother ready to sacrifice himself, turning to Wen Moyu and shouting, "AMO, I'll hold them off. You all get out. Go. None of you will leave today." Feng Yi, fueled by anger, shouted back, but before he could finish, his legs weakened, and he suddenly collapsed. Feng Yi felt the world spinning around him, his body feeling weightless as if he were ascending into the sky. Big brother, big brother. His frightened lackey shook him anxiously. Damn it. How dare you poison our boss? Wen. Several younger brothers, their eyes ablaze with fury, glared fiercely at Wen Moyu, gripping their weapons tightly as they charged toward him. Bang! Team Qin led his squad through the door with such speed that Feng Yi's subordinates were caught entirely off guard, surrounded in an instant. Never having faced such a scenario before, Feng Yi's gang dropped their clubs in terror, raising their hands in surrender and crying out in protest. Officer, you've got the wrong person. It's Wen who tried to kill our boss. You must apprehend him before he escapes. How ridiculous. Wen Nuannuan jumped out first, indignant. My brother saved you. You truly don't recognize a benefactor when you see one. Although Feng Yi was caught in a hallucination, he still shouted vehemently, Officer, It's Wen Nuannuan. He poisoned the lobster, intending to kill me to silence me. You must arrest him. If you do, I'll tell you everything I know. He's involved in money laundering for the gang running Coastal City. Jiang Mo, growing increasingly anxious, turned pale as he heard the words gang. Without a moment's thought, he blurted out, "Shut up." All eyes turned sharply to Jiang Mo. His pupils constricted, and he forced himself to remain calm as he explained, "Officer, Mo is my good brother. He is not the person he claims." Team Chi nodded in agreement. He and Wen Nuannuan were classmates at the police academy, and after 4 years together, he knew Wen Nuannuan was not a smuggler or drug dealer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted him with such a crucial task. Wen Nuannuan offered a bitter smile. Even at this juncture, Jiang Mo showed no signs of repentance. "I know I am not that kind of person." He stared darkly at Jiang Mo. Then, after a moment of composure, he calmly produced a silver bracelet and snapped it onto Jiang Mo's wrist. "But whether you are, that's another matter." Jiang Mo's eyes turned bloodshot with indignation.
Montag.
"What do you mean? You'd rather believe the words of that lowlife phone than trust your own brother? Oh, what an act. You deserve an Oscar for that performance." Wen Nuannuan replied coldly, his voice frigid as he struck each word like a hammer into Jiang Mo's heart.
Jiang Montag.
"Since you say that, today you must clear your name. Team Chin, I am acquainted with Jiang Mo. I cannot participate in this case. Please ensure a thorough investigation, so Jiang Mo understands that justice in this world has never vanished." Jiang Mo's complexion changed completely as he thought of his grand aspirations. He could not afford to step foot in prison, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Mo, have you forgotten how I willingly sacrificed myself to go undercover for you? Now that I'm of no use, you want to kick me aside? Foamy was right. You are a coward, making me take the fall when things go wrong." Had this been the old Wen Nuannuan, he would have felt guilty and succumbed to Jiang Mo's manipulation. But now, having witnessed the truth, Jiang Mo was nothing more than a treacherous clown in his eyes. Wen Nuannuan retrieved a pinhole camera from a shirt button and handed it to Team Chin. "All photographic evidence has been uploaded to the police department's cloud, and there are backups. This is for you to handle." Jiang Mo glared at the camera, a surge of blood rushing to his head.
No.
"My gang empire is on the brink of success. It cannot end now." Yes, he had spilled the dishes, but there had to be a way to talk his way out. "Officer, it was Fong Es gang that wanted Coastal City. They intentionally poisoned the dishes to close the place down. Please investigate thoroughly." "Stop your nonsense. We didn't poison anything," protested a blonde subordinate crouching nearby. "If we had, how could our boss have eaten it?" "Officer, you must stand up for us. You've overturned the dishes. There's no evidence. Now you want to shift the blame, right? Too bad there's video evidence showing your boss handling the lobster and all of you touched the food. Those are irrefutable proofs. You can't deny it. Go to hell. You're framing us." Did I just spit out a dog hair? Watching dogs bite dogs up close is truly a sight. Chapter 71. A heart suspended finally hangs. Team Chin frowned deeply, his voice low and commanding. "We will get to the bottom of this. You need not worry." He was frustrated as he stared at the seafood on the ground, having underestimated Jiang Mo, who had cleverly destroyed all evidence. At that moment, Wen Nuannuan's voice chimed in like an angel, successfully saving Team Chin and his squad. "There's still a plate of lobster that Brother Mo personally served to my brother, as well as the salmon he brought to my brother. They're untouched. Captain Chin, you can examine them thoroughly. Justice will prevail." "What?"
Jiang Mo was utterly stunned.
Darkness engulfing him as he realized there were still 2 plates of food. Wen Nuannuan, noticing Jiang Mo's twitching lips, kindly delivered another blow. "Don't worry, Brother Mo. The pinhole camera surely recorded you serving the food, and look, even the position of the lobster head hasn't changed. The officers will definitely find out." Jiang Mo screamed, feeling as though he was being whipped, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Team Chin eagerly seized the 2 plates. "No, 2 crucial pieces of evidence. Handle these with care and send them for testing immediately." He turned to Wen Nuannuan, shaking her hand excitedly, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Sister, thank you for your help. Rest assured, with the evidence chain complete, the criminals will face justice."
"Cough, enough.
"Let go of my sister's hand. If you don't take Fong E to the hospital soon, he'll meet his maker." Wen Nuannuan snapped, shaking off Team Chin's unwelcome grip. Team Chin, taken aback by Wen Nuannuan's sudden outburst, rolled his eyes and instructed his team, "Take Fong E to the hospital. Everyone else, back to the station." Given the solid evidence and the pinhole camera capturing the entire incident, Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuyu only provided simple statements at the police station. However, the meth-laced lobster was merely an appetizer. During the search of Coastal City, they uncovered Jiang Mo's illegal activities done under Wen Wuyu's name. Due to the extensive involvement, the case soon caught the attention of the chief, who was furious to learn that his capable subordinate had been deceived by an undercover agent masquerading as a gang leader. He reprimanded Wen Wuyu for over an hour. Even from several offices away, Wen Nuannuan could hear the chief's indignant voice. Team Qin finally managed to persuade the chief to leave and turned to Wen Wuyu with disappointment. "Mo, no, I think I'll just call you from now on. How could you, a police officer, be so easily fooled by a criminal?" Wen Wuyu hung his head, too ashamed to offer an explanation. Any attempt to speak would only invite ridicule from the entire precinct for another year. Silence became his refuge today, until Wen Ting, having received notification, hurried over. Upon seeing Wen Nuannuan, he immediately pulled her left and right, checking her over several times before finally relaxing when he confirmed she was unharmed. "Brother, what about me? Aren't you concerned about me at all?" Wen Wuyu, seated, lamented as he patted his elder brother's shoulder. "What filthy thing?" Mistaking it for something dirty. Wen Ting swatted behind him, causing Wen Wuyu to see stars. "Brother, that's fourth brother." Wen Nuannuan pointed to the writhing figure of Wen Wuyu on the ground. Wen Wuyu lay there, pitifully covering half his face, whining, "Brother, why did you hit me?" Wen Ting focused his gaze. And only then did he realize that the figure on the ground was his younger brother, who had nearly lost his life to deceit. His tone instantly turned frigid. "Of course, I need to wake you up. Elder brother, don't you care about me at all? I nearly couldn't see you all again. Do you have any idea how perilous it was just now?" As he spoke of danger, he demanded an explanation. "Why did you take our sister to such a treacherous place? There are no seafood or yachts at home, turning you a policeman into a hostage?" Wen Mou, feeling the fiery gaze of his elder brother bearing down on him, swallowed hard and raised 3 fingers, swearing, "I didn't take her. She insisted on coming with me." "Really? You can ask her." Seeking salvation, Wen Mou glanced at Wen Nuannuan, who was smiling as she stood beside him. She cleared her throat twice, stepping in front of him to explain. Yes. It was I who insisted on following fourth brother, otherwise he would have been poisoned to death by Jiang Mo. Wen Ting remarked, "The situation is gradually taking a strange turn." Team leader Qin firmly grasped Wen Ting's hand, and as he saw the Wen family's president, he began to vent like a weary soul, recounting all the illegal activities Jiang Mo had orchestrated through Wen Mou. The lawyer following Wen Ting struggled to keep up with team leader Qin's rapid-fire revelations, his fingers nearly smoking as he remained fixated on the initial money laundering case. Wen Nuannuan observed as her elder brother's complexion shifted from red to purple, and then to a dark hue akin to that of a burnt pot. "Look at how furious my elder brother is. He's turning into an African," she quipped. If he knew that every brick and tile of Haiban City was purchased under fourth brother's name by Jiang Mo, he would undoubtedly spew blood on the spot, staining the entire police station. Wen Mou interjected, "Thank you. Now that elder brother knows, I'm about to be the one to spew blood all over the police station." "Mo, no, you graduated from the same police academy as I did. I truly don't want to see him deceived by such scum again." Fortunately, today Nuannuan's sister had the foresight to give IU an orange, otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences. "President Wen, you must ensure that the Wen group is tightly controlled, preventing any criminals from exploiting it." Wen Ting maintained a calm demeanor, yet each word he spoke concealed an impending tempest. "Team leader Qin, rest assured, I will maintain strict oversight of the group and will never allow anyone to exploit it for criminal activities." Wen Mou stood dumbfounded at the side, his heart finally at ease. As a policeman, a robust man, he not only required his sister's protection but also learned the truth about Jiang Mo's malice from her. He felt that his face had been thoroughly ruined for life and wished for time to pass swiftly. "President Wen, the materials have been reviewed and seem generally unproblematic. But Jiang Mo's case has broad implications, and we will investigate thoroughly. Moreover, thanks to Sister Nuannuan's assistance today, crucial evidence was preserved, which not only averted losses for the Wen group, but also helped us eradicate a malignant presence in Jing City." The chief even specifically commended Sister Nuannuan. "Would she consider applying to our police academy?" "Thank you, Chief and Team Leader Qin, for your kind words. My sister has already graduated from university." Team Leader Qin looked astonished, realizing he had missed out on such a promising candidate for the police force. I see. Then, President Wen, please take Sister Nuannuan and IU home to rest properly." "Ha ha ha, Fourth brother, what a loss of a promising recruit. Wen Ting retorted. He no longer deserves to be called Mo. Chapter 72. Fourth brother, abandoned at last. Alright, since you are all fine, we shall return home now and discuss further there. After speaking, Wen Ting cast a dark glance at Wen Mou and then turned to gently regard Wen Nuannuan, patiently matching his steps with his sister as they departed the police station. Upon returning home, Liu Hua, hearing Wen Nuannuan and Wen Mou's arrival, rushed out without even putting on her shoes. Nuannuan, weren't you at the hospital for a checkup? How did you return home with the big boss? When Mou glanced left and right, his eyes flickering, but dared not meet their parents' gaze. Wen Ting coldly shot a glance at Wen Mou and disclosed the events surrounding Heiress City to their parents. However, concerned that his younger siblings might not withstand the burden, he concealed the details about the methamphetamine, ultimately relaying Team Leader Qin's words verbatim to their father and mother. Their parents hurriedly surrounded Wen Nuannuan and Wen Mou, inspecting them from head to toe to ensure their beloved daughter and son were unharmed before finally relaxing. Liu Hua tightly grasped her daughter's hand, seething with rage. That Jiang Mo is truly heartless, using Fourth's name to commit such vile deeds. He is bent on ruining Fourth. She could hardly contain her desire to extract Jiang Mo and beat him to a pulp. Wen Nuannuan quickly soothed Liu Hua. Mom and Dad, don't be angry. In fact, today Fourth brother actively contacted Team Leader Qin. Thanks to Fourth brother's alert, we were able to eliminate Jiang Mo's lair and uncover his misdeeds, which balances the scales. Liu Hua and Wen Zhenyang's expression softened a bit. Wen Zhenyang lifted his thermos, sipping some goji berry tea to calm his nerves. Fortunately, Fourth brother was lucky to encounter Team Qin conducting checks in Heiress City. Otherwise, I would have had to exhaust myself gathering evidence from Jiang Wei. Thankfully, Fourth brother successfully evaded the fate of being framed and killed by Jiang Mo.
Oft.
Wen Zhenyang's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he sprayed tea all over Fourth brother's face. Wen Ting remarked in a low voice, "Today, you were the one who contacted Team Leader Qin." Yes, Wen Mou nodded, his gaze evasive. The final veil of shame had been stripped away by his elder brother. Outsiders may not know that he could hear his sister's thoughts, but within the family, it was evident to everyone. At that moment, Wen Mingxi stepped into the living room, adjusting his glasses. He did not need to voice his suspicions. It was clear that Fourth brother had heard his sister's thoughts and thus avoided disaster. The family of five, aside from Wen Nuannuan, stared at Wen Mou with peculiar expressions. Wen Nuannuan sensed the atmosphere had turned oddly tense. Why is everyone staring at Fourth brother? Do they know he has been using his own salary to support Jiang Mo? Or have they seen the luxurious scenes of Heiress City? Suddenly, the other four members of the Wen family glared at Wen Mou with a greenish glint in their eyes. If looks could kill, he would surely have collapsed on the spot. They were at a loss for words. Was supporting Jiang Mo a sign of thriftiness or foolishness? Wait a minute. Didn't he elder brother just inform our parents? How should I naturally bring out the photos of Heiress City to let Dad know that Jiang Mo has been extravagantly spending under Fourth brother's name? Wen Ting cooperatively took out his phone. Mom and Dad, here are the images from Team Qin regarding Heiress City. Can we confirm if it was funded by the Wen Group? Nice. Elder brother is indeed remarkable. Wen Ting's lips curled into a proud smile at his sister's praise. Meanwhile, Wen Zhenyang, whose blood pressure had not yet subsided, slammed his palm on the table upon seeing the opulence of Heiress City. You Fourth brother, what can I say? You've been sold. And yet you're giving them money. Exactly. This is unacceptable. Dad, quickly freeze Fourth brother's card, halt his supercar, and stop his villa. When Mou looked at his sister in terror, you're the real Grim Reaper. Hearing his daughter say this, Wen Zhenyang waved his hand decisively. From today onward, all your cards and villas are suspended. You must stay home and reflect. Wen Mingxi adjusted his glasses with his slender fingers, the cold light reflecting off the lenses causing Wen Mou to shudder. Jiang Mo has committed crimes under Fourth brother's name. Our group needs to hold a press conference to clarify matters, lest the uninformed fall victim again. Wen Mou exclaimed, this is a heartless attack. Yes, elder brother. Arrange the press conference immediately, publicly announce that the Wen family is temporarily severing ties with Wen Mou, and resolve this matter directly. Wen Mou felt as if he had been turned to stone, utterly shattered. Dad, this plan is brilliant. Not only can he silence the malicious gossip of ill-intentioned individuals, but he can also safeguard Fourth brother and protect the family business. Father is truly remarkable. Wen Zhenyang cast a proud glance at his wife. reveling in their daughter's praise. However, the name Amo can no longer be used, when Anting added emotionlessly. When Moyu collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning. Eldest brother is right. Fourth brother's nickname could be Moyu. No, octopus sounds better. Speaking of octopus, I suddenly crave takoyaki. Upon hearing their daughter's hunger pangs, Lu Yuhua finally intervened to halt the inquisition of Wen Muyu. Alright, Nuannuan has worked hard all day and barely had lunch. Let us eat first. As soon as Wen Nuannuan heard that food was on the horizon, her eyes sparkled with delight. Mom, I want takoyaki. And I saw a giant lobster and an enormous king crab today. Alright, we have plenty of seafood at home. I'll make sure you're well fed, Lu Yuhua said, playfully tapping her daughter's nose before leading Wen Nuannuan towards the kitchen. When Anting stood up, kindly reminding Lao Nye, fourth brother, had an orange. Please prepare a iku si tian meal to be sent to his room. When Muyu sat up abruptly, he had digested the orange long ago and was now eager for the Australian lobster. Eldest brother, how could you suggest a iku si tian meal for fourth brother? When Muyu exclaimed excitedly, glancing at his sister, feeling a warmth he had longed for in the family. Why not send fourth brother to the police station where he can truly understand the suffering of the people? Not only would it cure his martyr complex, but it would also enhance his skills as a policeman, a win-win situation. When Muyu exclaimed, at times, it's hard to tell if you are Yama or my dear sister. This suggestion resonated deeply with the 4 members of the Wen family. Without waiting for Wen Anting to respond, Wen Jinyang decisively declared, Lao Nye, cancel the preparation of old fourth's meal. He needs to return to the police station immediately. How can a policeman protect the people while lounging at home? Old fourth, you want to return until you earn a few merits. The words that Wen Muyu was about to utter were swiftly retracted upon seeing the expressions of the Wen family. I'll head back to the police station right away. Chapter 73. Socially astute, almost misunderstood his affection for fourth brother. Wen Muyu's survival instincts kicked in as he vanished into thin air. Wen Jinyang nodded with satisfaction, pleased that old fourth had some sense and knew not to let his sister go hungry. My darling daughter, you must be starving. Let us eat. After watching Wen Muyu leave, Wen Jinyang's expression softened with concern. He skillfully peeled a large lobster and presented it to his daughter.
Thank you, Dad.
Wen Nuannuan beamed, handing the largest piece of lobster meat to Lu Yuhua and then offering a piece to her hardworking father. By the way, eldest brother loves crab meat porridge. Wen Nuannuan cleverly positioned the crab meat porridge in front of her elder brother. Second brother prefers light dishes. Steamed base will surely delight him. She lavishly placed a platter of base in front of her second brother, then eagerly dug into the lobster meat on her plate. The sight of their sister's thoughtful gestures brought tears to the eyes of the Wen family, who could not help but reflect on how truly precious their daughter was. She had a heart that cared for others. Lao Nye, witnessing this heartwarming scene, turned away to discreetly wipe his tears. Since the young lady's return, the Wen household had gradually transformed into a true home. He needed to capture this warm moment in a photo to share with third and fourth young masters, bringing them some joy as well. Not far away, Wen Muyu stumbled upon the photo sent by Lao Nye and fell to the ground in shock. Was this what it felt like to be abandoned like third brother? The pain was overwhelming. Achoo. When Wuling rubbed his nose, and upon seeing the images on his phone, he spat out a mouthful of water. What a heart-wrenching betrayal. How could he ever earn his mother's forgiveness? After resolving fourth brother's life-threatening predicament, Wen Nuannuan returned to her room, feeling lighthearted after a satisfying meal. Lying on the soft sofa, she instinctively reached for her phone, only to be greeted by a flurry of red notifications. As she unlocked her screen, she was bombarded by a wave of messages, all from Gu Maching. What was happening? Had the investment of 10 million turned awry? Please no. Wen Nuannuan was lost in thought for a few seconds, with barely enough time to complain before her screen began to flash incessantly. The name Gu Kaishin appeared boldly on the display. Realizing she had muted her phone, she hesitated for a moment before delicately tapping on the screen. Wen Nuannuan? The familiar, cool voice seemed to tremble slightly, prompting her to double-check the screen to confirm it was indeed Gu Maching. Yes, it's me. Upon hearing Wen Nuannuan's soft voice, Gu Maching finally relaxed his furrowed brow. As soon as he eased, fatigue washed over him. He leaned back in his chair, his elongated eyes gazing at the dark sky, yet his heart felt unusually light. Mr. Gu, my phone was on silent, so I only just saw your messages. Is there an issue with the investment? The investment remains unchanged.
Oh.
This time, Wen Nuannuan frowned. Then, Mr. Gu, is there anything urgent you need from me? Seeing today's police report, are you and Wen Muyu unharmed? Nuannuan had yet to check her phone since returning home, but Gu-Maching's reminder prompted her to quickly scroll through the news, only to discover that the incident had already trended on Weibo. She had truly underestimated the speed of information dissemination. When Nuannuan chuckled, "It's fine. Of course. We're fine. With fourth brother around, we are definitely safe. That's good to hear. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Gu. Please take care and rest well."
Wait.
When Nuannuan's slender finger paused, glancing quizzically at her phone screen. On the other end, Gu-Maching pressed his lips together, realizing that given the current distance between them, any inappropriate concern might push them further apart. He hoped that Wen Nuannuan's integrity would not suffer any negative repercussions from today's events. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Gu. I will definitely convey your sentiments to fourth brother. Knowing he has support will surely bring him joy. You're too kind. The Wen family has assisted the Gu family in many ways. I look forward to our future collaboration." No wonder you became the president of the Gu Corporation at such a young age. Your social acumen is impressive. I almost misunderstood your feelings for fourth brother. When Nuannuan quickly adjusted her tone, striving to adopt the demeanor of a business elite. "I, too, look forward to that day. I believe it will come. Feel free to reach out to me anytime regarding the investment matters. I won't disturb your rest further. Goodbye."
Goodbye.
When Nuannuan earnestly bowed to the air, while holding her phone. After ending the call, she found herself still enveloped in the commanding aura of Gu-Maching. She never expected the novels to be so accurate. Even his manner of speaking carried a whiff of currency. This investment was something she could hardly wait for. When Nuannuan picked up her phone and headed straight for Wen Nuannuan's study. Knock, knock. As soon as she opened the door, Wen Nuannuan was greeted by the radiant smile of his daughter, delight illuminating his face, creating creases that marked his joy.
Nuannuan, come in.
Upon entering, Wen Nuannuan gazed at the walls lined with books, then looked at her father, who radiated the aura of a leader yet wore a smile. Truly, one's attire can elevate one's status, the more ostentatious, the wealthier. Who would have thought that in this lavishly decorated study? My father has only touched 3 books, one on the art of war, one on the book of Master Gigo, and one, surprisingly, is fourth brother's comic book. The disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. Wen Nuannuan, his face flushed, cleared his throat, not expecting that the secret he had concealed for so many years would ultimately be discovered by his daughter. In a bid to preserve some semblance of a good image in her eyes, he swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Nuannuan, is there something you wish to discuss with your father?" I almost forgot the main matter." With this question, Wen Nuannuan successfully quelled Wen Nuannuan's curiosity about her father's secret. Wen Nuannuan beamed with a radiant smile and began to express her thoughts to her father. "Dad, after reflecting on today's events, I have arrived at a profoundly important conclusion. One must rely on oneself. Only by becoming strong can we protect our family and bring them prosperity. With prosperity comes happiness, and with happiness, a joyful spirit, and with a joyful spirit, health follows. Therefore, I wish to invest." Wen Nuannuan nodded slightly. Investment was a trivial matter, and he was more than willing to let his daughter explore as she pleased. "Very well. Father supports you. Tomorrow, I will have the company's business manager come over. You can invest in whatever you wish." Wen Nuannuan shook her head. "No need for that.
Dad.
I have already identified an investment project. I just need to sign the contract. However, I am concerned that there might be a conflict with the company. So I was hoping to have the legal department review it. Is that alright, Dad?" Chapter 74. What is being drunk is not tea, but the essence of Yuan. Seeing his daughter clasp her hands together in a pleading manner, Wen Nuannuan readily acquiesced. "Perfect timing. I haven't been to the company in a while. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the office and give you a tour of our company." "Really?
Thank you, Dad.
You truly are the best father in the world." Upon hearing his daughter's praise, Wen Nuannuan could not help but boastfully refill his tea several times. Realizing he had forgotten to record this moment, he slapped his thigh. It would surely be something to show off to his wife. As dawn broke the next day, Wen Nuannuan, impeccably dressed, sat in the living room, glancing at the staircase from time to time. Lu Yuhua took a sip of tea, shaking her head in exasperation. What could she do? Her husband was, after all, someone she indulged. When Wen Nuannuan descended the stairs and saw his father donned in a suit, he raised an eyebrow and greeted them as usual. "Good morning, Mom and Dad." Wen Nuannuan proudly adjusted his meticulously tied tie, his face glowing with pride as he nodded. Wen Nuannuan, you've noticed. Today I'm taking your sister to the company." Wen Nuannuan replied with a slight pause. Wen Nuannuan exaggeratedly laughed. "Haraha, you've caught on. Today is the day." Wen Nuannuan. Lu Yuhua winked at her eldest son, signaling him to ignore their father. After all, his eccentricities were nothing new and had only intensified since their daughter's return, though he had managed to conceal it well due to his fatherly stature. When Mingxi patted his elder brother on the shoulder, eager to avoid hearing the same lines again, and quickly pulled him out the door. Hey, why the rush? I'm taking your sister to the company today. Indeed, they had walked quite a distance when they could still hear their father's voice. Elder brother, when will the internal traitor be exposed? If I have to witness Dad going crazy every day, I might need a new pair of glasses. When Nuannuan, hearing this, concealed his gaze behind long eyelashes, offering reassurance. Soon, your glasses are so ugly, if they need to be replaced, then so be it. A hint of fissures appeared in Wen Mingxi's otherwise calm expression. What was that supposed to mean? Brother, the psychiatric ward is always welcoming you.
Bang!
The only response to Wen Mingxi was the sound of a door slamming shut. Unaware of her father's morning antics, Wen Nuannuan cheerfully bid farewell to her mother before following her father to the company. Wen Nuannuan had long heard that Zhushi Group was situated in the city center, a prime location, but upon witnessing the towering skyscraper in person, she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Wow, this scale, this grandeur. It has completely revamped my perception of wealth. Following her father into the exclusive elevator, she was greeted by respectful bows from employees as they ascended to the top floor. Wow, is this the grandeur of a chairman? Hearing his daughter's continuous expressions of admiration, Wen Nuannuan stood a little taller. Although he was indifferent to superficial fame, his daughter's praise was always welcome. Wen Nuannuan, intrigued, entered the office with her father and stood frozen for 3 seconds. My goodness, I've seen penthouses with swimming pools, but I've never seen one with a garden. Is this the confidence of being at the top of the wealthy list?
Ha ha ha.
I'm almost laughing at my own poverty. Wen Nuannuan's smile faltered slightly. How could he explain that upon reaching a certain age, one develops a fondness for feng shui? Nuannuan, Lawyer Zhou will be here shortly. Let us sit down and wait for him. Wen Nuannuan closed her gaping mouth and joined her father on a beautifully crafted Chinese-style sofa. The secretary presented a set of elegant purple clay tea utensils, standing respectfully by, awaiting Wen Nuannuan's instructions. Upon seeing his cherished tea set, Wen Nuannuan eagerly anticipated showcasing it to his daughter. Xiao Qian, bring me my Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain.
Yes.
Wah, this tea is one of only 6 in the world. It costs an astounding 10.4 million yuan per kilogram. No way. Wen Nuannuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched her father nonchalantly drop a single tea leaf into the teapot.
Well.
Now only 5 remain in the world. Wen Nuannuan clutched her heart, watching her father gleefully pour water into the purple clay pot. If I'm not mistaken, a teapot that complements such expensive tea must be extraordinary. System. Bingo. Host, not only is the purple clay pot extraordinary, but this entire tea set is also one of a kind. This top-tier purple clay tea set, whimsically named Squirrel Grape, was sold for a mere 92 million yuan.
What?
Wen Nuannuan nearly choked on her own saliva.
What?
92 million. My dad drinks tea from a 92 million yuan tea set. This isn't just tea. This is the essence of wealth. Seeing his daughter's astonished reaction to the tea set, Wen Nuannuan felt a pang of heartache. How had the Lin family subjected his precious daughter to such hardships that even a mere tea set could elicit such shock? Today, he resolved to ensure his daughter savored every drop of this tea. As he reached for the teapot, he was suddenly met with Wen Nuannuan's sharp exclamation.
No, Dad.
That teapot is toxic. Startled, Wen Nuannuan instinctively knocked over the entire tea tray, causing cups and pots to scatter across the table with a clatter. Wen Nuannuan awkwardly retracted her hand, blinking at her father. He swiftly stood up, washed his hands, and, without hesitation, took out a bottle of disinfectant, thoroughly sanitizing the area, even ensuring that his daughter was meticulously disinfected from head to toe. This unexpected display not only left Wen Nuannuan wide-eyed, but also rendered the secretary, who had been with him for years, speechless. No way, what is going on? I haven't said anything. Why is Dad acting like this? Wen Nuannuan hurriedly explained. Oh, I haven't been to the office lately. This tea set has gathered a layer of dust, so I thought I should clean it first. Seriously, Dad? How old are you already? You've forgotten that quickly. I need to contact my second brother to schedule a brain checkup for you. The secretary stood frozen in disbelief. Realizing that the chairman had a method for brewing tea that involved cleaning the utensils, wasn't tea that the cleaner's job? Wen Nuannuan felt a sheen of sweat form on his brow, He could hardly admit that he had knocked over the tea set due to hearing his daughter's thoughts. Having confirmed that his precious daughter had been thoroughly disinfected and was in good health, Wen Nuannuan calmly took out a tissue to wipe his hands, casually instructing his secretary to procure his daughter's favorite bubble tea, sweetened to 3 parts sugar, served warm, and most importantly, with an extra serving of taro balls. Chapter 75. The opening of the underworld instruments, instantly transforming into a graveyard. The bewildered secretary finally snapped back to reality, nodding absent-mindedly before inadvertently colliding with the wall, clutching his nose as he exited the office. Turning back, Wen Nuannuan found his daughter staring at him intently, her gaze unwavering. And for the first time in his years of commanding the business world, he felt an unexpected wave of suffocating embarrassment. Had his attempts at concealment been so transparent that his daughter could discern his innermost thoughts? In truth, the father merely intended to.
Dad.
How about you also indulge in a cup of bubble tea? No, prepare one for Lawyer Zhou as well. Don't touch the company's cups. They've all been poisoned. Wen Nuannuan's eyes widened in realization. So that's the case. All right then. Today I shall also partake in the delights of my daughter's choice and savor the taste of bubble tea. He swiftly picked up his phone to contact the secretary and ordered several more cups. Meanwhile, Wen Nuannuan had transformed into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes, meticulously scrutinizing the tea set on the table. Fortunately, the cups are coated with a slow-acting poison. There won't be immediate consequences. But prolonged exposure could lead to cognitive decline, rendering one easily manipulable, thus paving the way for a corporate takeover. Eventually, the dosage would increase, and my father would. Heavens, I dare not imagine the implications. My villainous father, the wealthiest of the wealthy, reduced to losing his company through poisoning. Wen Nuannuan's hand trembled slightly as he held his phone. Thankfully, he had been at home with his wife lately, avoiding the office. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly found himself ensnared in foolishness. Dad, how long have you been using this tea set? Noticing his daughter's face pale with urgency, Wen Nuannuan hastily reassured her. Today is your first visit, so I decided to bring out this unique tea set, which I seldom use. Wen Nuannuan exhaled in relief, her expression gradually softening. Thank goodness my frugal billionaire father doesn't treat this tea set as a precious artifact. Wen Nuannuan. Indeed. I must investigate which heartless individual bribed the cleaning lady to poison my father. Upon hearing this, Wen Nuannuan straightened in his seat. The benefits provided by Zhou Group were among the best globally, and he had always adhered to a philosophy of amiable dealings. Despite his prolonged investigations and suspicions of many, he had yet to uncover the mastermind behind this scheme, who wished to harm him and his family. Wen Nuannuan? At the mention of this disturbingly familiar name, Wen Nuannuan's complexion drained of color, a surge of fury igniting within him. Wen Nuannuan? How could it possibly be Wen Nuannuan, the brother he had trusted implicitly? Despite all that had transpired, he had never doubted his elder brother with whom he had grown up. Why would his brother seek to harm their own family? This man is my uncle. What a ludicrous revelation. System. Calm down, host, calm down. By blood, he is merely your distant cousin. Nonsense. This bloodline is as distant as Siberia. Wen Nuannuan was never favored by his stepmother, often beaten black and blue. When my father discovered this, he begged my grandfather for days to bring him into the Wen family, providing him with the best of everything. My grandfather even managed all his work, marriage, and children. You dare call him a distant cousin? Since when did the standards for relatives become so elevated? Wen Nuannuan closed his eyes, massaging his aching temples. Memories from their childhood flashed before him like a cinematic reel, his brother's initial arrival at the Wen household, too timid to even eat, and how he had taken it upon himself to deliver meals to his room for half a month until his brother felt comfortable enough to join them at the table. When his brother first transferred to an elite school, he was too shy to communicate, so he had followed him for months, ensuring his safety and leveraging all his connections to help him integrate into school life. When his brother first joined Zhou Group, a poor judgment call had led to significant losses for the company. Yet, he had never cast blame, instead shouldering the responsibility and rectifying the damages. When Nuannuan rubbed her forehead, shaking her head. My uncle needed financial support for school, my father provided it. My uncle encountered troubles, my father supported him financially. Even my uncle's current job was secured through my father's unwavering endorsement. I apologize, fourth brother. I misjudged you. Compared to my father, you are genuinely altruistic. To think I once claimed you inherited our father's saintly heart, I am deeply remorseful. If we're talking about true altruism, my father ranks second. No one dares claim the top spot. Calculating from childhood until now, I'm in my 20s. Does that mean my father has been a super saint for over 50 years? All while being unaware that my uncle has been colluding with outsiders to abduct me and disseminate critical information about Zhuo Group to rival companies? Wen Nuannuan trembled with rage, unable to fathom why he had treated his brother so well only to face betrayal. Let us not forget, my uncle's patience is remarkable. Despite numerous attempts, he hasn't succeeded in dethroning my father from his position. Not only does he persist, but he also continues to poison and harm him, truly relentless in his ambition. Wen Nuannuan was momentarily calmed by his daughter's fervor, his initial fury giving way to a steadier demeanor. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
When Nuannuan turned to see the bubble tea she had so eagerly anticipated. Oh yay. They ordered every variety. Father, you are the best dad in the world. Dad, you must try this milk tea. When feeling down, a sweet drink can instantly lift your spirits. As he accepted the cup from his daughter, he realized that the pastel-colored packaging, which he typically found unappealing, seemed particularly charming today, perhaps owing to his daughter's affection. After taking a sip, he felt his mood brighten significantly. It really is delicious. No wonder it was chosen by my dear Nuannuan. The secretary gazed in astonishment at the chairman, who usually indulged only in fine teas, now downing bubble tea with enthusiasm and showering praises. Had he truly been away from the office for so long that he had fallen out of touch with contemporary trends? Then, what about all these bubble teas on the table? The secretary was now utterly flummoxed, holding the bubble tea, while glancing at the chairman. When Nuannuan waved her hands dismissively. What a joke. The table is poisoned. If you place the bubble tea there, will I still be able to drink it? Wen Nuannuan nodded slightly. Let us place these bubble teas over there. The secretary, whose mind had been somewhat clear, suddenly turned to mush upon seeing the chairman gesture towards the valuable antique cabinet. Those antiques were worth billions. To allow them to mingle with bubble tea was sheer madness. When Nuannuan followed the secretary's gaze and her eyes inadvertently locked onto a particularly sinister-looking antique, sending a chill racing down her spine. What kind of antique possesses a naturally cooling effect? System. Naturally, it's from the underworld. Let us not jest with the supernatural. When Nuannuan turned his puzzled gaze towards the antique cabinet. Some of these antiques he had purchased himself, while others were gifts from his brother. Could it be that his brother had poisoned the antiques as well? Chapter 76. The Scoundrel Uncle. Hand over the red envelope. Ahem, what? This bronze vase with a snake pattern is a funerary item that inherently attracts negative energy. Wherever it is placed, it transforms into a graveyard. Uncle truly employs both overt and covert tactics, sending 5 or 6 cursed antiques. This is a blatant attempt to send my father to his grave. Wen Nuannuan, what? Dad, this antique looks odd. It surely can't be problematic, can it? Nuannuan, let us explore the company first. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Nuannuan exchanged glances, both simultaneously voicing their thoughts. The secretary glanced to the left and right, caught in the crossfire between the two men. What antiques? What company? With a clatter, the secretary swiftly turned to open the door, only to find it was Manager Wen, the chairman's elder brother. She greeted him with utmost respect. Good day, Manager Wen. How may I assist you? The visitor responded with a warm smile. I heard the chairman has arrived, so I came to check in. Is the chairman available now? Wen Nuannuan. His voice is so gentle and humble. It's no wonder my father has been deceived by this uncle for so long. Wen Nuannuan. Now he seemed to comprehend the sentiments of his third and fourth brothers. Brother, please come in. Wen Nuannuan rose and walked to the door to personally welcome Wen Nuannuan. At this moment, without any evidence, it was prudent not to stir the hornet's nest. When Nuannuan stood up alongside Wen Nuannuan, obediently playing the role of a well-mannered young relative, smiling sweetly as she looked at her incoming uncle. The man who entered had a refined square face, dressed in attire as plain as that of an ordinary worker, sporting an aged suit that he wore impeccably. Devoid of any arrogance or severity, clearly a diligent and honest individual devoted to his company. TSK, indeed. High-end hunters often masquerade as prey. The company's annual dividends amount to no less than a few million, and at times over 10 million. With such wealth, wearing such worn clothing is a blatant act of portraying a pitiful image to outsiders, feigning humility before my father. Wen Nuannuan's pupils quivered. Indeed, he had been completely misled by his elder brother's guise of a pitiable, honest man. Upon entering, Wen Nuannuan noticed Wen Nuannuan behind Wen Nuannuan, and a fleeting glint of malice crossed his eyes before he asked with a benevolent smile, "You must be Nuannuan?" Wen Nuannuan smiled mechanically, nodding in response. Such swift information. How did he ascertain my identity so quickly? Wen Nuannuan, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze. When he initially handled the affairs of the third brother, he had casually mentioned that he had adopted a daughter, and it seemed his elder brother not only remembered but had thoroughly investigated. Fortunately, the elder brother was astute and did not disclose the daughter's true identity, or else he could not bear to imagine the consequences.
Nuannuan.
Why didn't you inform me that you were bringing your daughter? I could have prepared a red envelope for my niece. Wen Nuannuan feigned reproach towards Wen Nuannuan, yet his eyes remained fixated on Wen Nuannuan. She resembles her. It's striking how much she looks like Liu Yuhua, as if she were cast from the same mold. A hint of resentment coalesced in Wen Nuannuan's gaze, yet he did not wish to witness the happiness of the Wen Nuannuan family. After being reminded by his daughter, Wen Nuannuan's admiration faded, and his seasoned business acumen instantly discerned Wen Nuannuan's intentions. He laughed heartily, his smile genuine and affectionate, even more so than that of brothers reunited. Haha, brother, you have plenty of opportunities to give red envelopes. You can do so right now.
Nuannuan.
What are you being so polite for? Wen Nuannuan, initially thinking Wen Nuannuan would be the same as before and only speak half a sentence, suddenly realized he wish to give away any money. However, having already made the statement, he quickly retrieved his phone with a smile. Right. I've gotten older and forgot that now we send red envelopes via mobile. Nuannuan, don't disdain this small amount. Consider it a greeting gift from your uncle. A fool would pass up an opportunity. I never expected father to suddenly wake up today and be this generous. Hearing her daughter's praise, Wen Nuannuan's smile nearly reached the heavens. Wen Nuannuan pulled out her phone, and with a chime, a notification sounded. 500 yuan credited via WeChat. The abrupt mechanical voice left Wen Nuannuan momentarily stunned, and upon meeting the obscure gazes of Wen Nuannuan and Wen Nuannuan, he hastily added, "There's a limit on WeChat." That old fox is quick to cover his tracks. When Nuannuan and Wen Nuannuan exchanged knowing smiles, the shrewd businessman remained unruffled, feigning reproach towards Wen Nuannuan. Nuannuan, why did you open WeChat? Receiving 500 yuan. How will your uncle face others? If word gets out, people will poke fun at him, claiming he is stingy for not even giving his niece a few thousand in red envelopes. Quickly, open Alipay. Wen Nuannuan nodded regretfully, glancing at Secretary Qian, who felt a chill creeping up his spine, only to turn and meet the cold gaze of Wen Nuannuan. Innocent. He hadn't said a word. Wen Nuannuan watched as the phone inched closer, his smile freezing in place, reluctantly transferring 50,000 yuan.
50,000 yuan credited via Alipay.
Upon hearing the emotionless notification from Alipay, Wen Nuannuan felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Thank you, uncle. When Wen Nuannuan's sweet voice chimed in, it felt like another blow to him, and he replied nonchalantly, "It's merely a small sum. It's nothing compared to your family's wealth. It would be inappropriate if others knew the richest family still accepts red envelopes." Oh, brother, you're being too formal. Every year, I send your son several million in red envelopes. No one would say anything if they knew. With a few casual words, Wen Nuannuan deftly turned the tide, darkening Wen Nuannuan's expression. Nice, dad, double kill. Wen Nuannuan exaggeratedly covered her mouth, incredulously asking, Really, dad? You give cousin several million in red envelopes every year? How fortunate he is to have an uncle like you. Uncle, don't you agree? Wen Nuannuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and nodding with a smile. Yes. I'm very pleased to have such a good brother as Nuannuan. Observing the palpable resistance in Wen Nuannuan, Wen Nuannuan feigned curiosity, tilting her head as she questioned. Why does it seem your tone is a bit strange, uncle? Dad, shouldn't I refuse uncle's money? Even though you give cousins several million each year. I'm only receiving a few thousand from uncle. Isn't that inappropriate? Wen Nuannuan's eyes nearly bulged out. All his schemes had been exposed by this faux daughter. Amused to the point of fury, he directly denied, No, it's just that uncle has been having dental pain lately, so my speech is a bit slurred. Nuannuan, please don't misunderstand. It's merely a small amount you must accept. Chapter 77. Father and daughter team up. Bad luck be gone.
Ha!
I hope it's truly dental pain. You've deceived my father out of so much money, and I'm only taking a fraction. And you're already feeling the pinch. Humph. Today I shall avenge my father. I apologize for the misunderstanding, uncle. It just so happens that dad has brewed some treasured Wui Rock de Hongpo tea, so I shall offer tea in place of wine to apologize to you. Were it not for Wen Nuannuan's presence, Wen Nuannuan would have instantly given his daughter a thumbs up. No need, it's all trivial. Without a second thought, Wen Nuannuan stepped forward to block the tea table. This single step provided Wen Jinyang with irrefutable assurance that Wen Buhong was indeed the one who had orchestrated the poisoning of the cleaner. Although Wen Jinyang was aware of the truth, his demeanor remained unchanged as he stepped forward and waved his hand. Your uncle is not that petty. Look at this bronze antique, and this Ming and Qing porcelain vase, and this, all gifts from your uncle. He is meticulous and low-key, always quietly presenting gifts. Upon seeing you, I suspect he has already sent the antiques and jewels to our home. Wen Buhong stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. The antiques he had given to Wen Jinyang were intended to hasten his demise, and now, if he were to produce the exorbitantly priced, auctioned, multi-million-dollar Bulgari high-end 18K white gold ruby diamond necklace, he simply could not present it. The smile on Wen Buhong's face faltered, forcing a strained smile. It's a pity this piece of jewelry is red and quite outdated. Young people nowadays don't prefer such styles. Uncle, I like everything you send. A simple statement from Wen Nuannuan pierced straight through Wen Buhong's heart. Wen Buhong could hardly conceal the seething fury in his eyes. Gritting his teeth and forcing a smile as he repeatedly nodded, that is good indeed. Wen Jinyang remarked, according to my daughter, this is a triple kill. With a slight wave of his hand, Wen Jinyang naturally beckoned Wen Buhong to take a seat. As Wen Buhong, feeling a chill, lifted his gaze, he found himself staring at an antique, the ancient porcelain figurine of a musician. It seemed that the master's words were not in vain. Even seated here, he felt a chilling breeze, and it was only a matter of time before Wen Jinyang would surely meet a sudden demise. Contemplating this, Wen Buhong's anger began to subside. Uncle, do you also fancy this antique? Wen Nuannuan's unexpected remark, coupled with the pervasive aura of coldness, startled Wen Buhong, who hastily affirmed with a smile, yes, indeed. I find myself sharing the same tastes as Jinyang. I had no idea our preferences aligned so closely, but if Jinyang appreciates it, I shall part with it for him. Oh dear, you speak so eloquently. Even the finest White Lotus would envy your performance. If young Qin were to come by for a cameo, she would surely call you master. Wen Jinyang's expression faltered slightly. He had heard such remarks more than once. Previously, he had viewed them through a lens of denial, failing to suspect his elder brother's ulterior motives. In retrospect, he realized he had been too lenient with his brother's misdeeds. Father, since uncle is fond of this antique, why not bestow it upon him as a gesture of goodwill? It would also serve as a token of gratitude for uncle's generous gift of jewelry.
No.
This is a gift for Jinyang. It is not customary to reclaim a gift. With his daughter's suggestion as a stepping stone, Wen Jinyang decisively pressed down on Wen Buhong's hand, his face a mask of sincere apology. It is entirely my fault for not recognizing my brother's affection for this antique. Nuannuan is right. Since you have gifted our Nuannuan such precious jewelry, this antique must be returned as a token of appreciation. Quick. Prepare it for delivery to Manager Wen's residence. At that moment, Wen Buhong could no longer maintain his facade, his face turning ashen as he watched Secretary Qian's swift movements. Secretary Qian deftly packaged the ancient porcelain figurine, and in an instant, the delivery courier appeared at the office door. Upon receiving the item, the courier vanished with astonishing speed. This is too fast. Wen Buhong was rendered speechless by the swiftness, unable to utter even a word of protest. His meticulously devised plan had crumbled in an instant. Oh my, can't even bear to part with one. Wen Nuannuan produced her phone, magnifying the delivery information for Wen Buhong to see clearly.
Wow.
Our company's delivery service is remarkably efficient. An order placed just a minute ago, and the courier arrives in the next. Uncle, rest assured. You shall see this antique you cherish upon your arrival home. She deliberately emphasized the words you cherish, inciting a tremor of rage in Wen Buhong. The master's words rang true. The women of the Wen family were indeed his bane. First Lu Yuhua, then Wen Nuannuan, and now this impersonator was equally detrimental. He cast a resentful glance at the other funerary items, relieved that he had sent multiple. There were still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to ensure Wen Jinyang's downfall. With gritted teeth and a forced smile, Wen Buhong resolved to wait patiently for Wen Jinyang's demise. Oh, fixating on these antiques. Do you think to use them to harm my father?
Dream on.
Wen Jinyang's eyes glistened with emotion. He was profoundly moved by his daughter's affection. Uncle, you also have an affinity for these antiques. Father, it is said that a gentleman does not covet what others hold dear. How can you claim the antiques uncle adores as your own? Realization dawned on Wen Jinyang regarding his daughter's intentions. A collaborative performance between father and daughter was unfolding. Wen Jinyang slapped his thigh in regret, sighing, alas, It is my fault for being so selfish, failing to recognize your fondness for these antiques. Secretary Qian, quickly wrap these antiques and send them to my brother's house. Wen Buhong sprang to his feet, instinctively moving to intervene. But Kong had already reached out to halt Secretary Qian, who had packed 2 antiques. Wen Nuannuan seized Wen Buhong's left arm, while Wen Jinyang grasped his right. The father and daughter working in unison to firmly pin Wen Buhong on the sofa. Uncle, do not worry. The delivery courier will ensure these antiques are packaged securely and delivered to your home without harm. Indeed, brother, with our company's delivery service, can you still harbor doubts? Wen Jinyang declared, lifting a cup of milk tea and thrusting it toward Wen Buhong's face. First, enjoy some milk tea to lighten your spirits. Once you arrive home, you'll have ample time to appreciate these antiques. As the milk tea splashed against his face, the resentment in Wen Buhong's eyes became impossible to conceal. How could he not be aware of the company's delivery speed? He had invested millions into a scheme that had now been rendered futile in an instant. This Wen Nuannuan had only been at the company for a few minutes, yet she had dismantled his meticulously crafted plan of years, regardless of her authenticity. She could no longer remain. With a face ashen with fury, he forced a disingenuous smile. Jinyang, you are truly fortunate to have such an understanding child like Nuannuan. Despite the affable tone of his voice, the contempt on his face intensified. At Nuannuan's age, one cannot expect much from education. As parents, we merely hope for our children's safety and health. At her age, she ought to find a suitable suitor. Otherwise, as she grows older, no one will want her. Chapter 78. Uncle reaps what he sows, poisoned by his own deeds. Oh, are we resorting to personal attacks now? Even my third aunt from my cousin's family does not possess such a sharp tongue. One might think a feudal remnant had resurfaced. Exactly. Wen Jinyang replied, his gaze darkening, then quickly adopting a facade of calm. Brother, perhaps age has dulled your wits. When you married my sister-in-law, she was nearly 40. Are you not living quite happily now? Heh, Nuannuan cannot compare to your sister-in-law. She graduated with a PhD from Harvard, while Nuannuan still indulges in milk tea at her age. When Buhong cast a sidelong glance at Wen Nuannuan, laced with undisguised sarcasm, I am merely considering her future. Marrying young is beneficial for a girl like her. Here we go again, claiming it's for your benefit. The truth is, you cannot stand to see us thrive. I always wondered why you squandered so much money on a thankless child. It turns out you are simply small-minded and cannot tolerate other success. Wen Nuannuan, who had once suffered material deprivation at the hands of the Lin family, had nonetheless excelled at her studies, driven by a determination to escape her circumstances. Despite their neglect, her parents had spared no expense in her education, hoping to fetch a good price for her in the marriage market, and thus she had achieved her doctorate at a young age. When Buhong chuckled derisively, in life, honesty is paramount. How can a child speak so recklessly at such a young age? Jinyang, I must say a word or two to you. Speaking of which, my sister-in-law studied economics. Let me see what Nuannuan has studied. Wen Jinyang pulled out his phone, retrieving Nuannuan's diploma, squinting as if struggling to read. Then thrusting the phone toward Wen Buhong, as you age, your vision may fail. Brother, can you help me see if Nuannuan studied economics? Wen Buhong, his face turning a deeper shade of ashen, could no longer contain himself and swatted Wen Jinyang's hand away. Being a PhD at such a young age does not warrant pride. A girl should still. Ha ha ha, indeed. In that case, my sister-in-law is Nuannuan Sr. Wen Jinyang interjected, proudly patting Wen Buhong on the shoulder, boasting, sister-in-law obtained her doctorate in her 30s, nearing 40, right? A girl should pursue education. Look at how well your brother has fared under your sister-in-law's leadership. The words caught Wen Buhong off guard, nearly stealing his breath away. Had it not been for his desire to eliminate Wen Jinyang swiftly, he would never have wed a woman nearly 40 years of age, especially after the marriage. His standing within the family felt utterly diminished, as even the most insignificant individuals dared to poke fun at him, labeling him a kept man. The thought ignited a fresh wave of resentment towards Wen Jinyang. Why should he endure such misery while Wen Jinyang basked in the bliss of a harmonious family, enjoying the joys of parenthood? Right, brother? Gazing at the smile on Wen Jinyang's face, despite the tempest of hatred brewing within him, he could only muster a forced smile in agreement. The pressure weighed heavily upon him, akin to a legion of ants gnawing at his heart, inflicting unbearable pain. Grabbing a teacup from the table, he took a sip of the cold tea, which alleviated a significant portion of his inner turmoil. This action left both Wen Jinyang and Wen Nuannuan utterly astonished. What on earth is this self-destructive behavior? Is this the infamous ploy of using oneself as bait? However, Wen Nuannuan held a different view. After years of acquaintance, he understood Wen Nuannan's Achilles heel was his sister-in-law. This seemed to be a habitual response driven by frustration. As Wen Nuannuan placed the cup down, witnessing the compliant expressions on Wen Nuannuan and Wen Nuannuan's faces, his fury diminished even further. With his head bowed, he sighed. Ah, now that I'm older, no one wishes to hear me out anymore. Perhaps I should simply resign from this managerial position. Is he pouting? Pouting at my father? Surely not, uncle. What are you doing? You lose money at work, and after finally marrying, do you not wish to avoid your wife's ire? So, you resort to whining to your father? The position of cleaning department manager was created solely to please you. Cough, cough, cough. The elders truly know how to play their cards. Looking at it this way, the youth seem far too conservative. Wen Nuannuan glanced up at the ceiling, then down at the impeccably clean coffee table, attempting to hide his flushed face. This was it. His towering image crumbled before his daughter. Dad, uncle has said so. We mustn't let him down. Let us heed his words. All right, Wen Nuannuan replied, his head bowed as low as it could go. Hearing this, Wen Nuannan's eyes widened in astonishment. This was not the answer he had desired. A plea? A consolation? Where had the prior insistence gone? He should at least have been stopped. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation surged through him, rendering him lightheaded, and against his will, he found himself uttering, all right. Wen Nuannuan blinked her bright eyes, glancing up at him, noticing the vacant expression in Wen Nuannan's gaze, as if he were lost in thought. Has the poison taken effect? Wen Nuannuan? Wen Nuannuan shot up, waving his hand before Wen Nuannan's eyes, yet he displayed no reaction whatsoever. Isn't it supposed to be a slow-acting poison? Wen Nuannuan. Indeed, isn't it a slow-acting poison? Oh, drinking a cup daily certainly qualifies as slow-acting. But the cleaning lady is exceptionally diligent. Having been paid, she administers the poison daily, accumulating over time until the chronic becomes acute, rendering one utterly foolish. A sense of panic welled up within Wen Nuannuan. Oh dear, uncle. You truly are something else. Merely paying to poison yourself without informing the cleaning lady of the chairman's schedule, leaving her no choice but to diligently administer the poison daily. Wen Nuannuan, surely you don't mean to present the cleaning lady with a commendation for her industriousness. Uncle, while we lament, your resignation is ultimately beyond our control. Wen Nuannuan, in a daze, repeated, I must resign. Wen Nuannuan looked at his daughter, a mix of surprise and delight washing over him. Her quick thinking truly reflected the prowess he once wielded in the business realm. Thud. After delivering the antique, Secretary Qian politely knocked on the ajar door, followed closely by Lawyer Zhou and his assistant. Wen Nuannuan and Wen Nuannuan exchanged glances. Lawyer Zhou had arrived at the most opportune moment. Xiao Zhou, please come in. Wen Nuannuan beckoned with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing Chairman Wen and Manager Wen gathered around a table filled with milk tea, the professional expressions on Lawyer Zhou and his companions momentarily cracked. However, relying on their solid professionalism, they quickly regained their composure. Chapter 79, A Counterplot, Uncle's Downfall. Wen Nuannuan grasped Lawyer Zhou's hand, urgency lacing his voice. Xiao Zhou, you must persuade my older brother. He's adamant about resigning. Secretary Qian cast a glance at Manager Wen, then at the nearly petrified faces of Lawyer Zhou and his team, silently offering them a moment of prayer. This mess was one that all the veterans in the group avoided. At his age, he still threatened to resign every few days, relying on his seniority while lacking any real capability. Whenever issues arose, he would cause a scene to the chairman about resigning, even if it was just to hear a few words of reprimand from Wen. The entire organization was aware of the chairman's indulgence towards him. Those unaware might think the chairman was the elder brother, and he the younger. Lawyer Zhou's smile was not genuine, it was merely a facade. Manager Wen, if there's something troubling you, please share with us, and we shall resolve it together. Wen Nuannuan stared blankly at Lawyer Zhou, insisting, I must resign. Lawyer Zhou's smile froze. He was just a lawyer, but at this moment, he felt compelled to call for help. Wen Nuannuan stood abruptly, his voice laced with fury. Brother, I ask you once more, do you truly intend to resign? I must resign. Wen Nuannuan reiterated. Wen Nuannuan, noticing her father turned away from the crowd, winked at her. Immediately, she urged, Uncle, don't act impulsively, think carefully, do you truly wish to resign? Lawyer Zhou and Secretary Qian swiftly joined the fray, earnestly dissuading him. Indeed. Manager Wen, reconsider. Nothing is insurmountable. Yes, Manager Wen, perhaps give it another thought? I must resign. Regardless of the pleas from the others, Wen Nuannuan repeated his singular statement, leaving them all stunned. His monotone response drenched them in cold sweat. They had encountered a relentless and obstinate force. Moreover, he was the chairman's brother. The atmosphere in the office felt suffocating, as if the air had been siphoned away. Wen Nuannuan stepped toward his desk, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, embodying a sense of melancholy as he stared at the ceiling. In the eerie silence, he slammed his palm on the desk. All right. Since my brother is so resolute. Xiao Qian, please assist manager Wen with the resignation process. The others were left speechless, taken aback by the chairman's unexpected decision. Fearing he might change his mind at any moment. Dad, don't be sad. Uncle S' actions surely stem from a desire for the company's well-being. And considering he is 60, it's time he retires to enjoy life with Auntie, traveling and easing his mind. The group silently applauded Wen Nuannuan for her eloquence, wishing she would speak more. Wen Nuannuan sighed, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary under the sunlight. Observing the usually vibrant chairman suddenly appear aged and melancholic, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Wen Nuannuan. With his back to them, his tone laced with sorrow, he remarked, Nuannuan, I still have matters to discuss with your uncle privately. Please join Lawyer Zhou in the conference room to discuss the contract. Dad's acting is truly superb. I nearly fell for it myself. Just look at Lawyer Zhou's expression. I silently sympathized with them for 3 seconds. Wen Nuannuan, my daughter is truly remarkable. She can see through it all, inheriting my business acumen.
All right, then.
With a facade of sadness, Wen Nuannuan stood, sighing softly as she gazed at Wen Nuannuan for 3 seconds before turning to Lawyer Zhou, saying, shall we head to the conference room? As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, everyone promptly gathered their documents and exited the office. The last to leave, Secretary Qian, thoughtfully closed the door behind them, granting the chairman and the others a private space for their final farewells. Upon hearing the door click shut, Wen Nuannuan's face darkened, his heart a tumult of resentment, frustration, and disappointment. After an indeterminate span of time, he grasped his phone and dialed Wen Nuannuan. Boss, discreetly gather information on Wen Nuannuan. Leave no stone unturned. We cannot afford to give them any more time to maneuver. In the conference room, Lawyer Zhou and his colleagues sipped the warm milk tea that Wen Nuannuan had personally delivered, their eyes scanning the impeccably sound contract before them. This job was indeed the epitome of a dream for any diligent worker. Meanwhile, Wen Nuannuan, comfortably seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, basked in the gentle sunlight while indulging in her milk tea and the chewy pearls, listening as the system informed her that after sending her away, her father had promptly notified her elder brother, who is now clandestinely investigating all information concerning their uncle. It turns out that Dad intended for me to serve as a smokescreen, leveraging the fact that the traitors remain unaware of Uncle's resignation to afford my brother time to unearth evidence against him and eliminate all the internal saboteurs in Uncle's faction. Indeed, Dad and my brother have chosen the right approach. Lawyer Zhou pushed the contract back towards Wen Nuannuan with a smile, saying, Miss Wen, this contract is entirely without issues. You may sign with complete confidence. Really? Wen Nuannuan took the contract, her finger pointing at the first clause as she asked, bewildered. Lawyer Zhou, I've never invested before. What does this clause mean? With the demeanor of a seasoned lawyer, Zhou pointed to the first clause and explained, this first clause pertains to the entrusted matters, where the first party is the investor. Upon hearing this, Wen Nuannuan furrowed her brow even tighter. Her face etched with concern as she inquired, if I invest this money, could it pose a risk to our group? You are aware of my fourth brother's situation. I am genuinely worried about any adverse developments for our corporation. Zhou replied reassuringly, rest assured, Miss Wen, this is entirely unrelated to the company. Oh, then I can relax. Wen Nuannuan said, her brow momentarily easing. However, upon glancing at the second clause, her expression once again shifted to one of confusion. What does this clause mean, Lawyer Zhou? The practiced smile on Zhou's face remained intact as he diligently clarified, as you can see, this is the first party, or the investor, asserting your rights. After elucidating 5 clauses, Zhou swallowed hard, feeling overwhelmed, and motioned for his assistant to continue explaining the first item within the second clause. After an extensive explanation, the assistant had barely finished when Wen Nuannuan politely inquired, oh, I see. Thank you, Lawyer Zheng. But what does the second clause express? Is there any risk involved? The assistant, now thoroughly exhausted, painstakingly detailed the second, third, fourth, and fifth clauses. After finally wrapping up all explanations for the second clause, Wen Nuannuan again politely questioned, I am a bit confused. Could you please clarify what this clause means, Lawyer Zheng? The assistant rolled his eyes, nearly fainting from fatigue. This was more arduous than the bar exam. With tears welling in his eyes, he cast a pleading glance at Lawyer Zhou, who, after a brief moment of contemplation, opened his eyes resolutely and continued to elucidate for Wen Nuannuan. After a collaborative effort between the two, they managed to explain over a dozen contractual clauses before finally hearing Wen Nuannuan exclaim, "Oh, I understand now. Oh dear, it's already noon. Let's pause here." Chapter 80. Enough. Truly enough. Lawyer Zhou and his assistant sighed in relief, tears glistening in their eyes. They had finally endured to the end. Let us go have lunch. We can review the remaining clauses this afternoon. Zhou and his assistant were so shocked they nearly shattered on the spot. What? We're coming back in the afternoon? When Nuannuan blinked, noticing the pale expressions of the two men, and, feeling somewhat guilty for her demands, decisively proposed, "Today has been taxing for both of you. Let us have a simple lunch at Tianjifang to unwind a bit, shall we?" Upon hearing Tianjifang, both Zhou and his assistant instantly perked up, even the seasoned lawyer Zhou displaying an expression of yearning. Tianjifang, renowned for its exquisite cuisine and enchanting dining atmosphere, was a highly coveted establishment, where securing a reservation was notoriously challenging, leading to exorbitant prices for a mere table. The prospect of going there, even for a simple meal, felt more thrilling than winning the lottery. Is that all right? Would it be too much trouble to treat you to a meal? Not at all. It would be my honor if you two would graciously accept. The assistant was the first to succumb, instinctively nodding in agreement, while Zhou hesitated, clinging to his last shred of resolve, saying, "Then it would be troublesome for you, Miss Wen." The assistant shot Zhou a subtle glance, as if urging him to be forthright. Zhou cleared his throat, pretending to sip his milk tea, dismissing the assistant's gaze. Young Zheng still had much to learn about the importance of discretion in such positions. As Zhou lifted his head again, he only caught sight of Wen Nuannuan and the assistant's retreating figures. Startled, he hurriedly rose to catch up with them. "Honestly, why didn't you call out to me?" Xiao Zheng? After making a quick call to her father, Wen Nuannuan, along with the two men, hopped into the car to Tianjifang. Upon their arrival, they noticed that even the parking spaces were guarded by dedicated security personnel, prompting the assistant to lament the ruthlessness of capital. How unfair. Why am I not blessed with such fortune? Wen Nuannuan, equally astonished, gazed at the establishment before her. What should have been a mere dining venue resembled a pavilion adorned with pink walls and dark tiles, making her feel as though they were partaking not in a meal, but in a feast of cultural heritage. It's no wonder that China lacks luxury goods. In the realm of extravagance, few can afford them. "Welcome. Please, esteemed guests, step inside." The greeting, infused with the essence of the misty southern Jiangnan, sent a shiver down the spines of Wen Nuannuan and her companions. Lawyer Zhou and the assistant had never encountered such a refined and poetically charged ambience, and neither had Wen Nuannuan. Although Tianjifang was part of the Wen family's estate, Lu Yuhua, in her affection for her daughter, had directly summoned the chefs from Tianjifang to cook for Wen Nuannuan at home, leaving her unaware of the establishment's true charm. The trio, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, wore forced smiles, their steps initially slightly out of sync. But fortunately, they soon adapted to the picturesque surroundings filled with rockeries and flowing waters as they followed the hostess into their private dining room. Just as Zhou and his assistant settled into their seats, barely warming their chairs, they were met with Wen Nuannuan's startling declaration. "Lawyer Zhou, Lawyer Zheng, please don't be too formal. Feel free to order whatever you like. The honor is yours. Please go ahead." Lawyer Zhou and the assistant, caught in a cycle of polite refusals, hesitated to accept the menu Wen Nuannuan offered. The opulence of Tianjifang was overwhelming. Even the tea served was the exquisite by Hao Yinjin. They felt that ordering even a single dish would exhaust their entire life savings. Wen Nuannuan raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. Every moment of indecision merely grants my brother more time to gather evidence against uncle." The manager, growing increasingly concerned, suggested, "Ladies and gentlemen, the tea set package is only 2,888 yuan. Zhou and his assistant felt a tug of temptation, just as they were about to nod in agreement. They saw Wen Nuannuan confidently pointing at the thick menu, declaring, "We'll take everything in this book." Shocked, Zhou and his assistant turned to her, only to wince in pain from the excessive force of their reaction. Wen Nuannuan mistakenly interpreted their outcry as enthusiastic approval, promptly handing the menu to the manager. Just then, Zhou lunged forward, snatching the menu back from the manager's grasp. "Miss, that's far too much. The three of us won't be able to finish it all. The assistant gingerly took the menu from Lawyer Zhou, clutching it as though it were a ticking bomb. Fearing that if Wen Nuannuan cast her gaze upon it for even a fleeting moment, she would hastily place an extravagant order.
Indeed.
She only realized this after a moment's reflection, propping her chin upon her hand and inquiring, "Shall we perhaps take home whatever we do not finish? That seems rather inappropriate." "You're right. The dishes are at their most delectable when freshly prepared." "Well then, do take a look and see what delights you fancy." What a pity. I was so close to providing my brother the opportunity to publicly expose Uncle's true nature. When Nuannuan puffed her cherubic cheeks, idly observing the meticulous manner in which Lawyer Zhou and the assistant scrutinized the menu. The assistant had, unbeknownst to her, produced paper and a pen, and the two were gesturing animatedly as if engaged in the research of a grand project. The manager had never encountered such fastidious patrons. Their professional smile was on the verge of fracturing. Lawyer Zhou, having never fought such a financially opulent battle, pointed excitedly at the menu after careful calculations with his assistant. "Let's go with this 3-person meal." The manager glanced at the menu, which was specifically designed as a sugar-free option for those with high blood pressure, inhaled sharply, and suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, forcing a smile as she replied, "This meal is tailored for individuals with hypertension. It consists entirely of vegetarian dishes. I would recommend you consider other options." When Nuannuan took the menu and casually flipped through a few pages, addressing the manager, "This page and that one. And this as well, all of it." Lawyer Zhou and the assistant froze in disbelief. Although this was fewer items than an all-encompassing order, it still amounted to 7 or 8 dishes. This, when Nuannuan turned to the assistant, who seemed poised to intervene. "Is it not sufficient? Or perhaps, that's enough. We have more than ample." Lawyer Zhou interjected swiftly, fearing that Wen Nuannuan might continue to order from several more pages, which would leave them unable to finish their meal, even by the next day. The manager, clutching the overflowing menu, joyfully retreated. After the delightful dining experience at Tianzifang, both Lawyer Zhou and the assistant were filled with a mixture of joy and agony. The joy stemmed from the exquisite cuisine and unparalleled service, akin to that of royalty. The agony arose from the realization that after such sumptuous fare, they would yearn for it daily. Chapter 81. Young men must ensure their safety while out and about. Upon exiting Tianzifang, when Nuannuan squinted against the light, reflecting that the entire affair had only consumed a little over 3 hours, and she smacked her lips in regret. "Why do I feel as though this was all for naught?" System. Wen Buhong has yet to emerge from the chairman's office. The entire company is now fixated on Lawyer Zhou's office, eager to seize the latest gossip. Gossip. I too adore it, especially when I can savor it alone. When Nuannuan halted her steps, turning politely to Lawyer Zhou and the assistant, "Lawyer Zhou, Lawyer Zheng, there is an urgent matter at the company that requires your assistance. Would you kindly accompany me?" Of course, Lawyer Zhou readily agreed. Company matters were his responsibility, and as long as he was spared from discussing those dreaded clauses, he would willingly undertake any task, even if it meant jumping into the Yellow River. Once in the car, Lawyer Zhou and the assistant observed the scenery morphing into unfamiliar territory. They exchanged puzzled glances. Was this not the route to the office? Upon arriving at the base of an unremarkable office building, significantly shorter than the corporate headquarters, they gazed up at the sign that read Hengchuan Company. Suddenly, Lawyer Zhou's mind raced, recalling that the Lin family had mortgaged their company to the group, and if memory served, its legal representative was Wen Nuannuan. Something flickered in his mind, elusive until a melodious female voice broke through, pulling him back to reality. "Hello, may I ask who you're looking for?" Heijinjin tossed her hair, clad in a striking red strapless mini dress, her décolletage subtly visible as she sashayed towards Lawyer Zhou. "My goodness. Has the reception now taken to such revealing attire?" System. Host, take a good look. This is your former classmate, Heijinjin, the one who used to place dead mice on your desk. When Nuannuan focused intently and through the layers of heavy makeup, she finally recognized the notorious lackey of Lin Rushua. "Thank goodness for you. I almost failed to recognize Lin Rushua's devoted follower. Yet it is indeed suspicious that she remains here after the company was acquired by the Wen family." Standing behind Lawyer Zhou, when Nuannuan silently relished the unfolding drama. So after the Lin family transferred Hengchuan Company to the Wen Group, Lin Rushua evidently no longer cared for Heijinjin's fate, merely spinning tales about her being an undercover agent within the Wen Group to stoke her emotional value, while in truth, she had long been abandoned by Lin Rushua. Lawyer Zhou, his gaze unwavering and dedicated, stood patiently beside Wen Nuannuan, awaiting her next move, though his demeanor was as frigid as the winds of the Arctic. Yet, this did nothing to dampen He Jinjin's enthusiasm. If you cannot recall, perhaps you might first rest in the reception area. She stepped closer, almost pressing her face against Lawyer Zhou's, her smile wide and inviting. The proximity of her hand was suggestive, causing eyebrows to raise in surprise. Lawyer Zhou sidestepped, narrowly avoiding her unwelcome advance. Oh dear, that was too close. Young men must protect themselves while out in the world, he warned, his expression darkening. Miss, there are cameras both in front and behind you. Be mindful of your behavior. His stern warning only prompted He Jinjin to retreat slightly, pouting like a petulant girlfriend. She playfully chided him. Oh, I merely wanted to help you out of your sweat-soaked attire. You weren't merely trying to assist him. You were aiming to remove his clothing. Wen Nuannuan and the assistant stifled their laughter, their shoulders trembling with suppressed mirth. Lawyer Zhou shot a glare at the assistant. He could no longer tolerate the atmosphere and turned towards the reception area. With Lawyer Zhou gone, He Jinjin's attention shifted to the exquisitely dressed woman in a luxurious couture mini dress. A cursory evaluation revealed that the ensemble was worth at least 6 figures. Blinking her long false eyelashes in disbelief, she struggled to comprehend that the radiant beauty before her was none other than the once plain Wen Nuannuan. This revelation transformed her previous disdain for Wen Nuannuan into an unfounded animosity. While her own mediocrity was irksome, the success of a former classmate was even more intolerable. They had been classmates for 6 years, from middle school to high school, and she had always looked down upon Wen Nuannuan, the orphan. She believed Wen Nuannuan was merely fortunate to be chosen by the Lin family. Had she been granted such resources, she was certain she could have fared far better. Even that man, she could have captured the attention of any wealthy heir. Wen Nuannuan. He Jinjin slammed a file onto the front desk, crossing her arms defiantly as she approached Wen Nuannuan, her nose held high and her eyes narrowed with disdain, laced with malice. Do you not realize that someone as filthy as you, a mere cleaner, dares to enter such a pristine establishment? Wen Nuannuan scoffed, who says otherwise? I've cleaned so thoroughly that the staff must have forgotten to sweep you out. In the past, Wen Nuannuan might have endured such insults in silence, but now, as Nyugilu Wen Nuannuan, she would not allow anyone to offend her without retort. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Security, come quickly, throw this wretched person out. He Jinjin brandished her sharply manicured nails, lunging towards Wen Nuannuan's face with the intent to inflict harm. Wen Wan tilted her head, nimbly dodging He Jinjin's 9 in white bone claw. Originally sprawled over her desk, languid and half asleep, when Wuling vaguely heard the voice of his younger sister. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, he stepped out to locate the source of the sound, only to witness the scene unfolding before him. In an instant, his veins throbbed with rage as he forcefully seized He Jinjin's wicked hand. Startled, He Jinjin turned around, locking eyes with Wen Wuling in an intimate gaze. The fury in Wen Wuling's eyes, despite being accentuated by his naturally alluring peach blossom-shaped eyes, captivated He Jinjin, leaving her momentarily enraptured. With a touch of self-adoration, she lowered her gaze, subconsciously placing herself in the role of Cinderella. Shyly, she twirled her wrist, leaned toward his chest, and feigned a pout, saying, President Wen, I'm fine. But please be gentle. You're hurting me. Her words landed like an atomic bomb in the sea, sending shockwaves through the onlookers. A collective gasp froze everyone in place. I shouldn't have come here right after lunch. It's unbearable to witness this. When Wuling instinctively released his grip, retreating a few steps in disgust, casting a disdainful glance at his right hand that had just grasped He Jinjin's. President Wen, are you concerned for me? Chapter 82. Scolding the Young Lady. Ascending to new heights in career advancement. The crowd murmured in disbelief. You should be concerned for us instead. It's remarkable how the Chinese people's penchant for spectacle can be so resilient. They brace themselves against the rising tide of nausea, determined to witness the farce unfold. Security, why are you standing there dazed? At this moment, Wen Wuling's desire to call the police peaked as he pointed at He Jinjin with a scornful snort. Unprovoked attacks on others. Why aren't you apprehending her and reporting this?
Right.
The security personnel snapped to attention and rushed to restrain He Jinjin, escorting her to the police station. He Jinjin's face paled in terror as she immediately protested, President Wen, why are you arresting me? It was her, that woman. She used to be a filthy janitor at the company, and after being dismissed, she sought revenge. When Wuling turned to Wen Wan, quietly inquiring, You want to take revenge on the company? Wen Nuannuan tilted her head, pointing at herself in disbelief.
Me?
Revenge on the company. Wen Wuling lightly reprimanded her by tapping her forehead. If you intend to take revenge on the company, you should have informed me beforehand. Look, you almost got hurt by this wicked witch. Nobody informed me. Wen Nuannuan felt profoundly wronged. He Jinjin's expression shifted dramatically. Her body chilled, as if an earthquake had struck her. What was happening? How could the renowned film emperor Wen Wuling possibly know Wen Nuannuan? Her sluggish mind finally began to function as she recalled a variety show that Wen Wuling had participated in, where one of the contestants was named Wen Nuannuan. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning, causing her to collapse to the ground in shock. How could Wen Nuannuan possibly be a member of the prestigious Wen family? That would mean she was a genuine heiress. I'm sorry, President Wen. I didn't know it was the young lady visiting the company. I thought someone was trying to harm the company, and I acted to protect it. He Jinjin screamed desperately, her voice rising as the crowd began to swell around them, even attracting the attention of Wen Wuling's manager, Gao Sheng. Seizing the opportunity, she clutched his arm tightly, crying out, I did all this for the company. If you send me to the police station, it will surely chill the hearts of all those who have dedicated themselves to the company, Mr. Gao. Gao Sheng felt as though he were on the brink of despair. Having just wanted to join the fray, he found himself a hostage instead. As he waved his sleeves and covered his ears, He Jinjin clung to him like glue. In a matter of minutes, he felt several flashes of light capturing his image, realizing he had become the unwilling star of this debacle. She truly lives up to Lin Ruxiu's expectations, being both talented and resourceful. She could easily transition from an undercover agent to a full-fledged operative. When Wuling's expression darkened. With someone from the Lin family involved, this situation could not be resolved simply by calling the police. Stop. Release her. Gao Sheng exclaimed in fright, widening his eyes. Old Wen, don't. I'm still in her grasp. You can't leave me to my fate. Strip off your coat, and you can escape her clutches. Upon hearing Wen Nuannuan's well-intentioned suggestion, Gao Sheng promptly shed his suit jacket, liberating himself from He Jinjin's grip.
This is terrifying.
What kind of vengeful spirit is she? Wen Wuling pondered for some time, realizing he didn't even know her name, and turned to seek assistance from his sister. The tacit understanding cultivated between Wen Nuannuan and Wen Wuling through their variety show experience now flourished, as she smiled slightly and addressed He Jinjin, saying, You claim to be a diligent employee, tirelessly devoted to the company, yet the moment I stepped through the door, you insulted me and called the security to drive me away. Is this how the front desk operates? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. If looks could kill, He Jinjin would have perished countless times by now. They were in the entertainment industry, where appearances mattered greatly. A few careless words could lead to sleepless nights spent apologizing. As the tension grew, the crowd simmered with rage, wishing they could dismiss He Jinjin on the spot. With a narrowed gaze, He Jinjin finally managed to stammer. I didn't know you were a former employee. I reacted out of fear of you taking revenge on the company. Having bullied Wen Nuannuan daily, she was now painfully aware that today was not the day for her to escape retribution. Clenching her fists, He Jinjin braced herself for a showdown with Wen Nuannuan. Truly a selfless employee, she thought. Wen Nuannuan nodded in approval, stating, Though your approach to handling issues may be flawed, your intentions towards the company are commendable.
For that,
your dedication deserves recognition. As she spoke, she turned to Wen Wuling, winking playfully. Wen Wuling immediately shifted to his authoritative demeanor, pondering briefly before nodding slightly. To maintain one's integrity and diligence in the chaotic entertainment industry is indeed a rarity. Such dedication should be rewarded. He Jinjin was left speechless. Thank you, President Wen. No one in the vicinity, except for He Jinjin, felt any joy, especially in Wen, who had done all the work at the front desk. She's getting angry. If we add more fuel to the fire, she might just reveal the truth. Wen Nuannuan stoked the flames further, addressing Wen Wuling loudly. The front desk is a crucial representation of our company, especially in the entertainment sector. He Jinjin has been diligently managing the company's affairs. Perhaps we should reward her with $1 million? Wen Nuannuan turned to the crowd, asking, Do you think this reward is too little? How about a promotion? The crowd gasped collectively. Miss Wen was truly generous. When would they ever experience such a melodramatic plot twist, where reprimanding a young lady could lead to career advancement? They could shout insults every day. Miss Wen, don't believe the lies He Jinjin tells. Then Wen, who had been oppressed by He Jinjin for too long, could no longer sit idly by. She abruptly turned He Jinjin's computer screen to face the crowd, revealing the evidence. He Jinjin had never worked during her shifts.
No.
He Jinjin reached for the computer, but before she could stand, security restrained her. The crowd stared at the screen, where multiple streaming apps were simultaneously running. They could tolerate the fact that she was watching 3 dramas at once, but the endless notifications of dating invites from Zhang San at 5 o'clock for dinner, Zhao Si at 6 for movie, Qian Wu at 7 for clubbing, and Sun Lu at 8 for a hotel were simply intolerable. Even time management experts would have to call her a master. The crowd regarded He Jinjin with scornful glares. Present were directors, screenwriters, and even company executives, including Lin Rushua. Gao Sheng leaned in, squinting as he read the messages one by one. He Jinjin, if you don't secure President Wen's schedule, don't bother contacting me again. For these high-end endorsements, find a way to get them away from Wen Wuling, or you can cease all communication with me. He Jinjin, how utterly useless you are. Why haven to you revised Wen Wuling's public relations draft. Chapter 83. As the fish perish, the net breaks. All of Lin Rushua's sordid affairs are laid bare. The crowd. At this moment, the silence of the onlookers was deafening. He Jinjin gazed at the disdainful and derisive eyes of those around her. Her mind a blank slate. Beep. The alert sound from WeChat became the final straw that broke her back.
Ha.
He Jinjin, with a contorted face, pointed a finger at Wen Nuannuan and shouted, Wen Nuannuan, you think you're so clever. Let me tell you, Rushua has returned to the country, and with her here, you can't do anything to me. Indeed, how can a mere worker not go mad? Wen Wuling, who says otherwise? It's pitiful to be a mole. They've become spiritually split from PUA. After all these years as classmates, I'll help her out today. Wen Wuling raised an eyebrow, anticipating a twist. Of course. I can't do anything to you. He Jinjin straightened her back, asserting that it didn't matter if Wen Nuannuan became a member of the Wen family. She would still be under the thumb of the Lin family. Wen Nuannuan, stroking her chin, sincerely inquired, Lawyer Zhou, which department typically handles matters like this? Lawyer Zhou scoffed with disdain. For such a case of corporate espionage with ample evidence, it would be reported to the police, usually resulting in a prison sentence of 3 years to 10 years. Given the deliberate harm to the company's $10 million endorsement, actual compensation should be based on the true value. Actual compensation, one endorsement amounts to tens of millions. Multiple endorsements would indeed total several billion. He Jinjin clutched her racing heart, breathing rapidly, trembling all over, and forced herself to say, Wen Nuannuan, you can't sow discord between me and Rushua. You're merely jealous of how good Rushua is to me. Rushua will surely save me. The crowd, hearing He Jinjin's voice grow progressively weaker, erupted into laughter, finding the scene before them utterly hilarious, 3 parts comical and 7 parts mockery. Without Wen Nuannuan needing to speak, the onlookers kindly provided insights. Your evidence is as solid as can be. It's blatantly obvious. There's no way even the police could pretend not to see it. Unless Lin Rushua changes the law to save you, you'd better wait patiently in jail, even if Lin Rushua studies law now. It'll take her at least 5 years to start. No way, no way. He Jinjin screamed frantically. What do you ants know? How can a mere Wen family compare to the Lin family? Don't rush. I was merely inquiring. Wen Nuannuan waved her hand, throwing more fuel onto the fire. Lawyer Zhou, would instructing others to steal secrets lead to their arrest as well? Of course. Those who instruct others to steal company secrets will be arrested. He Jinjin's heart sank. If Lin Rushua were caught, who would save her? But the present issue lies in the fact that Lin Rushua could easily argue that this wasn't her WeChat or that someone else used it, and without sufficient evidence, Lin Rushua couldn't be convicted. Lawyer Zhou shook his head regretfully, yet He Jinjin began to laugh gleefully, her smile dripping with scorn, her eyes glinting like bullets, her tone dripping with contempt. Haha, Wen Nuannuan, you better release me quickly. Otherwise, when the Lin family takes action, it won't matter how much you beg. Wen Nuannuan approached He Jinjin, shaking her head, pacing back and forth with an air of helplessness. The Lin family is indeed powerful, even with irrefutable evidence. You'll only get a sentence of 10 years or so, and with your deep bond of 10 years with Lin Rushua, she will surely feel sorry for you and offer a few million to soothe your wounded spirit. The crowd looked upon He Jinjin with disdain, whispering among themselves. Wow. Offering so much money, no wonder she is so reckless. For money, she truly is harsh on herself. You know, in our circle, the one who took the blame for Z has made that much. Lin Rushua's reputation is in tatters. How could she possibly offer such a sum? She may be notorious, but she still has money. Haven to you seen, even Lin Rushua's assistant wears the latest LV shoes. He Zhenjin has been with Lin Ruxue for 10 years. Just think how much she must have reaped. Even if Lin Ruxue gave her a second-hand bag, it would be worth more than 100,000.
Huh?
Then why does He Zhenjin still wear cheap knockoffs? She even uses my tissues. These words echoed in He Zhenjin's mind, replaying incessantly. The assistant of Ruxue wears LV shoes. Yet Lin Ruxue wouldn't even part with a bottle of second-hand perfume for herself. What millions? She has never seen a penny. Even the taxi fare to meet Lin Ruxue came from her own pocket. All these years, she has been toiling for Lin Ruxue, and rather than earning money, she has instead landed herself in prison. The more she pondered, the colder her heart grew as He Zhenjin suddenly realized. For over a decade, Lin Ruxue wouldn't spare a single cent for her, let alone save her. Lin Ruxue merely used her as a tool, and now that she has lost her value, she would simply kick her aside. The hatred He Zhenjin harbored for Lin Ruxue reached a boiling point, and with the last shred of hope, she shouted, Wen Nuannuan. Wen Nuannuan. I'll tell you everything. Just don't send me to prison. Wen Nuannuan appeared oblivious, turning to take a step away. As Wen Nuannuan was about to leave, He Zhenjin frantically reached out, desperately trying to grasp her. At this moment, Wen Nuannuan was her final lifeline, and she shouted in anger towards her. Wen Nuannuan, don't go. Do you know why you didn't get into T University? It was Lin Ruxue. She switched your exam papers, and that's why she got into T University. She also plagiarized your thesis and stole your scholarship. Wen Nuannuan hesitated for a moment, and seeing a glimmer of hope, He Zhenjin continued. Yes, and Lin Ruxue claimed she saved Gu Maching's life. The Gu family had long since decided on Lin Ruxue as their daughter-in-law. While she was unaware that Gu Jinchao was impersonating Gu Maching, she drugged Gu Jinchao and slept with him, taking pictures as evidence. All the photos are saved on my computer. Hearing such explosive revelations, the crowd was momentarily stunned, with expressions shifting dramatically across their faces. Some were envious of Lin Ruxue's good fortune, while others lamented the exquisite beauty falling prey to a vile woman. Some were thrilled to hear secrets of the upper class. In an instant, the air thickened, and the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as if one could hear the beating of their hearts. Hello, this is Police Unit 854223. Did you call to report crime? Upon seeing the arrival of the police, He Zhenjin's eyes turned red, and she collapsed to the ground in despair. It was too late. Ultimately, it was too late. As the police took her away, He Zhenjin frantically shouted at Wen Nuannuan, Don't let Lin Ruxue go. Don't let Lin Ruxue escape. The crowd watched in confusion as He Zhenjin was led away. Hadn't she shared a deep bond with Lin Ruxue? Why the sudden betrayal? What else could it be but greed, wanting to reap benefits from both sides? Such a person deserves to be shot.
Huh?
Is that even possible? Suddenly, they felt unworthy of remaining in the entertainment industry.
Chapter 84. Redemption, pure redemption.
When Wuling closed the door, shutting out the surrounding murmurings, and turned to see Gao Xing eagerly serving tea and fetching tissues for his little sister. For a moment, he could not discern whether Gao Xing was his manager or his sister's assistant.
Gao Xing, you may leave now.
Oh, but Nuannuan has just arrived. She is unfamiliar with the company. How can I leave? When Wuling snorted coldly, recognizing Gao Xing's ulterior motives. No way. He absolutely would not allow his sister to participate in any programs. With me here, you don't need to introduce her. I'll say it one last time, leave. When Nuannuan perused the documents on the table and casually asked, Third brother, after Hung Chuang Company merges with your studio, how many artists are there? How many gigs? How many dramas? How many endorsement contracts? And so forth. When Wuling's erratic gaze clearly conveyed the answer to Wen Nuannuan, she had come today to understand the company's current status. But it was evident she could not glean anything from her dear brother. Goldman took the opportunity to step forward, feigning a sorrowful expression as he lamented. The Hung Chuang Company was originally established to serve Lin Ruxue. With her departure, it has become but an empty shell. We have finally managed to recruit a few talented actors. Yet we now lack seasoned predecessors to guide them. When Wuling retorted with irritation, they are actors, and with so many productions available, they should first hone their craft. Participating in variety shows will demystify the allure surrounding actors, don't you agree? Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Wen Nuannuan nodded in agreement. The mystique of actors is indeed crucial. Skilled performers can draw the audience into their characters and resonate with them. Presently, the industry seeks actors who come with their own fanbase. Popularity breeds visibility, which in turn leads to opportunities. Isn't that right, dear sister? When Nuannuan nodded again. Popularity is indeed vital, Actors with high visibility seldom find themselves lacking in roles. Wen Wuling felt the urge to rouse his younger sister from her naivety. Goldman was laying a trap for them. Why are you both in agreement? This is a precarious situation. Naturally, this was because both of your statements hold substantial truth. Wen Wuling rolled his eyes. In just a few days, his sister had become as cunning as their father. Little sister, you possess remarkable foresight. There happens to be a legal talk show that is eager to invite you alongside Emperor Wen for participation. The concept is simple: review cases, engage in discussions, and allow these newcomers to shine. Wen Nuannuan turned her gaze towards Goldman, who, seeing the potential for success, promptly handed her the proposal.
Ha!
What an absurd legal talk show. It is clearly an interview series with a victim of the Gu Jinchao incident. Wen Wuling chimed in, exactly, with newfound confidence. Wen Wuling straightened up to oppose. Such legal programs should be attended by professionals like lawyers, right, little sister? Wen Nuannuan looked up, resolutely stating, very well. It is decided. We shall participate. Wen Wuling, momentarily taken aback, stared incredulously at Wen Nuannuan. Sister, wouldn't you like to examine the details? They have also invited Lin Ruxue and Xiao Xinyao. When is the recording scheduled? Goldman quickly replied, the recording will take place on the 3rd of next month. Wen Wuling felt his mind go blank with despair. How did the conversation shift to the recording date? Can the content of the proposal be fully executed? Wen Wuling, sensing a glimmer of hope, interjected, this is merely a preliminary idea. Not every guest will be available. And a 30 participation rate would be commendable. How could it all come to fruition? Wen Wuling spoke the undeniable truth, and Goldman could not refute it, his voice diminishing. The production team is striving to secure guests, but the repercussions of Gu Jinchao's incident have been dire. Lin Ruxue and Xiao Xinyao may not be able to participate. Yet Qin Yuheng has expressed his unwavering intent to join us, and he is particularly eager to collaborate once more. Wen Wuling chuckled, realizing his impatience had led him astray. Lin Ruxue and Xiao Xinyao had fled abroad due to Gu Jinchao's scandal. Why would they willingly re-engage with him? As long as Gu Majuan participated, Lin Ruxue and Xiao Xinyao would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to redeem themselves. They had faced public scorn abroad. Surely, they would hesitate to return for the program. Third brother. Have you forgotten? He Xinjin mentioned that Lin Ruxue has returned to the country. Why would she return? Wen Wuling hesitantly echoed. Why, of course, to clear her name. Upon hearing this, he felt as if struck by lightning. He did not wish for Gu Majuan to have even a moment of interaction with his sister, especially considering Gu Majuan's engagement. He resolutely opposed this notion. Sister, Lin Ruxue and Xiao Xinyao have always targeted you. For your safety, let me handle the recording with the newcomers. Touched by her third brother's concern, Wen Nuannuan, however, pragmatically reminded him, Third brother, have you forgotten the things they did to you? It would be even more dangerous for you to go alone. I should accompany you for your protection. Wen Wuling clutched his chest and retreated 3 steps as unsettling memories surged forth. Wen Nuannuan and Goldman exchanged glances, both opting to ignore Wen Wuling's dramatic display. Goldman continued. Lin Ruxue and Xiao Xinyao will undoubtedly attempt to redeem themselves and may seek to undermine us. We must prepare accordingly. Indeed, it is imperative to be proactive. Wen Nuannuan replied with a subtle smile, gesturing towards her phone. Please have Lawyer Zhou and Lawyer Zheng come in. Wen Wuling quickly regained his composure, embodying the image of a dashing film emperor. As Lawyer Zhou and his assistant entered, they were met with the sight of Wen Wuling gazing pensively at a 45-degree angle. Their steps faltered, and upon hearing Wen Nuannuan's voice, they hurriedly approached the desk. Feeling embarrassed by her brother's demeanor, Wen Nuannuan instructed Lawyer Zhou and his assistant to sit with their backs to Wen Wuling. Goldman, accustomed to the routine, poured tea for them and explained, there are quite a few paparazzi looking to capture Emperor Wen, so please do not mind it. Huh, what paparazzi? There are merely some pesky reporters. To protect my third brother's image, Goldman is truly adept. Wen Nuannuan cleared her throat and returned to the matter at hand. Lawyers Zhou and Zheng, I called you here this afternoon because I seek your assistance in reclaiming justice. Justice? Lawyer Zhou and his assistant promptly retrieved their laptops, adopting a serious demeanor. Lin Ruxue switched my exam paper, plagiarized my thesis, and stole my scholarship. I need your help to sue her for all these offenses. Lawyer Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow. While the claim seemed straightforward, pursuing accountability would be quite challenging. Miss Wen, I understand your sentiments, and we will do our utmost to assist you. However, given the time that has elapsed, some evidence may no longer be available. Do not worry about the evidence. Wen Nuannuan replied with a smile. You may consult He Xinjin. She will provide the necessary proof. Lawyer Zhou and his assistant were taken aback. In all their years of litigation, they had never encountered a case with readily available evidence. However, recalling He Jinjin's fierce determination, they felt confident they would not struggle to find the necessary documentation. Winning the case is not paramount. Simply do your best. Lawyer Zhou and his assistant exchanged glances, intrigued. Is there such a delightful opportunity? Wen Nuannuan turned to Goldman, stating, "You need to complete the lawsuit within 1 month." Upon hearing this, Goldman, as if enlightened, realized how to handle Lin Ruxue and Xiao Xinyao. He promptly handed them his business card. "This is my card. Please keep me updated on the progress. Should you have any questions, feel free to contact me directly. Host, your elder brother has successfully identified all the internal spies within the company, along with uncovering the evidence that was discarded. With my brother's intervention, 1 is worth 2. Let's wrap it up and head home." When Wuling blinked in confusion, realizing he had missed something significant, Wen Nuannuan cheerfully bid farewell to lawyers Zhou and Zheng. As she turned to enter her car, she noticed her superstar brother clinging to the car door, refusing to let go. "Third Master, please do not make this difficult for me. Mother is waiting for the young lady to return home for dinner." When Wuling persisted, employing a heart-wrenching tactic. "Old you, can you bear to see me left alone? Starving and shivering in the cold?" Cough, cough. Old you couldn't help but facepalm. He had witnessed this act a decade ago, and Third Master had shown no originality. "Old you, if there's anything, I will discuss it with Mother. Let Third Brother get in the car." With Wen Nuannuan's words, Wen Wuling swiftly hopped into the car, fastening his seatbelt in an instant. Third Brother must be longing for home. His speed deserves a Guinness World Record. Wen Wuling exclaimed, "My yearning transcends the earth." Within Shengzhong Manor, Lu Yuhua's gaze sharpened as she saw Wen Wuling return with her daughter. "Third Brother, why have you suddenly returned home?" Wen Wuling shuddered inexplicably, yet resolutely declared, "Mother, I escorted my little sister home." Today, she encountered Lin Ruxue's minions. With a few embellishments, Wen Wuling deftly shifted the narrative's focus onto Gu Machin. The tale of the wicked Lin Ruxue bullying Wen Nuannuan transformed into a pure love saga, where Lin Ruxue would stop at nothing for the sake of being with Gu Machin. The Wen family, already displeased with Gu Machin, immediately branded him a heartless scoundrel upon hearing Wen Wuling's fabrications. With a loud crash, Wen Jinyang angrily slammed an expensive purple clay teapot onto the table. "Men like Gu Machin are utterly unworthy. Nuannuan, you must steer clear of such scum in the future." When Nuannuan's lips twitched, observing her enraged father, who had just faced betrayal from her uncle, she decided to quell his agitation and obediently nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I will." Her elder brother, Wen Antiing, grasped the crux of the matter, pursing his lips and furrowing his brows slightly. "Will Gu Machin be participating in this program as well?" "It seems likely." The atmosphere fell silent as the 4 members of the Wen family simultaneously turned their gazes toward Wen Wuling, especially Wen Jinyang, whose eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, as if to say that if Wen Wuling nodded, he would face dire consequences. Nervously swallowing, Wen Wuling was determined to prevent any interaction between Gu Machin and his sister. To demonstrate his loyalty, he pulled out his phone and, under the piercing stares of the Wen men, directly called Qin Yuheng. "Teacher Qin." Ignoring the enthusiastic voice on the other end, Wen Wuling inquired bluntly, "Yuheng, will your cousin be participating in this legal interview program?" "I sincerely apologize, but due to issues concerning Gu Jinshao, I've been reprimanded terribly by my cousin, let alone persuading him to join the program." Qin Yuheng's voice grew increasingly aggrieved. He himself was a victim, having been sent to Shaolin Temple for several months under the guise of training. "You have no idea how unreasonable my cousin is." Before he could finish his lament, Wen Wuling callously hung up. "Gu Machin will not be attending." Hearing the desired response, the Wen family felt relieved and continued their meal, reluctantly agreeing to Wen Wuling's request to return home. After dinner, Wen Nuannuan returned to her room, staring at the contract, silently devising a plan to persuade Gu Machin to participate in the program. She picked up her phone and quickly typed out a message to him. On the other side of the world, as the heads of various departments at the conference table heard the incessant ringing of the president's phone, they fell silent. Who is so reckless as to incessantly pester President Gu? Everyone held their breath, fearing that Gu's fury might fall upon them. The next moment, they noticed the usually cold and authoritative president seemingly smirk at the corner of his eye before casting a subtle glance at his assistant. Dismissed. The room fell into stunned silence as each person exchanged incredulous looks. What else was there to report? Although phrased as a question, it sounded more like a blatant threat. The staff hurriedly gathered their documents and fled the scene. In the vast conference room, only Gu Machin and his assistant, Jean, remained. Gu Machin gently caressed the screen, as if he could feel the warmth radiating from Wen Nuannuan's delicate form. Book the earliest flight back to Jing City. Hearing the unmistakable delight in the president's voice, Assistant Jean was filled with curiosity and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Gu's phone. Understood. Just as he lifted his gaze, he met Gu Machin's piercing dark eyes and realized he had been caught. We'll take the private jet back.
Oh, right.
Assistant Jean nodded frantically, relieved he hadn't been discovered. Before he could turn to leave, he heard the president's hesitant voice. Wait, the best date location in Jing City. That seems too abrupt. Gu Machin's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he pondered, eventually concluding, first, let us find the best wedding venue in Jing City. Assistant Jean covered his mouth, realizing he had lost his composure, and immediately bowed an apology. All right, I'll look for it right away. Wen Nuannuan could never have anticipated that a simple matter of arranging a meeting with Gu Machin for the signing, merely specifying a time and place, would turn into an extended conversation that meandered from the weather to aerospace endeavors. Had she not fallen asleep, they might have discussed the entire galaxy. For it is indeed rare for someone to venture beyond the solar system to consider other galaxies like Andromeda or the large and small Magellanic Clouds. Chapter 86. Exploiting Lin Rushue's Weakness. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Wen Nuannuan, well-rested, sprang out of bed and promptly grabbed her phone. This afternoon? Signing at 3 this afternoon. Sitting upright, she vigorously tapped the screen, noting it was only 12:50, and sank back onto the bed. There's still time. I can sleep a little longer. Host, aren't you hoping to persuade Gu Machin to participate in the program during today's signing? Wen Nuannuan covered her ears with a pillow, refusing to listen. La, I can't hear you. The system sighed in exasperation, having encountered such a lethargic host, and resorted to using its loudspeaker function. Host! The sun is shining on your backside. Hurry and get up. The system's voice pierced through the air like a 3D surround sound, and Wen Nuannuan felt as if an enormous speaker was blaring in her head, making it impossible for her to sleep. Fine, I'm getting up. Stop being so annoying. Irritated, Wen Nuannuan threw off the covers, realizing she wouldn't be able to catch any more sleep. Rubbing her disheveled hair, she rummaged through her wardrobe full of extravagant outfits specially prepared by Liu Yuhua, each more formal than the last. She knew her father and brother would undoubtedly interrogate her if they saw her dressed too formally, so she pondered her next move. Wen Jinyang, savoring the exquisite Wui Rock tea, was in high spirits, free from the torment of his troublesome brother, and found the tea particularly sweet and rich, perfect for a lovely daughter like his. Just as he thought of his dear little cotton-padded jacket, he spotted Wen Nuannuan descending the stairs and immediately beckoned her over to join him for tea. Dressed in a low-key black hoodie paired with simple jeans and white sneakers, her high ponytail danced in the breeze, enveloping her in an aura of vitality. She skipped over to her father, took a sip from his cup, and gave him a thumbs up in praise. Wow, Dad, this flavor is incredible. Although it has a slight bitterness at first, the subsequent sweetness transforms it into a delightful aftertaste. Flattered by his daughter's compliment, Wen Jinyang beamed with joy, momentarily lost in his delight.
Dad.
I'm heading to the mountain to seek out some auspicious love for my brothers, so don't wait for me for dinner tonight. All right, take care on the way. Wen Jinyang nodded with a smile, thinking of the troublesome young men he wished to expedite marrying off. Convinced he must burn incense and donate to the temple for their swift departure. Successfully sneaking out of the house, Wen Nuannuan had Lao Yu drop her off at the foot of the mountain, claiming, I must walk there step by step to show sincerity. Lao Yu moved, wiped away tears. Host, Lao Yu is so pitiful, believing such lies. Wen Nuannuan retorted, that's slander. Once I finish signing, I'll head to the nearby Kaishan temple to pray for my brother's love fortunes. The system rolled its eyes at the absurdity. Listen to yourself. Praying for love at the Kaishan temple is to wish for your brothers to marry the god of wealth. Is that not possible? The system was left speechless. Wen Nuannuan paused and looked up at the hotel, named Rose Delight. What a tacky name, who had come to such a place. The system, at a loss for words, had no choice but to provide a serious introduction. The Rose Garden is the most romantic sanctuary in the capital, and it has been crowned as the premier dating destination by couples. Each year, countless newlyweds line up here, eager to hold their wedding ceremonies. No wonder it bears such a cliched name. The system once again experienced a glitch. You, with your unyielding demeanor, know nothing of romance. Warm Wan couldn't be bothered to argue with the system, and just as she turned around, she was confronted by a beaming young lady. Beautiful girl. Would you be interested in a part-time job? It's 200 for half a day. Upon hearing this, Warm Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Host remained calm. She is Lin Rushua's assistant, seeking someone to impersonate a fan for a pickup. This is a perfect opportunity to exploit Lin Rushua's resources. Miss, what exactly do you need? This isn't some scam, is it? At Warm Nuannuan's inquiry, the other party hurriedly waved her hands in denial, explaining, No, of course not. We just need you to stand at the entrance to welcome the star. Oh, so it's just a ruse? Warm Nuannuan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Lin Rushua's assistant appeared somewhat embarrassed, thinking that the explanation didn't have to be so blunt. Well, not quite like that. Just think, you could earn money and meet a celebrity. What an invaluable opportunity. Beautiful girl. Don't hesitate. How much for the banner? 230. Lin Rushua's assistant's smile froze. It seemed she had encountered a savvy negotiator. And how much for the cheerleading? 280. Warm Nuannuan stroked her chin, feigning difficulty. May I ask who the star is? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Rushua's assistant realized she would have to reveal this information eventually in order for her to impersonate a fan. Lin Rushua. Warm Nuannuan gasped in surprise. Lin Rushua. The assistant quickly covered Warm Nuannuan's mouth, glancing nervously at the onlookers, and explained in a flurry, Do you want ice cream? Let us go buy some right now. With that, she whisked Warm Nuannuan away to a secluded corner.
Can you manage this?
Warm Nuannuan held up 5 fingers. Flat rate, half a day's work. Lin Rushua's assistant's eyes widened. Are you extorting me? Warm Nuannuan shook her head. Miss, you are so beautiful. You must know Lin Rushua's current situation. I am risking being pelted with rotten eggs, and who knows, I might even get lambasted online. Surely I deserve some compensation for emotional distress. After considering her options, the assistant realized that she had been asking around all morning, and anyone who heard Lin Rushua's name ran off faster than a rabbit. Reluctantly, she agreed. Upon receiving the transfer, Warm Nuannuan clasped the assistant's hand, beaming with sincerity. Can you manage the banner alone? How about I help you? The assistant's face lit up, and she handed the banner to Warm Nuannuan, relieved to finally have a moment of respite from the sticky sweat on her palms. Warm Nuannuan presented her phone forward. For holding the banner, it's 800.
What?
You're robbing me. The assistant lunged to reclaim the banner, but Warm Nuannuan was quicker, spinning around to hide it behind her. You can shout a little louder, it'll attract more people. I can help you call out to find artificial fans for Lin Rushua. You. The assistant was not keen on being chased by angry fans hurling rotten eggs. So she quickly transferred another 800, reasoning that it was Lin Rushua's money and she wouldn't feel the pinch. How about an additional cheerleading fee for those who chase the star, crying out their love? A friendly price of 1,000. After pondering, the assistant realized that she could not find anyone to cheer, and if she returned empty-handed, she would be scolded by Lin Rushua. Besides, the money wasn't hers. So she picked up her phone and sent the transfer. Once the funds were in her account, Warm Nuannuan confidently declared that she would perform all 3 tasks exceptionally well, ensuring Lin Rushua would receive unmatched value. Chapter 87. The Fierce Ant Confronting Lin Rushua. Host, are you actually making a profit from this? You wouldn't understand. Turning down money is foolish. The system truly did not comprehend why someone on the cusp of earning millions would toil under the sun for mere peanuts. Lin Rushua's assistant, having successfully located Warm Nuannuan as a stand-in fan, found herself in a frenzy, unable to find anyone else. There was only one fan, and Lin Rushua would surely berate her. How many more do we need? Warm Nuannuan kindly inquired. The assistant sheepishly held up a fist. 10? 10 times 10. Warm Nuannuan's eyes widened in disbelief. 100.
Sure.
The assistant, alarmed, urged Warm Nuannuan to lower her voice. Are you even a professional fan? For someone of Lin Rushua's stature, the minimum pickup scale is, of course, 100 people. Warm Nuannuan was indeed unfamiliar with the intricacies of the fan community, but she was confident she could gather 100 people. Holding up 5 fingers, she stated to Lin Rushua's assistant, This is my flat rate. I will find all 100 within half an hour. Considering how beautiful you are, I'm willing to take a little loss and earn 5,000 with tears in my eyes. Host, take a look in the mirror. You don't look sad at all. I'm shedding silent tears in my heart. The system was speechless. What could it do but go along with Warm Nuannuan? Upon hearing that she could find more people, Lin Rushua's assistant joyfully grasped Warm Nuannuan's hand. Flat rate of 50,000. You can't back out. Warm Nuan quickly donned a sincere expression, firmly shaking the assistant's hand. All right, 50,000 flat rate. I absolutely won't back out. With the funds secured, Warm Nuan immediately turned and sprinted away, her speed rivaling that of a fleeing rabbit. Lin Rushua's assistant watched in dismay as Warm Nuan vanished without a trace, regretting her decision. Surely she had indeed just been swindled. The system, witnessing Warm Nuan's unprecedented speed, couldn't help but inquire. Host, are we running off with the money? Am I that kind of person? Aren't you? You can insult my character, but you cannot insult my attitude toward money. The system scoffed inwardly, thinking her attitude was clearly indicative of someone fleeing with the cash. Warm Nuan demonstrated with her actions that she was a trustworthy merchant. She dashed to the hotel parking lot, where a group of tourists was just disembarking, with 4 or 5 large buses waiting to enter the lot. Warm Nuan held her phone to her ear, appearing extremely anxious as she walked past the throng of tourists. I told you to prepare early. What if he gets spotted? What if someone takes a photo and posts it online? Curiosity piqued the elderly onlookers, particularly those who were wealthy and idle, perked up at the prospect of gossip. Even the tour guide couldn't resist stepping closer to listen. Stealing a glance, Warm Nuan noticed all eyes were now on her, and with her back to the crowd. She indignantly scolded her phone. With such a big star, you should have prepared sooner. Just think of the hotel entrance. It's bustling with people. If fans recognize him and chase him for photos and autographs, how will our event proceed today? Initially, the tour guide thought this job was insignificant, but upon hearing the mention of a celebrity, he envisioned golden opportunities beckoning. Dear uncles and aunts, you are incredibly fortunate today. You might encounter a superstar. Let us hurry to the hotel entrance. Perhaps we can get up close and personal. An elderly gentleman, hard of hearing, turned to his wife and asked, "Which celebrity are we going to see?" An impatient lady, retouching her makeup, replied, "What do you mean which celebrity? It's Lu Xinghua, my idol. Old man. You must get a picture with Xingzi later." All right. The gentleman pulled out his camera, diligently committing his wife's requests to memory.
Meanwhile,
A curious passenger from another bus, noticing the excitement ahead, rolled down the window and asked, "What has got you all riled up?" The elderly man replied excitedly, "There's a big star named Hua hosting an event here today, and we can take pictures with him. Gotta go. My wife is hurrying me." Upon hearing the news aboard the bus, the crowd erupted with excitement, realizing that there was not just one illustrious star in attendance. They were nearly bursting with anticipation, eager to leap from their seats. Hurry, gather your gear. When the throng gathers, we must push forward to capture a photograph together. The excitement spread like wildfire. As Wen Nuannuan turned around, she beheld a sea of people surging towards the hotel entrance. Splendid! We have surpassed our goal. If the assistant sees this multitude, she will surely be moved to tears. Will she truly be emotional? At the hotel entrance, Lin Rushua's assistant glanced at her phone, noting that 15 minutes had elapsed. Doubt gnawed at her, confirming that she had been deceived by Wen Nuannuan. Regret washed over her. She should never have believed the words of a charlatan. With Lin Rushua's arrival imminent, she surveyed the surroundings and, in despair, closed her eyes. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, and upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback to see a throng rushing towards her. She had missed Wen Nuannuan, but the 5,000 invited guests would surely delight her employer. A woman with a thick dialect tapped the assistant on the shoulder, inquiring, "Child, are you waiting for the big star here?" The assistant nodded vigorously, quickly organizing the crowd into a line and contacting hotel security to maintain order. Thoughtfully distributing banners to the attendees. A grandfather in the crowd eyed the banner with confusion and asked his wife, "Why don't we see the name Lu Xinghua on here?" A nearby guide, eager to earn his keep, fabricated an explanation. The banner reflects the fans' affection for the star. Lu Xinghua's name isn't a necessity. Is that so? The grandfather scratched his head, feeling out of touch with the youth. In my day, we would call out the name of whichever star we were chasing. His wife urged, "What are you waiting for? The car is here. Be sure to get our picture." Heeding his partner's words, the grandfather quickly readied his camera, his eyes fixed on the vehicle's door. Inside the bus, Lin Rushua listened to the cheers outside, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She planned to have the paparazzi snap a few extra photos for online buzz, ensuring her image was polished in no time.
click, click, click.
As the door swung open, a flurry of cameras erupted in a chorus of shutter sounds. Lin Rushua, donning sunglasses and exuding confidence, stepped off the bus with a radiant smile and waved to the crowd. Suddenly, The jubilant noises ceased, and all eyes fixated on the unfamiliar woman emerging. The angry voices of the older women rang out. Who are you? Why are you obstructing our Xingzi? Move along. Lin Rushua's smile froze. What was happening? Chapter 88. The Love-Struck Brain, with Gu Macheng as the focus. Arriving fashionably late, Wen Nuannuan immediately assumed the role of a devoted fan. She seized the banner and, amidst the crowd's gaze, held it aloft, her voice straining as she shouted, "Snow-white-skinned Lin Rushua, the world's most beautiful Lin Rushua. We adore you, Shua Shua. The world's most beautiful Lin Rushua, snow-white-skinned Lin Rushua, Shua Shua, don't leave, don't leave. I'm in love with you, Shua Shua. Please give me an autograph." A curious grandfather, his voice booming, queried, "What snow? What does she do?" A nearby young person chimed in. She's an internet celebrity, vying to be the president's wife, competing with Qiao Xinyao for the title. Oh, isn't that a mistress? An indignant older woman fumed, her anger directed at Lin Rushua. "You shameless creature, hurry and get lost." A particularly impatient woman, seeing Lin Rushua refuse to budge, hurled tomatoes at her, exclaiming, "What a disgraceful harlot to sully our Xingzi's path. Get out, get out." The crowd erupted in fury, tossing an array of snacks towards Lin Rushua. She shielded her face, spinning around to retreat to the bus, only to collide with the glass door. As she steadied herself, a colossal rice bun struck her squarely in the face. The vibrant green cabbage leaves enveloped her delicate features, while the rice succumbed to gravity, cascading downwards, leaving her feeling utterly sullied. A bizarre taste invaded her senses, prompting her to feel entirely unclean. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Wen Nuannuan clapped her hands, satisfied with her work. Ensuring Lin Rushua would spend not a cent glancing at the time, she noted it was nearly 3 o'clock and gracefully departed. The manager, having received Wen Nuannuan, personally guided her to the restaurant on the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, a cascade of flowers greeted her, blanketing the entire dining area, the flickering candlelight beckoning her as if ushering her into a fairy tale wedding. Stunned, Wen Nuannuan gazed at the floral paradise, pointing at the descending balloons. "Manager, are you certain this is the place?" The manager nodded gently, a look of blessing gracing his face as he affirmed, "Indeed, Miss Wen." Stepping back, Wen Nuannuan recalled Lin Rushua downstairs and what Heijinjin had mentioned about Lin Rushua being groomed as a daughter-in-law for the Gu family. All the pieces fell into place. Surely, Gu Macheng was about to propose to Lin Rushua today? What had she just done? The system's mocking laughter echoed in her mind. "Haha, host, your million is about to vanish. Don't forget we're in the same boat." "Indeed, host, perhaps you should go down and carry Lin Rushua out. It might redeem you. You forget Lin Rushua switched my exam paper, stole my scholarship, and had her minions bully me, slipping dead mice into my desk every day. Then perhaps you should run away quickly. Otherwise, when Gu Macheng learns of your actions towards his fiancée, it will be too late." Noticing the myriad of emotions flitting across Wen Nuannuan's face, the manager remarked, "Miss Wen, Mr. Gu is waiting for you inside." Wen Nuannuan's smile turned stiff. "Is he?" The floral spectacle before her felt less like a celebration and more like her impending doom. She scanned her surroundings, her heart racing, confirming that the elevator behind her was her only escape. If she could flee, she would certainly report this hotel for inadequate safety measures. Gu Macheng, clad in a well-tailored dark suit, walked towards her against the sunlight, appearing impeccably handsome and dignified. "Nuannuan, you've arrived. Please take a seat." When Nuannuan stared at the man's upturned lips and the gentlemanly gesture of pulling out a chair, her resolve wavering. "Mr. Gu, are you waiting for me?" Gu Macheng's lips curled slightly as he lowered his gaze upon her. "Of course." Wen Nuannuan, feeling uneasy, pressed, "Am I the only one?" Gu Macheng affirmed with a deep nod. "Only for you." Unlike the romantic idol channel of Gu Macheng, Wen Nuannuan, feeling relieved, pointed at the decor, awkwardly laughing. "I thought I might be interrupting something significant for Mr. Gu. I'm relieved to hear I haven tea, that us good." A hint of helplessness marred Gu Macheng's smile. His assistant had completely misinterpreted his intentions, mistakenly believing he was about to propose. When he arrived, Wen Nuannuan had already been there. The secretary must have made a mistake. If Wen Nuannuan wasn't fond of this place, they could always relocate. So, it was a misunderstanding. "You gave me quite a scare?" Gu Macheng's gaze darkened, his heart racing. "As long as it's not a proposal to Lin Rushua, my million is safe." He struggled to suppress his wildly beating heart, but the flush creeping up his ear betrayed his emotions. Wen Nuannuan was jealous. "I really like it here. Wen Nuannuan hurriedly approached and sat down. Her fondness for the venue was a signal of her affection. Gu Macheng's spirits lifted, warmth flooding his heart. Mr. Gu, let us proceed with the signing. Wen Nuannuan retrieved a contract from her bag, and as the melodious strains of a violin filled the air, the lights dimmed immediately. Warm and naive, Nuannuan looked up and gazed around, when suddenly a beam of light illuminated her figure, as two waiters approached slowly with a cart. What is happening? System, love story. What is dead? This song is called Love Story, a piece exclusively for proposals. Proposal. Gu Machen helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. The year-end bonus for his assistant could be cancelled. I suppose this includes service. Oh, indeed. This place is a wedding paradise, so it's only natural to offer proposal services. Following the melody, Nuannuan gently clapped her hands. Gu's secretary truly possessed a flair for romance, since refusal was not an option. Shall we indulge ourselves? At her words, Gu Machen's narrow eyes sparkled with starlight. And his heart suddenly raced intensely. TSK, TSK, TSK. How much does such a bouquet cost? And this band, 3,000 per person with so many of them, it's nothing but blatant extravagance. The system attempted to remind Nuannuan to refrain from being a spoilsport here, advising her to learn from Gu Machen's artistic demeanor and enjoy the moment, which would surely gratify the musicians. At this moment, the waiters had pushed the cart right before them. Gu Machen's lips curled upward as he picked up the enormous bouquet of roses, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. This is for the most beautiful lady present. Nuannuan accepted the bouquet, with a polite thank you. Ha! Thank you, Gu's secretary is indeed thoughtful. Chapter 89. Walking the path of a drama queen, leaving the drama queen with no path to walk. Such a large bouquet must have over 100 stems. At 10 per flower, that's easily 1,000. Host, there are precisely 999 roses, symbolizing a love that endures through time.
Wow.
ISN, T that nearly 10,000. You, heartless woman. Gu Machen's thin lips formed a subtle arc, since Nuannuan adored flowers. He would establish the grandest flower market, and she would surely be delighted. If the system were aware of Gu Machen's thoughts, it would undoubtedly berate him for sharing a similar mindset. At this moment, the song reached its conclusion, and the staff dutifully began to cheer. Agree to him. Agree to him. Agree to him. Nuannuan smiled slightly, calmly producing a pen and signing her name with a flourish. I would wholeheartedly agree. What about you, Gu? Gu Machen gazed into Nuannuan's eyes, which were soft enough to glisten with tears, and without hesitation, he signed his name.
Ding.
The instant the elevator doors opened, Lin Rushua inadvertently witnessed this scene, covering her mouth as color drained from her face, her breaths quickening, her body trembling. Frozen in disbelief that Gu Machen had actually proposed to Nuannuan.
Ding.
As the elevator doors slowly closed, Lin Rushua finally reacted, frantically pounding on the doors. Open up. Quick, open the door. Aw, hurry. Her assistant, mistaking Lin Rushua for a woman gone mad, hurriedly restrained her. Boss, be cautious of the paparazzi. If we're spotted now, it will be even harder to clear our names. The words jolted her from her stupor. She could not appear in such a state in front of Gu Machen. Nor could she afford to embarrass herself before that wretched Nuannuan. She needed to outshine Nuannuan 100-fold, making her feel inferior and retreat. Taking a deep breath, Lin Rushua venomously commanded, bring me the most expensive gown. The assistant, unsure of Lin Rushua's sudden frenzy, but knowing better than to question her, swiftly took out her phone to contact a makeup artist. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of the animosity directed at her, Nuannuan admired the contract repeatedly.
Ha ha ha.
I can now lie back at home counting money. Gu Machen's lips curled into a fond smile. Since Nuannuan cherished money, he had plenty to spare. As if fate were weaving their paths together. Hearing his assistant mention that the foie gras at this establishment was exquisite, he urged, Nuannuan, you must try it. Upon hearing the words of the fortune god, Nuannuan finally noticed that the table's decorations had been entirely overtaken by the lavish feast. Wow. Gu is truly discerning. Offering money and a meal, I must indulge a bit more to attract some wealth. Host, you should not be named Wen, you ought to be named Qian Money. That is true. Being named Qian would surely invite fortune. I should ask my father if he agrees to a name change. The system fell silent, unable to argue further. Nuannuan joyfully savored her meal, unable to suppress her exclamations. Wow, this is delectable. Gu Machen squinted slightly. As long as you enjoy it, try this as well. Delightful, Nuannuan replied softly, her eyes sparkling like apricots. Gu Machen's lips involuntarily curved upward as he selected a piece of foie gras and savored it thoughtfully. Surely, after marrying Nuannuan, he too would experience such happiness. In a moment of distraction, Nuannuan, lost in thoughts of the money flowing into her bank account, became overly excited, accidentally spilling sauce on her attire. I'm so sorry. I need to visit the restroom. Do you need me to accompany you? Nuannuan hastily waved her hands in embarrassment. No, I can handle it myself. Gu Machen had no choice but to return to his seat. Nuannuan rose and headed directly to the restroom, splashing her hands with water and scrubbing her clothes repeatedly, but the stains remained deeply embedded. One cannot disguise their origins. Even if one squeezes into high society, the underlying scent cannot be concealed. Upon hearing this, Nuannuan raised her head, staring intently at the unfamiliar yet familiar reflection in the mirror. The newcomer wore impeccably applied makeup, her gown adorned with pink diamonds, cascading to the floor, complemented by a dazzling gemstone necklace that sparkled painfully. Startled by such an extravagant appearance in broad daylight, Nuannuan momentarily thought a diamond had come to life to devour humans. Lin Ruxue? Indeed, host. Why is she dressed like this? Did she lose her mind? She must have accidentally glimpsed you and Gu Machen when the elevator doors opened, hence her madness. Oh, I see. Having waited long enough, Lin Ruxue, noticing Nuannuan's dazed expression, proudly puffed out her chest. I almost forgot. How could a cleaning lady like you ever have the chance to see such luxurious attire? Leaning against the porcelain white wall, Lin Ruxue cast a sidelong glance at Nuannuan, disdainfully snorting. I advise you to crawl back to where you came from. Gu Machen is not someone a wretch like you can aspire to. Nuannuan turned around, sighing sympathetically. How pitiful for Gu Machen to be targeted by someone of your caliber. You. Just as Lin Ruxue was about to unleash a torrent of insults, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror, her expression instantly shifting. With a cry, she collapsed to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at Nuannuan, her voice trembling. Sister, I truly wish to coexist harmoniously with you. I don't know what I did wrong to make you despise me this much, to the extent of treating me like this. Host. She is pretending to fall to garner Gu Machen's disdain for you. This is straight out of a melodrama, competing for the favor of the god of wealth. She has no chance, not even a window. Just as Gu Machen reached the doorway, his narrow eyes darkening, he felt a tightening in his heart. Nuannuan genuinely cared for him. She was willing to confront Lin Ruxue for his sake. Gu Machen quickened his pace, resolutely refusing to allow Nuannuan any harm. Upon seeing Gu Machen enter, Nuannuan mimicked Lin Ruxue's actions, dramatically falling backward. Oh no! Then, discreetly pinching her thigh, tears streamed down her face as she pointed at Lin Ruxue, weeping. I've already distanced myself. Why won't you let me go? What do you want from me to finally let me be? Lin Ruxue's pupils quivered in surprise. She had not anticipated that Nuannuan would resort to such tactics. Upon seeing the towering figure of Gu Machen, her eyes reddened, and a veil of tears quickly appeared within them. With a gentle blink, crystalline droplets cascaded down the corners of her eyes. Machen, I merely wish to foster a good relationship with my sister. I never expected her to treat me this way. Gu Machen's handsome brows furrowed deeply, a pang of concern gripping his heart. How could Nuannuan lie upon such a cold ground? What if she fell ill? How could you be so careless? Are you injured? Give me your hand. I shall help you up. A fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Ruxue's eyes as she triumphantly raised an eyebrow at Nuannuan. That wretched girl had no reflection to see her ragged attire. She dared to challenge her. Chapter 90. The White Lotus, disdained to the core. Lin Ruxue shyly lowered her head, yet her body was unambiguously honest, poised delicately as she awaited the rescue of her Prince Charming, Gu Machen. However, Gu Machen swiftly bypassed Lin Ruxue and approached Nuannuan, lifting her up with a firm grip. Lin Ruxue shot her gaze upwards in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Gu Machen would assist that insufferable Nuannuan. Indeed, it was all Nuannuan's fault for enticing Gu Machen and diverting his attention from her. Lin Ruxue's voice trembled with anxiety as she called out, Machen. I am right here. But Gu Machen showed no interest in anything beyond Nuannuan, his focus solely on assessing her for injuries. Nuannuan, unable to bear the sight, gently poked Gu Machen's shoulder, seemingly inquiring, Who? Nuannuan pointed behind Gu Machen, Her. If you do not turn around soon, I shall burst into laughter. Reluctantly, Gu Machen turned, only to be met with a blinding glare that forced him to shut his eyes momentarily, allowing time to adjust to the brightness. As he narrowed his eyes, a frigid glint pierced through as he directed a steely gaze at Lin Rushua, his voice calm, yet imbued with an austere intensity. Did you push Nuannuan? The weight of Gu Machen's dark expression enveloped Lin Rushua, a chilling aura bearing down upon her, as if it were stifling her very breath. After a long pause, she managed to stammer, Machen, I merely wanted to get along with my sister. I never anticipated she would treat me this way. Lin Rushua feigned a pitiful demeanor, her acting prowess eclipsing even that of Lin Dayu. Bah, who is your sister? Spare me this act, who cannot shed tears. Nuannuan felt her own tears welling up, shaking her head in silence for 2 seconds before responding. It was she who pursued me relentlessly. I was unaware of what had transpired. Upon witnessing Nuannuan's tears, Gu Machen's heart ached, as if pricked by a needle, his brows knitting tighter. Miss Lin, if your mind is muddled, seek medical attention. Do not misidentify kinship. Furthermore, I recall not inviting you. All your actions since your arrival have been unlawful. Machen, how can I be considered an outsider? Have you forgotten the betrothal between our families? Lin Rushua lamented, her voice drenched in sorrow, as tears the size of beans streamed down her cheeks, successfully molding Gu Machen into the image of a heartless scoundrel. Nuannuan discreetly cast a sympathetic glance towards Gu Machen. Brother, this scheme is aimed at you. I cannot assist, but I must say your patriarch possesses a keen eye, having chosen the most venomous one for you. Gu Machen's slitted eyes radiated an icy chill as he coldly clarified, devoid of emotion. Gu Jinchao has been disowned by the Gu family. You and Gu Jinchao are no longer part of the Gu clan. She had once been betrothed to Gu Machen. When had it transformed into a connection with that scoundrel, Gu Jinchao? Machen, do you truly hold me in such disdain that you refuse to acknowledge our engagement?
Oh.
What a scoop. Gu Machen and Lin Rushua truly have an engagement. Gu Machen's brows furrowed deeply, capable of squashing a fly. For he had tolerated enough of her antics. Yet, spreading rumors before the one he cherished was an entirely different matter. At this moment, his disdain for Lin Rushua reached the peaks of Mount Everest. Gu Machen turned, his gaze as profound as an ocean, fixed upon Nuannuan as he explained. Word by word, at a previous banquet, we encountered the Lin family. My grandfather found common ground with them and jokingly suggested Miss Lin as a prospective granddaughter-in-law. The Gu family holds no such intention, but since Gu Jinchao is fond of her, we respect their choice. Gu Machen's words delivered a resounding slap to Lin Rushua's face. Such cold, unfeeling declarations shattered her perception of her own identity. While Gu Machen had previously been aloof, he had never spoken to her with such sharp, ruthless disdain. This realization left Lin Rushua in ruins. She crumpled to the ground, her hands tightly clutching her gown, heedless of the diamonds that pierced her fingers.
Oh.
So, it was Lin Rushua's own delusions all along. The storm clouds that had shrouded Gu Machen dissipated. He feared that Nuannuan might misunderstand his relationship with Lin Rushua and thus sever ties with him. Suddenly, a bright voice shattered the stalemate. Cousin, I heard you propose today. Who is my future cousin-in-law? Qin Yuhang had initially sought to convince his cousin to release him from the film crew. However, upon hearing the news of the proposal, he hastily abandoned all else and rushed over. As he reached the restroom entrance, Qin Yuhang halted abruptly, perplexed, and observed Gu Machen and Nuannuan, pointing at a heap of shimmering diamonds. Cousin, I know that proposing involves diamonds, but gifting such large stones is rather peculiar, especially in a restroom. Is that not a tad inappropriate? Qin Yuhang wrinkled his nose in disdain, reaching out to grasp one of the diamonds, but upon contact, a sharp explosion rang out. Startled, he ducked for cover, exclaiming, "Ah, there's a ghost. The diamonds have come to life. They moved. Quick, drive it away."
Ha ha ha.
Qin Yuhang is simply too amusing. How could he not recognize that it is Lin Rushua? Gu Machen remarked, "It is not difficult to discern that this is a person." Lin Rushua's complexion turned pale. She was adorned in the most extravagant gown, each diamond meticulously set, yet now she was mistaken for a monster by Qin Yuhang. She reached out to cover Qin Yuhang's mouth, but as she drew near, he shoved her away. Having been filming a fantasy drama, Qin Yuhang assumed that the diamond spirit sought to claim his soul and promptly produced talisman paper. With a resounding clap, the yellow talisman landed upon Lin Rushua's head. As he recited incantations, Taishang Laojun, swiftly return all demons and monsters. Seeing that the diamond spirit remained unfazed, Qin Yuhang's terror deepened as he pointed at Lin Rushua, repeatedly shouting, "Retreat! Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Has Qin Yuhang been studying to be a Taoist priest these days? Why does he carry talisman paper with him? Lin Rushua is so furious she might transform into an old witch. Warm laughter erupted from Nuannuan as she clutched her stomach, unable to contain herself. The absurdity of the scene, a blend of Eastern sorcery and Western horror, stripped away any sense of terror and left only humor in its wake. When the manager, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, he stumbled in surprise, nearly losing his footing. Upholding an unwavering commitment to his work, he suppressed his laughter. This. Gu Machin maintained an icy demeanor, declaring coldly, "This young lady has trespassed. We shall call the authorities." Lin Rushua's pupils dilated in disbelief, as she could not fathom Gu Machin's ruthlessness towards her. "Machin, how could you treat me this way? Indeed.
How could you call the police?
If you do, my legal talk show will never gain traction." Chapter 91. Bah, her dog's memory. You are Lin Rushua. Qin Yuhang, finally piecing together the identity of the diamond spirit, halted his actions, craning his neck at the risk of being blinded to confirm that the shimmering figure before him was indeed Lin Rushua. "Cousin, let it go. Gu Jinchao is still in prison. If you send her there as well, who will compensate for our company's losses?" This statement effectively infuriated Lin Rushua. Gu Machin turned his gaze and beheld Wen Nuannuan pouting in a manner that exuded an air of grievance. He then inquired of her, "Shall we call the police?" "The decision rests with you." Wen Nuannuan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with intrigue as she replied, "Lin Rushua, if you sincerely apologize to me, I shall grant you my forgiveness regarding this matter." Upon hearing this, Lin Rushua nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Casting a glance at the stern-faced Gu Machin, she reluctantly uttered, "I'm sorry."
What?
Wen Nuannuan feigned confusion, pressing her hand to her ear as she leaned forward, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Lin Rushua's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale, her nails dug deeply into her palm, and her voice dripped with venomous disdain as she reiterated, "I'm sorry."
Oh.
Wen Nuannuan probed with genuine curiosity, "Sorry for what?"
You.
Lin Rushua straightened her back and stepped forward, itching to tear into Wen Nuannuan's audacious tongue. However, upon catching sight of Gu Machin behind Wen Nuannuan, her words faltered and transformed into, "I'm sorry to you." How I relish Lin Rushua's disdainful demeanor. As if she looks down upon me yet cannot eliminate me. Gu Machin mused to himself, realizing that this could indeed delight Nuannuan and that he had thus grasped a method to please her in the future. Fortunately, Lin Rushua remained oblivious to Gu Machin's inner thoughts. Otherwise, she would have surely spewed a mouthful of blood and dragged Wen Nuannuan down to hell with her. Wen Nuannuan, in her magnanimity, readily forgave Lin Rushua. "All right, since you have sincerely apologized, let us consider this matter resolved." Miss Wen truly possesses a heart of great tolerance. The anxious manager let out a sigh of relief, grateful that they did not pursue the oversight in their work, and swiftly turned to Lin Rushua with a brusque demeanor. "Miss Lin, do hurry and leave, otherwise I shall have to call security." Lin Rushua glared fiercely at the two-faced manager, committing his visage to memory. Wen Nuannuan, that wretched girl. How dare she vie for the position of matriarch of the Gu family? She was undeniably the one most deserving of standing beside Gu Machin.
Indeed.
It was Wen Nuannuan's enticement of Gu Machin that had led to this treatment. Lin Rushua discreetly retrieved her phone, aiming the camera at Wen Nuannuan and Gu Machin. She was determined to ruin this wretched girl's reputation. Surely then, Gu Machin would return to her embrace. Once Wen Nuannuan and Gu Machin returned to the dining area, Qin Yuhang incessantly questioned, "What transpired? How did Lin Rushua end up at your engagement scene? Nuannuan, when did you and your cousin become an item? Have you accepted his proposal? When do you plan to hold the wedding?" One would never guess, Qin Yuhang truly resembles a parrot, incessantly chattering away. Upon noticing Wen Nuannuan's discontent, Gu Machin reached out to silence Qin Yuhang, shooting him a warning glare. Qin Yuhang felt deeply aggrieved. How could his cousin be so stingy when he was merely there to offer his blessings? Host, there is no drama with Qin Yuhang. Let us divert our attention to the commotion between the aunties downstairs. Indeed, the contract has been signed, and there is no need to linger here, lest I become a third wheel and hinder their brotherly bond. Mr. Gu, the investment contract has been finalized. I shan't take up any more of your time. I shall take my leave. Gu Machin's expression darkened, feeling as though he wished to send Qin Yuhang to Africa. The dishes have yet to be served. Why not finish your meal before departing? No need, thank you, Mr. Gu. Upon hearing this, Gu Machin's mood plummeted. The precious time he had to spend with Nuannuan was slipping away. Qin Yuhang, blissfully unaware of his cousin's shifting emotions, spotted his favorite delicacies on the table and sat down foolishly, eagerly devouring the sliced steak. Goodbye, Nuannuan. See you next week. I shall treat you to a meal then.
All right.
Farewell, Mr. Gu. Until we meet again. Gu Machin gazed longingly at Wen Nuannuan's departing figure, and as the elevator doors closed, his heart felt equally empty. Staring into the vacant space, Gu Machin turned his gaze to find Qin Yuheng excessively indulging in the food he had prepared for Wen Nuannuan, his eyes darkening as his voice turned icy. What brings you here instead of staying on set? Qin Yuheng shivered, glancing out the window at the radiant sunshine, questioning why it felt so cold. Swallowing his mouthful of steak, he turned to Gu Machin with a beseeching expression. Cousin, I simply missed you terribly. I couldn't suppress my longing, so I hastened to find you. I had no idea you would be enjoying a luxurious steak while signing contracts and staging a proposal. It led me to misunderstand. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yuheng took a few more bites, lamenting about how the set lacked adequate food, as he had been on a carb-free diet that had driven him to hallucinations. The simple-minded pup was blissfully unaware of the danger that loomed ever closer, rambled on. Cousin, all I eat on set is grass. I beg you, let me leave the production. Gu Machin scoffed. Very well. Then you may go to Africa for charity.
What?
Qin Yuheng's appetite vanished at once. Clutching Gu Machin's leg, he wept. No, cousin. I promised Nuannuan that I would participate in the program with her. If you do this, I would be breaking my word to her. Gu Machin zeroed in on the crux of the matter. The word together irked him immensely. What program? Qin Yuheng's eyes brightened with hope of avoiding Africa as he eagerly replied, the legal interview program next week, the one I showed you previously. You weren't inclined to attend, so I will go. You can rest assured and head to Africa. Qin Yuheng jolted upright, fainting at the sudden turn of events. Just before losing consciousness, he fervently wished that what he had just heard was merely a figment of his imagination. Meanwhile, the well-heeled Wen Nuannuan descended the stairs, having eavesdropped on the lively exchanges among the Annies and gleaned a wealth of gossip from their chaotic dialects. When Nuannuan cracked open a packet of sunflower seeds she had miraculously procured, listening intently to the tidbits of information. Tisk, tsk. How shameless of that father to encroach upon his own son's territory. Host, this family is even more outrageous. The younger brother has eloped with the sister's husband. Wow. What a shocking turn of events, utterly shattering one's worldview. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Wen Nuannuan tossed the seed shells aside and turned towards the nearby Kaishan temple to acquire a few love charms. As she descended the mountain, she fortuitously encountered Lao Yu, who had been waiting for her. Once seated in the car, Wen Nuannuan examined the love charms in her hand, utterly pleased with her acquisition. With the blessings of the god of wealth, my brother shall no longer encounter ill-fated romances. This is simply splendid. Host, how could there be love charms in the Kaishan temple? A promotional gimmick, otherwise, how would the hotel attract tourists? The system grasped the concept. These love charms are mere fabrications. How could they be fakes? Just wait and see. When Sangha dons them next week for the program, you shall witness the results. When Nuannuan suddenly recalled her purpose for coming here, to persuade Gu Machin to participate in the program. Chapter 92. The doting brother's frenzy returning home with a cloud of low spirits when Nuannuan encountered her father and brother, both grinning widely and lined up in a row to welcome her back. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt like crying yet could only muster a wave as a greeting. Noticing his daughter's lack of cheerfulness, Wen Jinyang immediately inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Who has upset my little princess? Tell your father, and I shall have your third brother deal with him." When Wuling interjected, "My native language is speechless." When Nuannuan forced a smile, but it faltered within a minute. "The god of wealth. I have lost the opportunity to earn millions." Wen Jinyang suppressed a chuckle, thinking it was a trivial matter. He pointed at Wen Wuling and commanded, "What a minor issue. I shall have your third brother bow before the god of wealth 181 times to request fortune for you. I guarantee you shall see an influx of wealth within 3 days." When Wuling choked in disbelief, his father truly did not regard him as a person. Bowing 181 times, he would become a mere child before the god of wealth. "Sister, I've been away from mother since childhood. Can you bear to let me?" "Third brother, mother is standing right behind you." When Wuling turned stiffly, only to find their mother, wielding a rolling pin, smiling at him. "Do tell me, when did you leave your mother? Was it when you wet the bed at 7, or when you were 11 and shoveling dung?" When Wuling raised his hands and knelt down, exclaiming, "Mother, It is all Fodder's doing, insisting that I bow a full 81 times.
Oh.
Lu Yuhua, tapping the rolling pin in her hands, turned to look at Wen Jinyang. Wen Jinyang quickly explained, "Darling, for our daughter's fortune. What does it matter if the third son bows a few times?" Lu Yuhua pondered for a moment and agreed, "Indeed. However, bowing just 81 times lacks sincerity. You must start from the foot of the mountain and continue. What the third brother is destined to meet is only the king of hell." The Wen family finally heard the laughter of Wen Nuannuan. They had managed to amuse their daughter. Lu Yuhua took her daughter's hand and gently tapped Wen Nuannuan's little nose, saying, "Do not worry, your third brother is strong. I am not concerned about his health, but rather his romantic prospects. He is bound to encounter ill-fated relationships upon stepping out. For the happiness of my brothers. I especially sought a marriage talisman from the god of wealth today, ensuring that all the bad fruits in their lives vanish." When Anting and Wen Mingxi accepted the marriage talisman from their sister, skeptically handling it as if it were a treasure. "Thank you, little sister," Wen Wuling, upon receiving the talisman, showed no restraint and joyfully cheered, "I told you, my dear sister would never wish for me to suffer. Father, look at this gift from my sister. You don't have one, do you?" The veins on Wen Jinyang's forehead throbbed. This rebellious child certainly had a knack for provoking anger. Observing the harmonious scene at home, when Anting picked up his vibrating phone. Upon seeing the message, his brows furrowed, and he quietly walked into an empty room to answer the call. "President Wen, it's bad news. The internet is rife with rumors of Miss Wen seducing Gu Machin, and it has skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. Suppress it. Find out who is spreading these rumors." "Understood." The secretary hesitated before continuing, "President Wen, the photos of Miss Wen and Gu Machin online have been verified by the technical department as authentic, and the location is too sensitive. A place typically associated with romantic proposals. Coupled with the video of the old master Gu personally confirming the engagement released by the Lin family, any suppression efforts will yield little effect. We must prepare Miss Wen for the worst." "I understand. Just contain the situation for now." He was aware that the secretary wished to inform him about the myriad of derogatory posts directed at Wen Nuannuan online, all stemming from Gu Machin. His disdain for Gu Machin deepened. After hanging up, when Anting rubbed his forehead, contemplating how to delicately convey this matter to his sister without causing her distress. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Wen Nuannuan entered, spotting her elder brother striking a pose at the window. An amused smile twitched at the corners of her mouth. "Is narcissism contagious? It shouldn't be. After all, my brother has been with a third brother for over 20 years without any signs of infection. Has my brother awakened his narcissistic genes?" Ahem. When Anting did not expect his sister's imagination to run so wild, it was becoming increasingly absurd. After clearing his throat, he turned to Wen Nuannuan, gazing at her soft, delicate face, utterly unsure how to gently broach the topic of the trending news. Little sister, do you know about the origin of the universe?" Wen Nuannuan looked perplexed. All she knew was that their mother had asked her to invite her brother for a meal. When Anting waved his hand, staring at the sky for a moment before looking back at Wen Nuannuan. "What I mean is, the universe is vast and infinite, and in comparison, humanity is an exceedingly insignificant existence." "I know, our geography teacher told us." When Anting gestured in circles, struggling to articulate his thoughts, finding it far more challenging than dealing with a boardroom full of cunning old foxes.
"So, you understand, right?"
When Nuannuan tilted her head, blinking her big, sparkling eyes, her clarity reflecting Wen Anting's image. "Does she understand the universe?" When Anting, feeling defeated, took a seat. "What is wrong with brother?" The system descended from the heavens, valiantly rescuing a doting brother from the turmoil of a domineering president. "Your brother is troubled about how to inform you that Lin Rushue has hired a smear campaign against you for allegedly seducing Gu Machin." Lin Rushue moved so quickly. The events of the afternoon have already made it to the trending list by evening. At this rate, my show is bound to explode in popularity.
"Now."
When Anting gazed at his little sister with utter confusion, what did she mean? Was this all orchestrated by her? "Little sister, do you know about the photos of you and Gu Machin circulating online?" "I know now, and I am aware that Lin Rushue secretly took and released them, and that she hired trolls to slander me." When Nuannuan scratched her head, her fingers indicating a minimal amount of knowledge. "Somewhat aware." When Anting, "As long as you are not hurt." When Anting stood up, patting Wen Nuannuan's shoulder, his expression resolute as he asked, "Do you need your brother's help?" His intention was to completely eliminate the Lin family, ensuring that Lin Rushue would never have a chance to harm Wen Nuannuan again. Oh, how touching. Brother, you are truly the best. There is no one as good as you in the world. However, Lin Rushua must be dealt with by my own hands. It is only fair to confront the pain she has caused me in the past. When Anting's expression shifted, filled with pride and contentment, his little sister had grown. She could now face the storms of life on her own. Yet, why did he feel a pang of sorrow, as if a child was leaving him? Since he could not touch Lin Rushua, he would ensure the Lin family faced his wrath. He would make all those who had harmed his sister pay a heavy price. Chapter 93. The lotus flower concentrates its fire, blackening her to the core. On a bright and sunny afternoon, when Nuannuan lounged on her family's lawn, soaking up the sunlight, occasionally hearing the ringing of her phone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When Nuannuan silently counted in her heart, betting with the system. 1/3 of the comments are from trolls cursing me, another third are from former fans turned haters, and the rest are just passers-by hurling insults. Correct. Absolutely precise. The system was thoroughly impressed, nearly conjuring up 2 hands to give Wen Nuannuan a round of applause. Relaxed, Wen Nuannuan leaned against the back of her chair, picked up a glass of freshly squeezed kiwi juice, took a sip, and continued to watch the Huskies and Samyeds playfully compete for a ball. The more leisurely Wen Nuannuan became, the harder Lin Rushua worked. Initially, she spent money to buy trending topics to inform the public that the Lin family once adopted Wen Nuannuan. Subsequently, she invested heavily in hiring trolls to spread rumors of Gu Machin proposing to Wen Nuannuan, and coupled with the persuasive power of photos, the entire internet almost unanimously regarded Wen Nuannuan as a scheming opportunist, having climbed to success on the backs of the Lin family and her own sister. The wave of online condemnation grew stronger with each passing moment. The Wen family, upon discovering the information online, was furious, nearly rushing over to defend Wen Nuannuan and seek justice for her. Fortunately, Wen Nuannuan managed to stop them in time, assuring them she would resolve the matter with Lin Rushua within 3 days, and with Wen Anting's guarantee, Wen Jinyang and Lu Yuhua reluctantly agreed. However, as the vitriol continued to escalate, the Wen family worried deeply about Wen Nuannuan's emotional state, each devising ways to alleviate her distress. First, Wen Jinyang, under the pretense of poor internet connectivity, disconnected their home's internet, hoping to shield Wen Nuannuan from the online chaos. To his surprise, he discovered that Wen Nuannuan had her own news function, fully aware of the real-time developments online, even able to recite the insults directed at her. Wen Jinyang returned defeated, placing his hopes on his sons instead. With a sweeping gesture, Wen Jinyang issued a bounty. Anyone who could ensure Wen Nuannuan was not harmed or affected by online abuse could claim any reward they desired. When Anting and Wen Mingxi were uninterested in the rewards, they were determined to dote on their sister. Aware of Wen Nuannuan's plans, they silently gathered all evidence of the Lin family's misdeeds, serving as a robust support for their resilient sister. Unbeknownst to Wen Nuannuan's strategy, Wen Wuling and Wen Muyu, who sincerely wished for their sister's happiness and wanted to return home, each gifted her a dog. The 2 dogs perfectly inherited their owner's characteristics. Wen Wuling's Samyed was just as vain and conceited as he was, while Wen Muyu's Husky was as lively yet foolish as he. Upon their first encounter, 2 dogs stood their ground, refusing to yield to one another, engaging in a spirited exchange of barks that lasted for several hours. Their antics elicited an amused smile from Wen Nuannuan, prompting her siblings, Wen Wuling and Wen Mou, to seek out their father for reward. Consequently, Wen Nuannuan found herself assuming the role of caretaker for the 2 spirited huskies, spending her days, much like today, observing the 2 canines fervently competing for a ball. Glancing at the time, she noted that they had been at it for 2 hours, each stubbornly holding onto their prize. Host, aren't they exhausted? Stubborn creatures never tire. Taking a sip of kiwi juice, when Nuannuan's phone suddenly chimed, the tone distinctly different from before. Now they're calling just to berate me? Host, have you forgotten your daily greetings? Oh, I thought it was just a particularly skilled hater. When Nuannuan picked up the phone, recognizing the name God of Wealth on the screen, and answered with practiced ease. Good afternoon, Mo Chen. On the other end of the line, Gu Mo Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him upon hearing her gentle and calm voice, his tone involuntarily brightening. Good afternoon, Nuannuan. That evening, after their names trended at the top of social media, Gu Mo Chen urgently reached out to Nuannuan. Upon discovering her plans, they quickly came to an agreement, forming a strong alliance, which included daily check-in calls, sometimes as many as 7 or 8 times a day, successfully bridging the gap between them. The shareholders didn't give you a hard time during the meeting, did they? Rest assured, these trivial matters are of no concern to the shareholders. In his excitement, Assistant Jean inadvertently bit his tongue, wincing in pain. What do you mean no concern? The shareholders were practically ready to pounce on President Gu. As an ally, Wen Nuannuan glanced at the stock performance of the Gu Group and, seeing it only rise, breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After all, this situation arose because of me. If there's anything you need me to assist with, please do let me know. Nuannuan, you needn't be so formal with me, Gu Emochin replied, rubbing the corner of his eye, his voice low and melodic, as if softly confessing his true feelings. Helping you is tantamount to helping myself. What? When Nuannuan was puzzled, wondering how the two were connected. Gu Emochin shook his head, contemplating the unfamiliarity of his relationship with his wife. Lin Ruishui was drawn to the power and wealth of the Gu family. If such a person were to enter the family, it would spell disaster. Impressive, truly impressive. Your foresight is remarkable. When Nuannuan nodded, acknowledging the expansive vision of the top-tier wealthy, justifying why he was selected as the head of the Gu family at such a young age. Gu Emochin, however, was not fond of such praise, but realizing that the way he was addressed had changed, he believed that with a few more days, the reward he desired would surely come. By the way, Assistant Jean received a message from Lin Ruishui. When Nuannuan straightened her back, her ears perked up. It seemed Gu Emochin's silence had unsettled Lin Ruishui. Gu Emochin toyed with the dragon-shaped jade pendant in his hand, his gaze growing increasingly profound. The initial part of the message consists of the Lin family's flattery towards the Gu family. However, she specifically mentioned the phoenix-shaped jade pendant. Does Nuannuan know about this pendant? When Nuannuan's mind raced, where there was a phoenix pendant, there must be a dragon pendant. The notion of dragon and phoenix together signified an engagement token. This meant that Lin Ruishui intended to leverage the engagement as a threat against the Gu family, using public sentiment to marry into the family. Are you suggesting that she wants to marry you? After a brief pause, Gu Emochin responded with a muffled He held no regard for Lin Ruishui, had it not been for Wen Nuannuan's intervention. The Lin family would have already been trampled like ants beneath his feet. His concern lay solely with the phoenix pendant, symbolic of his engagement to Wen Nuannuan. Unbeknownst to Gu Emochin, the members of the Wen family were overly indulgent towards their beloved sister and had kept this matter from her, refusing to acknowledge it. In those few seconds of Gu Emochin's silence, Wen Nuannuan misconstrued Lin Ruishui's threat as a serious dilemma, leading her to promptly take action on her phone with a sense of alliance and mutual support. Don't worry. I've already sent Assistant Jean the video of Lin Ruishui drugging and enticing Gu Jinzhao. Please check it and let me know if there's any additional evidence you require. Assistant Jean? Gu Emochin's voice dropped to an icy tone. His eyes fixated on the now nervous Assistant Jean, growing increasingly irritated. Nuannuan, Assistant Jean has been quite busy lately. Just contact me directly. Assistant Jean trembled, wondering what he had done to warrant such a dire threat from his boss. Chapter 94. Who feels awkward, who knows? Haha, alright. When Nuannuan chuckled awkwardly, her reluctance to send the video directly to Gu Emochin stemming from the fact that Gu Jinzhao had been engaging in questionable activities with Lin Ruishui while bearing Gu Emochin's visage. The entire ordeal devoid of blurring. Who feels awkward? Indeed. If there's anything, just let me know. My dogs are calling for me. I need to take them for a walk. When Nuannuan swiftly ended the call, casting a glance at the two dogs still playfully tussling on the floor, sighing to herself that being a dog was indeed preferable, free from the constraints of embarrassment. Amen. I hope Gu Emochin, after watching, is spared from feelings of shame. When Nuannuan made her escape, leaving Assistant Jean in a bind. As a diligent top aide, it was his professional duty to promptly address work matters. However, he hadn't anticipated that today, while casually opening a file, he would stumble upon a video of a man resembling his boss engaged in explicit activities with Lin Ruishui, his trembling hands betraying his inner turmoil. Gu Emochin glanced up to see Assistant Jean with an expression as if his soul had left his body, someone clearly overwhelmed by the scene. With a voice laced with malice, he remarked, "The evidence Nuannuan sent you is quite fascinating, or is there something special she has conveyed to you?" Assistant Jean stiffly turned to face his boss, unsure how to respond with tact, when suddenly, an amorous sound emanating from his phone caused his face to flush crimson. Lowering his head, he extended the phone towards Gu Emochin. He had seen nothing, heard nothing. Gu Emochin took the phone, observing the two individuals in the video, calmly tapping the screen. This is the video of Lin Ruishui enticing Gu Jinzhao. Make sure to preserve it well. The consultant for next week's legal variety show will be switched to Lawyer Chen's team. Assistant Jean exhaled a sigh of relief. realizing that Wen Nuannuan had indeed sent evidence against Lin Ruxue, almost mistaking it for a scandal involving the boss and his wife. Understood. I'll head out immediately. Assistant Jean left behind the project files on the desk, aware that even though it was evidence against Lin Ruxue, it featured his boss's face, too awkward to contemplate how his boss could remain so composed. As the office door closed, Gu Mo Chen's ears burned with embarrassment. It was utterly mortifying. However, he recognized that Wen Nuannuan had sent it to protect his fragile psyche. How delightful it was to know that his wife cared for him.
Achoo.
Lu Yuhua quickly draped a shawl over Wen Nuannuan's shoulders. Nuannuan, it's too chilly outside. Let us head to the warm room. Wen Nuannuan touched her nose, feeling no chill. Suspecting it was Lin Ruxue berating her from behind again, and followed Lu Yuhua into the house. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the day of the program's official recording. That day, Lin Ruxue rose early, retrieving the phoenix-shaped jade pendant from a finely crafted sandalwood box. Caressing it with fervor, her eyes glinting with a dark, frenzied determination. Wen Nuannuan, today marks the beginning of your nightmarish existence. Nuannuan, sleepyhead, rise and shine. The sun is already up. Woof, woof. When Wu Ling called out, prompting the two huskies to respond in kind, even offering their services by pawing at the room's door. When Wu Ling could hardly contain his excitement. Today was the day he would retaliate against Lin Ruxue and seek justice for his little sister. With the belief that arriving early would allow him to strike back at the White Lotus, when Wu Ling persistently called for Wen Nuannuan to rise. Thus, Wen Nuannuan, reluctantly dragged from the warmth of her bed by Wen Wu Ling, began what would be a day of confronting Lin Ruxue. This event, supported by the political and legal authorities and backed by two colossal enterprises, has garnered immense attention even before its commencement, particularly as the inaugural case revolves around the illegitimate son of the Gu family masquerading as the head of the household. The number of pre-registered viewers for the live broadcast has reached unprecedented heights, prompting the production team to significantly upgrade their equipment and ensure that technicians are on standby around the clock to manage this overwhelming influx of traffic. As the vehicle glides into the venue, Wen Wuling hands his sunglasses to Wen Nuannuan, who, having failed to power on her device, stares at the sunglasses and drifts into a light slumber. With no other recourse, Wen Wuling takes it upon himself to gently place the sunglasses on his sister's face and assist her into her protective gear. It seems that the effects of the Hakimi treatment have rendered her so relaxed that she has forgotten that she is the main character at the center of a social media storm. Here we are, I am Ling Lingqi, he announces as they arrive at the entrance to the recording studio. Surrounded by a throng of detractors eager to launch verbal assaults on Wen Nuannuan. We will draw their fire. You hurry inside. Wen Wuling picks up the walkie-talkie and, with a heartfelt gesture, signals camaraderie. Received, received. Ling Lingqi, do not worry. I shall not forget your sacrifice. Make sure to deliver a few lines for our benefactor. Wen Wuling quips, Goldman Sachs, the Brotherhood filter has shattered. He sets down the walkie-talkie, noting the driver's signal, and, akin to lifting a chick, swiftly ushers Wen Nuannuan into the production building. Upon awakening, she is greeted by a face that is both familiar and oddly foreign, prompting her to hesitantly exclaim, Director? The director beams with a radiant smile, stepping forward to greet them. Teacher Wen, Miss Wen, it has been quite some time. I did not expect we would have another opportunity to collaborate since our last variety show. Wen Wuling grips the director's hand, inquiring, Are you a guest today as well? No, I am the show's chief director. A silent exchange of glances between Wen Wuling and Wen Nuannuan confirms their shared apprehension. Although they are typically skeptical, the director's discerning eye has instilled a sense of foreboding. I am beginning to worry if the newcomers from our company can make their appearances without incident. Wen Wuling retorts, Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate. The trio exchanges anxious looks, their expressions laced with trepidation yet tinged with a hint of anticipation. At the moment they turn away with smiles, they each silently appeal to the divine for protection. Buddha, Jade Emperor, Guanyin, and God. We beseech you to ensure the smooth conclusion of this program. Wen Wuling implores, Lord Guan, please bless us with safety. May all evil spirits retreat. Wen Nuannuan adds, Wealth God, I implore you to bless this project with great prosperity. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Wen Wuling deliberately positions himself in front of Wen Nuannuan. Upon entering the broadcast studio, they immediately spot Lin Ruxue adopting a pitiful, victimized demeanor, while Qiao Xiniao sits beside her, offering quiet consolation. That suffocating feeling is back. The director remarks, clearing his throat to remind everyone to tread carefully with their words. In an instant, the studio falls silent, And all eyes turn to Wen Nuannuan with a peculiar intensity. Be cautious, host. Lin Ruxiue has been here early, spinning tales of woe from your childhood. So much so that even the cleaning lady believes you are the ungrateful wolf stealing her husband. No wonder her words are so venomous. It turns out she simply talks too much. When Wuling comments, sister, you are magnificent. What a pity we cannot confront the White Lotus in person. Exposing her true nature would reveal her to everyone. Chapter 95. From the moment she appears, she is trending for all the wrong reasons. A flicker of resentment flashes in Lin Ruxiue's eyes as she rises, feigning frailty, like a willow in the wind, and greets Wen Nuannuan, sister. I did not expect you to participate in the show. I hope this legal program proves beneficial for you. Wen Nuannuan smirks slightly, locking eyes with Lin Ruxiue and replies. I hope this legal program proves beneficial for you as well. The atmosphere thickens with tension, as the onlookers eagerly anticipate a potential clash between the two sisters. The director's alarm bells ring in his mind as he hastily instructs the producer to expedite the proceedings, lest the program falter. Welcome, Teacher Wen and Miss Wen. Please, take your seats. The producer beams, personally escorting them to their places. Meanwhile, the director reprimands the makeup artist. What are you doing? Can't you see how pale the guestess lips are? Hurry and touch up her makeup. The makeup artist, feeling aggrieved, is left speechless. It was Lin Ruxiue who insisted on the white lipstick. She steps forward to feign a quick touch-up before turning to leave. However, Xiao Xinyao, determined to make this show her redemption, interjects sarcastically, Ruxiue, I understand your sorrow, but this is a program organized by the political and legal authorities. We need some positive energy. Lin Ruxiue's expression shifts, her already wan complexion growing more ghastly. To enhance her pitiful image, she has donned a pale crescent-pattern qipao, resembling a ghostly specter. Did you hear? This program is sanctioned by the legal authorities. You must hurry and retouch your makeup, otherwise, how will we record the show? The director nearly leaps into action to assist Lin Ruxiue, fearing for his own future if the program starts on such a dismal note. Director, Mr. Gu and Judge Chen have arrived. I'm on my way. The director responds, setting aside the walkie-talkie, while pointing at the makeup artist. You need to finish swiftly. Do not let her appear like a ghost, or viewers will think Lin is here to garner sympathy. The words were spoken casually, yet they resonated deeply with the audience, planting a seed of doubt regarding Lin Ruxiue's intentions. After all, the entertainment industry is a realm of constant flux, where truths and falsehoods intertwine. And the Gu family has never publicly acknowledged any claims. It could very well be that Gu Jinchao was masquerading as Gu Maching to deceive Lin Ruxiue. Lin Ruxiue would do well to learn from Xiao Xinyao. At this juncture, taking a back seat might afford her a chance at redemption. Have the judges changed? Have the lawyers been swapped? Seated nearby, Wen Wuling, awaiting her microphone, feels a surge of anxiety, straining to eavesdrop. Assault with a deadly weapon gone awry. The case of the school bully tormenting classmates, the suicidal menace inappropriately soliciting minors, tut, all presided over by Judge Feng, who has earned the moniker of Iron-Faced Feng Qing Tian. Attorney Zheng is no slouch either. He has been dubbed the strongest lawyer on the planet, capable of incarcerating both the opposing counsel and the plaintiff. This formidable duo, when combined, is truly invincible. It appears Gu Maching is genuinely furious, having pulled significant strings to enlist these two titans of the industry. When Wuling remarks, sister, these two may be nearly impossible to secure even with connections. A chill runs down Wen Wuling's spine as he realizes the gravity of crossing Gu Maching. It feels akin to kicking the hardest iron plate in the universe. Just then, commotion at the studio entrance draws everyone's attention. Judge Feng and Attorney Zheng stride in, and the producer rushes forward to greet them. Who are they? Why does the producer seem more deferential than to a benefactor?
Sure.
An older staff member hurries to caution a naive newcomer. Watch your words. One is a titan of the legal realm, having dismantled countless criminal organizations, while the one in the brown suit is a legal giant. There is no one he cannot imprison. The newcomer quickly covers their mouth, lowering their head to work, fearful of attracting the attention of these eminent figures. Moments later, the director, now a sycophant, leads Gu Maching into the studio, followed by the host and new actors, who exchange brief greetings. With everyone assembled and preparations complete, the program is set to commence. Viewers eagerly awaiting in the live stream have finally seen the main character of today's sensational news make their grand entrance. The host begins with a smile, simply introducing the names of the guests, and the comment section erupts like a balloon bursting. I am witnessing the strongest lawyer and the most ironclad judge on the planet. Is this duo here to sentence Wen Nuannuan to life imprisonment? I feel nauseated. Wen Nuannuan is truly shameless. How dare she appear before Lin Rushua? Wen Nuannuan, ungrateful wretch. Do you honor the Lin family's sacrifices in raising you? How could you steal your own sister's man? Our dear Shue's face has grown even smaller. All thanks to you, you vile creature. Gu Machin, you scoundrel. What does it signify to sit next to Wen Nuannuan? Your infidelity has become a spectacle for all to see. I implore the two esteemed legal experts to swiftly bring justice to Gu Machin and Wen Nuannuan, this pair of despicable lovers. The director wiped the sweat from his brow. Within mere minutes of the broadcast, the content became increasingly provocative. In all his years of work, he had never witnessed such a fervent public outcry. Trembling, he inquired, "Director, should we switch the camera to the host?" The director patted the assistant director's shoulder, offering him a metaphorical life-saving pill. "Worry not, this is merely a minor issue. Our benefactor demands a normal broadcast, and we shall comply." The assistant director hastily swallowed the metaphorical pill, realizing the gravity of the situation. He wiped his clammy palms and steeled himself to continue switching the camera to the guest speakers. Lin Rushua kept a vigilant eye on the camera, and upon noticing a subtle change in the focus, she slightly raised her head, positioning herself perfectly for a clear shot. Her expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a soulless doll. Her eyes were slightly reddened as she reached to caress the jade pendant adorning her neck, gazing tenderly at the aloof man across from her. This gesture vividly portrayed the image of a heartbroken maiden. The onlookers seemed to have forgotten their previous vitriol directed at Lin Rushua, automatically casting her in the role of their love-struck friend, intensifying their attacks. Lin Rushua's plight was indeed more tragic than that of Wang Baochuan, clinging to a man of ill repute. The jade pendant was evidently of considerable value, shaped like a phoenix, undoubtedly a betrothal token. I swear on my seventh uncle's honor. My aunt's second cousin's fourth uncle witnessed the elder Gu presenting the phoenix-shaped jade pendant as a betrothal gift. And let me slip this secret, Gu Machin possesses the corresponding dragon-shaped pendant. The Gu family truly has produced some despicable offspring, neither of whom dares to acknowledge their marriage, as if they consider themselves the pinnacle of fame. Chapter 96. The White Lotus Act continues, sympathy across the internet. Before the screen, when Antiing narrowed his eyes dangerously. Lin Rushua possesses the little sister's jade pendant. Just then his phone rang. Glancing at it, he answered. "You saw it too." "Yes, brother. It's best that little sister remains unaware of the pendant's significance. I share your sentiment. The third brother is unreliable. For safety's sake, we must go to the scene ourselves." Understood. After hanging up, when Antiing and when Mingxi rushed to the broadcasting venue, these two doting brothers have unwittingly dragged the Gu family into a human trafficking scandal. Fortunately, the camera time was brief. The host adeptly seized the moment, managing the flow and swiftly transitioning to the case restoration segment. "Host, you've made the trending list again. Is that surprising? I seem to reside on the trending list daily. This time is different." Lin Rushua deliberately touched the betrothal jade pendant, directly linking you and Gu Machin to the trending topics, with cries to punish the scoundrels echoing everywhere. The high-class White Lotus truly stands apart. Her petty tricks are manifold. Wen Wuling turned to his little sister, noting her remarkable nonchalance, appearing completely oblivious. Turning back, he met Lin Rushua's provocatively challenging gaze. His temper nearly flared. Thankfully, he had a contingency plan. Otherwise, this indignation might have driven him to despair. Lin Rushua had barely savored her moment of triumph when a figure strikingly similar to her appeared on screen. To say that the individual was her twin would not be an exaggeration. Rather than a restoration of the case, it was a one-to-one reenactment, with every detail, including clothing, mirroring the beautiful family program perfectly. Lin Rushua cast a fierce glare at Wen Nuannuan, fully convinced that this was a deliberate act on Wen Nuannuan's part. Humph. Attempting to cleanse herself of guilt with such crude tactics, a fool remains a fool. Lin Rushua withdrew her gaze, yet the nails embedded in her palm betrayed her anger. Gao Shen has an eye for talent. These newcomers are exceptional actors, particularly the one portraying Lin Rushua. Without your guidance, who could discern the real one from the actress? Wen Wuling arched an eyebrow, a proud smirk gracing his lips. This is trivial. Lin Rushua dares to bully my sister. I shall not only ensure her downfall but also revel in her humiliation. As the case unfolded in meticulous detail, those who had previously berated Wen Nuannuan began to waver. Hold on, Why do I feel like Lin Rushua is the true victim here? Look at her wearing all white today, as if to amplify her own victimhood. Lin Rushua has indeed been wronged by Wen Nuannuan. Perhaps her sorrow is what drives her attire. Haha, those in the comments above are losing their resolve. Stop trying to defend either of them. They are both unworthy, ruthlessly vying for a place in high society.
Exactly.
If the Lin family has raised Wen Nuannuan for so long, why does Lin Rushua seem as if she has never encountered Wen Nuannuan before on the show? Host. Good news. Not only are the comments cursing you, but they're also criticizing Lin Rushua. When will you learn to think for yourself? Upgrade your intelligence. This isn't good news at all. At that moment, the studio lights illuminated, and the host invited Lawyer Zheng to explain the case. Despite Lawyer Zheng's serious tone, the director instructed the assistant director to switch the camera to Gu Machin and Lin Rushua, resulting in a surge of viewers in the live stream. I cannot fault Gu Machin. If the younger brother steals his sister-in-law, how can he not pursue Lin Rushua? Those with a guilty conscience see filth and all. Lin Rushua is the victim. She doesn't even know that it's Gu Jinchao. One cannot say that. My dog can recognize my footsteps. If Lin Rushua is Gu Machin's fiancé, how could she fail to recognize him? Exactly. Just look at Qin Yuheng. He's merely Gu Machin's cousin. Yet he has noticed something amiss. Throughout the entire episode, he has been glued to an Ningdi. What indulgence! The younger brother steals the sister-in-law, and the elder brother retaliates by taking the sister. After Lawyer Zheng concluded his explanation, the host graciously expressed gratitude. As the originally intended victim, Qin Yuheng was absent. The host directly addressed the primary victim, Lin Rushua. Miss Lin, this incident has occurred for so many days. What impact has it had on your life and work? The audience's attention shifted to Lin Rushua, who felt the weight of their gazes. Her body trembled slightly as she glanced shyly at Gu Machin, then turned her tear-filled eyes to the host, her voice choked with sorrow. Since this incident, I have lost all my work, even those I held dear. Lin Rushua covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, her delicate fingers caressing the jade pendant around her neck, its significance unmistakable. Have departed from me. The host keenly seized upon this critical information, akin to an eagle honing in on its prey. Are you implying that your parents have distanced themselves from you due to this incident? Lin Rushua shook her head, pausing for 2 seconds, her hands clutching the jade pendant tightly. My parents have always been by my side, but the one I love, he. Lin Rushua glanced at Gu Machin and Wen Nuannuan before lowering her gaze, indifferent. As long as he can find happiness, that is sufficient. The host, known for her incisive style, pressed further. Miss Lin, are you referring to your fiancé? Lin Rushua lifted her head, her eyes filled with sorrow, her voice trembling. Yes. Although it is a betrothal arranged by our elders, I truly love him. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixated on Gu Machin, her hands never straying from the jade pendant at her neck. Upon hearing this, not only the audience before the screen, but even those present were incensed on Lin Rushua's behalf. The host presented a tissue, and Lin Rushua accepted it with a soft, feeble thank you. Seizing the opportunity while wiping her tears, she discreetly surveyed the expressions of those around her. Sensing the timing was right, she feigned strength and lifted her head. Observing Lin Rushua regaining her composure, the host pressed on with another probing question. Did your fiancé leave you because of this incident, or was it due to someone else? This bold approach not only heightened the ratings, but also prompted the director to shift the camera to Wen Nuannuan and Gu Machin, creating a tense scene of 2 women vying for one man, leaving the audience in breathless anticipation. Lin Rushua did not disappoint the onlookers' expectations, her voice trembling as she addressed Wen Nuannuan with an air of victimhood. Sister, could you please return Machin to me? I have always believed in you and Machin. If you could just give him back to me, I would grant you anything you desire, even the Lin family's wealth. I beg you, I beg you. As her emotions overwhelmed her, Lin Rushua could no longer hold back, burying her face in her hands and weeping, embodying the role of a wronged wife. Qiao Xinyao instinctively embraced Lin Rushua, whispering comforting words. Rushua, you are truly too kind. Do not cry. The crowd turned their gaze towards Gu Machin and Wen Nuannuan, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Chapter 97. No longer tolerable, time to retaliate. Wen Nuannuan shed her pretense and boldly retorted. Could you kindly be silent? Even a millennia-old Biluakun, T does not possess your level of White Lotus charm. Asking me for what person? I am not a human trafficker. Nor do I engage in illegal activities. Please do not offer me anything. A pest-infested den is far cleaner than the Lin family. And, if you are not afraid of illness, I certainly am not keen on encountering filth. How audacious. To act as a mistress so brazenly and still dare to insult the legitimate wife. Wen Nuannuan, how shameless can you be? How can you still be alive, Wen Nuannuan? I cannot bear to watch another second. The audience lamented for Rushua, feeling her plight as she was cast aside by a scoundrel and further provoked by the mistress. Judge Foam, how can you remain seated? Quickly condemn Wen Nuannuan to death and execute it immediately. They cried. Fear not, Rushua. Both Judge Foam and Lawyer Zheng are here. We shall not let this pair of scoundrels escape unscathed. Let me in. I will uphold justice and eliminate Wen Nuannuan. Lin Rushua concealed her face, her eyes brimming with a crazed delight, astonished at how smoothly events had unfolded. Wen Nuannuan, the fool, had inadvertently assisted her. Truly, the heavens were aiding her. Xiao Xingyao seized the moment, rising with righteous indignation to denounce Wen Nuannuan. Miss Wen, how could you act thus? Rushua has always regarded you as a sister, trusting you deeply. She never raised a word when you stole her fiancé, and yet you have the audacity to insult the Lin family, who have nurtured you. Has her conscience been devoured by dogs? Gu Machen's brow furrowed, a shadowy darkness clouding his eyes. His voice icy as he addressed Judge Foam. What is the penalty for spreading rumors and defaming others? Xiao Xinyao's confidence faltered, and she slumped back into her seat, gently soothing Lin Rushua. Slowly, Lin Rushua lifted her head from her fingers, her eyes red with disappointment and heartbreak. Her left hand tightly clutching a jade pendant as she choked out. Does this jade pendant mean nothing? Can the words of Grandfather Gu be disregarded? Gu Machen narrowed his eyes dangerously, fixing his gaze on Lin Rushua as if she were a mere specter, his voice calm, yet chilling. Judge Foam, Lawyer Zheng, please observe the evidence. As Gu Machen's words fell, the studio dimmed, the large screen flickering to life and showcasing Lin Rushua's every move. In the hushed darkness of the private room, Lin Rushua poured a clear liquid into a glass across from her, stirring it carefully before placing it back. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a man with a striking resemblance to Gu Machen. Lin Rushua engaged him in soft conversation until he drank from the glass, after which she feigned dizziness and collapsed onto the table. The man scooped her up and exited, and the scene shifted to Lin Rushua and the man on a bed, engaged in passionate interaction. Goodness, this legal program is shockingly real. Within the first 30 minutes, we have a bed scene. One viewer exclaimed, Director, do you have the guts to remove the mosaic? Another chimed in, that must be Gu Jinchao, no matter how closely he resembles Gu Machen. He cannot shake his lewd aura. A third commented, oh, Director, why are you fast-forwarding? This is Lin Rushua's debut scene, and you've cut it out. The director, startled, was jolted awake by his assistant, who pressed his face, and he stared at the screen, breathless as Lin Rushua's figure dominated the frame. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Lin Rushua. After the encounter, the man lay unconscious, and Lin Rushua, stepping away from the bed, approached the camera and pressed the recording button. Moments later, the door swung open again, and Lin Rushua glanced back at the newcomer, returning to the bed and intimately lying beside the man, placing his hand on her. She then imperiously directed the newcomer to take pictures. As the video neared its conclusion, the barrage of comments exploded after a brief silence. Can a kind-hearted viewer summarize who slept with whom? One asked. Of course, Lin Rushua drugged and slept with Gu Jinchao. Poor Gu Jinchao has been vilified for so long, only to find he was the one most wronged. Another responded with laughter. Gu Jinchao is truly the most pitiful today. Having transformed himself to usurp power only to be outsmarted, and now he is being photographed for blackmail. No wonder he listens to Lin Rushua during the program. One must pity Wen Nuannuan, who was inexplicably dragged into this to clear her name, facing condemnation from the entire internet. Someone noted. This realization seemed to stabilize Wen Nuannuan's emotions, who merely uttered a single insult towards Lin Rushua amidst the chaos. The events unfolded so rapidly that even as the video concluded, Lin Rushua remained frozen in shock, her face pale from the visual impact. Gu Machen's low, chilling voice broke the silence. Judge Foam, is it time to pass judgment?
No.
Lin Rushua suddenly stood, attempting to grasp Gu Machen's clothing. But before she could take more than a few steps, a bodyguard swiftly blocked her path. No, I must marry Gu Machen. I must become Mrs. Gu, and trample Wen Nuannuan beneath my feet. Lin Rushua tore the jade pendant from her neck, holding it aloft as she cried, Machen, look, this is our engagement token. I wear it every day, as though you are by my side. I truly love you so much. Your silence frightens me. I fear losing you. I simply want to be with you sooner. I had no idea the person in the video was not you. Gu Machun regarded Lin Rushue with disdain, ruthlessly stripping away her pretentious facade. The phoenix-shaped jade pendant was a betrothal token given to my fiancé by my grandfather. How could it possibly be in Miss Lin's possession? In that brief moment, the revelation left everyone in awe. Wow, Lin Rushue is not Gu Machun's fiancé. What a monumental twist. Quickly, explain how the pendant came into Lin Rushue's hands. As the Wen brothers arrived, bursting through the door, they immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, their minds echoing warnings of human trafficking. Gu Machun, a mere nobody, dared to vie for their sister. In a flash, the two brothers charged onto the stage, leaving everyone stunned. When Anting politely nodded his head in apology to Judge Feng and Lawyer Zheng, I sincerely apologize for intruding on the filming. Primarily, it is due to Miss Lin Rushue's spreading rumors and obstinately defaming my sister Wen Nuannuan's reputation. With both Judge Feng and Lawyer Zheng present, I implore you to restore justice for my sister in public. The director and the crew were thrown into disarray by the unexpected scene. But when Anting's assistant calmly restrained them, leveraging the power of the Wen family, in the next moment, the director, with a sycophantic smile, informed the host through the intercom, "Mr. Wen is our special guest today. Please accord him the utmost respect." Chapter 98. Murder of the Heart. The great injustice is actually me. The host, having received instructions, directed their gaze towards the upright Judge Feng. Judge Feng. The viewers before the screen have voiced numerous opinions regarding Miss Lin's recent actions, even casting doubts upon the law itself. Could you, from a judicial perspective, elucidate this for the audience? Upon hearing this, Judge Feng recognized the significant societal impact of Lin Rushue's case and chose to break his silence, declaring with gravitas. Firstly, the dissemination of rumors infringes upon another's right to reputation. The disseminator must bear the responsibility of ceasing the infringement, restoring reputation, mitigating the impact, offering apologies, and compensating for losses. Secondly, the act of spreading rumors constitutes a willful disruption of public order, and the disseminator may face administrative penalties, such as detention or fines. Thirdly, forcibly molesting another by other means is suspected of constituting the crime of forcible molestation, typically punishable by a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years or detention. Fourthly, theft of valuable items may result in a prison sentence of up to 3 years and a fine. Judge Feng's every word, devoid of naming, was tantamount to sentencing her. Goodness, this was unprecedented, a live sentencing during a broadcast. Adding these charges together, Lin Rushue could very well face a decade or more in confinement. Poor brother cosmetic surgery, who had borne the brunt of the blame for so long. Oh, and Worm was also exceedingly unfortunate, suffering greatly at the hands of Lin Rushue. That White Lotus. Do you all remember in a previous program when Lin Rushue offered Qiao Xiniao a glass of juice, which led to an unspeakable incident? The implications are truly chilling. Witnessing the favorable turn of events, the system eagerly reported good news to Worm. Host, splendid news. You have cleared your name. The entire internet is now condemning Lin Rushue. Oh. Host, why the lack of joy? I am more curious about how the jade pendant ended up in Lin Rushue's possession. Indeed, that is a much larger scoop. Upon hearing this, Wen Wuling instantly straightened up, her curiosity ignited. Both Wen Anting and Wen Mingxi felt an unsettling sensation rise within them. They exchanged glances, reaching a tacit agreement. If things went awry, they would swiftly flee with their younger sister. Host, did you know that Gu Machun's childhood was shattered by the sudden arrival of a love child, disrupting their once happy family of 3? His parents were locked in a perpetual Cold War, creating an atmosphere of suffocation. One fateful day, he chose to run away from home, prepared with his belongings, only to find himself wandering further into darkness, overwhelmed by fear and weeping. Are you implying that Gu Machun is afraid of the dark? Worm stealthily glanced sideways at the towering figure of the nearly 2-meter-tall CEO, then clenched her fist to her lips, desperately suppressing her laughter. Ha ha ha. The 3 brothers of the Wen family burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, this is the most joyous revelation we have ever heard. Gu Machun, he is not afraid of the dark. He merely possesses a profound respect for nature." Oh, I see. At the critical moment, a beautiful woman descended from the heavens to rescue him, and thus they forged a bond of engagement, vowing to grow old together. The Wen brothers insisted that a red thread be tied between Gu Machun and this beauty, hoping to keep him far away from their little sister. To a certain extent, Gu Machun encountered a young girl during his journey. In their conversation, he discovered that she wore a phoenix-shaped jade pendant. Fortunately, nearby villagers found them in time and escorted them home. However, due to poor signal in the deep mountains, Gu Machin descended to seek help, only to return to find the little girl had vanished. Thus, he embarked on a relentless search. He eventually found Lin Ruxiue with the jade pendant. Through indirect inquiries, the Lin family adamantly claimed the pendant was theirs. For the safety of his fiancée, Gu Machin pretended to befriend the Lin family, all in hopes of uncovering his fiancée's whereabouts. What a touching journey to wealth. Gu Machin, is money truly the focal point? The Wen brothers. That is precisely the crux. I could weep. The Gu family's famed approach has silently enriched the Lin family by billions, along with countless unknown connections. One wonders which unfortunate soul has suffered so grievously, having their fortune siphoned by Lin Ruxiue all these years. When Wuling urged, quickly tell me, who is this unfortunate soul? When Anting and Wen Mingxi both sighed in exasperation, it's better that they remain unaware. Let me see, this unfortunate soul is none other than Warm. Warm nearly bit her tongue in disbelief, glancing again to confirm that the three characters were indeed identical to her own name. During the Wen family's 100-day banquet, Old Master Gu personally attended and presented the heirloom jade pendant to Warm as a token of engagement. Wen Jinyang was incensed, vehemently opposing it. Young Warm, barely out of infancy, was utterly enamored with the pendant, unable to part with it. Madame Wen also held a fondness for Gu Machin, leading both families to establish an informal engagement. Warm read the passage thrice, unable to reconcile herself with this reality. Gu Machin's deep-set eyes softened, his gaze growing increasingly gentle. Warm finally recalled their engagement. The three brothers of the Wen family, witnessing Gu Machin's infatuated demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. Is this real? Have I truly missed out on such vast wealth? Over 10 billion. Host, you haven't missed out. It's merely that the Lin family has squandered your money, forced you to work to repay it, and allowed Lin Ruxiue to usurp your accomplishments, your university, your fiancé, and your identity. Cough. Murder of the heart. It turns out I am the true embodiment of the family's saintly figure. The Wen brothers felt their hearts lift with relief. Thankfully, their little sister's focus was not on Gu Machin. The operation to thwart human traffickers progressed another step forward. Meanwhile, Gu Machin, brimming with excitement, longed to rise and profess his affections to Warm but was restrained by Wen Mingxi, who whispered a warning in his ear. You have heard. Our little sister's foremost desire is to seek justice from the Lin family. If you utter anything untoward now, our families shall sever ties. Gu Machin regarded Warm earnestly, and after a brief pause, he nodded slightly, returning to his seat in contemplative silence. Right now, securing justice for Warm was paramount. When Anting placed a reassuring hand on their sister's shoulder, his gaze resolute as he addressed Warm. Sister, whatever decision you make, we shall support you. Warm gazed at the faces of her brothers, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded solemnly. It felt wonderful to have family backing her. At that moment, Judge Feng had finished enumerating all the charges, yet Lin Ruxiue laughed upon hearing them, as if finding the scene before her utterly ridiculous, or perhaps mocking. Her laughter contained a trifling of absurdity and a heaping of scorn. I did administer the drug to Gu Jinchao, but our relationship was consensual. The jade pendant was given to me by another. How can it be claimed that I stole it? And as for Warm, I never uttered a single word against her. The cameras recorded everything. I merely wept and pleaded with him. The ones slandering her were the netizens. What does that have to do with me? Goodness, you truly are the reigning champion of deflection, shifting blame onto us. Lin Ruxiue ought to exit the entertainment industry. Indeed, the walls may crumble, yet her face remains unblemished. She has earned the title of the most shameless individual of the century. Such shamelessness has attracted the most severe condemnation in history. Others may simply possess thick skin. But Lin Ruxiue is utterly devoid of shame. It is truly alarming how even passing dogs might find themselves stripped of fur by Lin Ruxiue.